The male lead, Tran NOC, nicknamed Yama, is a top-tier hunter in the Underworld, and also an Esper with the highest rank, a controller. Tran NOC lived a life full of regrets, and it seemed fate intentionally gave him a chance to make up for those past regrets, thus granting him an opportunity for reincarnation. What's more, when he just reincarnated, it was exactly when his math teacher called him to the board to solve a problem. Looking at the blackboard filled with knowledge he didn't understand at all, Tran NOC silently sighed. I'm totally screwed. This plot twist, I left as a middle-aged man and came back as a teenager? I really did forget. Of course, Tran NOC couldn't solve the problem. He'd long forgotten all that high school knowledge. So Tran NOC was sent out to stand in the hallway. He kept sighing, not believing he'd lived a life full of suffering, and now he'd even traveled back to the past. The scenery was unfamiliar, and the people around him were also strangers. Placed in a brand new environment with his aged mind, Tran NOC wasn't sure if this was heaven punishing him or rewarding him. And just then, he heard a piercing scream. Ah, somebody help. Tran NOC looked up and indeed saw a female student falling from above. With his keen reflexes and agile movements from his previous life, he quickly lunged forward and successfully caught the girl. Although the way she landed created a rather embarrassing posture between them, at least she was safe. A beautiful face caught Tran NOC's eye. The girl's name was Tun Ka, the school's belle. After that unexpected incident, the two were first taken to the infirmary for a checkup, and then had to report to the head of discipline's office. Before the head of discipline arrived, Tran NOC secretly observed the other party. She was a beautiful woman with a pretty face and large breasts. Luckily, she only fell from the second floor. If it had been a higher floor, let alone her C-cup breasts, even if they were D, E, F, or G, they'd be completely ruined beyond saving. Just then, the door opened, and head of discipline Tun Tang Loi walked in. Has the school infirmary checked? No major problems? He asked. They checked. There's no problem at all. I just happened to be standing there, and she fell from the floor above, landing on me. So, you could say I saved her. Tran NOC replied obediently. Tun Tang Loi nodded. Then he turned to Tun Ka and seriously asked her why she did it. Tun Ka seemed very awkward, explaining that she was just leaning on the second floor railing, looking at the scenery. Then she accidentally tumbled down. Seeing head of discipline Tun's extremely grim expression, Tun Ka added another sentence. Dad, I really didn't do anything stupid. Tran NOC suddenly couldn't process this new information. Tun Ka is head of discipline Tun Tang Loi's daughter? With such a difference in appearance, she must just be adopted, right? As he was idly thinking, the head of discipline turned around and said seriously, Tran NOC, regardless of what happened, I must thank you. I've already requested leave for you from your homeroom teacher. Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Do you need me to contact your family? Tran NOC quickly waved his hand, saying he wasn't injured anywhere and just needed a little rest. Tun Tang Loi quickly nodded, reminding him that if he felt uncomfortable anywhere, he could immediately come and report it. Tran NOC nodded, originally intending to leave, but then abruptly stopped at the door. Oh, head of discipline Tun, there is actually a small matter. I wonder if it's convenient for you? Go ahead. Could you lend me 50 dong? I'm a bit dizzy right now. Cycling home might be dangerous. Both Tun Tang Loi and Tun Ka were left speechless by his request. In the end, he still managed to borrow those 50 yuan. Next, Chin Nua used the student information to find the original owner's home. It was an old, dilapidated house with slightly damp walls and an aged smell. The apartment was also very small. Although clean, it was too rudimentary. Chin Nua searched everywhere in the house and finally managed to dig up some information about the original owner of this body. That 18-year-old youth shared the same name, but contrary to Chin Nua's identity as an underworld boss, that youth was just an extremely unremarkable ordinary student. His parents divorced when he was young. His father went abroad and disappeared without a trace, and his mother remarried 6 years ago, only leaving a few thousand yuan and entrusting Chin Nua to his grandmother to raise. 3 years ago, to pay off her current husband's debts, his mother embezzled a large sum of money, leading to both husband and wife still being in prison. Last year, the grandmother who had raised Chinua since childhood passed away, leaving him all alone. Apart from the residential committee members who periodically visited, he had almost no contact with anyone. Moreover, this youth was naturally introverted and reserved, so he had no friends at school either. To put it harshly, this identity was that of a star-crossed loner. But Chen Nuo was quite satisfied to have transmigrated into such a body, because the original owner's social relationships were so simple, it saved him a lot of trouble. Then, Chen Nuo looked up at the wall calendar, remembering something. Today is already December 23rd, 2000, so that's a problem. Chen Nuo immediately went to an internet cafe to research something online. If today is December 23rd, then there are only 15 days left. Around midnight, 15 days later, one of his girls from his previous life would encounter the most terrifying and tragic event of her life. Chen Nuo wanted to save her, but unfortunately, he was just a high school student now, with no money for tickets, no passport, and no visa to go to Korea to save someone. Using ordinary means to save her would definitely not work. He returned home and tried to use his past life's supernatural abilities, but it seemed to have no effect. Chen Nuo was disappointed, leaning on the sofa and sighing endlessly. At the same time, at the Tun family's house, the beautiful Tun Kaka was sitting at her study desk, listening to music and recalling the morning's events. At that moment, she was on the second floor, and because she leaned over the railing to look at Chen Nuo on the first floor, she tumbled down, never expecting him to save her life. This made Tun Kaka both embarrassed and a little sweethearted. Before her eyes at that time was also a love letter for her, and the writer coincidentally was Chen Nuo. As for Chen Nuo, after a sleepless night, he went to a public phone booth early the next morning to try a number. After his soul transmigrated into the body of the male student with the same name, returning to the past, he wanted to immediately confirm his previous life's identity, to see what his actual self from this year was doing. But that phone number was reported as non-existent, and when he found the old house he lived in as a child, the person who opened the door was not a relative. Only the grocery store downstairs still had the same owner, and even the fat kid who used to bully him was still there. This also meant everything was intact. Only the Chen Nuo of the previous life had disappeared. He secretly felt that fate was too cruel, throwing him back to the past without a word. Now, because it couldn't handle two people existing in the same timeline, it simply made his past self disappear. Day broke completely, and Chen Nuo went to class as usual. That day, there was a buzz in the grade about Chen Nuo from Class A6, who was brave enough not to fear being crippled by homeroom teacher Tun, daring to write a love letter to the school's beauty queen. Tun Kaka had pondered all night after receiving that love letter, finally deciding to seek out Chen Nuo at the start of class today. At this moment, he was sitting in class, his expression thoughtful as if contemplating something profoundly important. It wasn't until Tun Kaka's voice rang out that he looked up. "The thing is, are you free? Could you talk to me for a bit?" Tun Kaka said awkwardly. "Is there something?" Chen Nuo replied coldly, not at all like someone who had just sent a love letter to the other person. Tun Kaka was also flustered by his expression, stammering for a long time before she could form a sentence. "Sorry, I've read the letter you wrote to me a few days ago, but I can't accept your feelings." Based on the other person's demeanor, Chen Nuo immediately guessed that the original owner had written a love letter to her. Unexpectedly, this guy, who was timid in life, dared to pursue the daughter of the head of discipline. Seeing Chen Nuo remain silent, Tun Kaka continued, "I'm talking to you. I'm saying I can't accept your feelings. Don't do things like that again in the future." I know," Chen Nuo replied indifferently. "We're all students, and a student's main duty should be studying." Tun Kaka probably feared offending Chen Nuo, so she continued speaking a few more sentences. "You're right," Chen Nuo replied. Then he asked back, "So, what was your rank in the midterm exam for the whole grade?" Tun Kaka became even more flustered when suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question, but still stammered that she was ranked 196th. Chen Nuo secretly chuckled, because if he remembered correctly, the entire grade didn't even have 300 students in total. It seems this school beauty isn't much of a good student after all. So he stood up and patted her shoulder a few times. You really do need to study hard. I hope you can make progress every day. After saying that, he walked straight away. Tun Ka Ka didn't realize Chinua was mocking her low rank. It's just that she felt as if she was the one whose feelings had been rejected. After the heartbroken school beauty left, the new class began. Before that, the homeroom teacher of Class A6 also announced that on the 10th of next month, a friendly competition would take place with Yanbian Sports High School. Those who wish to participate can sign up. If selected by the school, a parent's signature and a 150 yuan fee are required. Chin Nua originally had no interest in these kinds of things. But suddenly, he remembered that Yanbian, North Korea, and South Korea are very close to each other. One only needs to cross the border to get there. Therefore, without much thought, he raised his hand. Sir, can anyone sign up? I want to sign up. You want to participate in the math competition? The homeroom teacher asked back in surprise. And in the classroom, mocking chuckles at Chin Nua's expense also rang out at this moment. Are there no other competition categories? Chin Nua asked again. You're completely clueless. How can you compete in math? Go read the school announcement yourself. The teacher replied impatiently, then told them to open their books to page 46 to begin the new lesson. During recess, Chin Nua was asleep with his head on his desk when suddenly two male classmates approached him. They hesitantly invited him to play games at the internet cafe. Chin Nua originally had no intention of making friends with anyone, but he'd had enough sleep that morning, so he agreed to go with the two classmates. They played a few games at the internet cafe, but he kept losing. After several rounds, Chin Nua said dejectedly that he wasn't playing anymore. However, just as he intended to head back to school, someone grabbed him from behind. You're Chin Nua. Come here, we need to talk to you. He turned his head and saw an angry face. It was clear the other party had no good intentions. He didn't know which gang members this introverted and kind young man had offended before to end up in this situation. Chin Nua also followed them into a deserted alley. At this point, that guy said to the two male students who had invited him to play games earlier, You two did well, now you can scram. It turned out they had looked so sneaky because they had been threatened by these guys, forced to call Chin Nua out. After those two left, he was left alone facing 5 or 6 thugs. The leader was the one in the cowhide jacket who had just patted his shoulder at the internet cafe. Who are you? And what do you want from me? Chin Nua spoke first, his tone very calm. The leader had a cigarette lit for him by his subordinates. He exhaled smoke while fiercely interrogating Chin Nua. My name is Xiao Dao. You can call me Brother Dao. I heard you wrote a love letter to Tun Kaka 2 days ago. Brat, did you ask for my permission before writing a love letter to my girl? Chin Nua looked at this thug's face, then imagined Tun Kaka's face, a thug with a school beauty. And she's also the daughter of the dean of students. What kind of melodramatic relationship is this? Out of curiosity, Chin Nua asked back, Is she your girlfriend? Not for the time being, but she will be soon. So now you know what you should do, right? The guy replied, pulling a dagger from his pocket. Turns out he's just a thug who has a one-sided crush on Tun Kaka and is causing trouble. If that's the case, then it's much less melodramatic and much easier to deal with. Chun Nua laughed, and his laughter enraged the thugs. What are you laughing at, kid? We're talking to you. Can't you hear? I know, Chin Nua replied, looking around. Good, no one's here. It's perfect for a little dance. After saying that, he cracked his knuckles. He'd just been reborn and wasn't used to this new body yet. And these idiots came knocking on his door themselves, perfect for him to stretch his muscles. That evening, at 8 p.m., Tun Tang Loi was still working overtime. Tun Kaka's mother told her to take a bento box to school for her dad. As soon as she went downstairs and walked a bit, Tun Kaka saw Chin Nua intently trying to unlock a bicycle. But the problem was he'd tried the key in several locks and none were correct. Curious about this action, Tun Kaka walked over. Why are you unlocking someone else's bike? Caught by Tun Kaka in this situation, Chin Nua was a bit flustered, like a thief caught in the act. If I said I didn't remember which bike was mine, so I'm trying each lock, would you believe me? Of course, Tun Kaka didn't believe him, so she turned away coldly. But before she could leave, Chin Nua called her back. Can I ask you something? What is it? Tun Kaka tried to appear cold and distant, but no matter how hard she tried to put on a front, Chin Nua saw through her disguise, and he said, Actually, your attitude towards me should be a little gentler. I understand. You're the daughter of the Dean of Students, so you have to maintain the image of an exemplary student and can't violate school rules by dating boys. But you don't need to always act so hostile towards me, do you? What does my attitude have to do with you? How is it not related? Look, I saved your life yesterday, didn't I? Jumping from the second floor probably wouldn't kill me. Tun Ka still retorted stubbornly. Even if it wouldn't kill you, you'd get hurt. Even if it wasn't saving your life, it was still saving you once. Chin Nua's words were too logical. Tun Ka couldn't argue, so she could only remain silent, which meant agreement. However, that wasn't the main issue Chin Nua wanted to discuss. He then mentioned the thug named Chuang Hung, alias Chu Dao, whom he had met earlier, and asked Tun Ka if she knew him. Tun Ka nodded, saying that Mr. Chuang had blocked her in front of a school gate and harassed her twice. The first time, Tun Tang Loi chased him away, but a few days later, he shamelessly showed up again. He probably won't be able to come for a long time after this. Chin Nua informed her, as it takes over 100 days for bones to heal anyway. Chin Nua wasn't lying, because after the fight earlier, Chuang Hung was now in the orthopedic department, and by telling Tun Ka that he had helped her solve a lot of trouble, he was also asking her for a favor, specifically one related to the Bien competition. As he spoke, Chin Nua took the opportunity to sit down and continue trying to unlock the bike. Tun Ka found it annoying to watch, so she stopped him. Stop messing with other people's bike locks. Your bike is over there. It's the black bike with the broken basket and one side of the bell missing. How do you know that? We're not in the same class, are we? Chin Nua teased. Just from that one joke, Tun Kaka's cheeks couldn't help but blush. I just like to know, is there a problem? Oh, so you do like it? Tun Ka was so embarrassed, she quickly tried to change the subject. Why are you asking about that competition? Of course I want to participate. Tran and OC wanted to use this opportunity to go to Korea and save that girl. But after seeing the announcement, he realized he wasn't eligible to participate. Just then, he happened to meet Chuang Hung, so he conveniently helped Tun Ka solve a bunch of problems, so she could, in turn, help him with this matter. I want to go to Bien to see the snow. So, Tun Ka, your dad is the head of education. You surely know another way to enter that competition, right? Tun Ka pouted. Just now she thought Tran and OC spoke maturely, but it turned out he went all this way to Bien just to see the snow. How childish. As he said this, Tran and OC's stomach suddenly rumbled a few times. Haven't you had dinner yet? Tun Ka asked. Because I'm too poor, no money to eat. Tran and OC replied jokingly, but ended up getting scolded by her for his improper speech. Tun Ka knew Tran and OC's family situation all too well. Although it was very difficult, it wasn't so bad that he had no money to eat. She even enthusiastically said that if things were too tough, she could ask her dad to help him apply for a poor household assistance package. After saying these words, Tun Ka again revealed a confused look. I didn't mean to look down on you. I just wanted to help you. Tran and OC didn't mind at all. On the contrary, he continued to use it to tease her. It seems you know a lot about my family, huh? What? Did you deliberately snoop around? As if hit where it hurt, Tun Ka's cheeks blushed again. Nonsense. I just heard it from others. Tun Ka was just an 18-year-old girl, while Tran and OC had lived a whole lifetime already. How could he not see a bit of her girlish feelings? Although he didn't know why the dean's daughter would fall for this poor young man, it was indeed a bit interesting. Just then, Tran and OC noticed the lunchbox in her hand. As soon as she saw his gaze, Tun Ka instinctively hugged the lunchbox tightly. Forget about it right now. This is my dad's dinner. Tran and OC maintained that playful smile, and in the end, he not only found his bicycle, but also gained an extra chicken drumstick. Meanwhile, Tun Tang Loi, upon receiving the bento box from his daughter, noticed a missing chicken drumstick, and she couldn't come up with a plausible excuse. After returning home, Tran NOC immediately began physical training because the upcoming battle would be long, and he absolutely had to improve his strength as quickly as possible. 2 days later, he went to the academic affairs office alone. Although he had helped Tun Kaka a lot, he felt that going to Korea should still rely on his own strength. The person inside was Teacher Lu, not a permanent teacher, but merely a project manager sent by an education company to the school to handle academic affairs. There would be a staff reorganization soon, and this 8th high school had the lowest graduation rate in the district, making it highly likely to be converted into a private school and acquired by an education company in the future. Therefore, to be precise, he should be called Employee Lu. And there was only one fastest way to deal with this kind of employee money. So Tran NOC opened the door and walked in. "Student, is there something you need?" Teacher Lu asked when he saw Tran NOC. "Teacher Lu, the school is going to begin to participate in a friendly competition. I didn't register, but I heard there's a list of student representatives going to observe the competition, right?" Teacher Lu immediately understood his intention. He nodded, then said that student representatives to observe the competition had to be elected by each grade level, approved by the homeroom teacher and the head of each grade. So it's not a position you can just ask for. However, in the very next second, Tran NOC placed an envelope on the table, to Teacher Lu's surprise. Inside the envelope was a bank card. As soon as Teacher Lu saw it, he immediately dropped his stern demeanor and said, "Oh, my memory. I almost forgot there were 3 volunteer spots left. Do you know about volunteers? You'll go with the delegation, eat and stay with them, but you'll have to do some service-like tasks." Tran NOC nodded, saying that as long as he could go, he agreed to it. He even had his personal file, student ID, and photocopied ID card ready. Teacher Lu took them, a wide smile spreading across his face. "All right, you can go now. The list of students for the friendly delegation will be announced on the bulletin board this afternoon." Tran NOC then returned with peace of mind. Watching his retreating figure, Teacher Lu felt that this kid was not simple at all. Whether it was his gaze, tone, or actions, they were not like an 18-year-old kid at all. Yet he didn't realize he was already in Tran NOC's grasp, only reveling in the bank card the boy had given him. That day, when school ended, the school beauty, Tun Kaka, walked through the schoolyard, constantly sighing deeply. And the reason she was so dispirited was because the results of the test she received today were only 45 points. "Tun Kaka, don't do poorly on tests next time. No matter what, you have to maintain 60 points, like your usual performance," she encouraged herself, but immediately after, she sighed sadly again when she realized her normal performance was only 60 points. Just then, Tun Kaka heard her classmates dragging each other to see the list of the friendly delegation posted on the bulletin board. So Tun Kaka temporarily put aside her worries about her test scores because she remembered Tran NOC's request to see snow a few days ago. She also ran to the bulletin board to check and saw his name on the volunteer list. "We can really go see the snow now, huh?" Tun Kaka mumbled. Then, as if possessed, she turned back and ran straight to the office of the head of education. As soon as she saw Tun Tang Loi sitting in the office, Tun Kaka hastily said, "Dad, I also want to join the delegation going to Bien." Tun Tang Loi was a bit surprised because Tun Kaka had clearly said before that she wasn't interested in the trip, yet now she seemed so enthusiastic. Tun Kaka couldn't come up with a reasonable excuse on the spot, so she repeated what Tran NOC had said a few days prior. "Well, I want to go see the snow." Tun Tang Loi shook his head, saying the list was full, but Tun Kaka clung to him, refusing to let go. "I don't care. I can join the choir to go along. Didn't you say you didn't like singing before, which is why you withdrew from the choir? Now you like it again." Although Tun Kaka was difficult, because she was his only daughter, Tun Tang Loi ultimately had to indulge his princess. So, right after the New Year, on January 3rd, Tun Kaka was at Jinling train station to go to Bien with the delegation. Tran NOC, as a volunteer, his first job was to help everyone move their luggage. Tun Kaka saw him in the crowd and excitedly waved a few times. Tran NOC saw her and walked over, but just as he reached out to take Tun Kaka's suitcase, Someone else took it first. Headmaster Tun, you also came to send everyone off? Tran NOC chuckled. Headmaster Tun's wary expression today was like a mother tiger protecting her cub. Completely different from the first day, he transmigrated into this body and saved his daughter. Seeing Tun Ka Ka appear in the delegation, Tran NOC was actually very surprised because her name hadn't appeared on the notice board before. So as soon as they got on the train, he asked her about this. I go if I want to go. Who asked you to worry? I'm also going to see the snow. What's wrong with that? Tun Ka Ka replied stubbornly, but Tran NOC knew immediately that she was deliberately following him. Headmaster Tun stood at the train station, helplessly watching his precious daughter laughing and joking with the brat who had written her a love letter not long ago. He thought to himself, why is this pig always hovering around my fresh, plump white radish? Why did I refuse to lead the delegation this time? Boo-hoo. But now it was too late for him to worry about his daughter. Not long after, the train began to move. Tran NOC was in the same carriage as Teacher Lu. The train hadn't been moving for long before he started bossing people around. Student Xiao Tran, go get some water, then clean up the luggage in the aisle. There's a camera in my bag. Be careful not to drop it when you move my stuff. Although Tran NOC heard him, he showed no reaction and continued to focus on reading his book. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Teacher Lu couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly sat up. I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Only then did Tran NOC put down his book and retort. Teacher Lu, I'm here for a trip, not forced labor. Did you perhaps misunderstand something? His somewhat disrespectful attitude made the other person furious. You're here as a volunteer, and the meaning of a volunteer is... As soon as he said this, Tran NOC cut him off. Teacher Lu, I've already paid your travel fees. If you're not satisfied, why don't you give me a refund receipt? Otherwise, tell the tour leader to kick me off the train at the next stop, so I can go back to school myself. Teacher Lu was furious, but couldn't do anything. After all, if others found out about his bribery, he would be the one at a greater disadvantage. So Teacher Lu could only watch helplessly as the brat defied him. Not long after, the train stopped at Dien Bien Station. Tun Ka Ka had a long journey, and her body was inevitably tired. As she pulled her suitcase off the train, she kept scolding herself for being crazy, coming all this way just for Tran NOC. Just as she thought this, her luggage was snatched from her hand. Drink this. He tossed Tun Ka Ka a can of Coca-Cola, then pulled her suitcase and walked ahead. Tun Ka Ka looked from the can of Coca-Cola in her hand to Tran NOC's steady back. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up. Her fatigue vanished, and then she ran after him at top speed. However, Teacher Lu's troubles didn't end there, because right after settling into their accommodation, Tran NOC made another demand of him. That was, he wanted to leave the group and follow a personal itinerary, even though the trip still had 4 days left. Of course, Teacher Lu didn't agree, fearing that if something happened to Tran NOC, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility. How could he let an 18-year-old wander around on a trip to such a distant place? But at this moment, he took out his phone and played the recording of their conversation on the train. In that recording, Teacher Lu had indirectly admitted to taking bribes to bring Tran NOC along. You brat, you dare to set a trap for me? I advise you not to play with fire. Do you think I'd be scared by a few recorded sentences? Teacher Lu yelled furiously, but Tran NOC didn't respond. Seeing him like that, he pressed closer. I'm not just talking. Do you believe I'll report you for leaving the group right now? Tran NOC still didn't respond. His indifferent attitude made Teacher Lu both angry and worried. Finally, in the battle of who had tougher nerves, he was still the one who had to give in. Teacher Lu slumped to the ground, looking pitiful, and began to plead. Student Xiao Tran, it wasn't easy for me to find this job. Can you please not harm me? How about this? I'll give you 200 yuan. You can wander around, and I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat. Tran NOC just smiled without speaking, clearly disagreeing with the proposal the other party had just made. The two of them kept bickering like this. Teacher Lu tried to threaten him a few more times, but it had no effect. And clearly, he was the weaker one, as Tran NOC held evidence of his bribery. Teacher Lu, why make it so difficult? I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you that I'll be leaving the group. As for hiding it, I believe you have your ways. After all, there are always more solutions than problems. I'm leaving now. I'll leave the rest to you. Good luck, employee. So, under Teacher Lu's helpless gaze, Tran NOC left the group's resting place. 36 hours later, he arrived at the border between the two countries. Once past this area, he would be in South Korea. It was late at night, and the temperature had dropped to minus 13 degrees Celsius. Tran NOC, dressed lightly, lay prone on the ground. After carefully observing all four directions, he swiftly glided across the snow. His decisive and agile movements allowed Tran NOC to avoid the sweeping lights of the military. However, just when he thought he was essentially safe, a pair of military boots appeared in front of him. Tran NOC looked up and saw an officer whose face was even colder than the ice and snow. Seeing Tran NOC, he sternly shouted, "Who's there?" Tran NOC didn't think twice. Before the opponent could draw the gun from his belt, he sprang up and knocked him out with one blow. Tran NOC caught the falling opponent, then dragged him into a blind spot. Another officer standing in the watchtower also sensed an unusual movement when he saw something flash past the light, but then dismissed it as just a crow or some small animal, because they didn't believe anyone could cross the border. After all, even with their watchtower, it wasn't the only checkpoint for those trying to cross the border. Tran NOC was then lying prone right under the watchtower. Using the pliers, he had prepared to cut the barbed wire. His experiences from the battlefield in his previous life were still intact. However, this untrained 18-year-old body was still quite weak, so the process was relatively arduous. After crossing the barbed wire fence, Tran NOC broke off a chocolate bar, replenishing some energy to prepare to pass through the minefield. For others, this minefield was extremely dangerous, but for him, this was the easiest defense line to cross, because in his previous life, he had carried out missions here many times. He was already very familiar with the area. Tran NOC crawled on the ground in a systematic manner, and the entire process went very smoothly. However, when he was only 30 meters away from exiting the minefield, there was a click, and his knee hit something. Tran NOC muttered to himself, "Damn it, even an old horse can stumble." Tran NOC had to stop and dig away the snow with his hands. Sure enough, a mine was revealed under his knee. It was an M2 anti-personnel mine, weighing 2.9 kilograms, very easy to detonate, with a metal tripwire, exploding 2 meters high, and a lethal radius of 10 meters. This was all knowledge Tran NOC had gained in his previous life, and he also knew well that if he just moved his knee now, the firing pin inside the mine's casing would instantly spring up like a compressed bolt, and then boom, his entire body would be shattered. Tran NOC took a deep, cold breath, then took off his jacket, cut a small piece of fabric from his uniform pocket to make a pressure bag, then held his breath and placed it over the mine. Once that was done, he continued to use the pliers to secure the pressure bag. The final step was to insert the pliers tip into the safety pin. All these steps were carried out by Tran NOC as carefully as possible, because this was a one-life game. If he messed up, he probably wouldn't get another rebirth. Meanwhile, in Yinbian, Sun Kuku was performing the unified song with the Jiangning No. 8 middle school choir. But as she sang, she secretly cursed Tran NOC as a heartless devil because she had followed him all the way here, yet for 2 days he had been missing, impossible to meet. Tran NOC had finished the last step by then. The pliers tip was inserted into the safety pin, replacing the firing pin, plus the pressure bag made from a piece of his uniform pocket. With 2 layers of safety like this, God surely wouldn't let him die so soon. After all, it was God who had brought him back to this time, so he wouldn't be heartless enough to let him perish so quickly. Thinking this, Tran NOC took a deep breath, then lifted his leg, retreated as far as possible, lay flat on the ground, and covered his head with his hands. But after a long time, the surroundings remained absolutely silent. This also meant he had successfully disarmed the mine. After ensuring he was out of danger, Tran NOC dared to stand up straight, let out a sigh of relief. and began to curse his comrade. Damn it, American M2 mines. It must be from Fatty Lee in the south. Just you wait. I've noted this dead. Exiting the minefield, Trand NOC ran like a flash, then jumped into a pit. Just when he thought he was finally safe, two officers, seemingly out of nowhere, also jumped down. As their eyes met, one of the two soldiers instinctively rushed forward. Tran NOC also lunged at the opponent with the fastest speed, taking advantage of the momentum to throw him aside, then pulled out a dagger from his pocket and threw it directly at the other person. With the speed of that knife, this person couldn't avoid it even if they wanted to. After the knife hit his forehead, he immediately collapsed and died. Now only one person remained, who had by this point drawn his knife and even loudly challenged Tran NOC. If you're so good, come here. I'll come. Do you think you're Shin Tung or something? Tran NOC gritted his teeth, gripped the weapon in his hand, and charged forward. The two rushed at each other like shooting arrows, with a sound of metal clashing. And when they separated, the officer began to gasp for breath, then staggered and fell. It was very clear that he had suffered the same fate as his comrade, both defeated by Tran NOC. Although he didn't know where these two came from, after defeating them, Tran NOC gained valuable spoils of war, their military uniform. With this camouflage, he just needed to be a little careful to blend into the Korean border guards. By 3 p.m. on January 6th, Tran NOC had safely entered the residential area. He took a taxi to Gujong. After fastening his seatbelt, Tran NOC leaned his head against the window, wanting to get some sleep, but memories from his previous life kept surfacing. In his previous life, he had received an entrusted mission at Ha Yung Ye's villa. It was also thanks to this mission that he met Lai Dinyin when she was just 22 years old. Upon entering the room, Tran NOC saw Lai Dinyin holding a gun, pointing it directly at the owner of the villa. Seeing him enter, the other party revealed a somewhat desperate smile. A bodyguard. You're too late. Damn it, you lunatic. Tran NOC yelled out, then rushed towards her. A bang rang out, causing all the bodyguards in the villa to gather. Tran NOC held a rifle in one hand, carrying Lai Dinyin over his shoulder with the other. He faced many bodyguards in the villa. While exchanging gunfire and ensuring the girl's safety, he finally managed to carry her out of the villa. After confirming they were safe, Tran NOC then threw Lai Dinyin onto the ground. This is my house. No one can find this place. At that time, this girl was a lunatic with serious mental issues. At that moment, facing the person who had just saved her life, Lai Dinyin showed no gratitude at all. Instead, she revealed an extremely flirtatious demeanor, then asked back, "Oh, does that mean I can do whatever I want?" Tran NOC heard this, but didn't reply. His gaze held a hint of caution. At the same time, Dinyin gently raised her hand to his face. Then her eyes flashed with resentment as she stared straight ahead. In a flash, Dinyin slithered down and changed her posture, as if to attack Tran NOC. She lunged forward, throwing a punch, but he quickly spun to dodge it. Tran NOC quickly circled behind her, then lightly struck the back of Dinyin's neck. Almost immediately, she fainted and fell into his arms. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Tran NOC was still there, while Dinyin was tied up in a blanket, hung up, and gagged with cloth. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He smoked and told Dinyin to be quiet, despite her struggling and constantly making muffled sounds. The scene shifts to the next morning, still at that wooden house. Tran NOC untied Dinyin and gently asked, "Calmer now." He held the gun in his hand and continued, "Do you really want to die?" She lay there and asked him back, "Why did you save me?" "Because I'm beautiful." Dinyin cast a sharp, suspicious look. "Do you want to sleep with me?" Tran NOC used the gun to lift Dinyin's chin. Then he smiled and commented, "You really are like a little girl swallowed by fear and hatred, trying to act cruel, fearless, and insane." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him and asked, "Are you very powerful?" Dinyin moved her face closer and said, "The extremely powerful kind. I saw you kill many people last night, and you even brought me out." He smiled and replied, "You could say that. In this world, there aren't many people who can be my opponents." Immediately, Din Yuyan knelt down. Her attitude completely changed. She bowed and pleaded, "Help me. I still have a few people I want to see dead." Her hands trembled as she clutched them. "As long as I can get revenge, I'll give myself to you. I'll do anything for you, anything." Tran Noc raised his hand to his chest, two streams of tears falling endlessly, his voice full of hatred. "Please." She remembered her family. Since she was little, her parents had been murdered, and now this was her path to revenge. And so, for 2 years, she stayed with Tran Noc, receiving his training. From martial arts to shooting, her skills gradually improved. Her shooting proficiency also steadily improved and got better. 2 years later, she finally achieved her goal. She held a gun and reached her enemy. Then only the sound of a gunshot rang out. That person was hit by a bullet right in the head, fell down in the middle of a crowded street. It was a rainy day. The rainwater mixed with his blood. Gunshots made everyone scream in panic. Someone's dead. After dealing with it, Din Yuyan knelt in the rain. She gritted her teeth. Emotions suppressed for so long within her body seemed on the verge of erupting. Din Yuyan cried loudly, clutching the photo in her hand, rainwater mixing with her tears. She looked at the remaining family photo and thought, "Dad, Mom, brother, I miss you all so much." A black umbrella appeared from somewhere nearby, letting her cry freely. Tran Nak accepted getting wet to shield Din Yuyan. Only then did Tran Nak learn what she had truly endured on the evening of January 6, 2001. She slowly opened her eyes. He asked caringly, "You're awake?" Tran Nak smiled. "It's my first time seeing someone cry until they faint." She was quite bewildered, lying there in the warm blanket and soft mattress, looking at him. As he slowly stood up, intending to leave, Din Yuyan reached out and held him back. Then she grabbed his shirt and said, "Can you sit here and watch me sleep? I'm so afraid of waking up in the middle of the night and not seeing you. I want to take a gun and destroy myself." Tran Nak agreed. After all, this extremely pitiful girl had suffered immense trauma since childhood, and only now could she exact her revenge. Din Yuyan spoke up and asked, "Can I tell you about Lai Din Yuyan?" She began to recount. "That night, I remember it was very dark. The wind was strong, very cold. Mom was scolding my brother for fighting at school, and then they broke in. They killed Dad, moved the company's assets. Then they came to our door, killing my brother right in front of Mom and me. He was the brother who loved me so much since childhood, always protected me. Then they cruelly humiliated my mother, stabbed her to death with a knife, pinning her in the yard. After that, the one who stabbed my mother threw me onto the floor and raped me, right next to the sunflowers my mother had planted for me." Listening to her story, Tran Nak couldn't bear it either. He gritted his teeth and asked, "They didn't kill you?" Din Yuyan replied, "No, perhaps because I was beautiful. They wanted to imprison me and rape me. On the way back, I found an opportunity to jump into the river and escape." Seeing his hesitation, he continued to ask, "What happened after that?" She continued to recount. "After escaping, I sought out Dad's friend from when he was alive. He took me in, then raped me that very night, and even handed me over to the culprit." As she spoke, tears unconsciously streamed down Din Yuyan's face. "While he was on the phone, I used a chopstick to stab him in the eye. From then until I was 22 and met you, I lived in hell." She looked at him, and as if to repay him, she said, "Starting today, I'll only live for you. If you let me live, I'll live. If you tell me to die, I'll die. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. If you tell me to kill, I'll kill everyone in the world. My world has long been nothing but darkness. I can only grasp a single ray of light from you. Truly a single ray of light." Tran Nak replied, "No, if this world is nothing but darkness, then let yourself shine." She was stunned. He added, "No one should place their hopes in others. Everyone can shine on their own, no matter how small or weak. So, learn to shine on your own and take care of yourself. Starting today, I'll call you." He extended his hand and smiled at Din Yuyan, continuing, "Firefly." Back to reality. The driver's continuous calls of "Sir" startled Tran Nak awake. He turned back and announced, "Sir, we've arrived at A." Tran Nak got out of the taxi and walked forward. The door slowly opened. A girl with a bow, holding a lollipop, blowing bubble gum. This was 16-year-old Lai Dinyuan. Tran Nak saw her standing in front of someone. What kind of walking is this? They bumped into each other, making Dinyuan fall to the side. She looked angry, turning to swear, but a hand appeared, grabbing her arm. Tran Nak lectured her. "Girl, don't use bad words." Dinyuan's eyes widened and she loudly asked, "Hey, who are you?" He slowly let go of her hand. Then he subtly lifted his hat, smiled, and said, "Hello, Firefly." Dinyuan was stunned. "Firefly?" She anxiously asked, "What are you talking about? Who are you really?" Tran Nak reached out and took the hood from her jacket, replying, "Me? I'm someone who fell from the sky." He smiled as he put the hood on her, continuing, "Just to help you chase away a nightmare." Dinyuan's eyes were a little dazed, her face slightly flushed. Then she smiled dangerously and immediately aimed a knee kick. But Tran Nak was just as quick, immediately stepping back to dodge. Dinyuan turned and ran, shouting as she ran, "Pervert! Freak!" Tran Nak calmly walked behind her, while she repeatedly called out to the police officer. The young girl approached, said something to the police, then turned and pointed at Tran Nak. The two looked in that direction. Dinyuan showed surprise. The person she had just told the police about wasn't there. She was bewildered. "He's gone." January 6, 2001, 6 p.m. In Country Intelligence Agency, NIS. A series of photos and murder weapons were laid out on the table. A man's voice echoed, "These are two agents who unexpectedly died while on our secret military mission at the border last night. All items found at the scene are here." He continued, "Apart from these, 300 meters south of the victim's position, in our protective minefield, an M2 type anti-personnel mine was found, deactivated using a special method." At the meeting table, everyone was highly focused. The man continued, "Information, images, and documents, along with a preliminary analysis, have been distributed to each of you." Another person added, "Gentlemen, this is a military infiltration event targeting our country." Then he mused, "The enemy to the north has raised the butcher's knife against us. To protect the safety of the great Southern Korea Republic, the Blue House has ordered us to find the northern enemy capable of infiltrating our border at all costs, in the shortest possible time." The people at the meeting table unanimously declared, "Loyalty, loyalty." At the same time, north of the border, in a secret border command room, the leader sternly announced, "The enemy from the south has infiltrated. I order you, from now on, to heighten patrol levels across the entire area. Conduct a comprehensive search of all barracks and defensive zones." Then sharply, "You must find the infiltrating enemy. Their conspiracy must absolutely not succeed." He turned to ask the person next to him, "Who was in charge of the incident location last night?" Before receiving an answer, he ordered, "Shoot him." On this side, Tran Nak was sitting on someone's rooftop and sneezed. Then he wondered, "Is someone thinking of me?" With that, he pulled out chocolate to eat, chewing and saying, "Forgot to buy water. I'm so thirsty." Suddenly, a fragrant smell wafted from somewhere. Tran Nak recognized it. It seems to be chicken soup. Then he poked his head down, trying to look inside the house. A young boy was kneeling there. A woman's voice scolded, "Boy, why were you fighting at school?" The boy obediently replied, "I was wrong, Mom." Then he looked towards the dining table, where Dinyuan was sitting smugly, laughing with delight. Tran Nak looked down from the rooftop through the window. A car sped up and braked loudly in front of their house. He was startled, realizing, today is when the tragedy occurs. Several men in black stepped out of the car and went inside. There are too many of them, so many cars and more than a dozen armed people entering. Tran Nak observed and said, "Has it begun?" They were now standing at the front door. Side story. What kind of person was Tran Diem La in his previous life? Many intelligence agencies, including the CIA, had conducted research on him, and the conclusion was infuriatingly unpredictable. This guy's behavior is impossible to guess. But 2 points can be confirmed. First, Tran Diem La was extremely protective of his people. Second, he and his comrades had a symbiotic relationship. This relationship transcended love, family, and friendship. You are my only hope to live on. Boss, this side is okay. Sweetie, sleep tight. Sweetie, sleep tight. This tight, unbreakable symbiotic relationship was only officially dissolved upon Tran DMLA's death. To hell I go. Offline. So, in this life, Tran Diem La decided to change the tragic fate of his subordinates. What kind of romantic relationship would he embrace? The scene shifts to the hotel where the student group was staying. Hearing continuous knocking, Teacher Lu came out. Coming, coming. As he opened the door, Kaka appeared. He smiled and asked, Kaka, it's so late, what's wrong? She softly asked, Where's Tran Nak? I haven't seen him for 2 days. The teacher pretended to yawn and asked again, Is something wrong? I was already asleep. Kaka innocently asked, I'm looking for Tran Nak, Teacher Lu. I have something to tell him. Teacher Lu still made excuses, but it's so late already, I'm going to sleep too. She still tried to ask, Teacher Lu, what about Tran Nak? He secretly pressed a phone he was hiding behind his back. The phone rang. Teacher Lu pretended to answer. Hello? Ah, Principal Tun? Oh, hello, sir, is something wrong? He looked at Kaka and then spoke into the phone. Oh my, wouldn't you say it's a coincidence, your daughter? She immediately clasped her hands together and whispered, Don't tell my dad I came here. Then Kaka turned and ran away. Teacher Lu stood there and continued, Oh, no problem, no problem. Tun Tang Loy, you said. Confirming she had left, he gently closed the door, then slid down and sat there. With tears streaming down his face, he silently lamented, These days, it's hard to earn a living. The scene shifts to the house Tran Nak was observing. The henchmen burst in with weapons in hand, breaking down the door for the 3 bosses to slowly enter. Footsteps thudded down the hallway. Then they kicked open the dining room door, startling the 3 people inside. Din Yuyan's brother stood trembling, wondering, Who are you people? A henchman immediately kicked the boy, sending him sprawling backward. Get out of the way. The 3 men entered from left to right. Sa Kin Huan, Ha Chin Te, Sa Tai Dung. Chin Te tilted his face to look inside. Tran Nak also secretly observed from outside. He realized, It's him, the one Din Yuyan dealt with in the previous life. The Lai family's massacre in the previous life, it all started with these 3. Chin Te and Lai Din Yuyan's father had partnered in freight transportation. In 2000, their freight business had become quite extensive. That year, the brothers Sa Tai Dong and Sa Kin Huan secretly conducted illicit dealings such as highly profitable contraband, prohibited pharmaceuticals, and organ trafficking. They set their sights on Mr. Lee's and Chin Te's company. They tried to draw Director Chin Te into their group, but Lai Din Yuyan's father refused. Ultimately, Director Chin Te conspired with the wicked brothers, murdered Chairman Lai Dong Hatch, Din Yuyan's father, and dumped his body in the Australian Sea. At this moment, her brother's face was bruised and bleeding from being hit. The boy lay sprawled at his mother's feet. Another henchman ran over and grabbed her arm, roughly and mercilessly, making Din Yuyan cry out. The room was a chaotic scene. Basically, the 3 Lai family members had no chance to resist. Tran Nak noticed the clock on the wall. According to what he knew from his previous life, something was about to happen. While Din Yuyan trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face, the perverted Kin Huan looked at her and said, Lai Dong Hatch's daughter is so beautiful, isn't she? Tran Nak's eyes suggested he had made some arrangements. Suddenly, outside, the wailing siren of an emergency vehicle sounded, making the whole group freeze. Kin Huan heard it, released Din Yuyan, and walked towards the door. Then he opened the window and looked outside. Tran Nak was hiding on the roof, directly above his head. From a distance, he asked, What is it? The henchman replied, Boss, it's a fire truck. He cursed, Damn it, right now. Tai Dung spoke up. We can't lay hands on them here now. Take them all away. So the group took the three live family members, mother and children, to the cars. Tran Nak remained there, quietly observing. He smiled. Luckily, there's an empty house nearby that I can use. But next time I have to time it more precisely. According to the timeline, Lai Dinyuan's father must already be dead. All I can do is save the widowed mother and her orphan children. Then he moved downwards. This place was indeed not convenient for action. Tran Lak calculated very carefully. Killing these scum was simple, but if a dozen bodies suddenly appeared in the house, it would inevitably cause great trouble for the mother and her children. He ran into the garage. So, he had to change locations. From inside, he drove out a white car, then quickly chased after them. Tran Lak secretly followed the convoy of black cars in front of him. They left quite quickly. Inside Chin Ti's car, he recalled the scene and thought, so Lai Dong Hatch also has his day. Then he cursed under his breath. Before, you always lectured me like a dog, using false information to gain more money, fame, and status than me. And you stole the woman I secretly loved, giving birth to those two bastards. The person next to him offered him a cigarette. Then Tai Dung asked, "What's wrong? Still feeling uneasy?" Chinte took out his lighter and lit it. Tai Dung next to him continued, "When we get there, that woman is yours tonight. Do with her whatever you please." Hearing that, he took a deep puff. Then he smirked. "Not only do I want to enjoy Lai Dong Hatch's wife, but I also want to taste his daughter. That bastard, even in hell, he's still a failure." Saying that, he threw the half-smoked cigarette outside. At an abandoned factory in the south of Hantan, Din Yuyan's mother cried and pleaded, "Chin Te, please spare my family. Consider the decades of brotherhood between you and Lai Dong Hatch." He smiled, walked coldly towards them, a leather whip in his hand. She cried, clasping her hands, trying to beg. He didn't reply but raised the leather whip and brought it down, his face contorted in anger. A mother's instinct kicked in, and she used her body to shield her two children. The previous strike tore a rip in the white dress, and blood flowed from it. Din Yuyan's mother cried, turning back to question, "Chin Te, why must you do this? What wrong have we done to anyone? Has your heart completely rotted away?" Her older brother glared at him. Then he sprang up, lunging toward Chin Te and cursing, "Bastard!" The boy hugged him and pushed. Chin Te immediately punched the boy and yelled, "Get out!" His thugs jumped in, punching and kicking, despite the mother's desperate pleas. "No, stop it!" Din Yuyan knelt there, tears flowing, her face vacant. "If this is just a nightmare, please, wake me up soon." Her eyes lit up as if remembering something. She recalled the young man she met that morning, the one she asked, "What did you say?" and received the reply, "Me. I'm someone who fell from the sky, just to help you chase away nightmares." Her whole body was now motionless, staring straight ahead. A white car from outside sped straight in front of everyone. The two distant relatives raised their hands to cover their faces, looking out. The thugs also stood there, covering their heads, unable to see clearly due to the headlights. Din Yuyan tightly closed her eyes and cried loudly. Her eyes slightly opened. Then she looked around. Suddenly, the car door flew open. She realized, "That's our family car." Tran Lak stepped out of the car, stood there, clearing his throat. "I say, there's something wrong with this car of yours." In front of a group of people holding various weapons, he still calmly stood there chattering. "The clutch is loose." When accelerating, there's a clear intermittent feeling. The steering wheel is also a bit loose. It needs some adjustment to be stable. Din Yuyan's eyes widened as she recognized the young man. She was stunned. This was probably her family's only hope right now. He smiled friendly and said to her, "We meet again, little firefly." Tran Lak coldly walked into the crowd. Din Yuyan was still bewildered, not daring to believe her eyes. Her eyes lit up, and she realized, it really is him. Kin Huan spoke up asking, "Hey, who are you?" Then Tai Dung immediately ordered his thugs, "Deal with him. One of the thugs, holding a baseball bat, rushed towards him. From behind him, he swung his arm and slammed it down, but Tran Lak remained very calm. He subtly glanced at the thug, then tilted his body to the side to dodge. Before the thug could react, Tran Lak delivered an extremely powerful kick to his face. An incredibly powerful knee strike disfigured his face. The impact also shattered his neck bones, killing him. The thug fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the speed and force of the strike, the two distant relatives were somewhat worried and surprised. Tai Dung ordered, "What are you dazed for? Go get him." No sooner had he spoken than his thugs quickly rushed to attack Tran Lak. He lightly glided through like a gust of wind. Wherever he went, their men dropped. The ringleaders stood frozen, eyes wide, as the warehouse echoed with screams. It was unclear what was in Tran and AC's backpack, but now it was stained with blood. On the floor lay those he had knocked out cold before they could even gasp. Tai Dung's eyes widened, clearly showing fear. Tran and AC gently turned his head to glance at them. Nearly all of their henchmen were down on the floor. He squinted, giving the order, "Qin Huan, kill him." Chin Tay, on this side, also quickly responded, Right, kill him. You were once the most elite soldier of our country and's frontline team. He's no match for you." So Qin Huan took a dagger from his person. Seeing him step forward, Tran and AC gently placed his backpack on the ground. He sighed after the rather exhausting fight. Then he said, "Just a reminder, you are the second person in this world to raise a knife against me. Do you know what happened to the first person who raised a knife against me?" He replied, "Too many words," then quickly lunged to attack. A diagonal stab, but Tran and AC tilted his head and dodged it. The knife grazed his neck by a hair's breadth. Then he continued to kick. He quickly retreated backward to avoid the blow. The missed kick hit the car, denting the door. Then Qin Huan continuously thrust the knife towards Tran and AC's head, but all were dodged. A moment later, he stuck out his foot and stopped. Then he looked at him and smiled. "All right, the guidance is complete." Tran and AC began to show signs of counterattacking. Seeing this, he immediately rushed forward, stabbing and shouting die. He used his fist to strike the hand holding the knife, causing the knife to fall to the ground. Without waiting, he swung his other hand horizontally at Qin Huan's neck. He took the blow, froze, uttered a few groans, unable to speak. Blood flowed, and he was completely stunned. In Tran and AC's hand was a razor-sharp blade shard. He held it up and, with a deadly look, said, "Show-e unnecessary." Seeing this, Chin T's face showed some fear and worry as he backed away. Tran and AC turned his head to see him fleeing. He picked up the backpack and said, "Trying to run?" Saying that, he took a stance to throw, shouting loudly, "No way." No sooner had he spoken than the backpack flew smack into the man's head. Just one blow sent Chin Tae's sprawling face first. Several bricks fell out of the backpack. Tai Dung saw this, his face turning pale as he cursed, "Damn it, bricks in the bag." He glanced over at him and asked, "What are you looking at?" This was, of course, prepared to smash you with. Saying that, he turned to face him, and for a moment both were silent. Tai Dung's eyes darted to see Din Yuyan, standing there. A wicked idea suddenly formed in his head. He immediately grabbed her shirt and shouted, "Come here." Tai Dung held the knife to Din Yuyan's throat and challenged, "I don't care who you are. You seem to care a lot about this girl. Huh, so let me go." The sharp knife was at her throat. Her tears were still falling. Tran and C frowned uncomfortably and looked over, asking Din Yuyan, "Hey kid, you're very scared, aren't you?" Her body trembled, unable to speak, tears streaming down automatically, looking utterly pathetic. He smiled kindly, encouraging her not to be afraid. His sincere gaze moved the girl. In that moment, she placed absolute trust in the young man before her. Tran NAC raised his hand and said, "I originally didn't intend to use this move. I haven't practiced it yet, but oh well, I'll use you to practice first." His two raised fingers looked somewhat puzzling. Then his eyes were tightly shut as if concentrating on something, his face turning pale. Then Tran NAC sighed, his entire body covered by a layer of black spiritual energy. Finished, he slowly approached where Taidong was. He trembled slightly, his face showing fear and confusion. What was happening? He couldn't move at all, feeling his whole body stretched taut by the air. At this moment, Tran NAC was standing calmly right in front of him. He gently took the knife from his hand and said, "You're the third person who's raised a knife at me tonight." Then he skillfully spun the knife in his hand, and then held Din Yuyan in his arms. As soon as she leaned her head on his shoulder, the knife plunged straight into that guy Taidong's heart. He let out a grunt, unable to resist, his face turning ashen. Tran NAC gently pushed him backward with his hand. Taidong's body fell motionless to the ground. Tran NAC stood there looking down coldly. He placed his hand on her cheek and asked with concern, "Are you scared?" The little girl seemed stunned, immobilized by his cool demeanor, unable to say anything. He smiled gently to reassure her. "Don't be scared anymore. I told you, I'd chase away your nightmare." 2 hours later, at Din Yuyan's house, she was sleeping on the sofa, covered by Tran NAC's school uniform jacket. Din Yuyan slowly opened her eyes and woke up. Suddenly she flinched, causing her whole body to sit upright. Then she looked around and realized this was her home. A male voice asked, "You're awake?" Tran NC walked out with a small bowl in his hand and said, "You were overly frightened, so you fainted." Then he lifted the bowl of food and gulped it down. After eating, he placed a bowl on the mat and boasted, That was really delicious." He walked over, extended his hand, and asked, "Can I have my clothes back?" When she didn't answer, he added, "When you fainted, I was afraid you'd be cold, so I covered you with it. But you held on to it so tightly, and I didn't want to wake you, so I just left it there for a while." Only Tran NAC had been talking so far, while Din Yuyan just stared blankly at him. Tran NAC picked up the shirt, but Din Yuyan still sat there, clutching it tightly without letting go. He sighed, looking at her and saying, "Hey, little girl, this is my shirt." Din Yuyan still sat there, thinking for a moment, then gently released her hand. Tran NAC put the shirt into his backpack and said, "I've reheated the chicken porridge in the pot. If you're hungry, you can eat it. Your brother had a few injuries. Your mother already applied medicine to him. Before you woke up, your mother and I discussed a few things." He sat down in front of Din Yuyan and continued, "Specifically, she'll tell you, of course. My suggestion is that your family shouldn't call the police. After all, I've already resolved all the problems." He subconsciously raised his hand to her face, but abruptly stopped. Her gaze at him was still as innocent as before. Suddenly, she actively reached out and took his hand. Then she gently placed his hand on her cheek, her eyes wide, her cheeks slightly flushed. This small action by Din Yuyan left him stunned for a moment. Only then did she speak, asking kindly, "Why do you talk like such an old man? You look around my age." He didn't rush to answer, instead asking, "Were you very scared tonight? Such a scene. But I don't have much time. I couldn't handle it better. If conditions allowed, I wouldn't want you to see these things." Din Yuyan obediently looked at him and replied, "You told me not to be scared, so I'm not scared anymore." She hesitated. "About that." Then she asked Tran NAC, "Can you tell me who you really are? Tonight, what exactly happened tonight? You said you fell from the sky." Her silly question made him laugh. Then he patted Din Yuyan's head and said, "Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Your mother will tell you the details." Tran NAC added, "Oh, right. Your mother got a bit of a shock. I used some measures. She's sleeping now. She'll wake up in about an hour. As for your brother, he's too hot-headed, so I tied him up." He gently pinched her small ear, then softly instructed, "Remember to study hard from now on, understood? Also, don't learn to swear or curse like adults, remember? Oh, right, don't try to get tattoos. Getting tattoos when you're young is ugly. Don't learn to smoke or drink. Hey, do you remember everything I said?" Din Yuyan nodded and repeated, "Yes, no swearing or cursing, no tattoos, no drinking, No smoking. I'll do it. I'll definitely do everything you said. After hesitating, she blushed and asked directly, "Could you tell me your name?" Tran NAC pointed at her forehead and said, "Kids, why do you ask so many questions?" Seeing him stand up, she hastily asked, Are you leaving already?" He replied, "That's right. Otherwise, do you expect me to stay here for Tet?" Then Tran NAC walked out the door, carrying his backpack. Ingwan still tried to ask, "Tell me, are you human? You're not an angel, are you?" After hearing that, Tran NAC was startled and replied, "Huh, what angel? I don't believe in God. I believe in Guan Ergo." Suddenly, the black suitcase lying there stirred a little. He kicked it a few times and yelled, "What's moving? If it moves again, I'll smash you with a brick." She wondered, "What's in the suitcase?" Tran NAC replied, "It's He Jingqi, of course. That old man still has some use for me." Then he turned and walked away. "All right, I'm leaving now. Take care." Ingwan reached out and grabbed his sleeve. She knelt on the sofa, looking at him innocently. Then she directly asked, "Will I be able to see you again?" Tran NAC asked back, "Do you like fireflies?" Ingwan smiled and replied, "I do. In the summer, my brother used to take me to catch fireflies." As soon as she said this, Tran NAC raised his hand to her neck. Then, for some reason, Ingwan slowly collapsed onto him. Tran NAC whispered, "Don't catch them anymore." The little girl's eyes were tightly shut, as if she had just been knocked out or hypnotized. In her mind, his blurry image lingered. She tried to reach out and pull him back. "Don't go, don't go." Ingwan woke up with a start, her face distraught, still muttering, "Don't go." She sat on the sofa, looking around. Only then did she sadly lower her head and confirm, "He really left." Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Ingwan's eyes widened. She turned around, realizing, the study, the study. Ingwan sat at her desk, muttering, "No." She was writing down a list of things Tran in a sea had warned her not to do. Don't learn to drink alcohol, don't. After writing for a while, she forgot and asked herself, what else was there? A moment later, an idea flashed in her mind. Then she muttered and wrote on the list, "Believe in Guan Ergo." But who is Guan Ergo anyway? Ingwan tried to recall. That's right, and the shirt had a school logo on it. She scribbled a few words from the shirt onto paper for memory, then realized, this seems to be Chinese. After writing it down, Ingwan showed excitement, realizing it was Chinese. Then she suddenly stood up and said, "I remember my brother's room has a Chinese dictionary." She immediately went to the bookshelf to look for the dictionary. Outside the window, Ingwan's brother was tied up, dangling there, looking at his sister. She mumbled, "Jiangning, a place name, where the former Jiangning College was located, now known as Jinling City." Even though the boy was gagged and swinging, his sister inside didn't notice at all. The scene shifts to Hanseong, Zhangqi's secret residence. Tran NAC carefully put on gloves and slowly unlocked the suitcase. Then he opened it and looked inside. The old man Zhangqi lay there, his face bruised purple, tears and snot streaming down. He yelled, asking, "Who exactly are you?" There was no rush. Tran NAC gently took hold of his ankle. Then he dragged him across the floor and into the nearby room. He dragged him into the bedroom and walked to the head of the bed. He gently pulled the bedside cabinet aside, revealing a secret double door. Tran NAC turned to Zhengqi and proposed, "Let's make a deal. You open it." He asked back, "Will you spare me?" He replied, "I can let you die with dignity." Zhengqi stammered in fear, "Dignity?" Tran NAC smiled. "That's right. You can choose the most respectable outfit from your closet to wear before you die. Isn't that very dignified?" Hearing that, he quickly pleaded, "Can you spare me? Please, I beg you, just spare me." Then Zhangqi kowtowed several times, begging earnestly, "I can give you money. I can give you a lot, a lot. I'll give you all my money. Don't kill me. I don't want to die." Tran NAC was firm, pointed to the safe, and demanded, "Open it." He stammered, tears streaming down his face. "The password is—" "Inside there's a ledger with records inside." The door opened, and indeed, there was a ledger and a lot of money and gold inside. Tran NAC picked up the ledger. Then he threw it aside and said, I'm not interested in your debt ledger." Then he reached in to take the money. Tran NAC smiled cryptically, taking the money and gold and putting them into his backpack, saying, "I'm just taking a bit of money to get by." After taking the money, he stood up to leave, but a picture on the wall caught his eye. Tran NAC grabbed his hair. Then he looked at the picture and asked, "Is that your boat?" He asked curiously, "How fast does it go?" Zhengqi replied, "A maximum of 30 knots. Tran NAC suggested, "In that case, another condition for the deal. I'll take this boat." He immediately cursed, "Then you must spare me. Use it. Use it to trade for my life. You can't kill me." He smiled and agreed. "All right, deal. I'll spare you. Where's the boat?" The scene changed to a large yacht with music playing. WHO. Let the dogs out. Tran NAC was sitting, holding the steering wheel excitedly. Rewind a few hours earlier, while Zhengqi was tied up, a man with a bald head desperately screamed, "You must have the wrong person. I don't know you. Why are you killing me?" Tran NAC replied, "No mistake, Han Qingguen. Your best friend's daughter in your previous life, Lai Dinyuan, came to you for help in her desperation, but you sexually assaulted her and betrayed her." He continued to scream, "Previous life? What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean." Without further explanation, Tran NAC pushed the barrel tied to the man into the sea and said, "Down there. The king of hell will explain it to you." So a barrel dragged two people into the sea. The barrel sank, pulling them down. Tran NAC stood on the boat coldly. He chuckled lightly. "I almost forgot I am the king of hell." Back to reality. Suddenly, blood streamed from Tran NAC's nose. He wiped it away and thought to himself, "Sure enough, ultimate moves can't be practiced arbitrarily. I forcibly used an ultimate move to save Dinyuan, and now the side effects are here." Then, ignoring everything, he stood on the boat and danced. Tran NAC howled to the music and the lively song, WHO. Let the dogs out. Then he gave the middle finger straight to the blue sky, as if saying, "Fuck life." The scene shifted to the Yanbian Hall, where a delegate was giving a speech. This is the final group exchange activity. To all accompanying teachers of Jiangnan 8 High School, please note, all students must be present. All students are here, except for one empty chair belonging to that person, the one everyone knows. Kaka looked over and thought, Tran NAC isn't here again. I haven't seen him for 4 days. If any student is absent, the accompanying teacher and the absent student will face strict disciplinary action from a school. Teacher Lu clutched his head, blaming himself. Why was I blinded by money? He stood up and extinguished the cigarette he had just smoked. Then he thought with a worried grimace, this time, that damn Tran NAC is going to get me killed. Just as he was about to look up, someone appeared in front of Teacher Lu. It was the head of the exchange delegation, Principal Fuang. He looked down and asked, "Lun Gang, didn't you say the student named Tran NAC would be here soon? It's been half an hour, where is he?" He stammered. He must be playing games at a nearby internet cafe. Principal Fuang knows too. Boys this age are all very fond of playing. The principal looked at his watch and continued, "It's best if that's the case. The activity starts in over half an hour. I've sent some teachers and students to help you look for him. It's best if nothing unexpected happens." Then he walked up to Teacher Lu, pointed directly at his face and scolded him. "Otherwise, not just you, Lun Gang, but I won't be able to handle it either. You'll see how I hold you accountable then." Teacher Lu still tried to force a smile and defend himself. "Principal Fuang, rest assured, the student is definitely not missing." Then he waved goodbye, and Principal Fuang walked away leisurely. Lun Gang stood there, his face far from happy, cursing. "Damn it." He immediately grumbled. "He's just some backdoor guy sent by the education department to hold a gilded assistant principal position at the school. People only call him Principal Fwang because they're flattering him. He thinks he's so important. What's so great about pointing your finger at my face? Saying that, he clenched his fists bitterly. Then he looked up and thought to himself, but Tran NAC, where the hell did he disappear to? Half an hour later, in front of the auditorium where the students had gathered, Principal Fwang stood there and asked. Still no sign. Ka worriedly suggested, call the police, sir. A student is missing. If we can't find him, we should quickly call the police. He stood there and thought, no, if we call the police, regardless of whether he's actually missing in the end or not, I, as the head of the group, will find it hard to evade responsibility. Incompetent management, missing student. If this charge is laid, my future will definitely be affected. Ka continued, Sir, Tran NAC is missing. What are you teachers still hesitating for? Call the police quickly. What if something unexpected happens to him? Teacher Fwang, worried about himself, requested, so go look some more. Keep looking. Maybe there's somewhere we overlooked. Keep looking, and you'll find him. The others seemed tired of searching. Only Ka was anxious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if remembering something. That's right. Then he turned and asked, Loon Gang, you and he have always been together. Did he ever mention having any relatives or friends here? Maybe he went to a relative's house. Teacher Lu stammered, I don't really know. So where's his luggage? It's all in the room. He turned and urged, go look. Maybe there's an address or contact number in his luggage that could be useful. So everyone returned to the hotel area. Everyone went up the stairs together to the teacher's and student's room. Teacher Lu awkwardly reached for the key, looking hesitant. His hand trembled as he put the key in the lock. Teacher Fwang stood behind him, urging, hurry up, teacher, making Teacher Lu even more anxious. He closed his eyes and opened the door in fear. The door creaked open, and there was light inside the room. Teacher Lu's eyes lit up, the light shining on his face. Someone stepped out from inside. Loon Gang's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Then he gulped, feeling completely relieved, thinking, thank the heavens, he's back. Not knowing what they saw, Ka covered his eyes, and Teacher Fwang also froze. Tran NAC, having just showered, was only wrapped in a towel. Seeing everyone outside, he inadvertently let out a sound of surprise. A moment later, Tran NAC, now properly dressed, stood there listening to Teacher Fwang's reprimand. He scratched his head and explained, I went out to play games for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately scolded fiercely. Nonsense, undisciplined, disorganized, truly nonsense. Do you have any discipline at all? Loon Gang sat there listening. How do I usually teach you? How are you as a student? When we get back, I will criticize you. Also, write a self-criticism report for me. Self-criticize yourself in front of all the students. Tran NAC glanced at Teacher Lu as if signaling something, and Loon Gang immediately felt a jolt of guilt. He quickly stood up to defend him. Principal Fwang, look, he's been scolded, and this activity is about to start. Hearing that, Teacher Fwang finished. Consider yourself lucky today. I have other things to do. Loon Gang stood at the door, calling after his retreating footsteps. Principal Fwang, don't worry. I will definitely educate him properly. I'll just use the restroom and then bring him there. Saying that, Teacher Lu gently closed the door. Tran NAC sat there smiling. Old Lu, you're really righteous and capable. He turned back to complain to the boy. This time, you've completely ruined me. I can't avoid a warning and disciplinary action from the school. Tran NAC took out his phone and deleted something. He held it up and told Teacher Lu, to show my sincerity, I've deleted that recording. With that, he smiled amicably. Let's live in peace from now on. You can trust me. I'm a man of my word. He still looked suspicious. I'd be surprised if I believed you. At the Yen Bien Convenience Inn, Tran NAC stood in front of room 502 and knocked. A student poked his head out and asked, Tran NAC, what do you need? He asked again, "Where's Tun Kaka?" The girl replied a little excitedly, "He's taking a shower. Are you looking for him?" Tran NAC curiously poked his head into the room to observe. In the bathroom, Kaka was taking a hot shower. The mist was hazy and very stimulating. Standing outside the door, he asked the girl to relay a message. "Tell him I'll wait for him on the rooftop." Tran NAC stood there with a can of drink, waiting for Kaka. A moment later, the door opened, and she walked over, looking somewhat adorable in her short dress. Kaka walked gently towards him. By then, Tran NAC had recognized her and subtly turned around. He turned back, smiled, and said, "Look, it's snowing." Kaka was shy, her face flushed, and her hand on her chest, looking towards him. Tran NAC proactively called out, "Come here." Kaka obediently walked closer. He handed her the can of drink and said, "For you." Kaka hesitated. "Drinking this late, I'll get fat." Tran NAC looked at her most curvaceous part and said, "It's good to be fat. It's good to be fat," making Kaka both annoyed and embarrassed as she playfully chided, "I hate you." After drinking, she felt the drink was a bit too sweet. Tran NAC began, "You know, I'm really happy today." Kaka wondered, "Huh? Why?" He reached out his hand to catch the snow and replied, "Perhaps because I finally did something I've always wanted to do." She immediately asked, "Is it watching the snow together?" Tran NAC looked up at the sky and continued, "Before, I always heard that life is always about making up for regrets. This is life, beautiful yet complicated." Suddenly, he turned around 181 degrees and declared, "What regrets? Life, for a human, is like a white steed passing a gap. It ends in a blink of an eye. Life is like a white horse. I want to be my own rider." Witnessing Tran NAC's words, Kaka showed admiration. "So cool." Tran NAC finished speaking, then turned back to look at her, and gently asked, "Kaka, can you promise me something?" She tightly gripped the can in her hand, eagerly. Tell me." Kaka blushed with a jumble of thoughts in her head. He wouldn't make an outrageous request, would he? At most, I'll let him hold my hand. No kissing, absolutely not. If a kiss is absolutely necessary, a kiss on the cheek is temporarily acceptable, but a kiss on the lips is absolutely not. Tran NAC scratched his head and gave a wry smile. "Well, do you know how to write a self-criticism report? Write one for me." Kaka froze for 5 seconds after hearing that. This guy is such a blockhead. After a period of time, back at school, quite a lot of snow had fallen today. In the dean's office, an announcement played on the radio. Under the influence of a cold air mass from the north, Jinling area will still experience heavy snowfall today. Residents are advised to keep warm and drive safely. Tun Tang Loi sat there in contemplation. "I just got back from Yanbian yesterday. I wonder if those brats will behave." He was a little curious. Also, what exactly is going on between Kaka and that Tran NAC guy? Going back one day earlier, at Jinling train station, students had returned, including Kaka. As she stepped down, Tran NAC was right there to support her, fearing she might fall. Kaka looked up, her face slightly flushed. Tun Tang Loi was also present then, and seeing them, he seemed displeased and feigned a cough. Kaka looked over, confused, and asked, "Dad, didn't you say you weren't coming?" Recalling that scene made the dean's head ache. He stood up, holding his thermos, and pondered. Kaka isn't getting into a relationship too early, is she? The dismissal bell rang. In Class A6, Tun Tang Loi stood outside the window with his thermos, looking in. Then he slowly walked into the classroom and stood at the teacher's desk. Below, students anxiously whispered, "Oh, damn, it's Dean Tun Tang Loi. Why is Tun Tang Loi here? Did someone make a mistake? Is there something special to announce? I heard it's bad news. It's not true, is it? Where's old No? Not coming. We're doomed. Can't cheat our way out of this one." Tran NAC's gaze suggested he also noticed something unusual. He thought to himself, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Something feels a bit off. Only then did Tran NAC look up and realize who was standing above them. His face showed clear worry, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Teacher Tun began. Students, I have a few announcements. Yesterday, Teacher No went out and accidentally fell and got injured due to the snow. Therefore, I will be teaching in his place for the foreseeable future. He took out a stack of papers and continued. To better understand your academic situation, I have prepared a test for each class. Everyone, please try your best on the test. Those who don't pass the test will stay after class to clear the snow on the sports field. Tun Tang Loi's gaze went straight to Tran NAC. He suddenly flinched and wondered, is it an illusion? It feels like I'm being targeted. After class, Tran NAC's eyes were glazed over. He was sweeping the yard. A man's intuition really is spot on. I don't think I've offended Tun Tang Loi, have I? Meanwhile, Kaka also ran over with a broom, waving and smiling as she called out, Tran NAC. Tran NAC turned around and asked, what are you doing? Kaka offered a very cute pink water bottle and asked, thirsty? I came to help. Tun Tang Loi watched from inside, seething with anger, cursing, this brat. Oh, my daughter. The next day, Tun Tang Loi continued to target him. Tran NAC, stay behind and sweep the snow. You copied your classmates' answers. He immediately protested, but I got enough points today. The third day, it was the same. Tran NAC, stay behind and sweep the snow. You didn't submit your homework. But he retorted, there was no in-class test today. On the fourth day, Tun Tang Loi asked, Tran NAC, stay behind and sweep the snow. I ask you, when was the 5th National Congress, and how many delegates attended? He answered fluently, there's no in-class test today, and I submitted my homework. It was from September 12th to September 18th, 1997, with 2074 people. But when asked for the names of the delegates, he was speechless. On the 5th day, while studying another subject, Tun Tang Loi opened the door and called, Tran NAC. Hearing that, he immediately understood the problem and sighed, then pulled his chair back and stood up with the broom ready. Tun Tang Loi immediately scolded, why are you carrying a broom? He replied, to sweep the snow, of course. I'm always ready to receive orders. His voice deepened. Put the broom back. No sweeping today. Come with me to the office. Afterward, the two arrived at the dean's office. A police officer was waiting there. Seeing him arrive, he asked, are you Tran NAC? Tun Tang Loi introduced, Tran NAC. This is Instructor Trong from Long Dam Prison. He raised his eyebrows and asked, is something wrong? The instructor said, here's the situation. Your mother, O2 Hoa, is serving her sentence at our prison. Last year, she showed good behavior, so her request to meet a family member was approved. He asked him, for some unknown reason, we've never seen you visit her in prison. Tran NAC thought to himself, this happened before I was reborn. I had no idea. The instructor asked, so O2 Hoa asked me to come and talk to you. She misses you very much, young man. Are you really not going to visit her? Tran NAC fell silent, but considering Tran NAC's family situation, it was understandable why he hadn't visited. Tun Tang Loi, standing there and listening, also had some thoughts. He looked at the boy. This child must be feeling very upset inside. Then he stepped in to mediate. Instructor Trong, he is my student. Let me talk to him. Perhaps you should leave first. The instructor added, normally, family visits are beneficial for the inmate's psychological rehabilitation. I hope you can visit her. Tun Tang Loi immediately defended him. Don't say any more. He's just a child, and talking too much will put pressure on him. I'm his teacher. I'll talk to him slowly. Instructor Trong, please go ahead. If anything comes up, I'll call you. Tran NAC witnessed this scene, feeling a brief moment of parental care, and silently called him future father-in-law, Tun Tang Loi. Instructor Trong agreed. All right then, I apologize for the trouble, teacher. Afterward, Tun Tang Loi saw the instructor out. He gently closed the door. Tran NAC was still sitting there. He thought sadly and compassionately about the boy. What a child with a tough life. Then he sat down on the chair and turned to speak. I've understood some of your family situation from school records, and just now I learned quite a bit more from Instructor Trom. I didn't realize it was so difficult. Tuntang Loy smiled. You're a smart kid. Think it through carefully, and you'll figure out what to do. Don't feel burdened. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Then he looked at his watch. It's getting late. There's probably no one at home to cook for you. Then he proactively invited Tran and AC. Come on, let's go to my house for dinner. The scene changed to Dean Tun's residential area. Over here, Kaka was sitting there nibbling on corn. She was wearing pajamas, eating heartily on the sofa. Probably thanks to the corn, her figure was quite defined. She startled and looked up when she saw the door open, then joyfully exclaimed, Dad's home. Just as she finished speaking, Tran NAC poked his head out from behind Dean Tun and waved. He held up 2 fingers to greet Kaka. Seeing him, she hastily tossed aside the half-eaten corn, her face flustered. Then she darted into the room and slammed the door shut. Kaka sat behind the door, covering her ears, blushing, and thinking, Tran NAC, why is he at my house? I'm dressed like this, and earlier I was eating so ungracefully. Meanwhile, outside, Tran NAC smiled, looked in, and praised her, saying she was cute. It was at this moment that Tun Tang Loy realized, oh no, what a blunder. I've brought a wolf into the house. He patted his shoulder and said, take off your shoes, then go sit in the living room and do your homework first. A moment later, Kaka, having changed her clothes, slowly walked out. She came out wearing a very cute short dress and asked, Dad, why is he here? Tun Tang Loy replied, I brought him home for a meal. You two honestly go do your homework. Then he sternly yelled, Tran NAC, you do it right at the dining table. Kaka, you go sit in the living room and do it. No whispering or getting close. A moment later, Tran NAC sat there, scribbling something furiously on a piece of paper. Kaka saw him and thought, he's putting on a show. Isn't he afraid of my dad? After writing, he crumpled the paper in his hand, then looked over at Kaka and gestured. Then he flicked the paper towards her. Kaka stared blankly at the paper in front of her. Then she unfolded it to read. The content inside said, Your dad is really kind-hearted. Kaka blushed and thought, does that count as him approving of my dad? If Tun Tang Loy were there, he would have immediately reminded her, my daughter, you've got it backward. Tun Tang Loy sat there reading the newspaper, monitoring the 2 young people, and furiously thought, this brat, he completely disregards me. His hand tightly crumpled the newspaper. Time flew by, and it was now nearly 6:30 p.m. Tran NAC again used the old method of secret messaging, signaling Kaka. Another crumpled paper was thrown over. The content questioned, your dad is a bit off, reading one newspaper for 2 hours. Your dad has a hobby of hugging newspapers. After reading, Kaka couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth with her hand and giggling. Seeing this, Tun Tang Loy clenched the newspaper even tighter. Then he looked over at Tran NAC and silently cursed, you punk, you've messaged Kaka 32 times, and Kaka has peeked 57 times. Do you think I'm invisible? He stood up and angrily shouted, Kaka, startling her. She looked back and asked, Dad? Thinking he'd be fierce, his face immediately softened when he saw his daughter. Tun Tang Loy smiled bitterly and said, it's already 7:30. Your mom is probably working overtime. I'll go buy some food for dinner. Saying that, he went out to buy groceries, muttering to himself, out of sight, out of mind. No matter what happens, I can't let Tran NAC come to the house again. A moment later, a table full of food was laid out. Tun Tang Loy picked up a duck leg for Tran NAC and said, here, eat this duck leg. You're still growing, so eat plenty. Kaka also picked up a piece on her side. The atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly grew quiet. Seeing this, Tun Tang Loy gave his daughter a subtle glare. Kaka smiled, slyly put a piece in his bowl, and said, "Daddy." 3 minutes later, everyone was eating heartily, especially Tran and AC, who kept scooping rice. Tun Tang Loi turned to remind him, "Tran and AC, go home after you finish eating. It's not safe too late at night." He replied, "It's okay. I'm used to going out at night." Then he rubbed his stomach, smiled, and said, "That was great, Kaka, another bowl of rice." She immediately reached out to take the bowl, but Tun Tang Loi immediately stood up and snapped, "I said you're done eating, you're done. No more." Tran and AC was pushed out. The door slammed shut. Poor Kaka thought, "Dad, does this count as a preview of father-in-law and son-in-law conflict?" Then he left, but unexpectedly met a woman also heading towards Tun Tang Loi's house. Moreover, she looked a bit familiar. The woman in the hallway had a lovely face and features very similar to Kaka. Tran and AC's eyes widened, but he didn't dare to look too closely. The two of them quickly passed each other. He subtly looked back and exclaimed, "So similar, it's Tun Kaka's mother." A moment later, Tran and AC had walked down to the street. The car parked by the roadside had someone reaching their hand out to smoke. His keen nose seemed to catch a scent. Tran and AC recalled that in the hallway, this cigarette smell was identical to the scent he'd just caught from Tun Kaka's mother. Then he looked up towards Kaka's family's apartment. He was worried about Tun Tang Loi. The scene shifts to Monday morning. Tran and AC was sitting in an internet cafe near home, browsing the web with a cigarette in his mouth. As Tran and AC was diligently typing, a hand suddenly rested on his. Tun Tang Loi stood there and asked, "Why are you skipping school?" He frowned at Tran and AC and said, "I've been looking for you all morning." He said nothing, taking a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket. Then he handed one to him with a smile. "Comrade Tun Tang Loi, don't be so serious all the time. Have a smoke." Tun Tang Loi snapped, "Where did you learn all that smooth talk?" Then he pulled out the chair next to him, sat down, held the cigarette in his hand, and brought it to his mouth. Tran and AC quickly took out a lighter. It's not right to give someone a cigarette without lighting it. Tun Tang Loi immediately snatched both the cigarette and the lighter. Then he began to lecture him. "You, don't try to act cool and make yourself look like a hooligan. Wait a few more years until you're more mature and look back. You'll see how ridiculous and childish this is." He took a drag and continued, "I know you're in your rebellious youth, and your family situation is complicated. Your personality is a bit stubborn. You don't like socializing with anyone. I understand all that. But Tran and AC, haven't you ever thought about your future?" He watched his father-in-law smoke intently and said, "Future?" Tun Tang Loi continued, "You're just grown up, and you're already giving up and being reckless. What about your future? Are you just going to become a hooligan? I don't want to see you turn into a street urchin. If you become that kind of person, I'll be very heartbroken." Tran and AC replied, "Tun Tang Loi, actually you're thinking too much. I don't have the student problems you imagine. I just feel like being a salted fish is very comfortable." He stretched and continued, "Actually, I really enjoy these boring days. They're calm, free, and no one bothers me. There's also nothing special to worry about. Just eating and drinking enough every day makes me happy. In winter, I bask in the sun and watch the snow fall, occasionally teasing your daughter a bit." Hearing him mention teasing his daughter, Tun Tang Loi's eyes narrowed as he glared at him. Tran and AC quickly appeased him. "All right, I'm just kidding." He seemed sincere. "Tun Tang Loi, you're a good person and a good teacher, but please don't worry about me, okay? I'm not someone who will go astray or take the wrong path. I truly just want to be idle, to live a simple, uninteresting life, that's enough." He asked him, "But you also have to think about the future. What will you live on later?" Tran and AC thought to himself, "I still have tens of thousands of dollars in gold bars at home, enough to live well for a while. If I extort a few more times and buy a few houses in the city center, waiting 20 years for house prices to skyrocket, I'll be a landlord collecting rent without doing anything. I truly have no motivation to earn money anymore. Tun Tang Loy took something out of his jacket pocket. He handed him an envelope and said, "This is a letter of recommendation. I went through a lot of trouble to find you a part-time job. I've already discussed and negotiated the working hours and benefits, so you can go to work with peace of mind." Then he added a reminder. Try to save money for the next 2 years. Don't spend it recklessly. And you should have enough for university tuition. Once you're in university, try to find a job to cover your expenses. Although it'll be tough, your life will be better than drifting aimlessly on the streets. He turned to him and said, "Tun Tang Loy, has anyone ever told you that people like you are very foolish?" Tran Nac thought to himself, 20 years from now, good people like him will have almost become extinct in society. He replied thoughtfully, "You won't listen no matter how much I say. Try to think about what I just told you. I have a class this afternoon. I'm leaving now." That same evening, Tran Nac stretched his neck and sighed. So tired, but these idle days are truly blissful. He smiled and said, "Sorry, Tun Tang Loy, I still have to skip out tomorrow. The matter with O2 Hoa has to be resolved sooner or later. I'll go to the prison tomorrow then. Anyway, this body is her son, so I'll consider it taking care of the original Tran Nac's last rites." The next morning, at Long Dam Prison, Tran Nac stood at the gate with 2 bags of belongings. "Hello, I'm Tran Nac. I made an appointment last night to visit the prison," the officer announced. "Inmate O2 Hoa, your son is here to visit." The mother and son sat facing each other through the prison's glass panel. His mother picked up the phone, her somewhat haggard face softly calling, "Chu Nac." Then she burst into tears. "Chu Nac, you definitely don't want to see me. You must really hate me, right?" He replied, "Before, there were some things I didn't quite understand, but that's not the case anymore. I don't hate you. I'm telling the truth." Tu Hoa looked at her son and asked again, "Really?" He replied, "Yes, truly. I brought you some chocolates and cookies. Life in prison must be very difficult, right?" She wiped away her tears, forced a smile, and said, "No, not at all. I live quite well here. You don't need to worry about me. How about you? Are you still doing well?" Tran Nac answered, "I'm very good. My teachers and friends all care about me." "That's good." Tu Hoa added, "Chu Nac, I will definitely reform well and try my best to get out of prison early. Wait for me to come out. I'll make it up to you. Take care of you, okay?" The officer standing nearby announced, "Time's up." Tran Nac replied simply, "Okay." Just that made her a little happy. She quickly seized the opportunity to ask, "Chu Nac, I have one more thing I want to ask of you. I know it's not appropriate to say, but I really have no one else to ask. That little girl is also my daughter. Consider her your half-sister. Can you go visit her?" Tu Hoa continued to cry loudly. "She's only 5 years old. I'm very worried. I keep having nightmares. If it's convenient for you, please go visit her, okay? If you don't want to, that's okay too. It's all my fault. It's my sin." Tran Nac froze, thinking to himself, "I have a younger sister." He sighed and thought for a moment, then happily replied, "Okay, I'll go visit her." The scene shifted to the local Women's Federation office. Officer Lu smiled and said, "This is the place." Tran Nac turned around and said, "Officer Lu, I'll go buy some snacks for the children and some alcohol and cigarettes. Then I'll be back." She replied, "Okay," then looked at him and thought, "This kid, he's actually very thoughtful." A moment later, Tran Nac returned with a bag of snacks. Officer Lu walked ahead and said, "I've visited their home several times. Your sister is very well-behaved and adorable, very likable. Because her situation is quite special. Her parents didn't leave her much money, so the association could only gather a small fund and sends her 300 yuan a month for care." She turned to him and added, "I meticulously monitor this money every month to ensure it's transferred to the designated account of the adoptive family." Tran Nac replied, "You've gone to a lot of trouble." He thought to himself, after O2 Hoa and that man went to prison together, their daughter was entrusted to that man's younger brother. Hearing Officer Liu, this younger sister must be living much better than Tran NAC did after his grandmother passed away. A moment later, the two stood in front of apartment 602. Finally, we're here. She raised her hand to knock on the door, and the apartment door slowly opened. The person inside stepped out and asked with a smile, "Chu Lu, you're here?" Then quickly invited them both inside. Come in, come in." Tran and AC saw an old woman and a little girl sitting and watching a children's program. Officer Liu introduced them. This is Uncle Ko and Aunt Fuang. Uncle Ko is the little girl's biological uncle. This is Tran and AC. Uncle Ko looked at him and said, Tran and AC. He quickly handed over the gift bag and smiled. Sorry to bother you by coming to your home. I didn't come for anything specific this time. Mainly just wanted to visit my sister a bit. The uncle took the gift bag and gently opened it to see what was inside. Then he smiled happily. Sit, please sit. I'll tell my wife to bring your sister out. This child just likes to hide in her room and play alone. A moment later, Tran and AC saw Aunt Fuang lead out a little girl. Aunt Fuang said to the little girl, This is your older brother. Quickly say hello to him. A cute little girl, wearing a bow and hugging a black teddy bear, mumbled, Hello, big brother. Uncle Ko stepped forward to explain. Children are a bit shy with strangers. She doesn't usually talk much, but we've all raised her very well. Aunt Fuang also smiled and said, That's right, my old Ko dotes on his niece a lot. She boasted further, see? Her sweater was just bought not long ago. It wasn't cheap. Aunt Fuang, wearing an apron, walked in, not forgetting to instruct. Old Ko, after you've greeted Chu Lu and the others, I'll go to the kitchen to make lunch. Everyone, please stay and eat lunch today. Tran and AC held a banana in his hand, peeled it, then smiled and offered it to his sister, asking, Want some? The little girl swallowed with a gulp, then looked at Uncle Ko with a look as if asking for permission. The uncle smiled. This is a banana your own brother peeled for you, eat it. The little girl ate happily and with gusto. Tran and AC took out more things and gave them to the little girl. And here's some candies. The little girl reached out to take it when another small hand snatched it away. The mischievous boy said while playing a trick, Sesame candy, I have it. I want to eat it, na. Uncle Ko explained, They're just kids, normally. These two often bicker and cause trouble. But it seemed Tran and AC noticed something unusual. He forced a smile. Kids these days are all mischievous, and you have to take care of two of them. It's really not easy. At the same time, Aunt Fuang brought out the food and called everyone. Lunch is ready. Sitting at the dining table, Uncle Ko said, Come on, eat. Don't be shy. Just make yourselves at home. Aunt Fuang also showed her concern by serving food. Chew deep. This is for you. You love chicken drumsticks the most. Everyone chatted lively. Come on, Chu Tran. You eat a lot too. If you have time, you must visit often. After lunch, outside the entrance of Lai Fuang residential area, Cadre Lu stood there and said to Tran and AC, Your little sister is truly pitiful. So young, and both her parents are in prison. But fortunately, she's not doing badly now. Tran and AC, don't worry. Our association will definitely keep a close eye on her and won't let her suffer. He smiled and scratched his head, replying, Then I'll trouble you. Cadre Lu waved it off. Don't be polite. I'll go first. I still have a lot of work to do. Tran and AC watched her figure as she left. Then he thought to himself, Cadre Lu, although enthusiastic, isn't old enough and lacks experience. I'm afraid there are many things she doesn't see clearly. Tran and AC recalled. On the balcony, there were clothes hung to dry, but none for a little girl. It must be because she has few clothes, changed only once in a long while. That sweater she was wearing, though it looked clean, its elbows were worn, and there were quite a few loose threads. Moreover, the style didn't look like it was for a girl. It was most likely hand-me-downs from their son. A 5-year-old child eating so obediently, not leaving a single grain of rice in the bowl. Even the meat on the bones was gnawed clean, which indicates she doesn't usually get to eat well. Tran NAC smiled. Over 200 yuan for fostering per month. They were happy to take it, feeling justified and at ease. He remembered his prison visit. No wonder O2 Hoa was worried and asked me to check. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He understood the ways of the world perfectly. Tran NAC took a drag and sighed. Then he walked and thought, I'll take your life. Consider it doing a few favors for your family. He suddenly returned to room 602 and knocked on the door. The door opened once again. Uncle Ko, holding a trash bag, was startled when he saw him. Tran NAC cast his gaze inside. He witnessed Aunt Phuong holding a ruler and his sister sobbing. She stood there holding a cane, scolding. Don't cry out loud. Shut your mouth. Then, while hitting her, she cursed the little girl. You're such a good-for-nothing. I told you to wash the dishes, but you broke a bowl. Tell me, was it on purpose? Uncle Ko pushed Tran NAC and asked, Why are you here again? At this moment, Aunt Phuong inside was startled and looked out. Tran NAC, furious, said, You people. Then he kicked him inside and said, Is this how you treat my sister? Aunt Phuong rushed out aggressively. You hit my husband. You dare to hit my husband. Without caring, he pushed her aside. Get out of the way. Then he approached the uncle and gently grabbed his ankle. Uncle Ko, being dragged, called out in fear. Chu NAC, Tran NAC. Then he asked in shock, What do you want to do? The old woman sitting there also stood up and yelled, You let my son go. Then she rushed in, pushing him repeatedly and scolding. Let go, let go. Tran NAC glared. So you're not dead yet? When your daughter-in-law beats your own granddaughter, you can just sit there and watch peacefully. She's only 5 years old. What are you thinking? The old woman pointed her finger and scolded. The older one is a troublemaker. The younger one is also a troublemaker. The older one married my son, gave birth to a child. Then my son went to jail. Your whole family is a bunch of troublemakers. Tran NAC realized. I get it. So you're also the disgusting kind of old person who refuses to die. Saying that, he pulled open the balcony door and stepped out. Then, with one forceful motion, he moved the person outside the balcony. Uncle Ko, dangling there, screamed in fear. Help me, save me. He's killing me. Tran NAC threatened. Shut up. If you dare to shout, I'll let go. Then he turned back to the 2 women in the house. Don't come near. If anyone does, I'm letting go. The wife quickly pulled her mother-in-law back, trying to stop her. Mom, don't provoke him. Then she changed her tone and called out. Tran, little NAC, please put my husband down. We can talk things through slowly. He sneered, then glanced at her and replied, finally talking like a human. Tran NAC was still tightly gripping his ankle, holding him suspended there. His face was filled with terror, tears streaming down. He swung his arm and threw the uncle back into the apartment. The old woman quickly ran over, worriedly calling out to her son. Then she began to curse. You damn bastard, you're bad luck. You're a little beast born of a mother, but taught by no father. You'll be hit by a car when you go outside. Food will get stuck in your teeth. The wife, emboldened, pointed her finger and added, You're dead meat. Don't you know you're breaking the law? I'm calling the police to arrest you now. Tran NAC didn't bother to reply, only smiled with a deadly look in his eyes at Uncle Ko. He immediately turned back and scolded the 2 women. Damn it, both of you shut up. Do you want to get me killed? Then he immediately put his hands out to reassure him. Little Tran, don't get agitated. Let's talk things through. Slowly, slowly. Tran NAC smiled. Now that's more interesting. After that, he silently walked towards the kitchen, then returned with a knife in his hand. All 3 were terrified. The old woman stepped forward and said, Come on, kill me. This old woman has lived long enough anyway. Tran NAC snorted with laughter. He placed the knife on the table and said, "Don't worry, I won't use a knife, not today." After a scare, he now began to question. "If you don't want to see blood, then answer honestly." Miss Fuang pointed her finger and cursed. "You, Tran, aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this? I'm telling you, you'll go to jail." He smiled and replied, "I'm not afraid. I haven't hurt anyone today. Even if the police come to take me away, at most I'll just get a warning. After I get out, guess what? Will I come looking for you guys?" Tran NAC added, "You have a family, a wife and children. I'm all alone. If I come to your house with a knife later, Uncle Ko, do you think I'd dare? Would you bet on it?" The wife was so furious she couldn't say anything more. He turned back and scolded, "If you don't want to get us killed, then shut up." Uncle Ko trembled as he stood up, then spoke in a gentle voice. "Little Tran, what exactly do you want to do? Just to let off some steam? Does it have to be like this? The way we treated your sister?" Tran NAC smiled. "No need for so many words with me. We'll keep this simple. I want to take my sister away." Miss Fuang interjected, "We're the ones who raised her." He coldly replied, "Isn't it just for those 200 T a month? Right, and all the money her biological parents left for you to raise her." The husband and wife were speechless, unable to argue back, hearing how accurate he was. He continued with a smile, "I don't need anything, not a single penny. You keep the upbringing fees. No need to return the monthly nurturing money later. You can continue to receive it too. Nominally, you're still her guardians, but I'll take the child. She'll come with me." Uncle Ko stammered a little. This. Tran NAC lifted his leg, then kicked his knee hard, causing him excruciating pain. Then he kicked the other leg, and the uncle collapsed, screaming in pain. Looking at him kneeling there, he declared, "Listen carefully. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm telling you what to do. Of course, you can try the consequences of not agreeing. I'm just one person, but your family has 4 mouths to feed." Tran NAC asked with a dangerous smile, "Your child is only 7, right?" Just hearing that, all 3 of them were speechless and terrified. Miss Fuang, anxious, quickly interjected, Go, take her. Take her away right now. Just don't come here again. From now on, we'll stay out of each other's way." Tran NAC was just waiting for that. "All right, I'll take her, and from now on, we'll stay out of each other's way." After speaking, he walked up to his sister, who was huddled there, and gently knelt down on one knee. He said to the little girl, "Perhaps you don't quite understand yet, but I'm your brother, born from the same mother. Will you agree to come with me from now on? Whatever I eat, you'll eat too, and no one will hit you." The little girl was a bit scared, tears welling up in her eyes as she asked, "If you don't hit me, can I come with you?" Tran NAC gently wiped away her tears and replied, "It's a deal. And one more thing. From today on, call me brother." Then he asked, "Oh, right, what's your name?" The little girl replied, "Ko Chu Deep." Tran NAC looked back and said, "This Ko surname isn't good. You're coming with me. So from now on you'll have the surname Tran, and your name will be Tran Chu Deep." That afternoon, on the way home, he took his sister to buy delicious food and lots of new clothes. The 2 siblings walked happily down the street. Upon arriving at the apartment complex, a familiar figure was standing there. Kaka saw him return with a little girl. Her eyes widened as she called out, "Tran NAC." Seeing Kaka standing there, Tran NAC immediately asked, "Why are you here?" She softly replied, "Why didn't you answer my calls?" He took out his phone and realized it was out of battery. Kaka looked down, saw Chu Deep, and smiled, praising, "What an adorable girl." She bent down, smiling kindly, and asked, "Who is this little girl, Tran NAC? Where did you bring her from?" He seized the opportunity to tease Kaka and replied, This is my daughter." Then he turned to the little girl and said, "Chew deep, call her Dad." The little girl was quite cooperative and immediately called him Dad. Upon hearing this, Kaka felt her world collapse and plopped onto the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief, like, "Dad? This. Chu Deep appeared innocent and blameless, lying without batting an eye. Truly, she had a talent for acting. But then she suddenly tugged on Tran Nac's arm and asked, "Brother, did I call him correctly just now?" Kaka's expression changed slightly. First it was Dad. Now it's brother. She then stood up, fuming, and playfully punched Tran Nac in the chest, scolding, "You're incorrigible." Meanwhile, Tran Nac had a good laugh, looking smug. Suddenly, he became serious again. "No more jokes. Why were you looking for me?" Kaka tightly clasped her hands and asked with concern, "Where have you been these past few days?" Then she exclaimed, "Do you know how worried my dad was about you?" Kaka added, "A few days ago, Dad rode his bike around your house several times, just to find you a job. Last night when he came home, he was limping, said he fell off his bike. When I soaked his feet, I saw a long bruise on his calf." Tran Nac asked, "How long have you been waiting for me?" She looked puzzled and asked back, "Huh?" He reached out and tightly held Kaka's hand. Then he asked with concern, "It's so cold. How long have you been waiting for me?" She slightly lowered her face and shyly replied, "Just for a little while." Tran Nac pulled her hand and said, "Let's go into my house." Kaka immediately pulled her hand away, flustered. "No, I can't." Chu Deep witnessed the loving couple and wondered, "Are they dating? Am I a third wheel?" Tran Nac thought for a moment. "It gets dark quickly these days. It's really not good. Well, I'll take you somewhere else then." So they went to KFC. Tran Nac asked, "Does your dad like to meddle in other people's business?" Amidst a table full of fried chicken, Kaka replied, "Of course not." She recounted, "A few years ago, when he was a homeroom teacher, Dad often brought a student home for dinner. That boy had no one else in his family, and he wasn't good at studying. He was always getting into fights with people. Once, to stop him, Dad hugged him tightly to prevent him from leaving, and he was pushed down by the boy. That evening, the boy ran to our house, knelt before my dad, crying his eyes and nose out, constantly apologizing. He begged my dad to give up on him, saying he wasn't worth it. Dad was very sad that day." Kaka continued, "Later, within a few years, something happened to that boy. He was stabbed to death on the street. After that, Dad was no longer a homeroom teacher. Mom and Dad fought many times because of this. If he wasn't a homeroom teacher, his bonus and some other miscellaneous income would be reduced." Tran Nac and his sister listened intently, then looked at each other. He mused for a moment. "I get it. Your dad sees that person's shadow in me. He doesn't want me to follow in their footsteps." While engrossed in conversation, he glanced down at the food on the table, then asked Chu Deep, "Why aren't you eating?" Seeing that the girl still had no reaction, Tran Nac added, "Come on, eat." The girl politely offered him a piece and said, "You eat first." He fed Chu Deep a piece of cake, replying, "It's okay. I have some already. You just eat." Just then, the waiter brought the order, and I smiled. "Sir, here's the ice cream you ordered." The girl's eyes sparkled when she saw the ice cream, as if it was the most delicious delicacy in the world she had always dreamed of tasting. Chu Deep scooped a spoonful of ice cream and ate it with relish. The adorable girl brought her hand to her face, feeling the coldness of the ice cream in the middle of winter, her face radiating comfort and happiness. Chu Deep scooped a spoonful of ice cream and fed it to Tran Nac, her eyes sparkling. The girl pouted. "Don't send me back, okay? I won't cause trouble. I'll bathe myself, go to sleep by myself. I even know how to sweep the floor, wipe the table, and wash rice." Hearing this, Tran Nac reached out and patted his sister's head, saying, "I've already told you. You'll live with me from now on. You're not going back to that place." Chu Deep obediently replied, "Yes, brother, I'll listen. I'll be very obedient, very obedient." Seeing this, Kaka asked, "Tran Nac, is she really your sister? She looks so cute and sensible, not like you at all." He patted his sister's head as she was enjoying her ice cream, replying, "This is very complicated. I can't explain it in just a few sentences. Then he asked Kaka in return, "You're not going home for dinner tonight. Won't Tun Tang Loi ask about it? If he finds out you're with me, I'm afraid I'll have to sweep the stadium again." She honestly said, "My dad argued with my mom today." Tran NAC dismissed it. Husbands and wives argue. It's normal. She then recounted, "Before, my dad never argued back. Lately, I don't know why my mom is always busy with work, and every time she comes home, I feel like she's always nitpicking and looking for trouble with dad." Tran NAC chuckled softly, replying, "It's grown-up business. Kids like you shouldn't get involved." Kaka immediately reacted, "Don't act so mature. My dad said the same thing. So today he gave me 50 TE and told me to go out with friends, not to stay at home all the time." Tran NAC laughed heartily after hearing this. Then he held out his hand towards Kaka, which confused her a little. She awkwardly asked, "What do you mean?" Tran NAC replied, "Share the money. Didn't your dad give you 50 TE?" Kaka slapped his hand, then playfully stuck out her tongue, replying, "Nice try." After they were full, it was already dark, and the three walked towards Kaka's apartment complex. She waved, "I'm home. Thanks for walking me back." Chu Deep politely smiled and waved back, "Goodbye, sister." Suddenly, seeing Kaka spread her arms as if to hug, Tran NAC was slightly startled. He smiled and rushed forward. "It's just walking you home. No need to be so touched and hug. But you're hugging air," while Kaka bent down and hugged Chu Deep. He froze. She praised Chu Deep. "You're such a cute little sister. How about you ask your brother if you can sleep over at my place tonight?" Watching Kaka go inside, Tran NAC told his sister, "Let's go home." As they stepped onto the street, he saw the black car from the other day again. Inside the car were two people, a man and a woman. The woman looked somewhat familiar. It was Kaka's mother. Seeing it again made Tran NAC ponder a little. Early the next morning, Chu Deep's voice echoed in the room, calling her brother, "Wake up and eat breakfast." He quickly got ready and cleaned himself up. Then he came out, wiped his face, looked at the food on the table, and asked, "Were you sleeping?" The girl obediently replied, "Yes." He looked at his sister, puzzled. "You're only 5 years old, and you already know how to make this." The innocent girl asked, "What's wrong, big brother?" Tran Not sat down and smiled. "It's nothing." He picked up a piece of noodle and blew on it to cool it down. Then he ate it with relish, praising how delicious it was as he ate. Chu Deep looked at him and reminded, "Big brother, you need to eat quickly, or you'll be late for school." He replied while eating, "I'm not going to school. Otherwise, no one will take care of you." Then he thought to himself, "Though right now, it feels like Chu Deep is taking care of me." Seeing his sister look a bit sad, Tran Not quickly asked, "Chu Deep, what's wrong?" The girl replied, "Chu Deep can take care of herself. Chu Deep doesn't want to be a burden to Big Brother. Otherwise, Big Brother will surely hate Chu Deep and chase Chu Deep away later." He gently patted her head to reassure her, "Don't worry, Big Brother will never hate you deep." Tran Not gently adjusted the ribbon for the girl. Then he raised both hands in surrender. "All right, I promised you Deep that I'll go to school, so Chu Deep go get my jacket." In the afternoon, after school, Tran Not stood in the middle of the parking lot, confused and dazed. Then he yelled out a curse, "Damn it." He furiously looked at the parking spot and asked himself, "Where's Dad's bicycle?" Tran Not searched but couldn't find the bike, so he went to look for the security guard. At the booth, he saw the security guard nodding off. He yelled, "Sir, my bicycle has been stolen." The old man's face seemed to say, You lost it. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me?" Tran Not, knowing his place, told himself, "All right, I'll figure out a way to find it myself." He brought another bicycle and smiled, saying, "How can you catch a wolf without bait?" Then he chained the bike to a pole by the side of the road. The bike stood there, all alone. Tran Not drank water from afar, observing the situation, and saw two shadows approach, eyeing his bike. The two men inspected it for a while. Then one acted as a lookout, and the other picked the lock. "No one's here, hurry up." Tran not witnessed the whole thing, then stepped out and watched the two men ride away together. He watched them go and said, "They really took the bait." A moment later, on Tangtu Street, the gate had the place name written on it, Shangyang District. The two bike thieves were leading the bikes inside. Tran not looked in and smiled. Tangtu Street, I can't believe it's actually this place. It truly lives up to its name as Jinling's most famous second-hand bike market. The two thieves walked in and waved at a tall, bald man. He crossed his arms and asked them, "New goods?" The man in the hat pointed behind him and replied, "Brand new. Take a look. Haven't even changed the oil once." He continued to ask, "Where did it come from?" The man smiled. "Don't worry, it's from far away, from Jiangning." Dai Loi was about to take money out of his pocket and replied, "All right, let's go with the old price." The thief tried to haggle for more money. "Brother Loi, this is a brand new bike. Can you add a little more?" He handed over the money and snapped, "Less talk." At the same time, Tranot stood outside the gate and knocked. Dai Loi yelled, "What's all that knocking? What do you want?" He spoke from outside. "Boss, I have a few questions." Hearing that, he came to the gate and waved him away. "Questions? Go ask somewhere else." Realizing he couldn't talk normally, he stood there and sighed. Then a chain slowly fell from Tran Not's sleeve. He held one end, and the other end of the long chain dropped straight onto the road. Tran Not coldly pushed the door open, then stepped inside, his face grim. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he gently pushed the gate shut with his foot. The iron gate slammed shut. They were now surrounded by Tran Not alone. Dai Loi stepped forward, pointed directly at his face, and asked, "You punk, you want to cause trouble, right?" Tran Not smiled and replied, "Boss, I just want to ask. Where's your safe?" With a dangerous smile and a chain in hand, "Is this going to be another robbery of the thug's money?" He sullenly introduced himself. His name was No Dai Loi, a longtime veteran in the business. In his youth, he injured someone, was sentenced to 2 years in prison, and was released half a year early for good behavior. During his rehabilitation, he was lucky enough to meet a big shot, and after his release, he had that person's backing. Dai Loi started buying and selling used cars acquired from thieves, living a life of ease and luxury, and his business prospered increasingly. Over the years, he had learned the saying, "Harmony brings wealth," and no longer often engaged in bloody fights. But when he turned nasty, back to reality, Tran Not had successfully provoked Dai Loi, who grabbed a big wrench and lunged to hit him. But at the same time, the chain had wrapped around his leg. Realizing the danger, he was startled, his eyes flashing. Tran Not stood there, smiling coldly, gripping the chain tightly in his hand. Then he gave a strong tug, causing Dai Loi's legs to split apart. "It seems his eggs aren't doing so well." He screamed in pain, cursing, "Damn it, it's broken." Dai Loi lay there, clutching his sensitive spot, weeping and wailing, utterly pathetic. Tran Not walked up and stood in front of him. Before he even needed to say anything, Dai Loi hastily confessed, "The money's in the safe." After hearing that, he smiled a friendly yet dangerous smile. Holding a stack of money in his hand, Tran Not pulled it out and counted it. Then he opened the gate and walked away, leaving Dai Loi lying there. He gritted his teeth, angrily cursing, "Motherfucker." Then he took out his phone, dialed, and yelled at someone, "God damn it! Were you still messing around? Get your ass back here. My place got robbed." Tran Not, however, remained very calm, showing no signs of robbing and then fleeing. He sat down at a nearby eatery and casually called the owner, a portion of fried pancakes and a portion of wontons. Then he opened his money bag. There was a decent amount inside. It totaled 40 to 50,000. This trip wasn't in vain. After that, Tran Not sat there enjoying his meal. As he was eating happily, a car screeched to a halt right there. One person got out of the car, then a few more followed, heading into Dai Loi's warehouse. A moment later, after finishing his meal, Tran Not smiled, stood up, and prepared to leave, ordering more food. Owner, 8 more steamed buns, prepackaged. I'll pick them up later. On this side, the subordinates had returned and rushed in to ask Dailoy, Boss, are you okay? He yelled at them, Find that bastard for me, goddammit. I'll beat that kid to death. Beat him to death, that punk. Dailoy was furious, thinking, 60,000. That punk swiped 60,000. That money was for buying motorcycles in the next 2 days. The subordinates asked, Boss, what did he look like? God damn it, he was just a young kid, ordinary looking, not old. And he even walked very leisurely, didn't he? Yes, that's right, damn, how did you know? Hearing that, the henchman pointed outside the gate, stammering, Boss. Tran Not is walking in from the gate. Do you think that guy looks like him? Dailoy was quite surprised and yelled, Damn it, why are you back? Tran Not stood there, smiling dangerously. I didn't say I was leaving earlier. My bike's still here. I just went out for a meal. His tone made Dailoy shiver slightly as he cursed, Motherfucker. Then he immediately pointed and ordered his subordinates, Go, hit him. Beat him to death. He even ordered, Lock the door. Don't let him run. The money's on him. Tran Not stood there calmly, letting them make their arrangements. The gate was finally closed, officially meaning they were surrounded by Tran Not alone. He coldly stepped inside. One impatient guy jumped in to attack first, but he gently grabbed the handle of his weapon, then pulled it to one side very gently, like Tai Chi. Then he kneed him horizontally in the leg. Hearing a crack, the henchman kneeling there screamed out in pain, and Dailoy, just watching, even broke out in a sweat. He realized the danger, gulped, and a hint of fear appeared on his face. At this point, there was nothing left to lose. So Tran Not bent down and picked up the wrench of the henchman, who had just been defeated. Then he coldly walked towards them. Dailoy was a bit flustered, ordering his henchman, Go on, go on. 10 odd seconds later, he looked at the pile of henchmen lying there, stunned, thinking, It's over, I've encountered a beast. Damn it, is this even a human? He fights terrifyingly. Then he tearfully said to Tran Not, Big brother, I know your strength. Look, let's just consider this a misunderstanding, okay? He sat in a chair and gently said, Don't be like that. I know you're not resigned to this. Instead of waiting until this is over to gather your acquaintances to find me, why not settle everything quickly today? I'll give you time to call people. Until your people have all arrived, I won't do anything to you. How's that? Dailoy knelt there, placing both hands on the ground, crying and begging, Big brother, I was wrong, I was wrong. Then he rambled on. This time I can't escape my fate. I still want to open a business. I admit I'm wrong, can you forgive me? Take the money. Everyone's already been knocked down. Wasn't it just a bicycle? Big brother, it's not a big deal. Tran Not smirked, then rubbed his chin and said, I'm tired of riding bicycles. He said to Dailoy, Find me a lighter bike. He quickly agreed. Okay. As long as Big Brother shows mercy, I guarantee Big Brother will be satisfied. Then he led Tran Not inside. Big brother, I just acquired this one last week. It's been repaired from top to bottom, and the paint is fresh. In front of them was a large displacement motorcycle, a genuine Yamaha from Japan. I even installed the exhaust pipe myself. Dailoy clasped his hands together and rubbed them, asking, Big brother, what do you think? Are you satisfied? A moment later, the two walked outside. Tran Not looked at him and casually said, Missing a helmet. Dailoy quickly replied, Yes, I have everything. With that, he brought out a very high-quality helmet and introduced it. Carbon fiber material, anti-fog visor. Dailoy honestly added, This bike and helmet, I intended to keep them for myself, not to sell. He handed the helmet to him and added, I haven't used it once, big brother. Take it and enjoy. Receiving the helmet, Tran Not complimented, You also know what's good. He added, I was going to let you off the hook, but I have a habit of hating bald guys the most. Tran Not asked, What's so great about guys like you deliberately shaving your heads bald to pretend to be thugs? What if you scare children on the street? Dai Loi cried and explained. Big brother, I didn't shave it. I suffer from oily scalp, which causes hair loss. After performing a rob the robbers stunt, Tran Not rode the motorcycle through the streets. While riding, he was startled to see Kaka walking by the roadside. He braked, drifting with a screech, and the motorcycle blocked Kaka's path. Not recognizing him, Kaka immediately yelled, "What are you doing? Let me tell you, we're at the school gate. If I call out, someone will come running immediately." He slowly opened his helmet, then smiled friendly at Kaka. She asked in surprise, Tran Not, you, where did this motorcycle come from? He handed her the helmet and said, "Put it on. I'll take you for a ride, and I promise to get you home before Tuntang Loi finishes his overtime." Kaka looked puzzled. "It's so cold. Why would we go for a ride?" Suddenly, Tran Not unseriously looked down and asked, "That brooch is beautiful, isn't it?" She quickly raised her hand to cover it and asked, "Where are you looking?" Tran Not was curious. "Where did it come from?" Kaka honestly replied, "My mom's friend gave it to me. A few days ago, Mom took me out to dinner with some of her friends, and an uncle gave me a welcome gift. With my eyesight, I can tell this isn't cheap, right?" She immediately replied, "It's just a brooch. How expensive could it be? And besides, Mom also agreed for me to accept it." Tran Not thought to himself, "You don't recognize it, but your mom might. This is a Van Cleef and Arpels item. In an era where monthly salaries are only a few hundred yuan, an item with a five-figure price tag isn't cheap." He took something out of his pocket and said, "If you don't want to go for a ride, then don't." Then he handed the item to Kaka and told her to take it. She wondered what it was. Tran Not smiled and winked. Tasty food. Then he started the engine and sped away, leaving Kaka standing there. She gently opened the package. Kaka smiled, her cheeks flushed, feeling a bit moved. This bow, he kept it warm at his chest so it wouldn't get cold. Elsewhere, Han City, Ling Wan's house. She was standing in front of the mirror, practicing her greeting by herself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Ling Wan. Nice to meet you all." However, her words weren't very fluent. She continuously repeated that self-introduction. After many practice sessions, Ling Wan showed some improvement, and her words became more fluent and smooth. "Hello, everyone. My name is Ling Wan. Nice to meet you all." Ing Wan's older brother stood outside the door, eavesdropping on his sister talking in the room. "Hello, everyone. My name is Ling Wan." Then the boy turned back and asked, "Mom, are you really planning to send my sister abroad to study in Jiangning?" She replied, "Yes, this is her idea. Consider it for our family. Your sister has to go there to find that young man." The scene shifts to the head teacher's office. Kaka just arrived at the door. Inside, Sun Shenglong was working. Kaka walked in and brought the bow to him. Sun Shenglong smiled and said, "I've been busy with class assignments and the new semester. I'm sorry you have to come deliver food every day." She gave her father the food and said, "Dad, eat quickly. Don't go hungry." Then she helped him to the chair. "Dad, go sit on the sofa and eat. I'll sit in your chair and try what it feels like to be a leader." He replied, "Your dad isn't really a leader." Kaka sat at the desk, watching her father eat dinner, her eyes on him, her hand on the class assignment list. Then she picked up a few pages and saw a list for a certain class. Then she took out a pen and wrote something on it. After this stealthy act, Kaka breathed a sigh of relief. She had added her name to the student list for Class A6. The students chatted. "Tran Not, Sun Kaka, I hope we're in the same class again. It's got to be. Mai Tin Tin, see you at the start of the semester. Finally, winter break. We can play all we want." At Sun Kaka's house, Sun Shenglong told Tran Not, "Your final exam results weren't good this time. I hope you'll continue to work hard next semester." He scratched his head, recalling how he'd peeked at a classmate's paper during the exam. "No problem." He added, "Oh, right, Tran Not. Kaka told me you brought your sister home. You're taking care of her by yourself? How can that be? You're still young and have to go to school. Where will you find the time to take care of a child? He honestly replied, I can shovel snow. Sun Sheng heard that and sighed, thinking, is it appropriate to say that in front of me, your class head teacher? He continued to advise him, I'll ask around for you. That child must go to kindergarten. Didn't their family tell you? You act without thinking. Even if you want to raise your sister, you should arrange everything carefully first. Tran not recalled that in his previous life, when he raised fireflies, there were no kindergartens. They just grew up on their own. While they were chatting animatedly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Sun Sheng told his daughter, Kaka, your mom must be home. As she stepped out, her mother walked in. Kaka greeted her mother, and her mother handed her handbag to Kaka. Sun Sheng introduced, this is your Aunt Yam. He politely said, hello, Aunt Yam. He introduced to his wife, this is my student, Tran Not. She also smiled and greeted him. Then she put her hand up to her bun and said, I'm going to remove my makeup. I'll prepare dinner later. The scene shifts to the kindergarten. New semester, Friday morning. Beyond the gate, children were crying, calling for their mothers. I want mommy. I want to go home and watch TV. Witnessing that, Tran Not froze for a moment. He looked down at his sister, seeing her looking up with a slightly pouting face, trembling a bit too. Tran Not bent down and affectionately said, from now on, Monday to Friday, you'll be here. I'll pick you up on weekends. Today is the first day, so just get used to it. Xiao Dai politely asked, brother, will you come pick me up every weekend from now on, right? He patted her cheek and replied, of course. I'll pick you up after school today. Back at Tran Not school, he walked into Class A6 and saw several unfamiliar students playing around inside. He looked up at the classroom board to make sure he hadn't entered the wrong class. Then he rubbed his chin and thought, I almost forgot that new classes would be reassigned for the new semester. No wonder I'm seeing so many new, unfamiliar faces. Looking into the class, he also saw Kaka and her best friend. Her friend said to Kaka, hey, Tran Not's here. She awkwardly pushed everyone away. Stop joking around. Class is about to start. Everyone go back to your seats. Tran Not dropped his backpack onto the desk with a thud. The seat was right next to Kaka. She was startled when she realized. Then she turned to him and asked, are you really sitting here? Tran Not asked back, do you object? The class bell rang. On the podium at this moment was Tun Tang Loi. He announced, just to let you know, from now on, I will be your homeroom teacher until you graduate. Then he called out loudly, Tran Not. He immediately raised his hand to acknowledge his presence. Tun Tang Loi pointed to the empty desk at the back of class and said loudly, you go sit back there. This semester, I will ask all your teachers and classmates to keep a close eye on you. Don't even think about skipping class. Tran Not stood up, grabbed his backpack, and thought to himself, Tun Tang Loi, you really don't have to be like this. The student at the back of the class saw him coming and was a bit hesitant. He glanced over and prayed, don't come here. Don't come here. I don't want to get involved. I still want to read novels during class. Tran Not plopped down onto the last desk as instructed. Seeing him sit behind him, the student turned around and said, brother, don't overdo it with chasing the class beauty, or you'll be the death of me. Tran Not saw the novel's title and said, A Step into the Past, huh? I prefer Mr. Kim Tang's White Horse Whistles in the West Wind. There's a line that goes, those are all very good things, but I just can't bring myself to like them. Reading it makes one. Student La Tan excitedly said, exactly, Tran Not. I didn't realize you're also one of us. After school, Tran Not went to pick up his sister. Xiao Dai was led out by a teacher, who stood there reminding everyone, everyone calm down, don't push, be careful not to fall. Seeing him, the little girl called out happily, brother. But her eyes welled up, her mouth pouted, looking incredibly pitiful. She buried her face in him and sobbed. Tran Not immediately asked, did someone bully you in there? Xiao Dai stopped crying, wiped her tears, then looked at him and said, No, but I was scared. Scared you wouldn't come pick me up. He smiled, pinched her cheek, and said, "How could that happen?" Then he took out his bicycle. "Come on, I'll treat you to food." The two siblings chatted happily on the bicycle. "Are we going to her house, brother?" "How do you know?" "She likes your brother." Kids don't understand those things. A moment later, he slammed on the brakes. By the roadside, Kaka was standing next to Latan. She smiled brightly and waved, calling out, "Tranat." He handed the bike to Latan. "Thanks, here's your bike back." The friend asked in surprise, "Is this your sister?" Then Latan bent down and offered Xiao Dai candy. "Take this, it's chocolate. I'm your brother's friend. You can just call me brother." Seeing her hesitate, he bent down and said, "Eat it." Xiao Dai politely held out both hands and said, "Brother." Latan smiled. "Your sister is so cute. If I'd known earlier, I would have asked my parents for a little sister too." The friend recounted, "For the first half of his life, my dad was only focused on making money. So he married late and had me late. He was 40 when he had me, and now he's 57. Tran not replied, "Well, at least he had a precious son in his old age, right?" Kaka stood there and said, "I had planned for you to bring Xiao Dai to my house for dinner tonight, but my dad had to work overtime. I heard that the district education department will be coming for an inspection in 2 weeks, and it's about revising the staffing. So the dinner invitation will have to be moved to another day." Latan smiled. "What a coincidence. It's boring at home alone, so let's go play games. A new big center just opened at Dongsun, and it even has a KSC shop. Let's play our fill, and then I'll treat you two to dinner." The scene shifts to the game center. The group went inside. Latan laughed and said, "Let's play that super cool flying car game. The three of us can play together." Before leaving, his friend didn't forget to wink. Tran Noc replied, thinking to himself, "This is truly a friendship between men." Kaka excitedly held Xiao Dai's hand. "Tran Noc, let's play basketball." He agreed immediately, but said he'd go to the toilet first and told him to take his sister to play ahead. Then he walked into the restroom. It seemed someone was watching him. On this side, Xiao Dao's group arrived. His subordinates let him in. One guy asked, "Dao Ge had enough to drink?" He replied, "Enough. It wasn't a waste to be friends with you brothers." Xiao Dao mumbled, "I just had my cast removed at the hospital this morning, and you guys immediately came to congratulate me. Very loyal." A subordinate pointed, "Dao Ge, quick, look who that is." He looked up and asked, "Damn, who is that?" It turned out he recognized Kaka playing games there. Drunken Xiao Dao's face was red as he smirked maliciously. "Damn, today's really a good day." At the same time, Tran Noc came out. He saw that group of people surrounding his girlfriend and sister. Xiao Dai saw him and immediately called out, "Brother." Tran Noc patted his shoulder and asked, "Dao Ge, you're out of the hospital?" He turned around and angrily yelled, "Who's the blind bastard? Can't you see your old man is?" Seeing the Grim Reaper standing behind him, Xiao Dao was speechless. His eyes bugged out as he uttered an expletive under his breath. The aggressive subordinate pointed and cursed at Tran Noc. "Get lost. My Dao bro is talking to our sister-in-law." "Who the hell are you? You want a beating, don't you?" Latan also ran over at this moment and asked, "Who's that? You want to hit my friend?" His friend, being quite loyal, told him, "Tran Noc, don't be afraid." Then he turned back to the thugs and asked, "Who's causing trouble?" The subordinate pointed and cursed again. "Damn, I think you're itching for a beating, aren't you?" Latan boldly challenged, "Come on then. Hit me." The subordinate also lunged in with a punch. His friend shouted, "My dad is La Dai San. Try hitting me once. Hit me." As soon as Latan revealed his father's name, the thugs froze as if the name La Dai San had weighed heavily upon them. Xiao Dao sweat profusely and stammered, "You, your boss LA's son? Just a misunderstanding, my brother. Your friend and I were just chatting. The thing is, today we'll show Boss La some respect. Let's go, let's go." Latan stood there and shouted loudly, "Hulu Gu! Someone wants to hit me. Do you even care, damn it?" At a nearby table, 3 people playing cards heard him, and the one in the middle reacted slightly. He stood up and yelled, "Damn it, Ching Zi!" The crowd gathered around them, gawking. Huluga walked over and asked, "Are you okay?" Latan pointed at Xiao Dao and replied, "I would have been in trouble in a bit. He said he wanted to hit me." The verbose lead subordinate turned his face away and whistled, while Xiao Dao stood there explaining, "Wah, I didn't say that." Hulugo immediately grabbed Xiao Dao by the collar and asked, "You little brat, you've got a lot of nerve." He instantly turned pale and begged, "Boss, misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately given a punch. Xiao Dao stood there, enduring a barrage of slaps, unable to react. The quick-witted subordinate turned and slipped away. He stood there, his face swollen, still trying to explain, "I didn't say I wanted to hit." Hulugu didn't stop, continuing to hit him in the face. Xiao Dao whined, "Boss, I was wrong, I was wrong. I said we should show Boss Law some respect, didn't I?" Hearing that, he gave him another extremely powerful slap, causing him to fall backward. Then he stood there cursing, "Respect my ass. You little chicken. You dare to talk about respecting my boss." Xiao Dao covered his face, trembling. "Boss, I was wrong, I was wrong. Please spare me, please spare me." Tran NOC stood there, thinking, "That's really brutal." Then Hulugu turned and asked, "Ching Zi, what's the plan now?" The friend waved his hand and whispered, "No, no, it's fine." He kicked the butts of the small group and chased them out. When Hulugu finished, he waved goodbye. "All right, Ching Zi, I'm leaving now. Call me if anything comes up." Latan turned back to look at his 2 friends, who were standing there dazed. The friend smiled. "I forgot to mention, this amusement park was opened by my dad." Tran NOC smiled and asked, "So you're a rich kid, huh? You look exactly like a dark prince, Underworld prince." Latan waved it off. "What prince? I usually never ask my dad about these things, but if anyone bullies you in the future, I'll step in for you." Tran NOC recognized the sincerity from this new friend and smiled in thanks. Tran NOC thought to himself, "I didn't expect La Tan to be the son of La Dai San." The friend sat down and asked Xiao Yi, "Are you hungry yet? I'll take you to eat KSC." He recalled his previous life. For someone like him, who had lived in Jinling since childhood, the name La Dai San was not unfamiliar. In the past, he was a sand shoveling worker in a state-owned sand and stone factory. Later, he became wealthy, becoming a businessman in the Jiangning district, and thanks to his connections in the underworld, he built a considerable family business. However, those who live by the sword will eventually pay the price. When eyed by larger forces, La Dai San met a tragic end in his later years. Tran NOC pondered, judging by the timing. The Law family might only thrive for another year or two. Looking at his friendly and cheerful friend embracing his sister, Tran NOC thought, "But this La Tan is truly very low-key. He only likes to read novels, interacts with everyone harmoniously and gently. His nature is kind." After finishing their fun, that evening, at Kuku's building, the 3 stood at the door. She called out, "Dad, open the door." However, no one answered. Everything was very quiet. Kuku took out the key, wondering, "That's strange. All the lights in the schoolrooms are off, but Dad isn't home. Where could he have gone?" Tran NOC noticed something was amiss. He then spoke to her. "I need a favor from you." Xiaoyu was sleeping on his back. Tran NOC continued, "I have some things I need to go out for tonight, and I can't leave my sister home alone. Could I leave Xiao Yi at your place and ask you to look after her?" Cuckoo wondered, "It's so late. Where are you planning to go?" He sighed and replied, "Don't ask." Handing his sister over to Cuckoo, he said, "I'll come pick up Xiao Yi tomorrow morning." Then he quietly left. The little girl was fast asleep from playing all day. Tran NOC walked to a certain place. This was where Duong Hu Noyet worked. It's already after work hours, so Tun Tang Loi must be nearby. He coldly prepared to step inside when he suddenly saw a familiar car parked in front. For words appeared in his mind, golden key architecture. Then he saw Tun Tang Loi sitting in the distance, silently smoking by himself. The car door slowly opened, and a man stepped out. This man was Dao Wei's son. The receptionist greeted him. "Sir, please take your time. Welcome to visit again." Seeing that person, Tun Tang Loi also quickly grabbed his briefcase and stood up. His subordinate blocked him and asked, "What are you doing?" Oi's son waved his hand, ordering, "Let him come over." Tran and OC stood on this side, watching the two talk, but couldn't hear what they said to each other clearly. He wondered, what does Tun Tang Loi want to do? Tun Tang Loi handed the briefcase to Dao Wei's son and said, "You take these first." But he flung the briefcase away, wanting to chase Tun Tang Loi out. The money inside the briefcase scattered all over the road. Then he coldly stepped over the money on the ground. His face was cold, and he cursed, "Worthless trash." Tun Tang Loi knelt there picking up the money. Tun Tang Loi gritted his teeth, enduring it. He turned back and shouted, "I gave you everything. I paid you everything. Isn't that enough?" But he had already gotten into his car and sped off. Tun Tang Loi slumped to the ground, looking utterly despondent. From a distance, Cuckoo's mother was cycling over, breathless with exhaustion. She immediately parked her bike there and ran over, calling for Tun Tang Loi. Seeing his wife, he froze for a moment. Tun Tang Loi picked up the money and put it into his bag. Then he locked the bag. Tun Tang Loi stood up and said, "You know it. Look at what you've done." He swung his arm up and shouted, "That's what you've done." She closed her eyes and said, "Hit me, hit me." His hand trembled, unable to strike. Then he lowered his hand and could only sigh. Hugh Noyet grabbed Tun Tang Loi's hand, then said, "Tun Tang Loi, Tun Tang Loi, I was wrong. It was all my fault. Let's go home and talk, okay?" He pushed the bike, and the two walked coldly in the silent night. Chan and AC had been secretly observing from behind the entire time. He mused. Tun Tang Loi gave money to that person. It seems the situation isn't what I'd previously assumed. Monday morning at school, someone came to the school gate holding a sign. The red sign read, "Tun Tang Loi, Tun Tang Loi, pay your debts. It's only natural. If you don't pay your debts, heaven won't forgive you." A guy stood there with a loudspeaker shouting, "Tun Tang Loi is a scoundrel. He doesn't pay his debts. He's not fit to be a teacher." Students standing inside looked out and whispered. Chan and AC tried to push through the crowd. "Excuse me, please." Cuckoo stood there speechless. She was extremely surprised and shocked, raising her hand to cover her face, showing confusion. How could this be? Chan and AC stood next to her and looked outside. At this moment, Tun Tang Loi also received the information, grabbed his bag, and stepped out. He stood facing the guy with the loudspeaker and asked, "What do you want by doing this?" Tun Tang Loi lowered his voice. "I will pay the money. There are still 2 days left. Why do you have to make such a fuss?" He handed the bag in his hand to the man and continued, "This is all I have right now. Take it for now." Then he yelled loudly, "This is a school. Don't disturb the order of the school. Take the money and leave." The man took the money and retorted, "Tun Tang Loi, paying debts is natural. We don't want to do this either." Then he turned to his subordinates behind him and said, "Brothers, let's withdraw. We'll come back in 2 days." Cuckoo, standing inside, kept calling for her father. Chan and AC looked out and thought, Tun Tang Loi definitely doesn't want his daughter to see his miserable state. He called out to the students inside, "Students, don't look anymore. It's class time. Go back to your classrooms." The students gossiped, saying unpleasant things. What's with the pretense? A human face with a dog's heart, usually so arrogant, turns out to be a scoundrel, having people come to school to demand debt. Truly, who knows how much trouble he's caused outside. Tun Tang Loi, the image of an exemplary teacher he had built for half his life, his own world, had collapsed. Back inside the classroom, Latan whispered, "Chan and AC, is Tun Cuckoo okay?" He replied. Tun Tang Loi said he needed to go back and take care of some things. I told her to go home with Tun Tang Loi. There's a lot of bad talk right now, so she probably can't stay at school. Then he asked for a favor. La Tan, can you help me with two things? His friend generously replied. Sure, tell me. Chan and AC continued. Help me find out the background of the people who came to demand money earlier today. He reasoned. Even if it's a loan shark, they wouldn't make such a commotion. The people in this business in Zhongnin, Dad's subordinates, would probably know them. Find out which group it is for me, okay? La Tan replied. That's not hard. I'll ask Olosier to call and check later. But why are you asking for this information? You want to help Tun Tang Loi, but how? Chan NAC smiled. I'll help him pay the money. La Tan was speechless after hearing that and asked again. Okay, what about the second thing? He smiled and replied. Help me ask the teacher for leave. Just say I'm skipping class. Then he stood up. I'm leaving now. Chan NAC patted his friend's shoulder. Text me when you find out anything. Latan sat there, watching him leave with a tense expression. An hour later, Chan NAC was sitting on a motorcycle, thinking, this Latan works fast. He looked up, then slowly walked in. Kwakhoa Financial Company is on the third floor. This is it. Chan NAC stood there and knocked on the door. Beside it was a vertical sign with the name, Kwakhoa Financial Company. A moment later, the door slowly opened, and the guy who held the loudspeaker this morning stood there and asked, What do you want? He replied, Looking for someone. He frowned and asked again, Who are you looking for? Chan NAC coldly replied, You. As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a powerful kick to his stomach. The extremely strong kick sent him flying backward into the room. Then he fell with a thud onto the table where the whole group was sitting. They were startled and exclaimed, What the? Damn it! Chan NAC walked in defiantly. If you have knives, grab knives. If you have guns, grab guns. Oh wait, I guess none of you have guns anyway. Do me a favor, if you're going to resist, try to be a bit more enthusiastic. My mood's not great right now, and I want to vent properly. One guy aggressively charged out and yelled, Get lost, you coward. He gently extended his hand, preparing to counterattack. Chan NAC moved past him lightly, striking him directly in the stomach. It seemed powerless, but it sent the guy flying straight into the cabinet behind him. Noticing the boiling kettle on the table, he quickly grabbed it. Then he threw it at the guy, cursing. Doing such dirty work, clean yourself up. Scalded by the boiling water, he screamed in pain. Chan NAC took out his familiar iron chain again. Not enough passion, try harder. The remaining guys immediately grabbed their cold weapons, holding them menacingly, and stepped towards him, shouting, Brothers, let's go. Charge. Damn it, give him a beating. A few minutes later, they were all on the floor, and he was the only one standing. Chan NAC grabbed one guy's hair and pulled him up, then dragged him across the floor towards a chair. He released his hand and said, If I'm not mistaken, you must be the leader. Chan NAC looked at him and continued, I know you're not the big boss. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and you'd better answer truthfully. As for me, I hate it when people lie to me. If someone deceives me, I get very angry. Do you understand? He hurriedly stammered, Understand, understand. After that, he broke the guy's pinky finger. He screamed in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face. Chan NAC continued, That was the first question. I'm not satisfied with your answer. It was too quiet. He looked directly into his face. Very good. Now it's much louder. Now I'll ask again, what's your name? He stammered, Thoi Dai Bang. Chan NAC continued to ask, Ever broken the law? Hearing this, he fell silent, unsure how to answer. He broke his hand again, making him scream even louder than before. In pain, Dai Bang finally obediently stammered, Yes, 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 I broke the law. I served 3 years in prison. He replied, Causing injury to others. Chan NAC lowered his voice and praised, Very good, you see. We've started to establish an initial understanding of each other. Okay, next question. Do you guys have a safe here? He nodded, replying repeatedly, Yes, yes. He handed him his empty backpack and ordered, Fill this with money. If it's not full, I'll replace it with parts of your body. A moment later, a backpack full of money appeared before Chan and AC. He picked up the backpack and stood, sighing. It's true that blackmailing is still more lucrative. Then he looked down at Dai Bang and said, One last question. Where do you keep your loan client information and loan contracts? He knelt down, crying and begging. Boss, please spare me, spare me. You can't touch that. The boss will bury me alive. Chan and AC had just taken his hand, and he immediately changed his attitude, pointing and saying, I'll tell you, I'll tell you, I'll tell you, in the second drawer of the filing cabinet. He walked over, opened the cabinet door, and looked at the stack of documents inside. Then he shuffled through the papers on top, searching. Finally, he stopped at a file and said, Found it. Chan and AC tucked the file into his clothes. Finally done. He took out a lighter, flicked it open, and then released it. The stack of loan documents went up in flames. One of the henchmen lying there struggled to speak. Do you know who my boss is? You dare to touch the client information. That's cutting off my boss's source of wealth, which means you're leaving yourself no way out. Chan and AC asked, Who is your boss? The guy replied, Xiao Kwak. He glanced down and continued to ask, So do you guys know who I am? The henchman with the swollen face thought to himself, You're so completely masked. Who would recognize you? Chan and AC stood there giving orders. Hand over all your phones. Chan and AC walked out, then used a chain to lock the door. He opened the door and threw away the phones he had confiscated earlier. As he walked along the corridor, he remembered the name he had just received, Xiao Kwak. That night, at the Green Karaoke Bar, Xiao Kwak walked and thought, Today's incident, who on earth was so audacious? Luo Daixe, Xiao Min Hoa, Fook Dai Khan, none of them seemed like it. Now they're in different businesses than me, with no conflicting interests, so there's no need to offend me like that. The karaoke manager followed, flattering. Boss Xiao, can I escort you to your car? He replied, No need. Kwak Hoa mused. There's an 80% chance this was done by some wandering drifter. I don't know which god or immortal, down on their luck, decided to fleece me. Even if it's a boss from another region, they'd have to cough it all up when they meet this Xiao Kwak Hoa. Upon hearing the news of the robbery, he had ordered his men, mobilize everyone. Even if you have to turn Jiangnan upside down, find that person for me. Lost in thought, he silently walked towards where his car was waiting. He then opened the door and got in, placing his wallet on the seat, and told the driver, Old way, let's go home. His eyes were hazy and slightly drunk. 10 minutes later, he jolted awake, opening his eyes. Kwak Hoa realized this wasn't the way home. Being a prominent figure in the underworld, he calmly took out a pack of cigarettes and quietly lit one. He put on a cheerful facade and offered, Brother, have a cigarette. I'm driving, wait a moment. Kwak Hoa rolled down the car window, pretending to flick the cigarette outside to quickly observe. Then he took out his wallet and asked. He threw a wad of cash onto the front seat and added. Kwak Hoa chuckled. Chin Nua looked in the rearview mirror and replied. Hearing that, he was slightly startled. He thought it was a common thug, but since he knew who he was, it meant he was being targeted. Kwak Hoa tried to probe. Chin Nua replied. He reached into his jacket pocket, thinking. Chin Nua threatened. Kwak Hoa quickly put his hands out and stammered. He slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped abruptly. A shovel was propped up on the side of the road. Chin Nua turned around and said. Then he reached for the lighter, lit a cigarette, and said. Taking a puff, Chin Nua asked him. After freezing, he nervously forced a smile and replied. He smiled and said. Kwak Hoa fearfully replied. Boss Chu earns 100 measures a day. A month would be too great a loss. No need for that, just 2 weeks. I hear Southeast Asia is quite warm now. He immediately obeyed. He glanced outside. Kwak Hoa hurriedly got out of the car, watching Chin Nua drive away. He stood there, letting out a sigh of relief. Kwak Hoa looked to the side and was slightly startled to see the shovel stuck there. He stood there cursing. His face turned pale. If he had said one wrong word earlier, this hole would have been prepared for him. Then he immediately took out his phone and made a call. Kwak Hoa yelled, "Working. A few days stop won't kill us. Stop everything for me. Damn it, how did I say it? Oh right, team building. Do you understand team building?" Scene shifts to a Tam Lean supermarket chain store. Teacher Lu, who was shopping, stood at the cashier, smiling and thinking. He carried a supersized shopping bag. The cashier swiped the card and announced. Teacher Lu took out a banknote and replied. The cashier replied. Teacher Lu then asked the cashier. He walked out of the supermarket, crying and scolding. Teacher Lu saw Tun Tang Loi standing there. He pondered. He was about to turn and leave. Teacher Lu turned back and blurted out. Scene shifts to a VIP room in the hotel. Oi Sun sat there, a cigarette in his mouth, smiling coldly. Tun Tang Loi walked in, saying. He sat down and asked. Oi Sun offered a cigarette politely. Tun Tang Loi lit a cigarette and replied. Oi Sun continued. Tun Tang Loi pondered. Coincidentally? That's quite a coincidence then. Oi Sun continued. All right. We've known each other for decades. No need for such veiled words. I admit I intentionally brought the project here. Then I met Hunoyet. Tun Tang Loi interrupted. So, everything was orchestrated by you? You set a trap, and Hunoyet walked right into it. He smiled. Your words truly sadden me. I merely suggested Hunoyet make a few investments to help her earn some pocket money. Tun Tang Loi asked again. And then what? Oi Sun replied. After that, she was very interested, so I helped her open an account in Country M for investment purposes. I also didn't expect her to dare to do such a thing. Putting in so much money at once. Tun Tang Loi, the derivatives market is unpredictable. Hunoyet was truly thoughtless. Tun Tang Loi angrily stood up and exclaimed. She dared to put in money because you deliberately led her on. She doesn't understand the market. You led her into one deal first, let her taste the sweetness, and even helped her open an account, letting her do it herself. That's the derivatives market, the stock derivatives market of Country M. Waiting for her to sink deeper, finally about to have her assets sold to seize debt, she realized she couldn't hold on anymore and came to you for help. How did you save her? You gave her the company's project investment account, told her to take a few thousand yuan. Daoi's son, you arranged everything. An account meant for investment, yet she could withdraw hundreds of thousands of yuan at once. A general manager like you didn't sign off on it. How could she get the money? Now, on paper, she's the one who has to pay, and that debt was also taken out under her signature. She just got the money to cover the deficit from the derivatives, and right after Tet, your company suddenly demanded repayment of the debt. What company suddenly demands an accountant right after Tet? Tun Tang Loi harshly asked. Did you calculate all these steps just to drive her to ruin? He continued. Hunoyet likes taking risks, but she's not that audacious. If you hadn't initially told her you had insider information, that the investment would surely win, would she have dared to put in such a large sum at once? She only trusted you. Oi Sun chuckled evenly and said, Tun Tang, there's no need to speak without evidence. Why do you think she trusted me so much? He lit a cigarette and recalled. If she had followed me abroad over 10 years ago, there wouldn't be such trouble now. Kim Lang, there's someone I can't cut ties with. Tun Tang Loi immediately cursed. Daoi's son, don't be shameless. Hunoyet is my wife now. He interrupted. Do you think I'm talking about Hunoyet? Hearing that, Tun Tang Loi paused, slightly stunned. He stammered. You said, what did you say? Tun Tang Loi sat down, his voice slightly subdued. I don't understand what you're saying at all. Oi Sun continued. Look, Tun Tang Loi, that year I said you were very smart, but always lacked quick wit in dealing with people. Actually, you already understand. You just never dare to think deeply, right? Tuntang Loy waved him off. Don't say anything more. Don't say anything more. He continued recounting. 2 years ago, when I was still in Country M, a friend sent me a photo. After that, I couldn't put it down. There's a saying, blood is thicker than water. You don't get to choose, and I don't get to choose either. Do you think I came back to fight for Unoyet? With my current living conditions, could I lack women? Oi Sun walked up to Tuntang Loy. I didn't want to come back either, but a few years ago I fell ill once. After recovering, the doctor said I couldn't have children anymore. What's it called in medicine? Teratozoospermia. Tuntang Loy yelled. Kaka, Kaka is my daughter. Oi Sun immediately interrupted. Your daughter? Tuntang Loy, look again. Where does Kaka resemble you? From the very first moment I saw Kaka's photo, I knew. Her mother. This is my daughter, Dao Sun's. There can be no mistake. Tuntang Loy recalled his wedding day with Unoyet, receiving congratulations from many relatives and friends. He was overjoyed when his wife became pregnant, listening to the baby kick in her womb every day. Each time, Unoyet would laugh and say, Why are you just like a child? On the day of birth, the nurse carried the baby out and congratulated him. It's a girl. Then when Kaka went to school, he always rode her there on his bicycle. Today is your birthday. Mom has prepared all your favorite dishes. Tuntang Loy now buried his face, sobbing. No, no. Kaka is my daughter. She really is. Oi Sun stood there and continued. I know you cherish her, and her mother is your life. Unoyet caused big trouble, seeing the company about to close its books. She panicked and told you. You couldn't bear to do anything to her. All the money in the house was gone. You swallowed your pride and went everywhere asking for help. You gathered over 100,000 yuan, but it still wasn't enough. You could only borrow from loan sharks, borrow 150,000. Maybe then you could gather 300,000. But that's still not enough, Tuntang Loy. Last night you stopped me, wanting to give me that money, wanting me to calm things down at the company first. But do you think I could do that? Tuntang Loy stood up and asked, What do you want after all? He replied, I want Kaka. I want your daughter. No, I should say, I want my daughter. Tuntang Loy laughed loudly. Still not giving up? Do you want me to find someone to do a DNA test? Oi Sun smiled. All right, then I'll grant you a swift death. It's almost time now, Tuntang Loy. Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in. It was a woman. Tuntang Loy was startled when he saw her. It turned out to be Unoyet. She walked in with a stack of files in her hand. Unoyet saw Tuntang Loy and immediately dropped the files. Oi Sun smiled. They're here. Everyone's here. Good, everyone's present. Then he pulled Unoyet closer and asked, Come on, tell Tuntang Loy, whose child is Kaka after all. She worriedly screamed, Why do you have to do this? I don't know anything. Tuntang Loy, who was next to them, loudly said, Let her go. Then he stepped towards him. Then he threw a punch and yelled, I said, Let go of my wife. Oi Sun rubbed his face and replied, Good. This slap is for your effort in raising Kaka for me for over 10 years. I won't hold it against you. Tuntang Loy stepped forward and asked, Unoyet, tell me, Kaka is my child, isn't she? She is my daughter, isn't she? She suddenly knelt down and whimpered, Tuntang Loy, I've wronged you. In the beginning, when I married you, I was already pregnant. Then, with tears streaming down, and he went abroad, abandoning me. I didn't know what to do then. Tuntang Loy interrupted. Then what? You accepted me. Unoyet lowered her head. Tuntang Loy, you are a good husband, a good father. I've wronged you. He smiled painfully. All right, the scene you wanted, I've seen it. Oi Sun, I won't give Kaka to you. So drop that idea. Then he helped his wife up and said, Let's go. Oi Sun stopped him. Wait. He sneered. The company accounts will be finalized next week at the latest. If you walk out that door tonight, get ready to see your wife go to jail. Then he took out a black card. This card contains 1 million yuan, which can solve your current predicament. Take this money, and you can start over. As for Kaka, I can take her to Country Am. She can study at the best school, have a wealthy life, and she can even change her way of life forever. Oi-sun placed a stack of papers on the table and continued. As long as you agree to sign these 3 contracts, the paternity test result, the declaration of severance of father-child relationship, and the consent for transfer of guardianship. The husband and wife couldn't say a word, standing there listening to him continue. Tun Tang Loi, I know you are straightforward, so you can't decide right away here. I'll give you 3 days. Within these 3 days, you come to me. One hand signs the documents, the other hand takes the money. The scene shifted to the bathroom. Inside, Oi-sun laughed loudly. So satisfying. Even more satisfying than 4 years ago when I forced my longtime rival to his death and then used money to put his daughter in my bed. He laughed pervertedly. After Ka is taken to Country Am, Tun Tang Loi, your time is also up. Eradicate the weeds by the roots. I must stomp you to death, right? Turning off the shower, Oi-sun pulled open the bathroom door and stepped out. He stood there drying himself. Chin-Nuo was sitting there. He didn't know when he arrived. He asked in a panic, "Who are you?" Chin-Nuo held a gun in his hand, pointing it at Oi-sun. "Good evening." He quickly raised his hands nervously. "Brother, do you need money? If you need money, we can discuss it." He slowly stood up and replied, "No, I don't need money." He looked at him seriously. "I need justice." Oi-sun's eyes widened in fear. He turned and ran, shouting, "Is anyone there?" Chun-Nuo's eyes flashed with electricity. Oi-sun was restrained, stopping right before the door. He worriedly wondered, "What's happening? Why can't I move suddenly? And my breathing, I can't breathe." Chin-Nuo stepped out to support him and said, "You can't run away. Don't waste your effort." Then he snapped his fingers, and Oi-sun, freed from the restraint, coughed while clutching his throat. Oi-sun stammered, You, what kind of sorcery? What magic did you use?" Chin-Nuo took out wine and poured a glass, replying, "I don't know if you're unlucky or if Tun Tang Loi is fortunate, but if I hadn't come to this world, all your schemes would have come true." Finished speaking, he handed the full glass of wine to him. "Come on, drink it all." While he was drinking, Chin-Nuo continued, "Now, let's talk about Tun Tang Loi." Hearing that, Oi-sun exclaimed, You came for Tun Tang Loi? That useless, penniless Tun Tang Loi." Chin-Nuo coldly replied, "Actually, I've met many kinds of bad people. You're not the worst, but you're disgusting. Tun Tang Loi is just an ordinary person. He never intended to harm anyone. If he suffers a loss, he'll endure it. He only wants to live a peaceful life with his wife and child. But such an honest person, and you stomp him to death like a snake, humiliating him. You shouldn't have done that." He frowned, glaring at Oi-sun and cursing. "Damn it! Did he dig up your ancestors' graves in his previous life or something?" Seeing that look, he trembled and replied, "Brother, speak slowly. I'll stop immediately, and I won't fight for the child anymore. I swear I won't bother Tun Tang Loi again." Then Oi-sun took out his phone and started dialing. "I'll immediately return to Country Am. I'll prove it to you." He called someone and ordered, "Director Zhao, it's me. Immediately cancel the company's account settlement plan. Yes, no more. Execute it immediately." Then Oi-sun smiled and continued, "You see, I've done it. I've spared Tun Tang Loi's family. You can't kill me. I also have a Country Am passport. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble." Chin-Nuo sneered, "It's no use. I don't trust you, because I understand bad people like you too well. Originally, I was a bad person too." He stammered, "I'll go back." At this moment, his finger glowed. Oi-sun's face was terrified, feeling short of breath. Then he struggled to say, "How can you kill me? I have a lot of money." Chin-Nuo watched him fall onto the sofa, stepped closer and announced, "You took a hot shower, and then drank such a large glass of strong alcohol when you came out. When you're found, people will only think you died of a sudden brain hemorrhage. Looking at him lying there, he coldly said, "On the bridge of forgetfulness, when you drink the soup of oblivion, remember one thing. In the next life, don't bully honest people." The next day, Chinua walked out to the parking lot and recognized the familiar bicycle. It was Tun Tang Loy's bike. He took the bike and thought, "Sun Tang Loy, stealing your bike isn't really because I'm bullying an honest person like you." The scene shifted to Dai Loy's used car garage. He was lying there, smoking and muttering, "Damn it, why is my right eye twitching so much today?" Dai Loy was startled and dropped his cigarette in fright when he saw Chinua walk through the gate. The henchman who was fixing a car nearby immediately ran out to greet him, asking, "Are you here to look at cars? What kind of car do you need?" Chinua threw his backpack down with a thud, then took out a cigarette. He sat there sighing. "This place is still much better." The henchman, not knowing who he was, pointed and cursed. "Damn it, where did this brat come from? Do you think this is your home?" Dai Loy walked in, kicked him, and cursed. "Damn it, how are you talking to Big Bro?" Then he ran over to Chinua fawning. Big Bro, what wind blew you here?" "Whatever Big Bro likes today, just take it," Chinua replied. "I don't lack anything today. I just need to borrow your place to wait for someone." He smiled kindly. "Big Bro, you wait here. I'll go make some Longjing tea for you." Dai Loy massaged his leg and asked, "Big Bro, how's my hand strength?" Chinua enjoyed it and replied, "It's all right." Dai Loy cursed himself. "Damn it, what karma have I created? From Big Bro, now I'm a masseur." Suddenly, Sun Tang Loy appeared, walking past. Chinua saw him and called out, "Sun Tang Loy." The man stood outside and shouted back, "Chinua, why are you here? Are you skipping school again today?" He pointed to Dai Loy and said, "I'm doing a part-time job to earn tuition fees. This is the owner, Mr. Loy. He's enthusiastic, generous, righteous, prosperous, and has a kind, sincere personality. I work for him, and I've learned a few tricks too." The two young men finished their lies and stared at each other. Sun Tang Loy turned to Dai Loy and said, "Then I'll bother you. He's a bit clingy, but he's not a bad kid, and he's kind-hearted too. Please teach him well." He immediately replied, "He's doing a part-time job at my place." Sun Tang Loy added, "If he doesn't listen, just hit him." Dai Loy heard that and looked at Chinua, thinking, who could hit this god of death? Then he asked Sun Tang Loy, "Brother, are you here to look at cars?" The man awkwardly replied, "My bike was stolen last night. It's been a bit inconvenient getting around without a bike these past few days, so I came to the used market to buy a cheap one, just to replace walking." "Then you've come to the right person, brother. You're Chinua's acquaintance, so I won't mark up the price for you. I'll sell it at cost." Sun Tang Loy seemed embarrassed. "How can that be? Just sell it at the normal price. I can't take it for free." After examining a bike, Chen Nua kicked the price tag away and turned to ask, "Sun Tang Loy, what do you think of this bike? The owner is having a big sale, only 80 to buy it." Dai Loy understood and raised 5 fingers, saying, "What 80? I'll sell it for 50. He turned to suggest, "Mr. Loy, weren't you planning to go to the company to check the books this morning?" Chin Nua turned to introduce further. "Mr. Loy also runs a finance company, specializing in small value loan services. He's kind-hearted, respects the law, and his business is thriving." The two looked at each other again, without saying anything. Dai Loy wondered aloud, "I even do disbursements?" He cried, "Big Bro, are you just writing the script on the fly? I'm a terrible actor. I can't keep up with your pace." Then Dai Loy immediately cooperated. Right. Thanks to everyone's help and their leniency. What I value most in business is integrity and trustworthiness." Sun Tang Loy then took the initiative. "Can I have your phone number? I'll call you if I need anything." After Sun Tang Loy left, Dai Loy turned to ask cautiously, "Big Bro, how was my acting? No problems, right?" Chin Nua smiled and praised, "Mr. Loy, I think you're the kind of person who deserves to get rich in the future." Going back inside Dailoy's garage, which served as his bedroom and office, he politely said, "Big bro, is there anything else? Just tell me." Chin Nuo opened his backpack. It was full of money. He replied in fright, "Big bro, I only deal in used cars. With this much money, I wouldn't dare do any murder for hire jobs." He immediately explained, "I'm not asking you to do that. Teacher's son just left. Figure out a way for him to borrow this money. 200,000. Dai Loy acted smart. "I get it. Big bro wants to set him up, and his house deed too." He immediately slapped him on the head. "What are you thinking? Who wants his house deed? Just figure out a way for him to borrow the money, okay?" Chin Nuo instructed, "A contract still needs to be signed, otherwise he won't believe it. But the terms shouldn't be too harsh, low interest, installment payments. Write the term as 10 years, 8 years, whatever you prefer. In short, the terms must be very attractive to make him agree to borrow money from you. If you mess this up, I'll deal with you later." Dai Loy took the money and replied, "Understood, big bro, don't worry." "Oh, big bro, this amount isn't right. There's too much here." He smiled. "This is 300,000. The extra 100,000, 60,000 of it is to pay you back for the money and the motorcycle I took from you earlier. Consider it as medical expenses for your guys." Looking at his shiny bald head, he added, "As for the rest, go get your hair treated. You're so young and already bald. Get it treated early. Maybe it'll grow back." Dai Loy grabbed Chin Nua's leg, touched. "Big bro, you're too kind and fierce. People only see my viciousness because of my bald head. Only big bro sees the pain in my heart." He immediately cursed, "Damn it, can you stop wiping snot on me?" Then he left. Dai Loy waved goodbye. "Be careful. Come visit whenever you're free." The henchman asked, "Boss, who exactly is this guy? You served him like he was an ancestor." Dai Loy turned to lecture. "What do you know? When you find someone to rely on, you have to hold on tight, you know. Back when I was in prison, I used these sharp eyes to spot the right person. I only got this shop after I got out of prison. Now serve this ancestor well, and in the future, I'll soar like a kite in the wind." At an investment office in JN, the secretary handed over a file and reported, "Director, the investment invitation for that in-country company's project has been sent. Please take a look." He smiled after reading it. "The conditions are excellent. This is considered a key project this year, and our investment-seeking task for this quarter. Doing well on this project means we've already achieved almost half our success." The secretary added, "But there's one request. They said the daughter of one of their board members wants to study here, so they're asking us to help arrange her enrollment." By her age, she's probably in high school. The director replied, "This isn't difficult. They're investing so much money, and it could also solve future career issues. Contact the education department, provide the investor with information on the best schools in the district to choose from, then discuss it with him." The secretary immediately replied, "They've already chosen a school. They only want to study there." The director asked in surprise, "Which school?" She replied, "They said they want to study at school number 8. He immediately asked, "This school, what was its citywide ranking last year?" The secretary replied, "Third from the bottom." Scene shifts to Luku International Airport in Jinling, where a blond foreign man is standing. The greeter, a young woman, turned and said to him, "Mr. Adrian, we'll take you to the hotel first." He took off his glasses and replied, "No, take me to the police station. I want to see Tao Wei-sun's case file as soon as possible. The corporation needs to know the information quickly." Back at the hotel, Adrian immediately made a phone call to report, "It's me. I've been to the hotel where Tao Wei-sun stayed during his lifetime. I've also reviewed the police's file." The other end of the line asked, "What's your assessment?" He replied, "The cause of minor number 16's death, the preliminary assessment is a normal accidental death, caused by brain hemorrhage after bathing and drinking alcohol." The other end of the line said, "If it's normal, then wrap it up quickly. He's just a miner earning money for us in the outer regions. Don't waste too much effort." Adrian added. But Tao Wei Sun's death hides an animosity that makes me extremely uneasy. I request to proceed with further investigation. I need two types of documents. First, the miner's credit card statements for 6 months before his death. Second, the miner's call logs before his death. The mysterious person replied, All right, I can give them to you. But don't act unusually. We don't want more trouble. This long-planned national project has just begun, and Tao Wei's son was just the first person we sent out. You must remember, we are the ones who should hide in the abyss. Also, the death of miner number 4 from in-country is classified as a key investigation. They need your help more there. An hour later, Adrian sat looking at his laptop, reporting the situation by phone. I've discovered a suspicious point. Before his death, Tao Wei's son had multiple contacts with a woman named Yang Xiaoya. She was also among the last people he met before he died. She's very beautiful, and she's married. The other end of the line asked, Are you suggesting this is a crime of passion? No, that woman and her husband are both ordinary people. Ordinary people don't have the ability to kill a miner. All right, if there are no other discoveries in 3 days, then return. Country A needs you. The next day, outside Sun Keek's house, Chen Nuo rode her on his bicycle. Kiki sat behind, hugging his waist affectionately. Then he squeezed the brake and stopped the bike. He turned around and placed a hand on Keek's head, asking worriedly, Why do you suddenly have a fever? She replied, My home's heating broke. I caught a cold last night. He helped her up the stairs. Kiki turned and said, My parents probably aren't home. Chen Nuo thought to himself, after the incident at the school demanding debt, Sun Shenglong took sick leave to avoid gossip. Now he's naturally at Brother Loy's place to process a loan. The two entered the house, and Chen Nuo noticed something unusual. He sensed that someone was in the house. The two sat in the living room. The person inside was Adrian. Chen Nuo was wary. In broad daylight, someone dared to brazenly sneak into the house. Kiki, meanwhile, blushed a little because the two of them were currently very close. She closed her eyes, pouting slightly. He quickly reminded her, Don't sleep. Where's your cold medicine? Take it first. Kiki immediately replied, In the drawer of my parents' dressing table. As Chen Nuo stepped in, he realized the man had left. He thought to himself, Shin Yi, quite some skill. Then he pretended to look for cold medicine in the drawer. The man had silently stood behind him without a sound. Adrian observed, then commented, Her shoulders are relaxed, completely unguarded. This is an ordinary person. Chen Nuo, while taking the medicine, realized, He's a master, and a foreigner at that, so he's not an ordinary thief. A moment later, he softly said, Found it. Then he slowly stood up, and the figure behind him leaped away. Chen Nuo walked out of the room, while Adrian was clinging to the roof like Spider-Man. He gently closed the door. Then he went to the sofa, got water, and gave Kiki the medicine. Here, take your medicine. Chen Nuo sensed that he had already left. He lightly touched Kiki's head and said, Go to sleep. Her mouth said, I'm not sleepy. But her eyes were droopy. After Kiki fell asleep on the sofa, he quietly entered her parents' bedroom. Seeing the door ajar, he guessed. It seems he jumped in through the window. Chen Nuo pulled open the window, then quickly jumped down from a great height. A moment later, at the International Hotel, Adrian stood there deducing on a whiteboard the cause of Tao Wei Sun's death and related persons. He crossed out Sun Shenglong's name and said, Could it really be an accident? Chen Nuo secretly observed from outside. Adrian instinctively turned his head to look out, but there was only the wind blowing, nothing else. A moment later, at the orange noodle shop, Chen Nuo sat there and called out to the owner, 1 bowl of dry noodles with extra meat, and a soft-boiled egg too. The owner replied, Wait a moment, young man. He sat peeling garlic, preparing to eat his noodles. Then he smiled. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Adrian from the Abyss organization. Do I need to bury him? After all, I buried him once in my previous life. Chen Nuo recalled. Abyss, a B-level organization in the Underworld, established at least over 50 years ago. This organization has several formidable and eccentric individuals who have carried out countless secret missions that cannot be disclosed. Some prominent figures include the doctor who appears a bit crazy and perverse, the hunting leopard, whose appearance lives up to his name and specializes in hunting, and the blond man named Adrian. The strongest among them is their leader, nicknamed Captain, an ability user of the noble rank. Additionally, there's a type of person in the organization called a miner, whose specialty is operating in the mundane world, establishing social networks to earn money for the organization. Daoi's son is one of them. In the original timeline, Manhua was sanctioned by Abyss in 2004, 3 years later. In a fit of rage, he destroyed the entire Abyss organization, thus establishing his reputation as Yama, renowned throughout the Underworld. This time, the Abyss organization has once again provoked the resurrected Chinyama. Back to the present, Manhua is thinking about eliminating Adrian, but it seems problematic. If Adrian meets with an accident, Sun Tangloy's entire family will surely be implicated, let alone destroying the Abyss organization again. He muttered, saying he was tired of entering the Underworld again. This life. He just wanted to live a lazy, hedonistic life. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If Sun Tangloy's name has been crossed out, then Adrian, consider yourself lucky. The next morning at school, Latan threw the ball and called Manhua. He quickly caught it. The boy in the blue shirt ran over, blocked him, and smirked as he introduced himself. I'm Ola Chu Vong. No one can break my dream steps. He jumped up to shoot the ball, not forgetting to give him 4 words. Full of hot air. An excellent 3-point shot. Outside the court, female fans were going wild for him, cheering continuously. Manhua, unbeatable heartthrob, so handsome. Kaka stood there, blushing, saying nothing. Her heart was pounding. The young man she had rejected last year now made her feel excited and thought he was incredibly cool. After the game, Manhua walked towards Kaka. She held a water bottle in her hand and gave him a pre-poured cup of water. It was goji berry water. Holding the water, Manhua thought to himself, I'm in my prime youth, and I'm already living a middle-aged life, drinking goji berries from a thermos. Kaka said, my dad said you shouldn't drink cold water after exercising, or you'll regret it when you're old with stomach problems. She blushed and added, my dad also said, drinking goji berries is good for digestion. Just then, someone called his name from afar, making him turn to look. Over there was a group of hooligans, holding iron pipes, baseball bats, and even iron chains. Over the school radio, a song played. Oh, life is like floating clouds. Soar freely to the resting place of longing. He glared at him and said, so arrogant, huh? I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Manhua wondered, who are you? His henchman replied, our school's only big brother, on Haonam, Truong Lam Sin. Outsiders call him the big brother of Causeway Bay, Chin Haonam. He raised his hands in a gesture. So it's on Haonam. I've heard of you for a long time. But in his eyes, he was just a kid. Lamson chuckled and said, Manhua, you won't escape today's beating even if God himself comes, I tell you. Just then, a familiar figure ran up and hugged him. The pretty Dinyuan looked up at him with tears in her eyes and said, I finally found you, thanks to second brother's blessing. Lamson dropped his chain, trembling all over, cursing. Damn it, another beautiful flower-like girl wasted. Manhua's face went blank as he wondered, damn it, why is Firefly here? Meanwhile, Kaka was also stunned, thinking, am I being cheated on now? He was a little worried. Damn it, where did these long legs come from? What should I do in this situation? He thought of an excuse in his head. Tell her he has a twin brother, or shout for Kaka to save him, or scream indecent assault. None of it works. It's too humiliating for his IQ. He looked at Lam Sin with a smirk. I know, on Haonam, you'll have to take one for the team. He pushed Din Yuan aside, then glared fiercely ahead. He started cursing. So you're an upperclassman. That makes you great, huh? Being an upperclassman means you can act like a gangster. Huh, I don't give a damn about your gangster act. With that, he immediately charged forward. Today I'll seize your authority and voice, and let you know that those who join gangs sooner or later pay the price. Lamson didn't have time to react and immediately took a knee to the groin. He was immediately knocked down, screaming in pain. Outside, the female spectators were still watching intently. He leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Hurry, let me take you to the hospital. Otherwise, you might not keep your privates." Lamson's face turned pale as he yelled, "Take me to the hospital, damn it. I'm really hurt." He quickly hoisted him up and carried him away, ignoring the two beautiful girls behind him who kept calling Chinua's name. The henchmen stood there, confused, asking each other, "No way. The boss was dealt with in 1 second and then carried away. I saw it too. That bastard Chinua. He's really vicious." Upon reaching the gate, the two girls lost sight of Chunua. One looked left, calling Chinua, and the other looked right, calling Appa. Din Yuyan stood there shouting, "Appa, where did you run off to?" Suddenly, a hand appeared. From behind, it covered Din Yuyan's mouth and hugged her, leaving her no time to make a sound. Chinua turned Din Yuyan around, put a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and said, "It's me." Lamson was in a nearby trash can. He released his hand, then was about to ask, "Why are you Dash?" Then Din Yuyan immediately spread her arms, ran back, intending to hug him, and loudly called Appa. Chin Nuo reached out his hand, held her forehead, pushed her away, and ordered, "Stay still." He told Din Yuyan, "Stop calling me Appa. You've caused trouble for me. First, how did you find me?" Din Yuyan snapped her fingers, winked mischievously, and replied, "I remembered the Chinese characters on your jacket, so Mom transferred me here." She recounted, "At that time, I was completing the admission procedures in the principal's office. Then I heard the commotion on the football field, and that's when I saw you." Chinua held his head. "That's fine, but I can't believe your mom actually let you transfer schools." He turned and asked, "You don't want to cause me trouble either, right? So, I'll lay down a few rules. Can you follow them?" Din Yuyan obediently replied, "I'll follow everything Appa says." He began to raise his hand to explain the rules. "All right then. First, you absolutely cannot reveal that I saved your family in Country Inn." Din Yuyan thought, "So, I'm the only one next to the superhero who knows the hero's true identity. Second, we need to agree on our story about how we know each other. Third, I won't speak the language of Country Inn when others are present, so you have to learn Mandarin. That's all I can think of for now. I'll contact you later." After hearing that, Din Yuyan trailed behind him, asking, "Appa, are you leaving already?" He grunted and thought to himself, "There's still someone chasing me. I can't just leave her." Meanwhile, Kaka was sitting there, remembering the scene of the strange girl hugging Chinua, sobbing uncontrollably. In her mind, she could only blame Chinua. "Why are you treating me like this?" A hand appeared, offering Kaka a tissue. Chinua stood there and asked, "Why are you crying?" She snatched the tissue and complained, "You, why did she hug you like that?" Chinua pretended to ponder. When a girl asks pressing questions, it's best not to answer. Because no matter how you answer, it'll be wrong. You have to break free from conventional thinking and regain the initiative. He initiated a quick dialogue between them. "You're crying about that? Do you know her? Let's say I know her. How do you two know each other?" Chinua asked, "When you ran out, didn't you see anyone else?" Kaka replied, "No, I was only focused on chasing after you two." Then she slowly stood up. Kaka turned back and asked, "Where's that girl? Didn't she also chase after you? Have you met her? She even ran ahead of me." He feigned innocence. "I haven't met her. Did she run out?" She kept questioning and pressing him. "Don't ask me anymore. What's your relationship with that girl?" Chinua was awkward. This girl is too straightforward. She's not falling for any traps. Just then, Teacher Lu appeared and called out, "Chinua, Kaka, I found you too. Are you both all right? Hurry and follow me. Principal Fong is in a rush." On this side, Lamson's three subordinates were being severely scolded. What you did was extremely dangerous. Do you want to go down the path of crime and lawbreaking? At this age, they're already screaming about fighting and killing. They'll be carrying guns and knives out in society. Teacher Lu returned and said, Principal Fong, we found the person. Seeing Tran and AC, Principal Fong suddenly remembered and thought, it's this kid again. I haven't forgotten what happened in Bien. Then he turned to question him. What happened just now? Tran and AC replied, they wanted to beat me up, and I couldn't fight back, so I ran. He immediately asked, why didn't they hit anyone else, but had to hit you? You guys are birds of a feather. It'd be strange if there wasn't a conflict. He retorted to Principal Fong, so, does that mean I have to be bullied and take a few more painful blows for it to not be my fault? He yelled, how are you talking to the principal? Do you want the school to call your parents? He turned and walked away. No need for the school to send someone. I'll go home and call them right now. Principal Fong pointed and continued to scold. You're undisciplined. I don't believe your parents can't control you. Teacher Lu leaned in and whispered to him, Principal Fong, Tran and AC's parents are divorced. His father is in America and his mother is in prison. Kaka followed behind, thinking, is he just leaving like that? I haven't even finished asking my questions yet. Tran and AC walked on, complimenting himself. I played it smart. That evening at Tun Kaka's house, Tun Tang Loi turned and asked, Tran and AC, I called you here for no particular reason. I heard there's a new student who transferred from Country Ann to our school. Do you two know each other? Looking at Kaka's face, he said, this girl's eyes are all swollen. She must have cried a lot when she got home after Tun Tang Loi interrogated her. He turned and replied, it's quite a coincidence. 2 days ago I was learning to fix bikes at Mr. Loy's shop, and it happened that girl's bike broke down in the surrounding area, so I helped her fix it. Tun Tang Loi was suspicious. A foreign girl, not even that old, out on the street alone? Tran and AC replied, of course not. There were adults with her. But they weren't fluent in the language, so they couldn't speak clearly. His father-in-law picked at it. Not fluent in the language, and she's already so enthusiastic about you after just one meeting. Tran and AC, taking advantage of the situation, boasted, it's probably because I'm handsome. Tun Tang Loi looked at him with some fondness. This Tran and AC really is handsome. Kaka said that the girl from Country Ann was quite pretty, and their ages were similar, so it was normal for them to be attracted to each other. Then he smiled and thought, just let them interact. If sparks fly, it'll save my own little cabbage from being harmed. After that, he looked at the boy and said, all right, there's nothing else. You can go home now. Kaka quickly said, Dad, let me see him out. The two walked down the stairs without saying a word. Only when they reached the street did Tran and AC turn back and say, all right, you can go back now. Kaka spontaneously rushed to hug Tran and AC, with the reason, I've never hugged you the way she hugged you. The two looked at each other, very close. Kaka blushed a little. Indeed, school-age love is full of fun. After hugging, Kaka shyly turned and ran back upstairs, not forgetting to say, see you tomorrow. Tran and AC stood there, feeling a little delighted, thinking, a little chubby, it's really nice. Scene shifts to the alley near the school, where there's a big trash can. Lamson was now awake, clutching his head in a daze, asking himself, who am I? Where am I? What did I do? He remembered. That's right. I'm Hao Nam, Tran and AC. You and I are sworn enemies. While he was dazed, a hand appeared and squeezed Lamson's face, making him see stars. It turned out to be his father, standing there pointing and scolding. You scoundrel, you caused trouble and didn't dare to come home. The principal even came to our house. He dragged him along, saying, let's see if your father doesn't beat you up today. Lamson cursed silently. Tran and AC, our old feud isn't settled, and new hatred has arrived. I'll make you pay for my old man's slap. The next day in class, Teacher No, the head of the Golden Grades teaching faculty and homeroom teacher, stood there introducing the new student. This is Lai Din Yuan, who transferred from Country N. In the coming time, she will study at our school, temporarily transferring to our class. Din Yuan bowed and greeted. Hello, everyone. I'm Lai Din Yuan. It's a pleasure to study with all of you. Teacher No looked around for a spot for her and said, Lai Din Yuan, please sit at the empty desk at the end of the row next to Tran NAC. Hearing this, Kaka immediately stood up to object. Teacher, the new student is a foreigner and might not be fluent in Chinese. Sitting at the back of the row, she might not follow the lecture, and also, she won't be able to see the board clearly. Latan turned to Tran NAC and said, Look, the undeclared war has begun. Brother, you'll have to thank me properly later. Latan stood up and said, Teacher, please let her sit in my spot. I'll move back one desk and sit with Tran NAC. The teacher agreed. All right, let's do that. As Din Yuan sat down, someone next to her turned to introduce themselves. Hello, I'm. Without letting her classmate finish, she immediately raised her hand and made a SH sound to signal silence. Then she opened her pencil case, and inside was a picture of Guan Yu. Din Yuan clasped her hands and smiled. Thank you, Guan Erjia, for your protection. The other classmate turned to the two of them and asked, Did you guys see that? Latan smiled. We must respect the religious beliefs of foreign friends. Tran NAC just buried his face in his hands. At the cafeteria during lunchtime, Tran NAC sat eating alone, complaining, This dish really has no meat at all. Just then, Kaka walked over with a tray of food. Then she gave him a bag of food and said, Eat this, it's 3 delicacy meat buns. Don't eat too much rice at the cafeteria. I heard my dad say they don't even bother washing the rice before cooking it there. Tran NAC immediately took out a bun, took a bite, and praised how good it was. Across from them, her best friend called Kaka. Over here. As Kaka stood up, Din Yuan walked over. Oh, bah, so you're here. The chubby friend waved at Kaka. We're sitting here. Din Yuan, wearing a sexy crop top, sat down and asked, Oh, bah, what delicious thing are you eating? He coldly replied, Buns. Din Yuan turned to him, pouting. I want some too. Then she opened her mouth, implying she wanted Tran NAC to feed her. He felt a jolt of electricity from behind, from Kaka's gaze. Din Yuan moved closer and begged, Bah, just one bite. Don't be so stingy. Seeing Tran NAC not responding, she got even closer, pleading continuously, Come on. On the other side, Kaka shivered. He was in a predicament, asking himself, What should I do? Just then, a voice called Tran NAC, and he sighed with relief. I'm saved. The person who entered was Lam Sin, whose hair had been completely cut by his father, angrily shouting, Tran NAC, you won't escape today. He sat there, turned around, and threw his chopsticks out the door. Lam Sin approached, threatening, I won't spare you. He didn't notice the chopsticks on the ground, about to step on them, and before he could finish his sentence, he was startled. Then his front foot stepped on the chopsticks, slipped forward, and he immediately yelled, Ouch, my goodness! Tran NAC chuckled mischievously. It seems like a double firework. Then he came closer, feigning concern. Oh, sir, you're injured again. Lamson turned pale. No, no. Tran NAC, needing to resolve the situation, leaned down and said, No, you need it. Then he helped Lamson up by the arm. Then he picked him up and said, Don't be afraid, friend Truong. I'll take you to the infirmary. He slumped, thinking to himself, When you're out causing trouble, face is the most important thing. I've become everyone's laughingstock again. My life of thrilling adventures is truly over. At the same time, in Country N, in a certain sea area, a blue boat was drifting at sea. Adrian stood there, making a call to announce, The body of miner number 49 has been found. He added, I know my investigation has made some progress. I will try to send the investigation results as soon as possible. No, no, revenge is not necessary. He's just a minor. But I believe it's still necessary to take some action. Adrian threw his cigarette into the sea and replied, "We need to send a signal. Anyone who dares to touch our people must pay the price." He put on his sunglasses, looked at the recently retrieved body, and smiled. "He's immortal." On this side, Tran Hennessy walked along, mumbling with a smile. "Tun Tang Loy. It's really not that I want to skip class, but the atmosphere in the classroom is like a battlefield, not a place for humans. I want to eat fried buns, so I'm going to wander around a bit." He stopped in front of the home, Duong apartment complex. Tran NAC was dumbfounded, wondering, something's wrong here. Looking at Dai Loy's used car shop, Tran NAC noticed, it looks like someone came to vandalize it. He crossed the street, offered a cigarette to the bun seller, and asked, "Brother, do you know where the owner of this car shop went?" He replied, "Coming to get a car? Don't wait. He was kidnapped by someone early this morning. I heard it was Lai Tan Sun's people. Falling into his hands, it's not easy to say if he'll get back." Tran NSC thought coldly about the name Lai Tan Sun. At a resort in Nam Tan, a person was hanging by a rope, face down in the water. Above, a man was sitting, drinking tea, wearing a jade ring on his hand. This person was Lai Tan Sun. He said to his subordinate, "Ask him if he's thought it through yet." Another subordinate was holding the rope and pulling him up. As soon as he was pulled out of the water, Dai Loi said, "Sun Jia, what you're doing is against the rules." The subordinate turned back, intending to report. "Boss," he said. Tan Sun interrupted. "I heard him. If he hasn't thought it through, dip him again." Dai Loi quickly cried out, "Lai Jia Jia, don't dip me anymore. Please be lenient. I won't dare to occupy the shop anymore, but please provide 2 more. My whole family also needs food to eat." He raised his voice. "What right do you have to bargain with me? The person you considered your boss when you were in prison is back in prison this time, sentenced to over 20 years. His subordinates have dispersed, otherwise, it would have been really hard to touch your shop." Old Lai and his close associates looked out, just as someone from outside the door fought their way in, throwing the henchman inside. Tran NAC, wearing his familiar helmet, stood there and asked, "Oh, having fun, are we?" The henchman holding the rope startled and let go, causing Dai Loi, whose hands and feet were tied, to fall into the pond. Tan Sun turned around and asked, "What's going on? It's been years since anyone played this hardball game with me." Tran NSC coldly stepped in. "You don't have insurance either, so let's not waste words. We'll talk after we're done fighting." He calmly drank his tea and ordered his henchmen, "Beat him." They, relying on their numbers, immediately charged in, but before they could even touch him, they were met with a punch and chased away. The henchman fell backward against the railing, about to drop into the pond. As soon as this guy fell, several others above were also about to fall. Tan Sun now stood up, stepped back a little and said, "My friend, there's no need for all this fighting and killing. No matter what happened, I think we can talk." He briefly showed a look of fear as he witnessed Tran NAC fighting skillfully on all sides. He gave him a very strong kick, then stood there and replied, "No, I don't want to." Then he called out to Dai Loi, "Hold on, brother Loi, I'm coming for you." Back at the shop, Dai Loi spoke up, "If you hadn't saved my life today, I would have been dead." Tran NAC asked, "Your boss is in prison, and those leaderless subordinates have disbanded. What will you do if Lai Tan's son comes knocking?" "I can't be your bodyguard." He replied, "I also want to gather people, but I don't have enough influence, and I lack money." Dai Loi, his face bruised, continued, "Supporting these people costs hundreds of thousands a year. Moreover, they can't just be idle, they need a profession. They can't just be fighting all the time. My business can't support that many people." Tran NAC urged him to continue. "I think constantly collecting illegal vehicles isn't sustainable. This matter is a burden. One day, if investigated, I might end up in prison. That's why this year I want to contact electric bicycle dealers." Tran NAC listened, smiled, and thought to himself, 2 years into the new century, the electric bicycle market will only grow bigger. It seems Brother Loy isn't without brains. He's also very good at planning for the future. Then he told him, I'll give you 500,000. Can you continue your business? Dai Loy was delighted. Yes, I can. If I add my savings, I'll have about 700,000, which is enough for the storefront next door and a dealership. I can bring back all of Big Brother's subordinates. That price is doable. Even if I can't defeat Laitan's son, he'll have to think carefully if he wants to touch me. Tran NAC closed the deal. I'll give you the money tomorrow. This matter is decided. He was also excited. From now on, I'll work for you. You're the boss of this business. He waved it off. No, my money isn't an investment, just a loan. Once you have money, you can pay me back. He turned to thank him. Big Brother, you are truly my second parents. I, Dai Loy, can't help but admire you. Tran NAC asked, Aren't you borrowing anymore? His voice echoed throughout the area. Big Brother, I'm borrowing. The scene shifts to the school gate. Ing Wan was about to get into the car when a student approached. He held an envelope in his hand and spoke to her. Lying Wan, today we also have a biology experiment class. Remember? I wrote you a letter. She turned back and asked directly, Do you like me? Before the boy could answer, she stepped one foot into the car. Then she tore up the letter right in front of him. She then threw the scraps of paper on the ground, saying with an arrogant expression, But I don't like you. La Tan, witnessing nearby, said to Cuckoo, Today, another heart has been broken in this world. The boy turned to cheer. Son Cuckoo, you have to try harder. She replied, He's popular. What does that have to do with me? Besides, didn't he want to cling to Tran NAC? But now he doesn't even know where Tran NAC is. She got into the car, winked confidently. He doesn't know, but I do. The scene shifts to Dai Loy's shop. As the two of them stepped out of the gate, Cuckoo rode her bicycle over and called out to Tran NAC. He saw her and asked, Cuckoo, why are you here? She replied, panting, I heard my dad say you found a part-time job, and I guessed you skipped class to come here. Seeing her red face and heavy breathing, Tran NAC felt a little sorry for her. Cycling from Zhongnin here must have taken an hour, and the early spring weather was still a bit chilly. He immediately turned and said, Brother Loy, find me a jacket, a cheap one. Dai Loy smiled brightly and replied, Coming right up. Then he quickly took Kaka's hand. He then brought it to his mouth to warm it with his breath, then turned to ask, Cold? Kaka blushed and shyly replied, No, not cold. Seeing someone come out, she quickly pulled her hand back. Dai Loy brought out a fur-lined jacket. It's West jeans, brand new, never worn. This one's cotton-lined, thick and windproof. He hesitated. This little beauty. Tran NAC immediately introduced. Her name is Kaka, Sun Tang Loy's daughter. Hearing Sun Tang Loy, Dai Loy thought to himself, Such a little beauty. No wonder Tran NAC saved Sun Tang Loy. Turns out he has designs on his daughter. Then he gently draped the jacket over Kaka. Come on, I'll put it on for you. She felt a little embarrassed because there was a stranger there. Dai Loy understood, patted her head, and said, I have something urgent to do. I'll go first. Tran NAC gently patted Kaka's cheek, then got on the bike and told her, I'll wait for you to come back. The two of them affectionately rode the blue bicycle. She gently placed her hand on his waist, to the melodious music. Perhaps I could forget the whole world, but I don't want to lose track of you. Scene shifts to Han Tan, at Lai Dinyuyen's house. A white car was parked in front of the door. A woman stepped out of the car. She was Mrs. Lai, full name Kwong On Tu. As soon as the butler saw her, he stood at attention and greeted, Madam. On Tu pushed the door open. Then she looked inside and said with relief, Home at last. Standing in the grand hall, Antu thought to herself, Although I've taken back my husband's company, managing it is still difficult. Now I need to hide my soft, feminine side and become stronger. Behind her, Adrian appeared and called out, Mrs. Kwong on Tuesday. She immediately turned and asked, "Who's there?" He began to introduce himself. "You can call me Adrian. I'm here today for a very simple purpose. I just want to ask you a few questions." She was a little worried, but still replied forcefully, "No matter who you are, get out of my house immediately, or I'll call the police." He took out a syringe and sneered, "It seems you're not going to cooperate." Then he threatened, "But I have ways to make you tell me the information I want." "My apologies, but my next action might offend you." It turned out Adrian had an accomplice. Behind on two, a girl in black suddenly appeared, hugging her tightly and covering her mouth. "Don't worry, we'll be very quick." An hour later, on two slowly opened her eyes. Adrian sat there and said, "A young man alone saved her entire family." Her daughter transferred to that guy's school, and Sun Tang Loi, in the miners' network of Daowei Sun 11, coincidentally is a teacher at that very school. He recalled meeting Tran NAC when he searched Sun Tang Loi's house. "Perhaps I already know who that young man is." Then he turned and ordered the person in black, "We're leaving immediately." She asked, "How should we deal with her?" Adrian replied, "Before the new miners arrive, temporarily keep her to help us manage the assets Ha Chin Te left behind. Do your work cleanly. I don't want anyone to know we were here from her memories." Meanwhile, Tran NSC was leisurely taking Chu Deep for a walk around town. The little girl turned and asked, "Brother, am I your puppy?" While Tran NAC was still confused about what his sister was asking, Chu Deep continued, "Boys walk their puppies. It can win over girls. Today you walked me through 10 streets, and 53 girls have already saved your phone number." Tran NAC chuckled, wondering, "Where did you learn these naughty sayings?" The little girl turned her face away and replied, "My friend told me that. I have 8 boyfriends at kindergarten, and they're super good." After hearing that, he was startled and thought to himself, "It seems I need to visit the kindergarten and discuss the school's moral conduct with the principal." While he was still dazed, from a distance, Din Yuyan stood waving and called out, "Opa!" Then she ran over and asked, "Opa, is this your sister? I heard your friends say you have a sister. She's so cute." Tran and C bent down and said to Chu Deep, who was hiding behind him, "Don't be scared. This is my friend." She bent down and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Lai Din Yuyan, your brother's future wife. Can I play with you?" The little girl peeked out and said, "My name is Tran Chu Deep." After that, there was a very childish exchange, with one side saying, "I'm 18 this year. I'm a buffalo. I believe in Quan Nisi A," and the other replying, "I'm almost 5 this year. I'm a rat. I believe in the goddess of mercy." Din Yuyan pointed at Tran and AC and continued, "I call him Opa. He's our guardian uncle." He just stood there, covering his face, thinking, "These days, kids shouldn't watch short skits after the Spring Festival Gala. Let's go upstairs." The Tran brothers' room was already lit. Somehow, the 3 of them were sitting there eating noodles. Din Yuyan picked up food for Chu Deep. "This is from me to you." The little girl smiled and picked up food back. "Then this is from Chu Deep to you." He didn't understand what they were doing, picking food back and forth. She showed excitement. "Oh my, it's a soft-boiled egg of love from my little sister. What do I do? What do I do? This will be the best, most delicious thing I've ever eaten." Then she subtly glanced at Tran NAC. Din Yuyan boasted, "Oh, right, Opa. You told me to practice pronunciation before. I've practiced it, so now I dare to come see you." Tran NAC replied, "That fast? Well, say it then." She clasped her hands together, full of confidence, and said, "I studied without eating or sleeping for this." Apta tat, zing win bigang to petfom, lulep la lulep lang, lulin lup lup nong lang lang lang. But even a 5-year-old like Chu Deep noticed. It seems she's not saying it correctly. Din Yuyan was startled. "Huh, why not correct? I studied very hard." Tran NAC stroked his sister's head and said, "Chu Deep, say the correct version for her." The little girl innocently repeated exactly what she had learned. This rice, this glutinous rice. This is this rice, this glutinous rice. This village, this rice, it rises, layer upon layer. The core of the village, the back of the girl. Din Yuyan stood up and asked, "Wait, hold on a minute. You all say it like that?" Chu Deep replied, "My brother taught me that way." Tran NAC added, "I'm not lying to you. All children are taught to say it like that." Then he turned to his sister. Chu Deep, read another part for her. The little girl eagerly said, "This sardine, it's fat. Leave its tail for the hungry cat to eat." He kept telling Chu Deep to continue, while Din Yuyan could only cry out, "Quan Ni Jia, save me." A while later, finally, playtime was over. Din Yuyan stepped down. The driver opened the door. "Miss, please get in the car." Tran NAC stood there, smiling brightly, and warned, "Remember, don't come looking for me proactively until you've finished practicing." He watched the car slowly drive away and murmured, "This time, I wonder if I'll have some peace for a while." Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Far behind, someone was observing Tran NAC with binoculars. He reported the situation. "Alpha reports, Lai Dinyuan has left. Target is upstairs. No abnormalities." The other side replied, "Alpha, continue observing. For now, don't worry about Lai Dinyuan. Our target is this young man." In a black car moving on the road, a female voice asked, "Are you sure this person named Tran NAC is the teenager who appeared in Country Inn?" Sitting in the back seat, she continued, "Is there a possibility we have the wrong person?" Adrian replied, "My judgment won't be wrong. Get ready. Our investigative action tonight is upgraded to an assassination mission. Regardless of his purpose, or if he's hostile to the organization, capture him first and then deal with it. We can always get clear answers." The girl in the back agreed. "All right, doctor at the back door. Cheetah on the road at 6 o'clock. Action now." Adrian assigned Alpha to sniping and will handle the frontal assault. He continued, telling Doctor and Cheetah to be ready and await orders if the target flees. 5 minutes later, she told Alpha via the comm device, "Engage in 5 minutes. Get your guns ready." But there was no response from the other side, only static. Then Tran NAC's voice rang out, "Sorry about that." He stood there, stepping on the tracker, and continued, "The Alpha you mentioned probably can't talk to you right now." Tran NAC challenged, "You all hurry here. I don't have much time. I still have to go home and wash dishes." Alpha, lying there, yelled, "Today you're definitely dead. You've provoked the abyss." Hearing that, he kicked him right in the chest. "If you're weak, don't draw attention, understand?" A moment later, the rooftop door clanked open. The 3 members of the abyss appeared. Adrian spoke up, "Release him." Tran NAC stubbornly replied, "I don't want to. What are you going to do about it?" He raised his hand to his ear and ordered, "Cheetah, go catch that girl." Above Tran NAC's house, a black man sat ready, receiving the order. Then he crawled down, moving along the wall like a lizard. Below, Chu Deep was sitting watching TV, unaware. Tran NAC was tense. "You're threatening me, Adrian. You've made a wrong decision." With that, he stomped hard on the Alpha lying there. Seeing him in pain, he smiled. First blood. Adrian, facing such a tough opponent, could only stand there astonished. Then he shouted into the comm device, ordering, "Cheetah, act now. Finish that girl off." Tran NAC extended his hand, beginning to use his ability. He aimed his hand at Cheetah, who was on the wall of his building. He was completely restrained, unable to move. Then Tran NC pulled him over, grabbed him by the neck, snapped it with a crunch. Double kill. Adrian briefly felt fear, thinking, more than 20 meters away, a single grab for Cheetah, this ability. He yelled, "Damn it, he's a controller. Disrupt him." The girl next to him immediately used sound waves. The mental attack made him slightly dizzy. Tran NAC's eyes flashed with anger. Then he forced her to her knees. Blood began to flow from her eyes. He stood there, smiling coldly. Triple kill. Adrian lunged with a knife. Go die. Tran NAC restrained him, then stepped over him and said, Don't rush. You're the last one. The doctor on this side threw a scalpel. Fortunately, he tilted his head and dodged it. Then he feigned a threat. Doctor, long time no see. He continued to attack and asked, You know me? He lightly raised 2 fingers, controlling the scalpel in his hand. Then he used his ability to attack his hand, causing him to scream in pain. My hand. Tran NAC slowly approached the doctor. Another scalpel was stabbing towards him from behind. He deftly moved aside, grabbed it, and smiled. Controlling knives, I knew that in my previous life. Tran NAC spun the scalpel in his hand with great skill. Then he plunged it directly into the doctor's throat. Quadra kill. He stood up and looked at Adrian. Now it's your turn. He sensed danger, immediately threw hidden projectiles to distract, then quickly fled. Adrian jumped onto the rooftop railing, intending to jump down, thinking in fear. Damn it, God, what kind of monster have I encountered? At this moment, Tran NAC was already standing right behind him, asking, Want to run? Adrian had just turned his head when he was grabbed by the neck. Then he firmly grabbed his neck, completing the pentakill. A moment later, Tran NAC loaded the 5 corpses into the car and drove off somewhere. He took out his phone and made a call. A voice on the other end said, Adrian, you called so quickly. It seems the operation went smoothly. Tran NAC smiled and replied, Captain, I'm very sorry. Your 5 subordinates, including Adrian, are all dead. After driving the car into the sea, he continued, If it's convenient for you, send someone to collect the bodies of your 5 subordinates. Remember to clean up thoroughly. He didn't forget to threaten. After that, tell your men to take all the bodies and get out. Somewhere in Duway-Kin Archipelago, the captain asked in surprise, Who are you? The one-eyed captain's remaining eye gleamed upon hearing Tran NAC's alias. Yama, back at Tran NAC's house. He had returned and put you deep to bed, thinking, the captain has lost a group of elite subordinates, so he probably won't dare to act rashly for now. But to ensure her safety, I should still secretly protect Chu Deep for the next few days. Then Tran NAC took a shower. The hot water on the injury on his back made him feel a bit of pain. Tran NAC muttered to himself, I'm still far from my peak. Dealing with those trivial guys, I already suffered a recoil of power. But the recovery speed is still faster than expected. I wonder how much I've recovered by now. He smiled. Oh well, my strength was never meant to be confined by their system anyway. I'm like a bug. It was like this in my previous life too. 2 days later, during lunch break, seeing Tran NAC nodding off, Diane Yuan ran over and called, Appa. She excitedly took out a container of food. Appa, ginseng chicken soup. Drink it quickly. Tran NAC coldly refused. I don't want to eat. Diane Yuan was still persistent. She sat down next to him, scooped a spoonful, and said, Appa, just a little. My mom says you should eat chicken soup if you have a cold. She continued, Appa, what do you want for dinner? I'll buy it for you. How about seafood tofu soup? Tran NAC smiled. Add crab stick bibimbap. I suddenly feel like eating that. Oh, and cold noodles too. The bespectacled student upstairs, seeing their affection, was furious and silently cursed Tran NAC. Shameless bastard. He's even choosing dishes. Just because he's handsome, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. So arrogant. Little sister quickly hit him. Don't be his errand girl. But contrary to his wish, Diane Yuan stood up, smiled kindly, and obediently replied, Okay, Appa, I'll go prepare it. He ate, savoring it. It's actually pretty good. Kaka was walking down. Then she handed Tran NAC a bag. Put this on quickly. I kept hearing you cough during class. It's so cold, and you're sick, so you need to dress warmly. Tran NAC reached out and took the shirt out of the bag. Then he held the shirt up and asked, Kaka, did you take your dad's sweater? Datun tanglay now. She replied, My dad's at home sleeping. He won't notice one missing sweater. Oh, just put it on quickly. He didn't dare to complain outwardly, but he reluctantly thought, this sweater is actually a bit ugly. Kaka looked almost in tears. You drank her chicken soup. He quickly appeased her by agreeing to wear his father-in-law's sweater. She added, do you need to take a few days off sick? You don't look well. Tran NAC thought to himself, judging by the time, it's indeed time for something to happen again. Then he replied to Kaka, coincidentally, Onloy's shop just received a new batch of cars. They're doing business with the factory, so I plan to go along for a business trip to learn how things work. Seeing Kaka's worried eyes, he patted her head to reassure her. Don't worry, it's only for 3 or 4 days. I'll be back after the weekend. Just think of it as a trip. It might even help me get over my sickness. As for Chew Deep, please take care of her this weekend. She immediately agreed. Okay, I'll pick up Chew Deep next Friday and bring her home. March 20th, 2001, Kathmandu, Nepal. Tran NAC placed a stack of dollars on the reception desk and said, I need to go to Lukla and then to EBC. He added, I'm in a hurry. Please help me arrange it. The receptionist replied, coincidentally, some old friends of mine are taking a flight to EBC tomorrow. You know, the price isn't cheap, and I need to ask them if they agree to take an extra stranger. EBC stands for Everest Base Camp. Tran NAC immediately placed another stack of money on the desk. The receptionist's attitude instantly changed, and she said with a smile, those friends of mine are all very generous. I'm sure they won't refuse a young mountaineering enthusiast from the East. March 21st, 2001, 9:40 a.m., Lukla Airport. A group of people was preparing to board the plane. The young man carrying a suitcase said to his friends, girls, we're about to depart. These 2 girls were sisters, the younger sister, Neville Devensai, 18, and the older sister, Lakos Devensai, 24. Neville asked, Uncle, can we leave now? Dad said we still have to wait for one more passenger. The uncle looked up at the helicopter and replied, it looks like our late guest is about to arrive. Let's go first. Tran NAC stepped down. Sorry, I'm late. The passenger controller stepped forward and asked, the guest Wilson introduced, please show me your passport. He immediately presented it. No problem. A fake passport costs $50 made on the spot. He looked at the passport and asked, what's your name? Tran NAC replied, Chinyang, 21 years old, from Hakka. He returned the passport and praised, your English is very good. Your accent is spot on. Have you been to London? Tran NAC replied, traveled a few times. I'm an Arsenal fan. The uncle extended his hand and continued, very good. Our family are all Arsenal fans. Welcome aboard, Mr. Tran. As they shook hands, the uncle added, I'll say this up front. You're only paying to sit on our plane, along the way. Any consequences from your actions are not our concern, therefore. Once the plane lands at EBC, we will no longer have any cooperative relationship. Tran NAC smiled knowingly. Of course, I'm just hitching a ride. Lakos observed and thought to herself, so it's a rookie. She glanced, assessing him. Anyone with a bit of climbing experience knows not to waste power, because once you reach EBC, charging batteries isn't easy. His build is also thin, not like a climber at all. And he was late, showing no seriousness. He must be here for the empty glory of conquering Mount Everest, not knowing its dangers. So vain and ignorant. Tran NAC took off his headphones to introduce himself. Hello, I feel like I know you. Excuse me, do you have a nickname, Hummingbird? Lakos replied, yes, it seems you've read my magazine. He exclaimed, of course, you're very beautiful. Lakos immediately thanked him. Tran NAC glanced at the younger sister, recognizing her as Neville. He recalled, Hummingbird later became Neville's nickname, to commemorate her sister Lakos, who saved her in her previous life. Tomorrow, the entire Devensai family will die, leaving only her. Recalling Tran NAC's previous life, His story with Hummingbird began like that. March 22nd, 2001, Low Bush Peak. At that time, the uncle leading the group was excitedly climbing and shouted down, "Everyone, keep going. We're almost at the resting point. Below are the Devensai sisters." They used an ice axe-like tool to hook into the rock and climb up. The uncle took out a knife and thought to himself, "This custom-made knife will finally be put to good use today." Above, the woman saw him cut the rope and screamed, "Brother, what are you doing?" The uncle stood there yelling, "You all have to die for me to inherit your legacy, right?" So the two people above fell. The two sisters saw this and cried out in pain, "Mom and Dad." The boss chuckled sinisterly, "Don't worry, Uncle won't let your family be separated." Lakos silently looked up. Neville below screamed, "Uncle, no." She looked down at her sister, smiling as she called Neville's name. Then she clung to the uncle and urged, "Neville, live on." At this moment the uncle screamed, "You crazy woman, if you want to die, don't drag me with you." Lakos pushed hard against the rock face with all her might. Then both of them fell. She still tried to tell her sister, "Neville, live on." 2 months later, the little girl stood above, holding the knife, looking out the window, seeing those people closing a deal. Neville mumbled, "You've taken everything. This manor is my family's only memory and connection. Why do you have to take it away?" She tightly gripped the knife in her hand, then stabbed the man in the back and screamed loudly. The man opposite screamed in fear, "Murder!" Then Neville was sent to prison. As soon as she arrived, the warden leered at her, saying that since she was a rich young lady, the warden would surely like her very much. At that time, Trand NAC was on a mission, coincidentally standing in front of the warden's office. He thought, "Killing a warden, such a low-level mission, I shouldn't take it anymore. It's beneath my status." As soon as he kicked the door open, he witnessed a horrifying scene. The sadistic female warden held a whip and licked it, then put a chain around Neville's neck, saying, "Come on, darling, moan in pain." A shot was fired directly into the female warden's chest. The warden collapsed, constantly crying for help. Neville stood up and yelled, "You tortured me for 6 long years." She went and grabbed the warden's neck, yelling again, "You tortured me for 6 long years." Then he took off his cloak and put it on her. "Here, put this on." Tran NSC carried Neville on his shoulder and asked, "What's your name?" After a moment of no reply, he wondered, "Don't want to say?" She stammered, "Hummingbird." Tran NAC then said, "Hummingbird, I remember. But for you, in this life, she won't be Hummingbird. You will be yourself, Neville." Back in this life, on March 22nd, 2001, the uncle waved to Tran NAC. It was a pleasure trip. "Good luck, young man. We'll be at EBC for the next few days. Don't hesitate if you need any help." He gave something to Neville and said it was a small gift. She opened her hand, and inside was a bar of chocolate. Neville thought to herself, what a coincidence. How did he know this was her favorite type of chocolate? Lakos next to her said outright, "I don't like this guy." When her sister asked why, she replied with her hands on her hips, "Because he dared to ignore my beauty and only showed kindness to you." On the day of the climb, everything happened very similarly to the previous life. Neville's father still led the group and turned back to say, "Come on, everyone, we're almost at the resting place." Next was the scene where the uncle cut the rope, and everyone screamed in panic, "Oh my God, what are you doing? Stop, ice axe, hold tight, don't let go." And then Neville fell, but the difference was the appearance of Tran NAC's hand. He caught her by the waist and reassured her not to be afraid. He smiled, "I've got you." After hearing that, she slowly drifted off to sleep. A red tent was at the foot of the snow mountain. Neville woke up and saw Tran NAC sitting there. He scooped out a bowl of hot porridge. Then he turned and handed it to her, saying, "Drink it. I put a lot of effort into keeping it warm. Drink it now or it'll get cold." Neville, curled up in her sleeping bag, vaguely recognized him. Then the girl suddenly remembered the incident during the climb, immediately sat up and called out loudly, "Dad, Mom, Sis." Tran NAC quickly asked, Neville, aren't you awake yet? There's no one else here, no father, no mother, no sister Lakos, and certainly no Uncle Benjamin. It was all just your imagination. It was all just you alone. The fragmented memories in Neville's mind shattered. On April 17th, 1997, her parents, a famous climbing couple, died on their way to the summit of Everest due to bad weather. On June 3rd, 1999, her sister Lakos, fulfilling her parents' last wish, fell to her death during an acclimatization training on Low Bush Peak when her climbing rope broke. In July 2000, her uncle Benjamin, burdened by debt, forced her to sell the family home. She shot him in self-defense, though she was later acquitted. Tran NAC continued. But Neville, from that moment on, your mental state developed serious problems. You split into four personalities: your parents, your sister, and your uncle, imagining that the family tragedies had not yet happened. Recalling the flight, there was only him and Neville, with her playing the role of her father, shaking his hand. It was a pleasure trip. Good luck, young man. We'll all be at EBC for the next few days. If you need any help from me, please don't hesitate. Then she transformed into her sister. That's right. It seems you've read my magazine. Then looking in the mirror, imagining she was her uncle. All right, girls, let's get ready to depart. Tran NAC placed his hand on her shoulder and said, I heard that last month, due to your prolonged absence from school, you dropped out of Westminster Public School. So the day before yesterday, she used her sister's passport and identity to join a mountaineering team training project, and also paid all the expenses to fly everyone by helicopter to ABC. After that, I paid for a ride on her plane. This very afternoon, as she and her teammates were climbing, she had hallucinations and tried to cut the climbing rope with a knife. Her companions panicked at that moment. Oh my God, what are you doing? Hold on tight. Don't let go. Stop. You're about to fall. Ice axe, ice axe. Tran NAC thought to himself, in his previous life, Niviu cut the rope, severely injuring two team members, and was forcibly committed to a mental hospital. His entrusted mission was to kill Niviu. But unfortunately, that perverted and evil director was real. In the director's office at that time, he stood outside and thought, killing a noble heir, and in a mental hospital, this low-level mission, I should stop taking them in the future to avoid losing my value. He sincerely said, all of this is the truth. I'm very sorry for pulling you out of this dream. Because, Hummingbird, what you were sinking into was a nightmare of your own making. It looked beautiful, but in reality, it was a dark abyss. Hearing those words stunned Niviu, and tears unconsciously streamed down her face. She buried her head in Tran NAC's chest and cried loudly. He remembered that in his previous life, she was tortured by the perverted director for 10 years. Niviu's mind became completely unstable, never able to escape. In this life, I will help you drive away this nightmare. The next day at the burial site, the cross read, Devansai and his wife forever rest on Everest. May their souls find peace. Next to it, there was a climbing carabiner with an ID tag hanging on it. Niviu slowly took off the tag from around her neck. Then she hung it with her sister's tag. She said, Dad, Mom, and Big Sister all stayed on this mountain. This mountain has been on my mind. The two turned away. Tran NAC encouraged her. I've settled everything. The climbing team you joined has all been reassured by me. After all, your sudden use of a knife to cut the rope really scared them. But fortunately, there were no casualties. She interrupted and asked, Did they say I was crazy? He replied, I said you might have altitude sickness and experienced hallucinations. They've agreed not to pursue it. Of course, in exchange, I gave them some equipment, taken from the supplies you brought. Niviu turned and gently thanked him. She added, I plan to donate my parents' assets to establish a fund for mountaineering activities. Tran NAC replied, That's a great idea. Don't keep all the money in your hands. To avoid bad intentions from others. Niviu asked him, So, after we leave this place today, we'll part ways? And never meet again? He answered frankly, "Probably." Hearing that, she hesitated as if wanting to say something. He cut short her thoughts. "I know what you want to ask." She also replied, "I know you won't say." Nevia said frankly, "Actually, if you had really done anything to me last night, I wouldn't have refused." Tran NAC pretended to regret. "Huh, or should we stay here one more day?" She turned away. "Once you miss it, there's no second chance." He laughed loudly and waved goodbye. "All right, young lady, see you again someday." She pressed her lips together as if wanting to say more. Tran NAC subconsciously paused. It turned out Nevia ran and hugged him. She said loudly, "If you just say one word now, I'll follow you. No matter where we go, I won't ask who you are, and I don't care how many secrets you have." Tran NAC sighed. Then he turned back and told her, "I hope you have your own life, a good, warm, and normal life. Go be your extreme sports expert, Nevia." She wrapped her arms around his waist, hugging Tran NAC tightly. He placed his hand on her back and thought, "As for the hummingbird, it's enough to let her remain in my memories." Nevia felt that something was not right. She blushed and turned to ask, "Your hand is touching my butt." Tran NAC quickly raised his hand to apologize. It was just an unconscious action. Then she turned and left. "If that's the case, goodbye." Tran NAC stood there watching her leave. This kind of life is also very good. Scene shifts to Kaka's room. Tonight she couldn't sleep and started lying there looking at the ceiling, counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 100 sheep. She tossed and turned for a long time. "Why can't I sleep? Let's try again. 1 sheep, 2 sheep." A little while later, she counted to 31 sheep, 32 sheep, 33 sheep. She didn't fall asleep. Instead, she only saw Tran NAC's face on the white sheep. Kaka sat up and cursed, "Stinky Tran NAC. Tomorrow is my birthday already." He left without coming back. His phone is out of service, and he's not even on an overseas business trip. Then she remembered, "But he probably doesn't know my birth date." Just then, there was a sound of rocks being thrown at the window. Kaka looked out, dumbfounded. She gently parted the curtains. Then she looked down through the window. It was Tran NAC. Kaka took out her phone to text, their messages intertwined. "What is it?" "It's the middle of the night." "Open the window." "I don't care about you." While he pleaded for her to open the window, she still showed her annoyance. "Humph, no." Seeing no reply, Kaka looked out the window and thought, "I don't see anything. He's not really angry and left, is he?" Just then, her phone vibrated again. She read the birthday message Tran NAC sent exactly at 12 a.m. Kaka was very happy and smiled. Turns out he knew, and he remembered too. So she pulled the curtains all the way open, blushing as she looked down at the house below. What caught his eye at that moment was Kaka's soul, which made his eyes widen in admiration. Damn, it's so big. And so, in that unconscious moment, he threw the rock up, forgetting to control his strength or direction. Kaka covered her mouth and looked over. The window of the next room was broken. She was worried. Her parents' room. Tran NAC stood there, blaming himself. "I forgot to control my strength and aim." Tun Tang Loi's room light was on, along with a loud shout. "Who is it?" "That's enough immorality. Why break someone's window in the middle of the night?" He immediately turned and ran before being discovered. A few days later at Kaka's apartment complex. At the door, Director True stood there saying, "So, Head Tun, today we part ways. You can further consider the conditions we offered." You can further consider it. After the two of them left, he closed the door and sighed. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door that startled him. As soon as the door creaked open, Tran NAC's face appeared, smiling and talking. Tontanglois, Amir. Seeing his face, he didn't want to let him in. Tran NAC pleaded, "Don't close the door. Tun Tang Loi, it's me. I came to fix your window. I already called the glass shop. We can't just let them come for nothing, can we?" The two sat on the sofa. Tun Tang Loi looked at Tran and AC and muttered to himself, "This kid. Now he dares to knock on Kaka's window in the middle of the night. I'll have to teach him a lesson." He turned and asked, "When I arrived earlier, I met Teacher Lu." Tun Tang Loi replied, "He came with Director True from the education company to discuss a few things with me." He then asked, "The education company wants to renew your contract, teacher?" Tun Tang Loi wondered, "How did you know?" Tran and AC replied, "Just a guess." He thought to himself, "This semester is ending, and the school has completely reformed its system. It's changing from a public school to a private one. Tun Tang Loi is the only one who has won the Excellent Teacher Award and is still working at the school. The capitalists will definitely keep him as an image to attract new students." But something was a bit off with Tun Tang Loi. Tran and AC then asked, "You didn't agree, or they offered an unsatisfactory amount?" He lowered his face sadly. "The terms have increased a lot." Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. He turned and grumbled, "Hey kid, you're not old enough yet. Why are you asking so much about money matters?" He didn't dare argue, only thinking to himself, "Don't be so stubborn, Comrade Tun Tang Loi. You still owe me 200,000 VND." That wasn't all. He also had dark thoughts, then smiled mischievously. "And as for not being old enough yet, I'm a bit bolder. Your daughter can take maternity leave right away." Tun Tang Loi, with sharp eyes, adjusted his glasses and asked, "And another thing, it's school hours now. Are you skipping class again?" Tran NSC quickly stood up and defended himself. "I just came to fix your glasses, teacher. I'll leave right now." Out in the hallway, he stood there thoughtfully. It seems it's because of the scandal with the high-interest loan last time. Tun Tang Loi values his reputation. That incident is still being talked about at school, and Tun Tang Loi has no face to return to teaching. Saturday is when the school organizes a spring outing for students. Tun Tang Loi is also a group leader. It seems I have to help Tun Tang Loi receive some praise, so he can be at ease. On Saturday at the park, next to students in short skirts, Chu Deep's voice rang out, "Robber, robber, as per the rules." The blindfolded girl stood in the middle and said, "Sister Kaka, Sister Oni, I'm coming to find you too." On this side, Latan sat there admiringly. "It's really great to have a younger sister. It makes picking up girls so much easier." Tran NAC waved it off. "You're still young. You don't understand the troubles of having too many girls." His friend immediately retorted, "You talk as if you have a lot." A moment later, Chu Deep caught someone. "Got one." "It's Sister Oni." Kaka wasn't caught over there, but she felt a bit discontent. Tran NAC thought to himself, pleased. "It's a good thing I was smart and brought you Deep along when we came out. Otherwise, there would have been big trouble." Then he stood up and instructed Latan. "Oh, right. Can you keep an eye on them for me? I'll be gone for a bit." He walked over and saw Lam Sin huddled there, then greeted him. "Is that you, Hao Nam?" He replied, "I'm not Hao Nam anymore. Now I'm Trong Lam Sin." "Why?" The girl standing there screamed. "Dao Min too, Hoa Trake Lo I love you guys." Those four were called the knockoff F4 group. Lamson looked over and sighed. Being a gangster big brother isn't popular anymore. Brotherly loyalty is just a joke. I should also wash my hands of this business and retire. Tran NAC encouraged him. Only the flu is in style now. F4 will be over soon. Leave that game to the little kids. He smiled and continued to ask, "Oh, right, Trong Lamson. Do you know how to swim?" Lamson replied, "I don't know." Tran NAC muttered, "He doesn't know how to swim? Brother Hao Nam, I owe you one again." He grabbed Lamson, threw him into the lake, and said, "I'll repay you later when I have a chance." Then he shouted, "Teacher Tun, come quickly, help, someone fell into the water." Tun Tang Loi heard the cry for help and immediately ran out. While taking off his shirt, he asked, "Where?" Tran NSC held Latan back and pointed to the lake, saying, "Over there." Hurry up, Tun Tang Loi. The friend, confused, stood there wondering. Don't pull me. I know how to swim. I can go down and save him. He jumped in, not forgetting to instruct. Students, don't go in, step back. Tun Tang Loi quickly swam towards Lam Sin. A moment later, he brought him to shore. Kid, hang in there. When it was Tun Tang Loi's turn to climb out, he slipped. Luckily, Tran and AC's arm held him. Kaka rushed over, worried, asking, Dad, are you okay? Tran and AC took the opportunity to raise his hand in applause. Teacher Tun is amazing. The students around responded. Long live Teacher Tun. Teacher Tun is so good. Teacher Tun is the best. La Ton was still wondering. Why didn't you let me go down earlier? Tun Tang Loi is old now. It would have been safer with more people. Tran NAC thought to himself. It almost fell apart, my friend. Then he patted his friend's shoulder and replied, I'm here. Nothing will happen. Then he turned and waved, calling out, Lai Din Yuyan. She trotted over and asked, Appa, what's wrong? Tran NAC said, Your family is in the commercial investment district, so you probably know some local media people, right? A few days later, Tun Tang Loi's rescue image made it to the front page of the city newspaper. The TV also reported, Teacher Tun Tang Loi of 8th High School at Tan Ho Lake Park. Afterwards, an award ceremony was held. Outstanding Teacher of Zhongnin District, Tun Tang Loi. Meanwhile, at Tun Tang Loi's home, a capital representative came to announce, Teacher Tun, headquarters has ordered me to keep you no matter what. The compensation is flexible. Furthermore, you'll take on the position of homeroom teacher for the graduating class and head of the department, while also being responsible for the school's research work and assistant principal duties. This is already equivalent to a vice principal. The contract is ready. You can sign at any time. Tun Tang Loi, over 40 years old, suddenly reached the peak of his life. After school, Lamson bought an amulet to wear around his neck. As he walked out the gate, he thought, every time I meet that scoundrel Tran and AC, I get stabbed in the back. From now on, I'll have to take a detour if I see him. He saw Tun Kaka. Isn't her home in the school staff dormitory? This isn't the direction to her house. Lamson secretly followed her and saw her enter on Loi's bicycle shop. Is she here to buy a bicycle? Inside, Dai Loi announced. He went out for a meal at the noodle shop down the street. He'll probably be back soon, or maybe you can call him. Kaka quickly went outside and said, No need, I'll go find him. Once outside, she suddenly remembered. She forgot to give a gift in her bag to An Loi. It's thanks to him that Tran NAC got this job. Lamson over there was flustered. I'm done for. No more hiding. I guess I have to use my ultimate move. He pretended to tie his shoelaces and muttered to himself, Don't see me. Don't see me. Don't see me. But Kaka walked over and asked, Are you Truong Lamson? He stood up, scratched his head, and smiled. You remember my name? Kaka replied, Your name's been really famous lately. Lamson inwardly cried, because it appeared along with her dad's name. She wondered, Why are you here? You're not following me, are you? He quickly waved his hand in denial. No, no, no. My house is nearby. In a car nearby, the bald guy asked. Is it them? The person next to him replied. Probably. The mole in the bald guy's shop said so. It's a student, and there's a girl who often comes to see him. These are the two. So they immediately made their move. Two guys stepped out with instructions. Act fast. Drag them away immediately. One guy grabbed Kaka and covered her mouth with a cloth. Lamson next to them was shocked and exclaimed, Kidnapping! The guy in the car rolled down the window and asked, I heard you're quite influential and good at fighting. Lamson pondered, influential, good at fighting. The reputation of Brother Hao Nam from Bat Trunk School has spread throughout the district. I haven't joined the Underworld, but there are already legends about me in the Underworld. He pointed to the back of the car and ordered, If you don't want to make a big deal out of this, then get in the car obediently. Our boss wants to meet you. to talk things out properly. This girl, you don't want anything to happen to her, do you? Lam Sin, with a strong sense of justice, thought. Tun Tang Loi saved me once. I can't just stand by and watch. Even though I'm not in the underworld anymore, the chivalry of brother Hao Nam cannot be abandoned. He pointed and shouted, "Don't you guys do anything reckless." The guy in the car demanded, "Then get in the car." After that, the car drove away, and Kaka's bag fell there. A moment later, Tran and AC returned from eating. Dai Loi asked, "You're back, brother NAC?" He wondered, "Kaka didn't come with you?" "Kaka came looking for you earlier. I told her you were eating noodles at the shop down the street. She left. Didn't she meet you?" "She probably didn't." Tran and AC replied, "I went to the supermarket earlier. I'll go back and look for her." A few minutes later, he realized, this is Kaka's bag. Tran and AC bent down to pick up the bag. He seemed to know something bad had happened to her. The scene shifts to the backyard of Jia, Fong Duong. The kidnapping car from earlier is stopped here. Seated on a chair was Tan Sun, and his disciples greeted him in unison. "Hello, old master." They brought the two people in and said, "We've brought them." Seeing Kaka cry out, he threatened, "Shut up, keep crying, and I'll deal with you." Meanwhile, Lamson was bewildered. "Where's this place?" He gestured. "You're here, so take a seat." Lamson sat down next to him. Tan Sun held a cup of tea and said, "First, I'm very displeased with you. It's been 20 years since I've suffered such a big loss. I was in the hospital for 15 days, damn it, with pneumonia. Almost had my arm swollen from 4 drips." He wondered blankly, "Who is this? Why are they looking for me? I don't know anything about it." He continued, "To this day, I still haven't healed from my stitches, young man. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Lamson replied innocently, "You should drink plenty of hot water," making old Lai choke and spit out water. Hearing that, his subordinates rushed forward. "What's with this arrogant brat? Deal with him, beat him crippled." Lamson was scared. "And do they want to hack someone?" Tan Sun took a napkin to wipe his mouth and raised a hand to signal his subordinates to stop. Then, holding his teacup, he continued, "Young man, actually, we haven't properly introduced ourselves." He introduced himself. "I am Lai Tan Sun. Fellow gang members, out of respect, call me Hall Master." "Young man, I don't know which faction you're with." Lamson scratched his head. "I'm Chan Honam from Bat Trunk School." Tan Sun choked on his tea again, thinking, "Chan Honam? Does he think this old man has never watched a Hong Kong movie?" He continued, "If you don't want to talk, don't rush. We'll have time to get to know each other later. Bring it here." A subordinate brought out a briefcase full of money. Tan Sun explained, "It's not much, 500,000. Consider it a welcome gift from me to my brother. But I want to buy something." Lamson was thinking, so much money, and such a good deal. He laid out his condition. "I only need one hand from that bald bastard. If you accept, you can take the money whenever. Within 3 days, you cut off that bald bastard's right hand and bring it to me." Lamson was startled. "What? One hand?" Tan Sun repeated. Ka trembled slightly as he said, "During these 3 days, I'll have to trouble your confidant to be my guest here. Don't worry, I'm a man of rules. I'll make sure she's well fed and taken care of. I guarantee not a single strand of hair will be lost. After 3 days, you bring the hand to exchange for her." Lamson was sweating nervously. "What is this? Who is this bald bastard? And a hand? Oh, great Lord. I haven't even finished my homework yet. Wait, he just said Tun Ka is my confidant." He gulped. "They must have mistaken me for someone else. If they find out, these vicious thugs will kill me. Maybe Tun Ka too. So, I'll continue to impersonate him." Lamson trembled slightly. "But right now I can't even stand properly. If I continue, I'll be doomed." He started to deduce. "That's right. Who did they mistake me for?" Lamson remembered Tran and Osi and wondered. He must be someone who can make a true gang lord treat him with such solemnity. Tan's son turned to ask, "Brother, are you hot? Why is your head so sweaty?" Hearing that made him even more anxious. Am I about to be discovered? Am I really doomed? To explain a little, Truong Lam Sin was born into an ordinary lower-class family. His father lost his job and worked at a car garage for some pocket money, and his mother worked as a cleaner at a clothing market. When he was little, because of his family situation, he was often teased by his peers. Truong Lam Sin is playing with toy cars, but he doesn't even have a car. His dad doesn't have money to buy one. His family is dirt poor. Not long after, he found a way to be free without being looked down upon, using violence. He started small assaults. Damn you! You have no eyes to walk into me. His subordinates constantly cheered, "Brother Truong, hit him more. I've been annoyed by this brat for too long. Brother Truong says black is black, white is white. How dare you talk back? Mother asterisk 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 stir." Lam Sin knew that behind his back, everyone still looked down on him, just a wandering hooligan. But at least he wouldn't be openly despised. When girls saw him, they whispered, "Did you see that? Truong Lam Sin beat Lam Thong. Lam Thong always gets handsy with girls." Someone finally taught him a lesson this time. Another girl dismissed it. Evil begets evil. Neither of them are good. At 16, he lost his weapon against the world. He lost violence. Useless anger couldn't change anything. A girl confessed her feelings to him, handing him a love letter. "Truong Lam Sin, I've liked you for 3 years. You're not a bad person." He replied coldly, "But I don't like you. You're not my type." At that time, he thought, even though I did like her a little, dating would probably cost a lot of money, right? Later, Lam Sin met the girl he secretly loved, and he put on his mask again, carefully hiding the pathetic person named Truong Lam Sin. His secret love was Tun Ka Ka. His friend advised, "Truong Lam Sin, what are you looking at? She's the daughter of the head of education. She's out of our league." Then he told himself, "From today, I am Hao Nam. She's my girl." Unfortunately, in the end, Hao Nam couldn't protect his girl. Perhaps this is the only chance in my life to protect her. I hated life, escaping humiliation. At this moment, understanding everything, Lam Sin bravely spoke up, "Give me a cigarette." He coldly lit a lighter. Then he relaxed, exhaled a puff of smoke, and continued, 500,000 not enough." Tan's son laughed loudly. "All right, you've got guts, you've got skill, and you're greedy enough. I like that attitude. After the success, I'll give you double that amount." Lam Sin took the briefcase, then stood up and said, "I accept. I'll come to pick her up in 3 days. She can't be missing a single strand of hair." He went up to her and said, "Ka Ka, don't worry, I'll save you." The promise he made, he will surely fulfill it. Hearing the word promise reminded her of Tran Noc. Then Lam Sin left the mansion. As he walked, he thought of Tran Noc. He had to find Tran Noc immediately. Lam Sin spotted Tran Noc speeding past on a motorcycle. Seeing him stop, he walked over and called out, "Tran Noc." Seeing this, he asked, "You're here? How did you recognize me?" Lam Sin thought, "Even if you turned into ashes, I'd still recognize you." Lam Sin held out the briefcase of money and said, "They've taken Tun Ka Ka, an old man named Lai Duong Chu. They mistook me for you. Ka Ka is fine, but they gave me 500,000. They want to buy the right hand of someone called Baldy Error." Tran Noc asked, "Ka Ka is in there?" He nodded. "She's fine for now." Hearing Tran Noc tell him to go home, Lam Sin stammered, "Can I help? Should we call the police or find someone?" He just instructed, "Go home. What happens next isn't your business, Hao Nam." Inside, a henchman held a knife to Ka Ka's neck and said, "Boss, this girl is pretty. How about we?" Tan's son replied, "There's so many girls here. Isn't that enough to cool you down? For the next 2 days, get some guys to closely follow Baldy Error. Bring some good quality cameras. Once Baldy Error gets into trouble, Remember to record images of that brat making his move. The henchman asked, "And then what?" He smirked. "Then, of course, we'll report to the police. We are law-abiding good citizens, after all." He frowned. "Did you think Lai Tan's son's money was so easy to take? 500,000 yuan for Baldier's hand. We need to buy that brat another 15 to 8 years in prison as well. That price is fair. Once that brat is locked up, this matter will be settled, and you can do whatever you want with this woman." The henchman praised him, as expected of the boss. So brilliant. Not like us brainless thugs, who only know how to fight and kill. Boss is amazing, boss is brilliant. Tan's son lectured. Times have changed. Just fighting and killing won't get you anywhere. When you have free time, remember to exercise that peanut-sized brain of yours a bit. Something outside startled him. Tran NOC, wearing a helmet, stood at the door. Tan's son immediately asked, "Brother Hao Nam, why are you back already? And you've changed into the outfit from our first meeting." Tran NOC rotated his shoulders and replied, "I was afraid of being recorded. Our last meeting was quite rushed. I didn't see a safe in your building, but this time, it's at your lair. There must be a safe, right?" He smiled. "I admit you're very good at fighting, but you're not the best fighter I've ever seen. Last time you ambushed me, but this time, all I need to do is yell. All 50 muscular guys in this house will be your enemies. Can you take on 50? He confidently sat there, lighting a cigarette and continuing, "I, Liamo, don't believe it." Tran NOC raised 2 fingers and said, 2 minutes. Let's see if you finish that cigarette first, or if your subordinates get knocked out first. Tan's son exhaled a puff of smoke, tilting his head back, and said, "That's audacious. My eyes have been opened, Liamo. The best fighter I've ever met in my life was at a casino when I was 40, during a jade trade deal in Myanmar. He was a bodyguard next to a big boss." He closed his eyes, reminiscing. That was a true master. His subordinates immediately cheered. "Let's go, brothers." His voice still echoed. I saw with my own eyes that person could leap over roofs and scale walls, their fists cutting through the air with whistling sounds. One punch could break a stick as thick as a bowl's rim. In the jade mines of Myanmar, that master faced over a dozen people with swords alone and still beat them so badly they scattered like ducks. 2 years later, that big boss was ambushed in a mine, and that master was guarded by 2 gun barrels to his head, beaten to a pulp. Tan's son took another drag from his cigarette and continued, "Therefore, even superior martial arts fear blades, and even profound kung fu is no match for a single bullet. In today's world, what's important is power, connections, and brains. A lone individual, no matter how good a fighter, is just a tool to be used." As soon as he finished speaking, he was horrified by the sight before his eyes. Only the young man stood there, while his subordinates lay on the floor. Tan's son, terrified, fumbled inside his jacket and stammered, How can this be?" Tran NOC stepped closer. "You're considered a significant figure, so of course you have a thinking mind. If I don't let you take out the gun in your chest today, you won't be satisfied. Come on, take out the gun." Tan's son drew his gun, pulled the trigger, and yelled, "Die!" But to his surprise, Tran NOC caught the bullet with 2 fingers. He pushed him back into the chair and continued, "For some people, the world doesn't change because they are the world." Tran NOC asked, "Are you convinced? I gave you a chance to pull the trigger, and I gave you a chance to fight. Now it's time to end this. I don't care about the Underworld, and your business with Baldy has nothing to do with me. But how should this be handled? You're not a fool. You probably know yourself." Tan's son quickly replied, "Yes, from now on, you are heaven itself. Whatever you say, that's how it is." Tran NOC declared, "But the bullet you fired at me earlier cannot be undone. You'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." He placed his hand on Tan's son's thigh, and Lai Tan's son screamed in pain. Afterward, Tran NOC carried Kaka to the car, reassuring her, "It's okay now, don't be afraid." Long Sin stood by, watching, and thought, in the end, I still couldn't do anything. Tran NOC, you must protect Tun Kaka well. She's your girl. Kaka cautiously asked, are you still Tran NOC? I feel like you're so strange. You've changed so much I don't recognize you anymore. He asked in return, is changing not good? She replied with some worry, it is good, yes. The way you were before was too dark, always making people not want to come close. Now your whole being shines much brighter, but I'm so scared. He immediately asked, scared of what? Kaka hugged Tran NOC tightly and explained, just now I saw you. You knocked down a bunch of people. When did you become so capable, Tran NOC? What exactly happened to you? Why do I feel like you're getting further and further away from me? You're like a mysterious kingpin, while I'm just a very ordinary girl. I keep wondering what we're going to do in the future. Even though you don't like studying, you probably won't get into university. But I like you. Wait for me until I'm in university. When I have free time, I'll go to Brother Loy's car shop with you. When I graduate, I'll find a job near you. And every day after work, I'll come and stick to you. She even imagined herself visiting. While Tran NOC repaired cars, Brother Loy would welcome them. Kaka's here. Hey, Tran NOC. No more overtime today. Go spend time with Kaka. When are you planning to get married? Don't waste that girl's youth. She even thought that if they got married, we'd work hard to earn money, buy a small house, and live with Deep. Then I'd have a cute baby, just like Deep. Then Kaka envisioned them sharing a bed, asking each other, why are you sleeping? You keep looking at me like that. I'm afraid I'll forget you in the next life. I want to remember you thoroughly. In the next life, no matter what you are, even a puppy or a grasshopper, it's fine. I'll still find you. You're the grasshopper. If we had spare money, we'd go shopping, watch movies, and even hold hands strolling through the square. Time would just pass like that, until our hair turned gray. Even if we become senile in old age and can't remember anyone, I'll still remember you. Then it cuts to an old age scene, one person leaning on a cane, leading the other. Old man, are you still going to Brother Loy's place for work today? Brother Loy. Who was Brother Loy again? And who am I? You are Tun Kaka. What about me? Do you still remember who I am? You are my Tran NOC. Back to reality. She sobbed uncontrollably. But now I can't imagine a future with you anymore. After listening, Tran NOC sighed, squeezed the brake, and stopped the bike. Then he took off his helmet and turned to call her. Kaka. He put the kickstand down, then reached out his hand. He coldly pulled Kaka's head closer and kissed her lips. Kaka was surprised, her eyes wide, unable to react in time. Tran NOC thought to himself, your simple life and family, your simple affection and love, I will use all my strength to protect it. Don't worry, when you wake up, I'll still be the Tran NOC you knew before. Then the two of them sat there. Kaka leaned her head on Tran NOC's shoulder and fell asleep. Some time later, she slowly opened her eyes. Then she turned to look at him and said, Tran NOC, I had a dream. I dreamed you became a legendary hero and went far, far away. I ran after you, crying, but I could never catch up to you. I was very sad. He reached out and wiped her tears, then said, you idiot. Kaka stood up and wondered, why am I here? I remember going to On Loy's bike shop to look for you. Tran NOC replied, don't you remember? You told me to wait to get some fresh air, and then you fell asleep. She asked in surprise, really? I don't remember anything. Oh no, will I get senile when I'm old? I've decided, from today, I'm going to start writing a diary. Tran NOC put on his helmet. Then they both got on the bike. He said, let's go home. Kaka immediately asked, your home or my home? Then she brushed it off. Never mind. Tran NOC pondered. Hypnosis can't make people lose their memory completely. It just makes the person temporarily forget a period of memory. As long as Laitan's son doesn't come looking for her again, and there's no related stimulus, Kaka might forget about today's events forever. But on how Nam also needs to be hypnotized, in case he accidentally tells Kaka. 1 month later at Kim Lang International Airport, Lai Dingyuan came to pick up her mother, who was visiting. She waved and called out. Then she ran to hug on Tu. Mom, I missed you so much. She asked, Did you do what I told you? She replied, Yes, I told him. Tonight we'll invite him to dinner to thank him directly. Antu asked, How far have you and he progressed? Din Yuyan honestly replied, We're still just friends. She was a bit disappointed, so there's been no progress at all. Let's prepare for the dinner party tonight first. That evening, in an upscale area, Din Yuyan and her mother stood with some bodyguards. When she saw Tran Noc riding his bike towards them, she turned to her mother and said, Mom, Tran Noc is here. Seeing him, they immediately bowed their heads. Antu said, Your identity is sensitive, so it's not convenient for me to come to that school with much fanfare. I could only ask Ingwan to invite you here. I hope you'll forgive me. Passers-by whispered when they saw this. Who is this? And country people, what are they doing? Tran Noc said, Let's go inside and talk. A VIP room had already been prepared for today's meeting. Antu poured the wine and said, I heard Li Ingwan say you don't like in-country wine, so I had someone prepare Yanghabaijiu, a specialty of this province. I thought inviting a local to drink local wine wouldn't be too abrupt. Tran Noc smiled, thinking to himself, Such hospitality surely means they want a favor. She handed Ingwan a glass. Today, you drink a little too, my child. Then she turned to invite Tran Noc to drink a glass. The three of them drank it all in one gulp. After drinking the glass of wine, the daughter grimaced and waved her hand. The mother sighed. China's baijiu is really strong. Tran Noc sat in the middle, frustrated. This is their first time drinking baijiu, and they finished it in one gulp. If these two get drunk and pass out, how am I supposed to carry them? Antu continued to stand up. Then the mother and daughter knelt down and said, This glass of wine is from our entire family, thanking you for your kindness. Logically, to express gratitude, the men of the family should be present. But my son hasn't been feeling well lately, so I didn't bring him along. He was startled and quickly waved it off. There's no need for this. Please get up. Ingwan and I are peers. You are an elder. Doing this is not appropriate. Antu continued, It is necessary. I heard Li Ingwan say that day you took Xingqi with you. You avenged my deceased husband's blood feud. This bow is to thank you for your kindness in avenging my husband. Furthermore, if you hadn't intervened that time, my Li family would have been wiped out. So, coming here this time is firstly, to properly thank you, and secondly, I want to discuss Ingwan's matter with you. Tran Noc stepped forward, intending to help Antu up. Actually, I also have something to discuss with you. Li Ingwan. She interrupted. Please let her stay by your side. He was startled. In his mind, he was thinking, I was just about to ask you to take Li Ingwan home. She continued, Please let her follow you. I know we might be overreaching, but it's fine to be your subordinates, even your oxen and horses. This is the sincerity of our Li family. Please accept it. Hearing that made Ingwan a bit bewildered. What is your ma talking about? Tran Nac asked. Are you sure you know what you just said? She replied, I'm certain. He asked again, Do you understand how absurd and ridiculous what you just said was? She was still honest. He asked again, Was it because you just encountered some trouble? Antu replied, No, it wasn't. This is the only way our Li family can repay your kindness. As he helped her up, he said, Repay kindness? Actually, there's no need for that. Tran Nac looked at the lovely girl next to him. Perhaps unable to control himself, he took the wine and poured himself a glass. Then he drank it all in one gulp. Tran Nac put the glass down on the table and said, I've received this, thank you. Then he left, abandoning the mother and daughter who called after him. Young Master Tran Nac. Yuma. He walked out the door and waved goodbye. Antu still hadn't given up. Young Master Tran Nac. I am completely serious about this request. Please consider it. Tran Nac walked out and slammed the door shut. She was worried. Young Master Tran Nac is angry. Ingwan turned to call Yuma. She was immediately shouted at by her mother. The fragile little girl immediately burst into tears. Auntie reached out and said, "Don't blame your mother for being heartless." Then she hugged her daughter and explained, "Now our family is like a drifting duckweed. Since your father passed away, I, a woman, find it too difficult and dangerous to manage the family business. Your brother is still young. It will be at least 10 more years until he grows up. Our family cannot be without someone to rely on. If you can't become his person, then obediently return home with mother. I will think of a way to rely on a magnate. Our family's background isn't good. Those magnates, you don't stand a chance with them. At best, you can only be a mistress. Are you willing to do that? At least this young man. He cares about you, and you like him too." Ingwan said, tears streaming down. "But mother, you don't need to offer me up like a commodity like that. Can't I be with him like a normal couple? Why do you have to say things like I'm a low-ranking servant?" She stroked her daughter's head. "My silly girl, it's clear he doesn't intend to be with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just walked away that night, without even leaving his name. If you weren't smart enough to remember that Chinese character logo, you wouldn't have been able to find him." She placed her hand on Ingwan's shoulder, sharing her feelings. "That's why we need him, so we just need to succeed. Even if it means giving up your dignity, you must cling to him with all your might." She concluded, "For your brother, you must do it." Scene shifts to Emperor Hao Karaoke, a place of debauchery for the rich. Many luxury cars were parked outside the venue. Long-legged women surrounded magnates, and one girl was seeing a customer off. "Boss Yen, remember to come find me next time, okay?" He slurred. "Absolutely. Next time, bring your sisters too. You alone aren't enough." The young man felt tense, his heart filled with yearning. Lin Sheng sat there, watching the girl see off the customer. "Boss Yen, you promised. Don't go back and forget." Seeing a young man secretly watching her, the employee seemed displeased. Lin Sheng also stood up and went to the restroom. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "This truly isn't the place for me." The hostesses, recognizing him, whispered among themselves, "This is Aunt L.A.'s son. He's quite good looking. You like him already? Just looking at him makes me want to take him home. Much better than my previous little playboys." "What nonsense are you talking about? Look, his face is all red." A girl named Xiaoha appeared, interrupting their conversation. "Stop bullying him. You guys made him too shy to look this way." Another girl replied, "Xiaohong, look. You didn't make a move, so Xiaoha got ahead of you." Xiaoha stepped forward, tilted Lin Sheng's chin up, and instructed him, "Filial son, don't run around. Be good and go wait in the lounge for Aunt La to finish work. Don't let your eyes wander. You're still young. Don't learn from those lecherous old men." After that, they left together. "Let's go, let's go. Brother Wong is still waiting." He watched their retreating figures and swallowed hard. He went into the restroom. Xiaoha's figure with her full chest still appeared in Lin Sheng's mind. He quickly splashed water on his face to sober up. He walked out. He recalled. Her name was Xiaoha. Just then, his mother walked over and called Lin Sheng's name. She said, "You go home first. Tonight, a few other people want to rent a room to play all night." Mom worked overtime, staying to clean, and finally could earn an extra 50 yuan. After it gets light and the cleaning is done, Mom will rest in the staff room. He gave Mom water and told her not to work too hard, Mom, as she cleans the farmer's market during the day. Then she comes here at night for extra cleaning work and doesn't get proper rest. She replied, "I'm not tired, son. Go home and sleep quickly. You still have to go to school tomorrow." Stepping out of the shop, Lamson looked inside and exclaimed, "It's truly good to be rich." He heard Mom say the lowest rent for a private room here was much more than her monthly salary. He sat by the roadside, smoking and looking over, then stood up and wondered, "What am I waiting for?" At that moment, someone's loud voice echoed, "Why did she run off? Stop her." A bald man blocked Chu Ha. "I knew you wanted to run. What's wrong? You were so happy trying to please me in the private room, and I already gave you 2 tips. You said you'd go with me today. Why did you run off? How terrible." Chu Ha resisted. "Brother Vom, my sisters came tonight. I had to rush back and forgot to tell you. Next time. Next time I'll definitely go with you, okay? He didn't listen and snapped. Stop talking like that to me. I've booked a room with you for 3 days, and every time I come, you use this trick on me. Chiu-ha quickly explained. It's not what you think. Brother Vong, how about tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll treat you to a meal. He grabbed her hand tightly and cursed. Get the hell out. You've stood me up 3 times already. Is it fun to mess with me? If I don't deal with you today, I'll lose face. Then the tiger grabbed her head and dragged her away. You stinking bitch. Chiu-ha screamed. Brother Vong, don't. Just then, a somewhat familiar cup of tea was thrown directly at his face. Then Lam Sing grabbed Chiu-ha's hand and pulled her, running while saying, Let's go, damn it. The henchman next to them shouted, Damn it, stop. Stop. Chase them. Lam Sin and Chiu-ha were surrounded. The tiger walked over and cursed. No wonder you kept pushing me away. So you've already found yourself a little puppy, huh? Come here. Let's see who dares to interfere with my business. Chiu-ha immediately pushed Lam Sin's hand away and scolded. What are you doing? Do you want to die? It has nothing to do with you. Go, just go. Then she ran over to explain. Big brother, he and I have no relationship. He's just my delivery guy. Don't hold it against him. All right. How about we go get some late-night food? He laughed and replied, What I say doesn't count. We have to see what Brother Vong says. She pushed Lam Sin away, telling him, Go. Are you dead? Can't you move? This has nothing to do with you. Why are you meddling? He stood there stuttering. Tha. The tiger had already walked over, scoffing. Oh, you're quite tough. Let me see what your little puppy looks like. His eyes flashed. A henchman next to him asked, Brother Vong, what's the plan? Should we deal with him? His face suddenly changed, turning pale with fear, and he subtly stepped back. Then he stammered a curse at his henchman. Deal my ass. All you know is, he thought to himself, oh my God, why is it this little devil? That day at Jiafong Hall, I personally saw this kid take down over 70 people and completely cripple the hall master's legs. The tiger knelt down. Sir, no, big brother, I truly didn't recognize you just now. I'm sorry. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I really didn't know Chiu-ha was with you. I was wrong. I'll get out of here immediately. Lam Sin coldly asked, Do you know me? He kowtowed and replied, Of course I do. Before, I might not have. But now, how dare I not know you? On Haonam. You're on Haonam, aren't you? I was wrong. I won't dare to again. Then he turned and ran, reminding his subordinates, Hurry up. Let's go. Do you want to die? Lam Sin, still not understanding what was happening, scratched his head and wondered, How is this possible? Has On Haonam's reputation reached this level? Chiu-ha walked over and asked, Who exactly are you? He couldn't answer, his face blank as he thought. I'm a bit unclear myself right now about who I really am. The sky over Zhongnin suddenly thundered and flashed. It was raining. The two rode together on a bicycle. Chiu-ha leaned her back against Lam Sin's shoulder and told him, Take me home. Elsewhere, someone knocked on a door. Tran and AC opened the door to find Din Yuan outside. Seeing her, he asked, It's so late. Did your mother tell you to come here? She nodded. Then she said, I wanted to come myself too. Tran and AC pulled Din Yuan inside and asked, You didn't run here in the rain, did you? Where's the driver? She replied. The driver brought me, but I didn't dare go up from downstairs, so I walked around down there for a long time. He took out his clothes and gave them to Din Yuan, saying, Walking around in the rain, are you crazy? Go shower and change your clothes. After Tran and AC returned from Din Yuan's place, he ate instant noodles, full of regret, a whole table of food and not a bite eaten, only 2 glasses of wine, and then I left in a bad mood. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? After showering, Din Yuan wore Tran and AC's clothes, the slightly loose collar revealing her attractive chest. The shirt was now like a dress. She walked out, thinking, Mom's words tonight must have made Oppa look down on me. He said, eating noodles. What are you standing there for? Come sit here. Then he gave her an apple and told her to eat it. Tran NAC gently turned to her. Tonight, just ignore what your mother said. Din Yuyan was a little embarrassed. Oppa, but Mom said, if I can't stay with you, I have to go back with her. He looked at her and replied, going back is good. You staying in Hoa Quoc isn't a long-term plan either. Hearing that, Din Yuyan burst into tears. Is it true you don't want me by your side? You don't like me. You like Fat Son, don't you? You want to send me away, don't you? She wailed. Mom said, if you don't need me, she'll give me to a tycoon. Tran NAC patted her head. You're so grown up. Why are you crying so ugly? Then trick your mom and tell her you've already followed me. Din Yuyan sniffled. Why call it a trick, Oppa? Why can't I be your woman? In the hallway outside, coincidentally, Lam Sin and Chu had just arrived. While she was opening the door, he heard a girl crying in the room opposite. Tran NAC tried to soothe her. Crying in the middle of the night will disturb everyone and get complaints. Din Yuyan continued to cry loudly. I'm very heartbroken. I'll just cry a little more. Lam Sin outside cursed under his breath. Cha Nam making women cry. Then he turned to Chu Ha and said, well, I'll head back now. As he turned to leave, she called out, wait. Lam Sin looked blankly and asked, is something wrong? Chu Ha unexpectedly ran over and kissed him. Then she winked from her room. Thanks. Next time you take me home, I'll invite you inside. Good night. Lam Sin, his face red, also waved and wished her good night. Kissed by a girl, Lam Sin excitedly raised his fist and shouted, awesome! As he shouted loudly, so awesome, Lam Sin accidentally slammed into Tran NAC's door. Inside, he told Din Yuyan, you see? You've disturbed people, and they're complaining already. As soon as he opened the door, that guy darted away. Tran NAC scratched his head, watching him go. That silhouette is so familiar. He turned back into the room and asked Din Yuyan, are you done crying? Let's go, I'll take you home. She sniffled and hesitated. Can I not go home today? Then she continued, Mom asked me a lot of questions today. Asked me how long I've been here and how far things have progressed with you. How did you answer? I said I was practicing reading commands. She clenched her hands on her thighs and asked, if I go home tonight, Mom will definitely ask a lot again. I don't want to hear it. Can I stay here tonight? Tran NAC pointed to the room behind him. You can sleep in Chu Deep's room tonight. She's staying at school and won't be back until the weekend. He thought to himself, little Firefly, still as stubborn as in the previous life. Din Yuyan stood up and called out, Oppa! Then she actively ran quickly into Tran NAC's room. She quickly sat down on his bed. Tran NAC stood there with his arms crossed and asked, did your mom teach you all of this? Din Yuyan stammered, no. Tran NAC pressed, is that right? She said a bit sharply and loudly, so what, Oppa? Why don't you like me? I'm not a child anymore. Am I not pretty? You don't want to sleep with me. Tran NAC remembered the previous life. Firefly had once asked him the same thing. Am I not pretty? Why don't you want to sleep with me? Then he moved closer to the bed. All right. Tran NAC leaned over her. Din Yuyan closed her eyes and lay there, thinking, Oppa will be very gentle. Then she slowly opened her eyes, wondering, what's Oppa doing? Why hasn't he started yet? Din Yuyan saw Tran NAC doing something. He stood up and dusted off his hands. Done. Din Yuyan found herself tied up by her feet. She cried out, what are you trying to do, Oppa? Tran NAC stood there and said, don't yell. Just sleep obediently tonight. If you keep yelling and moving around, I'll throw you out the window and hang you with a rope. I mean it. Then there was an interspersed conversation in the dark. Oppa, am I not pretty? Why don't you like me? There are feelings deeper than liking. What feelings? Love. Go to sleep. Oppa, tell me, Oppa, you're pretending to sleep, right? The next day, Din Yuyan came out and stretched in front of Tran Nac. Seeing her, he asked, "Are you awake? Go brush your teeth and wash your face, then go back home." She ran over and hugged his arm. "But my mom is very perceptive. Nothing happened last night. I'm afraid I can't fool her. I don't want to go back." Tran Nac told her, "Here's a good way. Turn around. It's going to hurt a little. Bear with it." Then he smacked her bottom. Din Yuyan flushed and softly cried out, "Oppa, it hurts." She rubbed her bottom and complained, "It hurts so much. Why are you so cruel to hit me, Oppa?" Looking at his hand, he remembered, "The feeling in my hand hasn't changed. In the previous life, I didn't hit little Firefly any fewer times when comforting her." Then he turned to look at her and smiled. "When your mom sees the handprints on your bottom, she'll understand. Oh, right, it's best to add another one. Do you normally feel pain? When you go home and see your mom, find a feeling, pretend a little." Din Yuyan wondered, "Why?" Tran Nac replied, "You'll understand later." On Wednesday afternoon, Chu Deep walked out of the gate politely. "Hello, teacher." The teacher also gently said, "Goodbye, everyone. Have a good weekend. Don't forget your homework." The music plays. "I'm just afraid I might fall in love with you," not daring to get closer. Previously, her teacher had advised, Chu Deep currently feels a bit more mature. At home, don't let her watch films unsuitable for her age. Tran Nac understood the problem then. "Yes, teacher, I'll definitely pay more attention." He decided it seems he'd have to lock up the TV remote. The phone rang. Little Firefly called. Tran Nac answered the phone and asked, "What's wrong? Have you managed to trick your mom yet?" Din Yuyan's voice was a little rushed and scared. "Oppa, please come here quickly, mom's in trouble." He hung up, his face worried as he thought, why did something suddenly happen to Kwang On too? Kaka was forced by Tun Tang Loi to go to extra classes. Currently, Tun Tang Loi is very busy at school and isn't home, so he can only temporarily drop Chu Deep off at Loi Sie's house. Then he told the little girl, "Chu Deep, today I'm taking you to a very fun place. Can I pick you up a little later?" Chu Deep obediently said, "Yes." Then he went to a high-end hotel area, walked to room 888, where there were two bodyguards at the door. As soon as he entered, he saw On-two lying there and asked, "What happened?" Din Yuyan replied, "Mom rested after taking a shower at noon. But by the afternoon, she didn't wake up and suddenly had a high fever. We invited several doctors to examine her, but they couldn't find the cause." Tran Nac leaned down to observe. "Her breathing is erratic, and there's a strange smell here. Why is that?" He looked around and asked, "Was this room disinfected?" "No, you should check the bathroom." Tran Nac used a cotton swab to dab the showerhead, then brought it to his nose to smell. Indeed, it was poison. He turned back and told Din Yuyan, "Someone poisoned her. This substance is water-soluble, secretly applied to the showerhead. When showering with hot water, the hot water dissolves the poison, which then seeps into the body with the water." She worriedly asked, "So what do we do now, Oppa?" He reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Your mom's condition isn't serious right now. As long as she doesn't come into contact with the poison anymore, she can gradually recover. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to her." Tran Nac instructed, "But we have to pretend we don't know anything. From now on, you can't trust anyone except me." Including the security guards brought in. Din Yuyan obediently replied, "Yes, I only trust you, Oppa." She asked, "Oppa, then who exactly wants to harm Mom?" He answered, "That's exactly what I need to figure out." Tran Nac walked away, instructing Din Yuyan to take good care of her mother. "I'll go around here and conveniently bury someone." He went downstairs, drank a can of Coke, and pondered. The assassination method uses slow-acting poison to ensure success. They definitely left something to monitor the target's every move, so if anything unexpected happens, they can easily intervene. That means the two bodyguards are the biggest suspects. But after what happened with us, Kwang On Tu would never be foolish enough to trust someone with an unknown background. Tran NAC looked up, certain that the floor of the opposite hotel was best suited for assassination. Given Kwang On Tu's floor, the poisoner must be hiding between the 8th and 10th floors. After 10 minutes, he stood in front of a room with the for rent sign, with a phone number listed. He thought to himself, this is the only place left. Other rooms are either active companies or undergoing renovation. Moreover, this room has the perfect angle to observe Kwang on Tuesday, an ideal location. Tran NAC put his hand on the doorknob and channeled energy into it. He opened the door and stepped in, saying, "Got you. There's a pair of binoculars right there." Suddenly, a short knife lunged towards his head. Tran NAC continuously dodged, even as the assailant relentlessly launched deadly attacks. He struck the assailant's neck horizontally, making him drop the knife. A thin trail of blood appeared on the assassin's neck. The assassin clutched his neck and asked, "Who are you?" Tran NAC recognized the Korean language, and it was a southern accent. He smiled and replied, "I am Kong Ho Rong." The assailant sat there and cursed, "Damn it." His mouth told him to calm down, while his hands unleashed his energy. 10 minutes later, the guy lay motionless on the floor. Tran NAC was a bit disappointed after searching. What kind of luck is this? He didn't get anything useful, just a fake passport and a hotel card. As if you'd keep anything good in a hotel. In the motel, Tran NAC sat there, holding the USB in his hand. He thought for a moment and said, "It seems like everything has come full circle again." A familiar symbol appeared on that USB. On the screen, the words appeared, "Official commission, seeking to purchase a giant octopus, the larger the better, buying at a high price." Tran NAC logged in and said, "The dark web, exclusively for the Underworld, truly makes one nostalgic." Metahumans in the Underworld are divided into 5 ranks based on their strength. In his previous life, Tran NAC had the strength of a Master Controller rank. The Strange Octopus website hired him as a security consultant for a high salary of $10 million a year. He only needed to act once a year to help the website deal with potential threats. At that time, the boss gave him a bag and said, "Here's $10 million and the website's gold account, Yama. Happy cooperation." He accepted it, but compared to the premium gold account, Tran NAC preferred the black tier sub-account that he bought on a whim. Back to reality. The account name was Blade Peak 458. Lacking creativity, no personality. Let me change the name. Arsonist of Maidenly Souls. Just by looking, you know it's handsome. Suggest an additional $2 million. The computer screen displayed the information. ID, Arsonist of Maidenly Souls. Black tier account. Balance $2 million US. Withdrawal and transfer. Possible commission types, assassination. Target Kwang On Tu. Along with basic target information. Completion criteria. Target person deceased. Commission duration, 15 days, 11 days remaining. Reward, 500,000 US. Mission rank D. Mission status, incomplete. Tran NAC muttered. Kwang On Tu's mission has 11 days left. During the mission's execution period, it won't be entrusted to others. Kwang On Tu is temporarily safe. Tran NAC spoke up. "All right, Underworld citizens, your spam king has returned." Ro could catch a big fish in post, seeking to purchase weapons with enriched uranium, 235, 97% concentration. Need over 1 kilogram. Purchase price, 500,000 US per kilogram. Private message. Arsonist of Maidenly Souls, Sofa. Can catch a big fish. Are you crazy? Leviathan's Blade. Intelligence consultation. I heard that Country M is preparing to build a new military prison in Guantanamo Bay. Does anyone have specific information? Private message me. Can be exchanged for intelligence of similar value. Arsonist of Maidenly Souls. Planning to break out of prison? Hey, you're still young. Don't ever go down the path of crime. Huawei 2, intelligence consultation. A space commander-level powerhouse, the Starry Sky Queen, left her mark at the Tower of London, suspected to be challenging the Blade Knights Order. Will the Blade Knights Order become the second-A rank organization to be wiped out in Her Majesty the Queen's achievements? Arsonist of maidenly souls. No one invited me. I came myself. Just got off the plane, still in the U.S. Is there anything worth knowing about that old lady, the Starry Sky Queen? No. The three virtues man of the era. Private commission. Scandal file of Country M's presidential candidate, male-female video. Don't need that 1.5-minute video. Want to buy an updated version. Arsonist of maidenly souls. I don't really understand. I have a friend who also wants to see that 1 minute 30 seconds. He continued to be engrossed in typing on the keyboard. Then a message appeared on the bulletin board. Someone replied to your comment. Tran NAC realized it was a gold-tier big shot and also a rival from his previous life. He typed again. Arsonist of maidenly souls. No one invited me. I came myself. Just got off the plane, still in the U.S. Is there anything worth knowing about that old lady, the Starry Sky Queen? Starry Sky Queen. Damn it. Who are you calling an old lady? Arsonist of maidenly souls. Whoever's old, I call them that. Starry Sky Queen. Are you sick? Arsonist of maidenly souls. Do you have medicine? Starry Sky Queen. I'll kill you. Arsonist of maidenly souls. Come on, come bite me, old lady. He was truly a keyboard warrior, typing furiously and chuckling with delight. Starry Sky Queen. You just wait. Arsonist of maidenly souls. This kind of request is a first for me. What do you want to do? I'm already waiting. Also, tell me what position you like. I know all kinds. In some castle, a furious shout echoed. The one shouting was none other than the Starry Sky Queen, Lok Tay. She fired her gun frantically and yelled, I'll tear you to shreds. A little girl ran up and asked, Teacher, why are you so angry? Tay replied, A scumbag offended me. On that damn weird octopus website, but according to the web's privacy rules, I couldn't find his name. Drinking milk, she said. It's very simple. I have a way. A brief explanation. Tran NAC's mini-class. As everyone knows, the internet is a multi-layered structure, divided into surface web and deep web. The dark web is often seen as a collection of deep websites. The Weird Octopus is the most mysterious dark website, requiring login with a specialized USB. The USB colors are black, silver, and gold, corresponding to user ranks. The Weird Octopus website has three major characteristics. First, extremely high security, absolutely never disclosing any customer information. Tay called the dark web Weird Octopus. I'm offering 10 million. Also, I personally caught a giant octopus. I want the information on the guy who destroyed a maiden's soul immediately. The other side replied, Don't try to get around me with rules. No. Second, it's powerful, a strong network technical team, along with sky-high price security consultants. The website is very strong, it's impenetrable. Also, they want to hire you as a security consultant. Tran NAC said, They want to kill two birds with one stone, huh? Pay to eliminate a threat, and recruit an extra hand at the same time. Third is the aesthetic. The website interface hasn't changed in 10 years, and the operators are obsessed with octopuses. Official commission. Looking to buy giant octopuses, the bigger the better. Buying at a high price. This task is pinned to the login interface. Consider it later. Because of this, people with powers like to keep their money in accounts on this website, as it's safer than any bank. What a pity. It would be great if we could infiltrate it. Don't be discouraged, boss. All the money we earn will be given to you. In her past life, on December 23, 2021, in a certain small town on the west coast of a land of maple leaves, a white-haired girl in a red dress sat there. On the other end of the line, it was announced. His last words, Everyone be quiet. See you in the next life, Ngudao. She sighed. All right, I'm currently on a mission anyway, no more talking. holding the phone. Her eyes were sad. So he's dead, huh? Still likes to call me Ngudao. I really hate that name. This is Ngudao at 20 years old. Ngudao sat there grinding ink, saying, a person like you commits many sins, then hides here drawing, wanting to put down the blade and become a Buddha. But how can the world be so easy? Of course, I don't want to be a messenger of justice. Someone paid for your life. That's why I'm killing you. A small matter of 1 million. I'll take it willingly. The man kneeling below spoke tremblingly. I'll give you however much money you want. Just don't kill me. She remained cold, picking up her brush to write. You have money. You took billions from a scam organization in the country. If it wasn't me today, you might have been able to save your life with tens of millions. Ngudao's gaze was sharp, but not with me. She wrote a few words on the paper and said, King Yama wants you dead. I'm responsible for taking your soul. Then she pointed the gun at him. When you go down to the Yellow Springs, remember me. I am King Yama's soul reaver. Leaving the body lying there, she got in the car and sped off. The small car drove along the coastal highway, music blasting inside. Then a phone notification came. Ngudao offline. She looked at her phone and said, if there's a green mountain in your heart, why walk with those who watch cherry blossoms? And if the green mountain is gone, what is there to long for? Then the car drove straight into the sea. It slowly sank as voices from memories echoed. Nai Duong, or how about you call yourself Ngudao from now on? It's not as good as Nai Duong. No need, no. You need to. How can King Yama's subordinates be without Cowhead? Then who is Horseface? We'll figure that out when we meet the right person later. Returning to this life, Deep Duong sat at the computer, typing. Teacher, look at this. Tay-Tay stood beside her, beaming. You really are the smartest student. Destroyer of a maiden's soul, seeking to buy. Looking to buy lewd photos of the starry sky queen hag. Price, 10,000 US dollars. DM if you have them. CLV Cam. Warrior, I wish you a long life. It's fierce fire indeed. You should eat something better. Mantuit Gaden. Can I say I want to see them too? Princess Jungshat. I always feel like you like Her Majesty the Queen. Zoe Muc Dyke. My friend Cap Bai. I want to see them too. Akiom. Fall in love, fall in love. Fall in love, Helen White. You're so cute. You must be a girl. The destroyer of a maiden's soul just posted something. This is the best clue. So much wind. I have nude photos of the Star Queen. But 10,000 US dollars isn't enough. If you're interested, let's discuss. Destroyer of a maiden's soul. Am I stupid or are you stupid? How could nude photos of the Star Queen be leaked? Your fishing technique is too poor. You old hag, destroyer of a maiden's soul, blocking you now, no thanks. 5 Van, an enemy of the Star Queen. I don't like that woman either. I have a plan. If you're interested, let's talk. Destroyer of a maiden's soul, your fishing skill has been poor for so long. Go practice again. I'm blocking you now. Yi Tang said that she deliberately used too small, obvious bait posts to hint to him that her scamming skills were very low, easy to discern and deal with, to make him lower his guard. Then, based on his replies, she posted 4 new articles, including discussions on assassination, intelligence exchange on M-Nation's armory, analysis of the development of commander-level powers, and one related to deciphering the abilities of missing espers in recent years. Finally, this person appeared in the assassination post, judging that this person is very likely a psychokinetic. Blood ancestor Dracula. How can one reasonably use mental power to control the speed of blood in the target's body, thereby causing damage to the heart valves? This way, the target is assassinated without warning. Destroyer of a maiden's soul. If the hypothetical target has a history of heart disease, then the difficulty of the assassination mission will decrease. Just by using mental power to control the magnetic field, simulating a small magnetic field resonance effect, one can change the morphology of the cardiovascular system. Blood ancestor Dracula, my friend, a fellow practitioner? Chat privately to discuss and exchange ideas? Destroyer of a maiden's soul. Okay, let's chat privately. The 2 girls looked at each other and laughed. He took the bait. Yi Tang continued. Not that fast, teacher, but we have successfully approached the target. Tet clenched her fists, thinking of a way to trick him into giving personal information. Then I'll definitely find this guy and smash his head in. The girl replied yes, but everyone's identity on the web is hidden, and everyone is very cautious. It will take time to trick information out of him in real life. He bit the bait with only 9 accounts. I don't know if I'm too smart or if he's too stupid. Yi Tang continued. I'll just leave it as is and slowly make him think he's met a fellow practitioner and lower his guard, at most a month or 2. Then we'll use an excuse to think of a way to execute a mission and see if he bites. Ted agreed. That's great. I'll seize the time. I need to go out for a trip soon. There's a very interesting child I have to go see. Who knows? I might even gain another disciple. A notification popped up. Someone replied to your comment. Yi Tang's eyes widened. He replied to me. Blood Ancestor Dracula. My friend, the idea of using mental power to create small magnetic field resonance is great, but regarding how to compress psychokinesis into a small area, we can discuss it a bit. Destroyer of a maiden's soul, of course. But when will you send me the nude photos of the Star Queen? The girl stood up, pulled out a gun, shot the laptop, and cursed. This bastard. How did he see through me? Scene shifts to Chin Nua's apartment. After a round of keyboard heroics, he sat there stretching, fighting with me. Little milk sugar, little milk sugar. Even if you were reborn another lifetime, your grandpa is still your grandpa. I know almost all of your alternate accounts. Calculating the time, little milk sugar is 9 years old now. So she must have just become the Star Queen's disciple less than a year ago. He mumbled, speaking of the Star Queen, then remembered that plump soul and looked at his hand. The feeling of that hand was still quite nostalgic. Then he went to Big Luo's place to pick up Xiao Yi. Bro Luo, I bothered you today. Was Xiao Yi well behaved? Big Luo patted her head and replied, very well behaved. I didn't mess around when I was young. My daughter would probably be around this age too. Master Nuo, I want to ask for something. Then he sheepishly said, I want to adopt Xiao Yi. Seeing Chin Nuo raise his fist, Big Luo quickly explained, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that I really like Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi calls me Dad. You can still call me Bro Luo. Let's keep things separate. Chin Nuo threw the school bag at Big Luo's face, but he stubbornly persisted. Really, no? The girl calls me Dad. I'll call you Grandpa. We'll be even. Then he led his sister away and told her, say goodbye to Uncle Luo. Goodbye, Uncle Baldy. Big Luo shouted, Master Nuo, bring Xiao Yi over to play whenever you have time. He thought to himself, it seems Xiao Yi quite likes Bro Luo. It'll be convenient to leave her at Bro Luo's place from now on. The two siblings walked and chatted. Brother, why is your bag so heavy? What's in it? A laptop. What's a laptop? It's a type of computer. Where did you get it? Someone sponsored it. The next morning, during the second physical education class, Kiki sat there reminiscing and wondered, after that day, I keep dreaming of kissing Chin Nuo by the river. It feels so real, not like a dream. She looked at Chin Nuo's lips as he lay there. Kissing him must feel exactly like that, right? Then she felt a little regretful. Ever since she started tutoring, they couldn't be together on weekends. She reminded herself, no, I must be more proactive than before. Make Chin Nuo my boyfriend. Absolutely cannot let others achieve their schemes. She blushed and actively turned to him. My dad went on a business trip today. He's not home. Chin Nuo sat up and replied, you're saying this, but I'm not free. Kiki was disappointed, but tonight I have extra literature class. Listening to literature lectures. Chin Nuo plotted mischievously, I'll go with you tonight. Kiki added, I still have extra classes. He looked at her sincerely. It's okay. I'll just watch you. Scene shifts to the home of literature teacher, Jiang Gang. He opened the door with a smile. Kiki, you're here again. Right on time this time. She replied, teacher's house is on the 3rd floor. My house is on the 5th floor, being so close. Of course I have to be on time. Chin Nuo stood beside her, also smiling politely. Hello, teacher. Teacher Jiang looked at him and asked, you're Chin Nuo, right? What are you doing here? He thought to himself, the school celebrity? How bold. He's pursuing Kiki all the way here. I was too polite before. That's why this brat is taking advantage. He quickly said, Kiki told me you're tutoring, so I came to visit you, and also wish you a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Teacher Jiang thought, Dragon Boat Festival? It's only April. Is he talking nonsense? Then he asked directly, Chin Nua. Just say it directly. He whispered, Teacher Jiang, can we talk privately for a bit? Inside the kitchen, Chin Nua spoke frankly. Teacher Jiang, next year you'll be our class teacher. Kiki said you teach exceptionally well, and I want to learn too. He gently put his hand into his pocket, took out an envelope, and continued. So, teacher, can I study with you? Then he turned outside. Oh, right, Kiki. I forgot to ask you something. The teacher held the envelope in his hand, lost in thought. This kid is very sharp. This envelope is even thicker than some other students' parents. What to do? This kid clearly has ulterior motives. Then, with a class of 4, Teacher Jiang cleared his throat. Let's start studying. Today, Chin Nua will begin tutoring with us. Chin Nua, did you bring your literature book and exercise book? He immediately scooted closer to Kiki and replied, It's okay. I can share a book with Kiki. A few minutes later, Teacher Jiang lectured. Do you all understand the meanings of the word see you? Now everyone say a phrase with this word, then explain its meaning. The boy wearing glasses said, See you Thursday Dao to see. Raise hands and bow feet. See you. Here means an upward motion. It's Keek's turn. See you Trong Nuak Khan. Lift heavy like light. It also refers to an upward motion. Chin Nua looked at her and said, See you on to me. Raise the tray to eyebrow level. Teacher Jiang thought, just say it. Why are you looking at Sun Kiki? He continued to ask, what about the character Tuong? But tung tung ha, not distingi bidang, lengyan tung fan, look on kun li. Chin Nua looked at Kiki again and said, Tuong kin nu tan. Respect each other as guests. Teacher Jiang, a bit annoyed, said loudly, the character Bak. White has colors, clarity, describes purity, and has many meanings. Chin Nua, if you dare to say Bak Dao Jai Lao, grow old together. You're out. He gently replied, Madu moi hom, rosy cheeks and red lips. Someone knocked on the door while he was lecturing. He stepped out to open the door. It turned out to be Zhang Linsheng and his father. The father brought a gift bag and politely said, Teacher Jiang, I'm so sorry to trouble you. I don't dare to ask for much. If my son can just get into a vocational college, I'll be relieved and happy. He accepted it with a smile and replied, Not at all. Not at all. Don't be so polite. Then Mr. Zhang kicked Linsheng and admonished him. Study properly. Do you hear me? If you dare not listen, I'll beat you to death. Teacher Jiang told him, Come in. Don't just stand there. Come in and sit down. He pondered. There are already 5 people. He can only let him sit with someone. Linsheng worried, Damn it. I'm now classmates with this annoying bastard. Chin Nua, on the other hand. Oh, Brother Hao Nam, you truly are my lucky star, a heaven-sent benefactor. He immediately raised his hand and suggested, Teacher Jiang, let him come over here. I can squeeze in a bit. He could only hold his head. Heaven's will. Heaven's will. Chin Nua pretended to whisper, Brother Hao Nam, are you also here for tutoring? Brother Hao Nam, have you eaten yet? Brother Hao Nam, this sentence is a noun explanation. Brother Hao Nam, teach me how to draw Du Fu as a rapper. He cursed silently in his heart. Get lost, get lost, get lost. After class, Teacher Jiang stood at the door and instructed, Kiki, go home and study the reading comprehension well. Zhang Linsheng, your basics are weak. Practice more with ancient poetry tutoring and memorize texts that can add some points. You 2 students follow them. Pull up your basic knowledge. When it came to Chin Nua, he paused for a moment. He confidently asked, Teacher Jiang, tell me, what should I pay attention to? He patted his shoulder and instructed, Remember to be careful on your way home. Chin Nua followed Hao Nam and asked, Brother Hao Nam, where are you going? Are we going the same way? Linsheng, whose temper was short, replied, No. You're still like a lingering ghost. You haven't even said where you're going, and you're already saying we're not going the same way. Brother Hao Nam, do you dislike me? This isn't good. Last time you sprained your leg. I was the one who carried you to the infirmary. He thought, am I supposed to thank you? Then he ran away. Chun Nuo stood there calling after him. Hey, where you running off to? Lynching panted. Even if I got rid of that annoying guy, I don't know why. If before I just simply disliked him, now seeing him, I'm inexplicably scared. He thought, it's like there's a voice in my heart reminding me. Don't mess with this guy. Can't provoke him, can't tease him. Just then, Chin Nuo rode up on his motorcycle. He slammed on the brakes, turned to Lin Sheng and said, get on, I'll give you a ride. He looked at the bike with admiration. Damn it, it's that super cool motorcycle from before. Lin Sheng got on. Chin Nuo reminded him, hold on, I'm about to accelerate. I'll let you feel the sensation of your back being pulled. Don't fall off. Then he hugged him. Oh my God, how embarrassing. Lamson could only wish. If only I had a motorcycle like this. It would be great. I'd take Chu-Ha and ride endlessly to the ends of the earth. Arriving at the karaoke place from last time, Chin Nuo asked, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Lamson was honest. My mom works as a cleaner here. I'm picking her up after work. What time does your mom get off? In a bit. Tran and AC thought to himself, how Nam Ca helped with Kakai's kidnapping last time, so I have to repay this favor. Moreover, after that incident, his memory was blocked by hypnosis. The two chatted about the motorcycle. You like bikes? A moment of romance or full throttle? A moment of romance makes it look so cool. Can you ride? I know a bit. I used to ride my uncle's motorcycle, but I'm not very skilled. He threw the helmet to Lam Sin and continued. Try riding it. If you crash, I'll take responsibility. Tran NAC calculated silently. I've already repaid one favor. 2 times at school. 1 time with Du Swan. 1 time at GF Fong Street. Repaid 3 debts. Half an hour later, Lamson finished his ride, stretched, and exclaimed, damn, that was awesome, totally addictive. Then he turned to Tran NAC and said, thanks for letting me ride your motorcycle. This bike must be really expensive. He asked, do you like it? If you do, you can borrow it for a few days. Hearing that, he was stunned and asked again, what did you say? Aren't you afraid I'll break it? Tran NAC took off his jacket. I almost forgot, if you're going to be cool, you have to be cool all the way. Here, you can borrow the whole outfit. Crash the bike if you want, just make sure you're okay. Lamson was a bit confused and asked, Tran NAC, why are you suddenly being so kind? We had a misunderstanding before. He patted his shoulder and said, you said it yourself, it was a misunderstanding. Now that it's cleared up, we're friends. From today onwards, we're friends. You can keep the bike. Be careful when you're riding. Lamson was touched and thought, friends? I, Tran Lamson, am so happy. Tran NAC walked away, looked back, smiled, and thought to himself, how Namsi, your expectant look doesn't seem like you're picking up your mom. It looks more like you're secretly being good to some girl. Wearing the branded jacket and helmet, Lamson now looked incredibly cool. He gasped. As expected, clothes make the man. Suddenly, from a distance, came the shouts of a group of people chasing Chu-Ha. They yelled threats. Run, keep running. Do you believe I'll smash you to death with a bottle? Lamson instantly recognized Chu-Ha. As if finding a savior, she quickly ran to Lamson. He immediately spoke up. Chu-Ha, it's me. What's wrong? She replied frantically. How Namsi, someone's bullying me. Let's run. Seeing Chu-Ha stop, the leader of the thugs, Dai Bong, thought someone was free to help him and loudly declared, damn you, still trying to run? Thank you, brother. Suddenly, he realized something that made his entire body go cold, hands and feet trembling. The guys with him had noticed it earlier and had already run off, each for himself. Leaving Dai Bong alone, he stammered out, my God, the black helmet, black leather jacket, black gloves. Lamson stepped forward menacingly and demanded, you're bullying Chu-Ha. Who are you? He was terrified, stammering, I am. Seeing him hesitate and unable to speak, he impatiently prompted, speak a little louder, through the helmet. I can't hear what you're saying. Dai Bang suddenly remembered the previous encounter with Tran Nor. Just because he spoke softly, he was beaten again by him until his parents couldn't recognize him. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, or if your voice is too low. Learning from the previous experience, this time he knelt down, bowed, and screamed at the top of his lungs. Thoi Dai Bang, 29 years old, previously committed a crime, served 2 years in prison for injuring others. Do you think this voice is loud enough, sir? Big brother, can you please spare me this time? I really didn't know. I really didn't know this girl belonged to you. His attitude surprised Lam Sin, who stood frozen, thinking to himself, why is he reacting so violently? This attitude of his made Dai Bang even more terrified. Oh no, he's not saying anything. He must be thinking of a new way to torment me. With no other choice, this Dai Bang decided to take a risk. All right, this is the only way. Thinking this, he grabbed a wine bottle, smashed it against his head, and screamed, Big brother, I was wrong. How about this? Can you hear the sound now? I just beg you to be lenient. Lamson couldn't believe his eyes. He worried. Is this how the world is now? Before, thugs would hit others. Now they're hitting themselves. If he goes to the hospital and extorts me later, I don't have money. It's strange that he's gone that far, and I haven't reacted. So Lamson told him, all right, you can go now. Dai Bang was just waiting for that. I'm leaving. Everyone leave. Everyone leave. He turned around and saw no teammates, so he complained. Damn it, where are they? You two scumbags ran so fast. The recent hero saves the beauty. Act made Xiao Ha extremely grateful. She actively moved closer to him and said, How Nam, take me home. Tonight, you can come to my room. Hearing this, his face flushed, and he pretended to ask again, come to your room? At the same time, on the other side, at a large international hotel, a rather tense conversation was taking place. Kwak Hoa, with a surprised expression, said, Old brother, so malicious, tell me. They can even catch bullets. How can they still be considered human? Tan Sun continued, Exactly. They're not human. That's why you know why I fall into my current state. But I don't even dare to seek revenge. Hearing this, Kwak Hoa thought to himself, Black helmet, black leather jacket, black gloves. It seems my team building was too insightful. Suddenly, Kwak Hoa's phone rang. He answered the phone, asking irritably, Thoi Dai Bang. It's like this, and you're still looking for me. Is it urgent? Dai Bang's voice was frantic as he said, Boss, I met that kid. It's that guy. He robbed our company and beat up a few people. Wearing a helmet and riding a motorcycle. I know how to find him now. Boss, do we need to take revenge? We'll gather everyone from the company to fight him. I don't believe we can't beat him. Those words from that damn guy made the old man furious. He yelled furiously into the phone. Fight, fight, fight. Go fight your mother's head. Where are you trying to die? Don't drag me into it. No matter where you are, get your ass back here now. The scene shifts to Chu Ha's house. Her bringing Lam Sin here implied she wanted to repay him with her body for saving her from that group of thugs. The two then intertwined, enjoying the intoxication of passionate kisses. It seemed Lam Sin was too ecstatic, making his actions forceful, which prompted Chu Ha to warn him. Are you a wolf cub? So fierce, wanted to swallow me whole in one bite. He was flustered. I'm sorry. But that didn't mean she didn't like it. She leaned in and kissed him again, then said, I forgive you. What's your name? Lamson immediately replied, How no, Trong Lamson. Chu Ha also introduced herself. My name is Kukyu Lin, but I prefer to be called Chu Ha. It sounds cleaner and fresher. You're so formidable. Last time, it was you who scared Vong Xie away. This time, it's the same with Thoi Dai Bang. Thoi Dai Bang is Chu Kwak Hoa's man. His influence is not small. That Vong Xie is even more formidable. He's Lai Tan Sun's man. You know Lai Tan Sun, right? The old leader of Fong Duong. Others call him Lai Tang Master. Hearing this, Lamson jumped up, his mind confused with thoughts. I felt something was wrong with today's events. Lai Tan Sun, the old leader of Fong Duong, Lai Tang Master. His attitude made Chu Ha wonder what was wrong with him. So she asked, Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, countless images of Tan's son appeared in his mind. He had said, I've been calculating for 20 years, and I've never taken such a painful blow. Then images of Kaka's kidnapping. I only need one arm from that bald-headed bastard. You agreed. The money? Take it any time. 3 days later, you bring an arm from that bald-headed bastard to exchange for this little girl, and I'll return the goods to the original owner. Also the time he met the person on the motorcycle wearing a black helmet, and they even talked. You're here. How could you recognize me? Even if you turn into ash, I'd still recognize you. And that time Tran and AC tricked him and erased his memory. Trust me, sleep for a bit. When you wake up, you won't remember anything. All those events had now returned to his subconscious. Due to the shock, Lamson left Chu-Ha alone and immediately departed. As he walked, he shouted, I remember. I remember everything. Chu-Ha, bewildered, called after him. What's wrong with you? Where are you going? But she received no answer. Time quickly passed to 2 days later. In front of Dahao KTV, Chu-Ha stood there alone, murmuring Chu-Hong's name. Lamson appeared. Seeing him approach, Chu-Ha couldn't hold back her tears. He hastily asked, What's wrong? Are you all right? Chu-Ha immediately embraced him and complained, Where have you been these past 2 days? I was so scared. I couldn't find you anywhere. I had no one to talk to. He, Lamson, stammered, deliberating whether he should tell her that he had spent the past 2 days investigating what exactly happened at Jia, Fong Duong that day. Lai Tan's son broke his leg, and he was also afraid Tran and AC would know he had recovered his memory. He was worried about what kind of person this new friend of his really was. In the end, he still decided not to tell her. Lamson hugged Chu-Ha tightly and whispered in her ear, I remember you. Chu-Ha, my best sister, is dead. I'm going to see her family. Can you come with me? So the two of them went to the hospital together. As they walked, Lamson told her that Chu-Hong's father was a gambling addict, and her mother suffered from kidney disease. Every year, she was in the hospital for dialysis, and she had no choice but to work at a KTV. But the money was still not enough, so she could only go to loan sharks for money. He had told her early on that the money from those people had to be repaid. But what could she do? In the end, there still wasn't enough money, so they went to her home and workplace, driving a living person to death. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the hospital room, standing by the bed looking at the emaciated woman lying there. Chu-Ha exclaimed, How pitiful, truly. It's a tragedy for that girl's fate. Afterward, they waited for the aunt to wake up, and Chu-Ha happily sat and chatted with her. Auntie, I'm your daughter's friend. I know about your situation. Please accept my condolences. My dear girl, by your age. You must be around my daughter's age. That child. Her fate was truly bitter. Auntie, don't cry. If you cry, I want to cry too. This money is a small token of my sincerity. Lamson was about to go somewhere, and at the same time, two unfamiliar men entered the room, but he didn't notice, because at that moment, his mind was heavy with thoughts, sinking like a stone in his heart. Suddenly, a loud scream from the hospital room startled Lamson, making him turn back. You are not human. Someone just passed away, and you're already here at the door demanding debt. Don't you know the principle that debts are canceled when someone dies? How dare you demand money? Don't you have any respect for the law? The thug nonchalantly replied, Any debt must be repaid. 80,000 isn't a small amount. If you don't have it now, you can pay it back slowly, a few hundred at a time. I can accept that. The stack of money on the table happened to be just enough to cover a small portion. Chu-Ha furiously cursed at the guy's face. Where did you get 80,000? I heard Chu-Hong say it wasn't that much when she first borrowed it. And about borrowing money, go sue me. Charging exorbitant interest is already illegal. The other guy leaned in close and spoke in a cold voice. Law or no law, I don't know. Little girl, I advise you. If you're not family, don't meddle in other people's business. With such a strong sense of justice, why don't you help her family pay off the debt? Lamson angrily rushed in and yelled, You guys are going too far. Is this how you demand debt? Even the rules of the underworld shouldn't be like this." The thug sneered contemptuously and said, "Rules of the underworld? What do you know about the underworld? The underworld is dangerous. Don't interfere in unrelated matters. I've made myself clear, and I'll send someone to collect the rest of the money." Then they left, and Chu-Ha, afraid Lam Sin would do something reckless, quickly reassured him. "Don't be rash. There's no other way. We have to think of something." Lam Sin probably wanted to be alone, so he looked away and said to Chu-Ha, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. My heart feels so choked." As he sat there taking puffs of his cigarette, a huge supercar pulled up in front of Lam Sin. The car window slowly lowered, revealing the hateful face of the thug from earlier. He raised his middle finger and boastfully said, "You stinking brat, talking about the underworld with me. You don't even have all your hair grown out yet, and you think having some thug tendencies means you understand the underworld." Although very angry, Lam Sin still tried to remain silent, a thought echoing in his mind. Angry? Go on, be angry. But so what? Trong Lam Sin, you're not Tran NAC. You're nothing. You can't do anything. He was so aggrieved he had to clench his lips to keep himself from screaming. He had always been self-conscious about not being able to do anything. Suddenly, there was a collision behind him. A large flame erupted, causing those nearby to scream in panic. Car accident. Call for rescue. Can they still be saved? Even if they survive, they'll be crippled. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Lam Sin saw a familiar figure. He exclaimed, "Tran NAC, it's Tran NAC." His presence here was also for Lam Sin. He thought to himself, "How Namsi, eh? What you want to do but can't. I will help you do it." The dangerous underworld sees injustice and steps in to help. A few days later, at Teacher Tuong's house, it was already late at night. Before dismissing them, Teacher Tuong had some words of advice. "That's all for today's lesson. Oh, there's something else I need you to tell your families when you go home." The teacher's words seemed a bit hesitant. There are study materials that need to be bought, and they might also be used in school next semester. One set costs 50 yuan. I have an old friend whose job is related, so I can buy them at a lower price from him. If you agree, you can buy them from me. One set for 40 yuan. Tran NAC enthusiastically replied, "Teacher, my family says it's okay. I'll buy it. I'll pay for Tun Kakas too." With that, he took out a few banknotes, making Teacher Tuong flustered. "Let me get your change. Wait a moment." He quickly took out more money and said, "Teacher Tuong, you don't need to find any change. I'll add another 20 yuan and pay for Trong Lam Sin as well." After that, the class dispersed. Everyone happily said goodbye to the teacher and left. "Teacher Tuong, we're going home now." All right. Be careful on your way home." After seeing all the students off, he sat lost in thought, looking at the stack of money from selling the materials in his hand, and sighed. Teacher Tuong's wife, Ko Zao Van, saw this and rushed in to ask, "What's wrong, dear?" He confessed, "My heart is in turmoil. After teaching for so many years, this is the first time I've done something like this, earning money for my students. I'm ashamed." Zao Van gently said, "I know it's hard for you. But in fact, the school sells those study materials for 50 yuan a set. You found someone to buy from, so the students only need to pay 40 yuan. It's even cheaper. I know it's hard for you, so we won't do it anymore. My illness, the medicine doesn't need to be that good. We can just switch to a cheaper type of medicine." Teacher Tuong quickly dismissed the idea. "No, that won't do. No matter what happens to me, I can't cut corners on your medical treatment." Outside, as they were walking down, the bespectacled friend voiced his opinion. He said, "Teacher Tuong is really something, doing business with us." The female friend next to him also agreed and added, "There are 60 people in their class, selling one set of materials to each person. How much do you think Teacher Tuong earns?" Tran NAC unexpectedly placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, making the friend curious about what was happening. He said, "I think we shouldn't argue about this anymore. Buying study materials is a school regulation. It's not like the teacher forced us to buy them. The teacher can help us buy them cheaper. If you don't like it, then go buy them from a school. Lamson also agreed with him and spoke up. I think Tran NAC is right. Tran NAC also took the opportunity to ask Lamson, "Oh right, where have you been for the past few days? I haven't seen you. I thought you ran away with the bike." "Wow, is the motorcycle smooth to ride?" He replied offhandedly. "My family has had some things going on lately. Also, the bike runs pretty well." After that, his demeanor was a bit different. He looked at Tran NAC and spoke. "Thank you." Lamson suddenly saying thank you made Tran NAC very surprised. So he asked again, "Huh, thank you for what? It's just a motorcycle." He smiled lightly and replied, "Anyway, thank you. I'm very glad to be friends with you." Time passed again to a few days later, at a hotel. He was checking the task board and saw that Kwong on 2's assassination mission was due. If there's no exception, the client will hire someone to assassinate again. This trouble must be rooted out. Mission notification, target, Kwong on 2, with attached personal information of the target. Mission content, protect the target's survival. Mission location, Hoa Ha Kwok. Mission duration, 30 days. Mission reward, $55. Mission completion criteria, ensure the target is alive within 30 days. Prevent all harm the target may encounter. Additional mission description, protect covertly throughout the entire process. She must conceal her identity and protective actions, not allowing others to detect her whereabouts. He thought to himself, luckily, the weird octopus web has good security. Otherwise, the Star Empress would have directly attacked Kim Lang. In the entrusted mission, the hidden target information is only visible to the client. Immediately, notifications arrived. Not just one, but 6 of them. Notification. Someone continues to accept the entrusted mission. Tran NAC was speechless to see the inbox exploding so quickly. Is the economy really that bad? So many people accepted the mission in such a short time. With many people, there are many choices. He pondered, I need to see who to choose. Among them was a person with the ID, Fu Sin Can Phi Noi Saw. He nodded after reviewing it. That's the one. Close proximity is a blessing. The chat log was as follows. ID Fu Sin Can Phi Noi Saw said, I'm in Hoa Ha. It's very convenient for me to carry out the mission. The client replied, please read the specific target information. When can you start immediately? Fu Sin Can Phi Noi Saw answered, currently viewing the information. The target is in Kim Lang. Client, correct. Fu Sin Can Phi Noi Sao. Ikana Dip Witin Haimutu House. Client, okay, you must protect the entrusted person without revealing yourself. After finalizing the mission, Tran NAC requested, Fu Sin, shadow me. 1 in the light, 1 in the dark, 2 protectors, ensuring no oversight. Also, these past few days you're staying on the floor below Kwong on 2, right below room 1108. If anything happens, you can get there very quickly. Saying that, he used his mind to scout around, monitoring a few rooms near Kwong on 2 on several floors, hearing everything, so all actions would not escape his control. 3 hours passed like this, but there was no suspicious activity or secret conversations to be heard. Tran and AC only heard phrases like, my husband is so amazing. A little higher, this is the end, you useless thing. And then, no, don't, I'm scared it'll hurt. Madam, you don't want your husband to get into trouble either, right? There was even haggling. No way. An entire night is that expensive? Tran and AC couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly remembered. Oh my God, I forgot today is the weekend. X-rated activities for several days. He immediately pulled out his phone and urgently called the police. Is this 001? Out of conscience and as a responsible good citizen, I report that there are people doing that at the hotel. Send people to investigate immediately. Preferably all comrades should come. Just a few minutes later, the police force arrived, causing a stir at the hotel. Just to check rooms. They even brought out IDs. Damn it, Remember clearly that we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Quick, hide under the bed. It's my first mistake. Stop, don't run. This scene made Tran and AC visibly happy. The world is finally quiet. On the morning of the second day, he suddenly felt anxious and thought to himself, I was still careless. The first half of the night was just a temporary truce. The second half of the night was a declaration of revenge and war. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Tran NC curiously went to see who it was, and there stood a long-haired girl in a purple nightgown. Seeing him, Din Yuan smiled and said, Oppa, I brought you breakfast. Tran NAC didn't seem to pay much attention to her words. His eyes were glued to her ample bosom. Din Yuan saw he was distracted and asked, Oppa, you have dark circles under your eyes. Didn't you sleep last night? Suddenly, his state became unusually excited. He secretly thought, perhaps, there's still time to have some fun. The girl saw him like that and understood his unspoken meaning, also feeling delighted inside. Oppa with those hungry eyes. Is this finally happening? But then, Tran NC just grabbed the plate of cake and quickly slammed the door shut, leaving her outside standing bewildered. Oppa, what's wrong with you? He sighed dejectedly. Oh, the first 3 years, a youthful body is too passionate, creating too much karma. Suddenly, a message sound came. It was from Fu Xin. The person messaged that they had arrived, and everything was normal. At the same time, at Westminster Abbey in London, England, the teacher seemed very surprised and asked, So you've decided to drop out? Neville replied frankly, Yes, sir. I don't want to stay in school if I can't pursue my life's direction. The teacher sighed. Your condition has just stabilized. I thought you would return to finish your studies. Neville, your grandfather and I are close friends. Your father also graduated here. I really don't wish for a student from your family to drop out. But Neville remained firm in her decision. For me, pursuing my life's direction is more important. Please don't try to persuade me any further. The teacher could only give a wry smile and agree. All right, no matter what. It's good that you can return and step into the sunlight. Have you found your direction yet? Where is it? She replied cryptically, The direction is where it should be. The teacher could only wish her good luck. God bless you. The scene shifts to Neville's room. She looked at herself in the mirror and said unhappily, I've always disliked this uniform. Suddenly, an illusion of Neville's sister appeared, reminding her, Don't forget, everyone in our family has worn this uniform, my dear sister. Neville unhappily retorted, We already made it clear, daytime is my time. Her older sister nodded profusely, showing indulgence. All right, as you wish, my cute little pumpkin. So where do we go next? She immediately said, To Hong Kong, to find Tran Nong. At the hotel where Kwong On Tu and her mother were staying, everything was still proceeding very normally. The secretary came in and announced, Chairwoman Kwong, you still need to preside over tonight's industrial zone meeting. She nodded. I know. Prepare to depart. Across from the hotel, someone was standing and talking on the phone. Seeing the two of them come down, he immediately rushed. Hey, I'm still working. Don't worry. There's soup simmering on the stove. Remember to turn down the heat a bit, then add the wood ear mushrooms. I know, that's all. I'm busy now. You're supposed to be trailing someone, and you still have time to worry about the soup at home. But it was rush hour, so the street was quite jammed. Seeing this, he scoffed. Foreigners really don't understand the domestic situation. He slowly rode his old bicycle, casually speeding ahead, and muttered to himself proudly, Look, it's jammed. It's not even as fast as riding a bike. The scene shifts to the industrial zone. It was starting to get dark, but the meeting had not yet ended. Inside, On Tu, after grasping the situation, concluded, Finally, I emphasize once more, from now on, China will become the focus of our group's development. All of you must strive to do your best and excel in your work. As for Din Yuyan, she sat there engrossed at her phone the entire time. She continuously sent messages to Tran NAC, informing him of her situation and schedule. Oppa, Mom and I have left the hotel. Oppa, We just passed an intersection. It's so jammed. Oppa, I'm almost at Mama's company. Oppa, Mama and I have gotten out of the car. Mama said she has a meeting tonight. She'll be home very late. Oppa, where are you? It seemed he was a man of few words, so after she sent 10 messages, he finally replied with one. Don't worry, I'm here. Antu saw her daughter typing frantically on her phone screen and asked curiously, Who are you talking to? Din Yuan quickly replied, Tran NAC. Seeing her daughter so happy, she felt reassured. Enjoy your chat. Let's go. Let's grab a bite to eat first. As soon as the mother and daughter walked out, Antu couldn't resist asking, How have you and Tran NAC been recently? But Din Yuan pouted, huffed, and refused to answer. Tran NAC was also there. He followed them closely, not leaving their side for a moment. He thought to himself, Jiang Antu. Unripe melons aren't sweet. Hasn't this Chinese proverb reached your country? And speaking of which, where's my 50,000 security? Suddenly, he sensed murderous intent. As the elevator opened, a masked man inside looked at them dangerously. Hidden in his hand was a sharp knife, but before he could do anything, the masked person grabbed his arm tightly, startling him. The masked person immediately pressed the elevator door shut, saying, The elevator is experiencing a malfunction. No one else can enter for now. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator closed and continued to move. Inside, the two men began to spar. The masked assailant angrily raised his other hand to counterattack. At the same time, he shouted, I've been watching you for a while. Who disguises themselves like that when they go out? You wait until you're discovered to make your move. The masked person said nothing, using crane water fist to block the attack. Next was the Iron Mountain lean. With a push, the masked man was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. He recognized that the martial art the masked person used was traditional Chinese martial arts. However, he still wouldn't admit defeat, saying defiantly, Don't underestimate me. I was careless and you ambushed me. He raised his hands and performed a few more punches, then declared, You want me to be scared? In your dreams. Then, from inside the elevator, there were sounds of someone being slammed, accompanied by the cracking of bones and desperate screams. As soon as the elevator door opened, the masked assailant quickly fled, frantically shouting, Damn it, I ran into a master. But it's not easy to just run away. The masked person quickly lunged, grabbed his shirt, and said, Why are you running? You should see the Buddha off to the Western paradise. However, he still had a trick up his sleeve. He leaped up, throwing 2 concealed weapons, and shouted, Don't you know not to push people too far? At such close range, I don't believe you can dodge. But the next sight made him disbelieve his own eyes. He bent his body, swiftly dodging the concealed weapons. Seizing this opportunity, the masked assailant sprinted away at full speed, even faster than an ex-lover's change of heart. The masked person also exclaimed, Damn, he's really fast. He was so cool during the fight, but once everything was over, he sighed endlessly. Oh my back, 500,000 is really hard to earn. Tran NAC observed everything and then mused. This person, is she a transient? How should I put it? Disguised as a street performer. She looks very easy to deceive. Scene shifts to an internet cafe in the middle of the night. It seems the masked person is also here. To be exact, this masked person is the ID, Fleeting Life, what to say. He's here to report the situation. He protected the target from attack today. Someone tried to assassinate the target in the elevator. I fought the opponent but couldn't keep him. The client immediately messaged back, asking, Opponent's characteristics? Fleeting Life, what to say described them. Man, speaks Chinese, slender build, wearing a mask so I couldn't see his face clearly. Very skilled, good at petty tricks, uses boomerang darts as weapons. The client told him to continue protecting the target. Fleeting Life, what to say affirmed, I think the person I stopped today definitely knows the target is protected. Next time he acts, he will definitely be more careful. That's what he said in the report message, but in reality, he was complaining endlessly. Boss, I'm a bodyguard, not a bounty hunter. My back almost broke today. This affects my performance for my wife. Who's going to pay for that? Suddenly, a message from the client arrived with the content. I will create an opportunity for him to act. You pay attention and be vigilant. Try to keep him. Fleeting life. What to say? Didn't quite understand and asked again. The client repeated. Try to help me hold the opponent, or sticking to him also counts as your contribution. The reward will be an additional 100,000. Money makes his eyes light up. Fleeting life. What to say? Immediately agreed. All right, I'll follow all your commands. Who in this world would ever turn down money? The next day, Antu and her daughter leisurely went out for a stroll. Din Yuyan was restless and worried. Mama won't be in danger, will she? She recalled the words Chen Nuo had said to her. Lie Din Yuyan, tomorrow. Take your mother to eat at the barbecue restaurant we went to yesterday. Huh, Opa, didn't you say? Every meal, we have to change locations, so as not to give the opponent a chance to find a pattern, which could reduce the likelihood of them having an opportunity to poison the food. Chen Nuo affirmed that she just needed to follow his words. Tomorrow at noon, at that restaurant, and in the evening, they'd continue to eat there. No need to change. Although Din Yuyan was a bit worried, she still trusted Chen Nuo greatly. With him, she and her mother wouldn't face danger. Oppa would surely protect her from the shadows. Antu saw her daughter's unusual anxiety and immediately asked, What's wrong? You've been looking distracted all day. Din Yuyan immediately denied. No, I'm not. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual approaching. Antu quickly screamed and pushed Din Yuyan away. Be careful. She also worriedly called out loudly, Mama. In front of Antu's eyes, a car was rushing at an alarming speed. Just as it seemed to have hit her, unexpectedly, someone rushed out to block it. That person was Fu Xin. Seeing a skilled martial artist, the car immediately turned around and fled. The previous block also made Fu Xin lose some strength, causing him to cough a few times. That wasn't all. A passerby nearby suddenly pulled a knife from his shirt and lunged it on Tu, shouting loudly, Die! Fu Xin realized the situation was bad, so he used his ultimate move, the lion's roar, unleashing a whirlwind that blew the attacker off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Xin lunged forward and kicked the knife out of his hand. The man ran away in terror, as fast as his legs could carry him. Din Yuyan quickly ran to check on her mother's condition. Fu Xin also breathed a sigh of relief that his protected target hadn't passed away. Luckily, she was unharmed. With everything safe, Fu Xin quickly left without saying a word. This also left Antu and her daughter staring after him in bewilderment. The hooligan stealthily approached a suspicious red truck. It's unclear why a group of malicious spirits doing bad deeds would drive such a conspicuously bright vehicle. He looked around and thought to himself, luckily, no one's following. Inside the car, a long-haired man was puffing on a cigarette. As soon as he stepped in, he complained, This spot is too cramped. The other guy didn't say much and immediately floored the accelerator. He asked, Did you fail? The short-haired man annoyedly replied, Yeah, but Old Third isn't in the van anymore. He must have jumped out and ambushed somewhere already. He sighed and continued, We can only wait for news from Old Third. However, they didn't notice someone trailing them from behind. A moment later, they arrived at Kim Tuong Auto Repair Shop. Outside the gate, a very familiar motorcycle seemed to be lurking. The two thugs, who were smoking, were startled by something. It turned out that the person they called Old Third had arrived. The other two were extremely happy to see him. Old Third is back already? But Old Third didn't look very happy. He had failed again. After second brother failed, the target was immediately taken away by a private car. I had no chance to strike. It seems the opponent has a master guarding them. Yesterday, Old Fourth was also injured. This job requires more money. The long-haired man agreed. Contact the client. Even if we risk our lives, we must have a worthy reward. The short-haired man immediately suggested, Let's go in and check on Old Fourth first, and we also need to change his medicine. Inside, someone was lying on the bed, completely covered by a blanket. Old Third approached, felt around, then said, Old Fourth, we failed again today. Damn it. If I'd known earlier, I should have listened to you. The opponent's subordinates are too tough. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was hit by a current of electricity, making him jump as if he wanted to join his ancestors. That guy fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. And the person on the bed at this moment was none other than Tran Nor, with a stun gun in his hand. He looked at the stun gun and praised it. This thing works pretty well. The other two saw that and shouted in fright. Who are you? Where's Old Fourth? Where did you take Old Fourth? Tran Nor calmly replied. Under the bed. Right here. I'm only here to ask you one question. The short-haired man stubbornly and uncomfortably said. Don't even dream of us telling you who the client is. This doesn't align with the rules. He just smiled and replied. Who asked you about that? What I want to ask is, what's the rank of your mysterious octopus web account, and how much money is in it? Hearing this, the two men, eager for a fight, pulled out their cold weapons and rushed at Tran Nor, intending to kill him. The short-haired man jumped forward, attacking first. Tran Nor simply raised his stun gun to block the attack. The current then shot out and traveled through the small knife in the thug's hand. The result, as everyone knows, was that the guy was electrocuted and cooked. Tran Nor scoffed. Stupid. Don't you guys, with your metal attributes, know this? His comrade had been taken down. The other man became more cautious, realizing that he also had a metal object in his hand. It seems this guy is a bit smarter. He tossed his long sword aside and rushed forward empty-handed. Calling this guy smart was a mistake. Tran Nor aimed the stun gun directly at his fist to block it. Immediately, he was shock-numb. He also enthusiastically informed him. Humans are also conductive. Not to mention this one of mine is an ability-enhanced stun gun, tightly clamped around the flagpole. After taking down all three, he went to the long-haired man and asked again, You're the boss. Who's the client? He still insisted he wouldn't say. The boss stammered. I don't know. We really don't know. You know about that website, so you're definitely not an outsider. The client's identity is protected. How could we know? Old Second, lying nearby, also spoke up. Boss, no need to be afraid anymore. This guy doesn't want us to live. The boss also knew clearly that in a face-to-face fight like this, there was no way they could save their lives. He confirmed that what the boss said was true. Moreover, seeing their attitude, he thought this group still had something they needed to entrust him with. Since Tran Nor had already spoken, they weren't shy about asking for help. You'll definitely go find the client to cause trouble, won't you? When you deal with him, help us four brothers stab him a few more times. Tran Nor asked in confusion, Why? The boss then angrily complained, That swindler! For this mission, the client didn't say there was a master like you guarding him. If we had known earlier, would we have come looking for death? Having heard their final wish, he graciously agreed. Okay, I'll help you. I won't use the stun baton anymore, so you can depart decisively. After performing his powerful moves, he seemed unwell, coughing continuously without stopping. He unlocked the door and entered the house, secretly thinking, I'm out. Making money isn't easy. I really risked this old life of mine. I never expected there'd be a day I'd come to a safe room to recover from injuries. Fu Sin heard and immediately called someone to inform them. Hello, I'm fine. Just wanted to let you know I'm safe. Everything's okay today. Huh, braised pork with chestnuts? Oh, I'm not even home. Why would you make that dish? Okay, go ahead and make it. If you can't eat it all, put it in the fridge. I'll be back in 2 days and can still have a few bites. When you're finishing up, add half a spoonful of sugar. Don't add too much. Haven't you noticed your sugar level was a bit high in this year's health checkup? Okay, I know. At this moment, the mask was also removed, and surprisingly, it was Teacher Jiang. He looked at the mask and continued, My dear wife, you've endured so much injustice all these years. 25 years ago, I said I'd take you all over the world, but 10 years ago, that promise was left unfulfilled. I let you sink to the bottom. The martial world scenery is beautiful, but some people only need a smile to overshadow all its beauty. Don't you think it's strange? What should Fu Sin say? That evening, Teacher Jiang and the client spoke to each other. Fusen announced, "I'm injured, so I'm temporarily unable to act." The client said, "The mission is completed ahead of schedule. You can go home from work now." The client added, "Oh, right. Go to Kim Tuong Auto Repair Shop at 444 Dong Lam Street. There are 4 bodies inside. Deal with them." Fusen asked curiously, "That's the opponent's side?" "You've already dealt with them." The client said, "I've dealt with them. I'll add another 20,000. Teacher Jiang looked at the address and thought, "It seems not far from here." A small nightingale gently landed on the signboard. Coincidentally, Tran NAC was also here. He wondered, "Are there wild nightingales in the city?" It's a bit novel. Teacher Jiang put on his mask and arrived at the location. He jumped in and whistled, calling the small nightingale to fly over. Tran NAC realized with start, so the bird is Fusen's eyes and ears. "Fortunately, I've kept my aura contained since the beginning, so I wasn't discovered." After that, he saw Fusen take out a small, unlabeled bottle. Then he poured it directly onto the bodies of the 4 thugs. Immediately, the bodies turned into fragments. He realized this was corpse-dissolving powder, a traditional method of ancient factions. Task completed. Teacher Jiang calmly walked home. "Work's done. Time to get paid." An hour later, the two began chatting again. Fusen reported, "It's been handled properly. The mission is now complete. Happy cooperation." The client praised, "Very good." Fusen immediately got to the point. "So pay up." "We agreed on an additional 120,000, 100,000 for helping you catch the assassin, and 20,000 for disposing of the bodies. Please transfer it directly." The client agreed. "Okay, I'm transferring it now." Teacher Jiang was confident he had earned quite a bit this time. He happily thought to himself, "Although I almost lost half my life, Xiao Yun's medical expenses are secured. After getting paid, I can still make it home in time for braised pork with chestnuts. Fantastic." As soon as the balance change notification arrived, Teacher Jiang immediately opened it to check, but something seemed wrong. "Oh, what's this? Am I seeing things?" The system notified, "Your account received $12. The amount received from an anonymous account. The account balance is $10,012. Teacher Jiang was flustered and immediately contacted the client. Fu Sheng had to ask, "The money isn't right. It's 120,000, not 12 yuan. Did you perhaps miss a few digits?" The client replied, "No mistake. I said 120,000. I didn't say what currency." Fu Sheng had to ask again, "But it's not 12 yuan either, right?" The client explained, 120,000 Hanoi Dong converted to USD is nearly $12. I rounded the number for you." Fu Sheng had to say angrily, "How can you be so untrustworthy?" The system notified, "Message failed to send. The person does not exist on the system." Teacher Jiang was furious, immediately scolding, "Shameless, shameless, shameless. Hanoi Dong, why didn't you just say it was Zimbabwean money?" The system notified, "Your account received 500,000 US dollars. The amount received from the system. The account balance is 500,012 US dollars. Only then did he pat his chest, feeling a little more at ease. Good thing the mission reward was kept by the system. Otherwise, my heart aches too much. Damn it, that bastard cheated me out of 120,000. The next day, Tran NOC was sitting thoughtfully in front of his laptop. Xiao Yu was also beside him. He secretly complained. He thought 4 people would have 4 USBs, but unfortunately there was only one. He plugged the USB into his laptop to examine it. Then he secretly exclaimed, "IDTN Kindin, truly worthy of the 4 brothers from the repair shop. The account balance is 880,000 US dollars. No loss this time. Paid Fu Sheng 550,000, got back 880,000. Easily made a small profit." A message exchange between Tien Kindin and the client caught Tran NOC's attention. Specifically, Tien Kindin said, "The mission is difficult. The target has a master guarding them. The difficulty is higher than expected, so more money is needed." The client refused, saying it doesn't comply with the rules. Tien Kindin, seeing that it wasn't good, wanted to withdraw and said, "Then you find someone else." The client then said, "Are you sure you can do it?" Tien can then affirm that once the money is in hand, he'll definitely be sure. However, the client still didn't want to pay up and said, once the mission is issued, the price cannot be changed. After you complete the mission, I'll transfer it directly to you. Tien can then refused. Do you take me for a fool? What if you don't acknowledge it afterwards? Reading this passage, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. No. This way he could earn even more. The system notified, your account received 250,000 US dollars. The amount received from the system. The account balance is 1,130,000 US dollars. Tran NOC stretched pleasantly, his heart overflowing with joy. So many benefactors. The strange octopus web is indeed a money tree. Or maybe I should directly post a bounty to assassinate myself. Then whoever comes to kill me, they die. 2 people die. A pair of deaths. Then he turned to Xiao Yi and said, let's get ready. Grandpa Tun said today is a holiday. He wants us to go to his house for dinner. The little girl happily obeyed. Though Tran NAC was going to their house to eat for free, he didn't go empty-handed. He came carrying a bottle of wine. Kaka's father saw it and, worried about him, said, just come for dinner. No need to buy such expensive wine. It's not easy for you to earn money. When you go home later, take it back to the supermarket for a refund. Tran NAC smiled brightly. I've already opened it, so it can't be returned. Let's drink, Uncle Tun. The 2 of us will share it. Seeing his enthusiasm, Tun Tang Loi didn't know how to refuse. Oh, this kid. And so, the 2 of them, uncle and nephew, emptied their glasses, refilled them, and drank another. Cheers again. Glass after glass, toasting continuously. He was also enthusiastic, tipping his glass back to drink it all. After a while, Tun Tang Loi, slightly tipsy, began to confide. Kid, you must not fall behind. Tran NAC respectfully replied. Yes, Uncle Tun. I'm working very hard to earn more money. He added, I don't expect much from your studies. Your heart isn't in it. But you must definitely follow the right path. Earn clean money. Otherwise. At this point, Tun Tang Loi's voice faltered slightly. Then he spoke clearly. Otherwise later. How can I be at ease in trusting Kaka to you? Kaka gasped, calling out Dad. Kaka's mother also added, Tun Tang Loi, you've had too much to drink. But he waved his hand and continued to speak. No, I can't hide it anymore, this boy. He's as cunning as a ghost. Our daughter is stubborn, and she's been completely won over by this boy. What else can we do? At this point, Tun Tang Loi paused for a few seconds. Then he slammed the table firmly and declared, however, I'm telling you too, before graduation, you are not allowed to date. Tran NAC quickly quipped. Yes, what about after graduation? Tun Tang Loi's tone changed slightly as he said, after graduation, when Kaka goes to college, I can't control her that much. His words were exactly what Tran NAC wanted to hear. He immediately raised his glass to toast. All right, Uncle Tun, I promise you, before Kaka graduates, we won't do anything improper or out of line. Tun Tang Loi was extremely satisfied with that remark and happily replied, Wife, look, everyone look, this boy is no ordinary person. He's become an expert. Hu Nei was also helpless. She also said exasperatedly, Tun Tang Loi, you've had too much to drink, talking so much. The children are still young. Why talk about these meaningless things? What can be decided about the future now? Tun Tang Loi replied, I don't understand. This boy is older, raises his younger sister, earns money by working himself, and doesn't go astray. Our Tun family doesn't despise the poor or covet the rich. As long as the children have good character and strive to improve, I will not criticize them. With that, Tun Tang Loi fell backward. Hu Nei stood up and instructed her daughter. Kaka, you entertain the guest. I'll help Dad to the room to rest. He's too drunk. Tran NAC understood and also excused himself to leave. Kaka, il a le tic du yip home foot. Kaka, worried he might overthink it, said. Tran NAC. My mom. However, he immediately cut her off. I understand. Parents, they all hope their children become successful. hoping they live good lives in the future. Kaka affirmed to him, Tran NAC, I trust you. You're not afraid of hardship. You're not afraid of anything. He doesn't need anything. Just for her to be by his side is enough. Tran NAC gently said, I trust you. After leaving Kaka's house, Tran NAC and his brother stopped by Teacher Tuong's house. The person who opened the door was Ms. Zhao Van. Seeing her, he politely greeted, Hello, madam. I'm Teacher Tuong's student. Today's Tet. I just came from Teacher Tun's house, and I also wanted to visit Teacher Tuong for a bit. Zhao Van was very enthusiastic. I remember now, you're the student who often comes for extra lessons, right? Come on in. Why waste money buying gifts? After sitting at the table, she then said, Old Tuong went to the pharmacy to buy medicine. Hearing that, Tran NAC worriedly asked, Madam, is Teacher Tuong not feeling well? Zhao Van found his way of addressing her too formal and said, Don't keep calling me madam, madam. Why be so polite? Mi name es Tong Salvan. Just call me Auntie Tong. It's your Teacher Tuong. He hurt his back carrying things a few days ago. He just went to buy some medicated patches. He should be back soon. He also noticed a large pot of medicine boiling in the kitchen. He then curiously asked, Auntie Tong, are you boiling traditional Chinese medicine? Zhao Van replied, my body isn't very well. I usually drink traditional Chinese medicine to regulate it. In the evenings, when your Teacher Tuong is teaching, I don't dare to boil it, for fear the smell of the medicine would make everyone uncomfortable. Actually, I've heard your name before. Tran NAC, right? You're the bold boy who's dating Tun Tang Loy's daughter. She continued, What's wrong with being 17 or 18 and falling in love? In our time, we could already get married. That Tun Tang Loy sometimes gets so angry. What is there to stop? I think you're pretty good for your age. From Zhao Van's conversation, Tran NAC immediately observed, Auntie Tong is quite friendly. After chatting for a while, it was already 1 a.m. Seeing that Teacher Tuong was taking a long time, Ms. Zhao Van thought of entertaining the two children with some singing to make their wait less boring. However, when she started singing, it sounded strange and unusual. It gave Tran NAC and his brother quite a fright. This sounds more like scolding than singing. What kind of monster is this? She confidently showcased her singing personality. Hangzhou, beautiful scenery, unparalleled in the world. West Lake Shore, wondrous flowers and rare herbs. Fragrant all 4 seasons. Tran NAC shivered upon hearing it. He secretly thought, Oh, Taiping lyrics. Why is it suddenly like this? That wasn't all. Zhao Van's talent was even more remarkable. She could sing opera and even improvise the accompaniment with her eyes. Esteemed guests, in our books, we speak of Zhao Zilong single-handedly charging into Cao Cao's army 7 times. 2 for Zhao Zilong. Yang Shang, riding his horse, pointed at Cao Cao and cursed loudly. Old villain, don't talk nonsense. The 2 children turned pale with fear. This is again Lu Lanfang and his wife. Oh no, oh dear, what is all this? At this moment, the little nightingale in its cage flapped its wings and chirped loudly. This made Tran NAC notice. He started putting everything together, the nightingale, the mask. Suddenly, there was a loud call from Teacher Tuong outside the door. Zhao Van, Zhao Van. Immediately, he took out a vial and told Zhao Van to inhale. Quickly inhale. Then he started blaming himself. It's all my fault. I went out to buy medicine, and instead of being late or not going, I had to come back right when she had an episode. Zhao Van had also stabilized again. It's all right. I just forgot to take my medicine earlier. Tran NAC asked anxiously. Teacher Tuong, Aunt Song, she. Teacher Tuong said, It's an old ailment. She's had it for several years. She used to be with the performing arts troupe. She left because of this illness to recuperate at home. This illness is strange, too. It strikes once a day around 1 p.m., lasts for an hour, and then resolves on its own. It can only be managed by timing the medication each day. I forgot today. You must be laughing at me. He replied with a smile. No, no. I even got to secretly listen to a part of the tale of the white snake. Master's wife's intonation is truly perfect. After that, the two siblings asked to leave. Well then, Teacher Tuong, I won't disturb Aunt Song's rest anymore. I'll head back now. I'll come visit again another day, and ask Master's wife to sing the whole song for me. Teacher Tuong gave an awkward laugh. This time I've been rude, not a very thorough host. Next time, bring your sister along too. Tran and AC immediately agreed. The clock had struck 2 a.m. Zhao Van lay on the bed, asking anxiously, Old Tuong, did I make you lose face in front of your student? Teacher Tuong immediately reassured his wife. Not at all. Tran and AC said he wants to come another day to hear the whole song. That rascal, cunning as a ghost. Next time he comes, I'll make him buy a ticket. She chuckled. This child. His temperament is quite good, isn't it? Oh, Sun Tang Loi is blessed. However, Teacher Tuong sighed. Not necessarily. I heard that Mrs. Duong Hu Nei isn't pleased with Tran and AC. Our two families have been friends for many years. Hu Nei with that personality, arrogant and looks down on everyone. Zhao Ven then said, Well, this Tran and AC boy, I think he's quite good. He specifically came to visit today for the holiday. He has a good heart. In the future, if something happens between him and Chu Ka, you can lend a hand to help him out. They're both good kids. He nodded, promising his wife, I'll definitely help. How many students nowadays truly respect their teachers and value morality? Zhao Van held her husband's hand and said, Following you all these years, I've implicated you. I also quite like Tran and AC's younger sister. Such a lovely little girl. Teacher Tuong looked at his wife tenderly and said, Don't overthink things. She teared up. With this illness of mine, for so many years, I couldn't bear you a son or a daughter. I see other people's cute little girls, and I just love them. Teacher Tuong said affectionately, It's all right, after so many years. That longing of mine has also faded. What's with having children or not having children? We're already old. Let's not think about those things anymore. Besides, since we don't have children, we don't have to worry about raising a little white radish, only for some rascal to come and trick her away. Look at old Sun. His hair has turned quite gray these past 2 years, and isn't he still troubled over Kaka? Zhao Van then teased. I think that Tran and AC is a bit like you when you were young. Remember? At first, my father absolutely refused to agree when I told him I wanted to be with you. He retorted, Can that kid compare to me? Then he said proudly, That year I made him overjoyed, and in the end, he still married his daughter to me. And pass on his ultimate secret techniques to me? I should be called a true talent, accomplished in both. Mr. Zhang's cheerful attitude also made Xiao Yun happy. You're very happy, aren't you? Mr. Jiang also told her that this job was done, and he could rest for a year or two. 500,000 US dollars. That's enough for our family's medicine for 2 or 3 years. Hearing that, Xiao Yun nodded, but still looked worried. When you went out to work 2 days ago, I was anxious and uneasy, always worried something might happen to you. Mr. Jiang affirmed, No, no more. This time I met a quite strong opponent. I'm scared now. This client even tricked me. I'm still a bit angry. But thinking about the corpses I handled today, one of them had fought with me. His neck was directly twisted broken. Any anger I had was swallowed down. This Jiang Hu is too dangerous. The next morning, Chen Nuo was wandering the streets, gnawing on a bun. He had something on his mind. I can't believe old Jiang is actually wandering life, needs to speak. Flooding the Dragon King's temple, a family doesn't recognize each other. Yesterday, after returning from Mr. Zhang's house, he had already found out the true identity of wandering life, needs to speak. So, he used the ID, Maiden's Heart Arsonist, to message him and return the money. Maiden's Heart Arsonist, friend, my account was hacked the other day. I'm returning the 200,000 debt, transferred. Please check. Wandering life, needs to speak, asked back puzzled. Are you messing with me? Damn it. It was a real transfer. Maiden's Heart Arsonist then said, Happy. accompanied by a cute emoji. Wandering life needs to speak, concluded with one word: scram. Leaving Maiden's heart arsonist speechless. Chin Nua also felt relieved. Helping him was like helping his own family. Last night, he gave the money he'd scammed from old Jiang back to him. Old Jiang was surely secretly celebrating under his covers. Suddenly, he spotted Mr. Jiang practicing martial arts in the square. He stealthily approached and observed. After he finished practicing, Chin Nua praised, "Excellent, excellent." Then he rushed over, flattering, "Mr. Jiang, that punch was so beautiful. Please teach me." Mr. Jiang, with a displeased look, thought, "This little brat is so cunning. If he follows me, I might not be able to keep my secret manual." So he immediately refused. "No teaching. It's only early morning. Why are you running over here?" Chin Nua immediately put on a miserable face, complaining and pleading. "Since childhood, I've been frail and often sick. My body is weak. A fortune teller said I wouldn't live past 20. Mr. Jiang, can you really bear to watch me die without saving me?" But Mr. Jiang knew very well that this kid was a master of making things up. He scoffed, "Lie, just keep lying." If he was going to act, Chin Nua decided to go all out. He immediately clutched his chest and coughed a long, continuous cough. Then he intentionally showed Mr. Jiang his hand, which had something red on it, making him worried and think he was coughing blood. He asked, You're really sick?" But Chen Nua, in a tone of resignation, said, "No, nothing. Anyway, with a miserable body, my father ran off. My mother's in prison. It's better to reincarnate early. Living like this is not enjoyable." Mr. Jiang couldn't bear it anymore and grudgingly agreed. "All right, I'll teach you. I don't understand medicine, so I can't help with your illness. But I can teach you introductory martial arts and how to cultivate internal energy, which will be good for your body." Then he stepped forward, helped him up, and asked, "Chin Nua, what kind of illness do you have, after all?" He smiled, then turned to ask, "Mr. Jiang, do you have any tissues?" Mr. Jiang was puzzled. So Chen Nua nonchalantly replied, "Chili oil mixed with ketchup stuck to my hand. It's a bit uncomfortable." "Mr. Jiang, let me tell you a secret. Steamed buns dipped in a sauce mixed with chili oil and ketchup are incredibly delicious." This infuriated Mr. Jiang. You tricked me. I'm not teaching you anymore." Chin Nua, with a straight face, said. After that, he said goodbye to Mr. Jiang and quickly left. "Teacher Tuong, I'm off to class now. Tomorrow morning, I'll be here for attendance on time." Having secured the deal with Teacher Tuong, Chin Nua felt somewhat relieved. It's always better to have more skills, not to mention his special ability has a fatal flaw. Perhaps Teacher Tuong could help resolve it. The next day, Chin Nua arrived as scheduled to meet Teacher Tuong at the plaza, but he didn't come alone. He brought Lam Sin with him. "Teacher Tuong, I brought Chuang Lam Sin here too. Yesterday, he heard me talk about practicing martial arts and got excited, clinging to me and insisting on coming along." Seeing this guy make things up, Lam Sin immediately refuted. "Huh, I clung to you. Didn't you call me at midnight? Forcing me to wake up early tomorrow and come here with you?" Without a word, Chin Nua forcefully kicked Lam Sin's leg, causing him to fall to his knees. Then he spoke in an arrogant tone. "Anyway, teaching one person is teaching, and two people is also practice. Teacher, Nam Ca might also be a martial arts prodigy. Please just take him in too." As for Lam Sin, he was bewildered, asking himself, "Who am I? Where am I? What should I do?" Seeing him treat this matter like a joke, Teacher Tuong reminded him with annoyance. "A martial arts prodigy? Do you think they're sold at the market, available for purchase whenever you want?" Chin Nua gave an awkward laugh. "Since he's already here, whether he's a donkey or a horse, why don't you give him a try, teacher?" Teacher Tuong sighed. "Whether he's a prodigy or not, I'll know once I test him. Do a set of Tai Chi with me first." And so the lesson began. Lamson went first. Teacher Tuong stood aside, demonstrating incredibly graceful martial arts moves, diligently reminding his student, "Pay attention Your stance must be stable. Breathe according to the rhythm I just taught you. 3 long, 1 short, 2 wide, 1 narrow, 1 inhale, 3 exhales. However, in contrast to the teacher, Lamson was unsteady, flailing his arms and legs wildly. After a moment of instability, he tumbled to the ground. Teacher Tuong shook his head repeatedly in dismay. What kind of martial arts prodigy is this? He's like a wooden club. Chin Nua, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, the teacher called him over. Chin Nua, come here. However, to be fair, he wasn't too bad either. After observing him for a while, the teacher concluded that Chen Nua was not a martial arts prodigy. He was slightly better than Truong Lam Sin, but still ordinary. He only managed a few basic moves. Teacher Tuong left his 2 students and departed. You 2 practice the basic moves first. Don't stop, I'm going for a walk. Because he thought, if he stayed any longer, he would probably be so exasperated it would haunt him psychologically. Before leaving, Teacher Tuong turned back and snapped, Don't be lazy, understood? As soon as he left, Chin Nuo relaxed his posture. The teacher's gone. Lamson also followed suit and stopped holding his stance. Chin Nuo immediately reminded him, Don't get up, keep holding your stance. He retorted, Why? You can be lazy, but I still have to practice. He confidently replied, For things like this, it depends on looks. I'm handsome, so I can go first. You're ugly, so you can practice till you drop. His words left Lamson speechless. That night, while Lamson was having a sweet dream, Chin Nuo appeared beside him. Then he directly transmitted chi and inner energy into Lamson's body. He also didn't forget to remind him, Kid, don't let my hard work go to waste later. A few days later, Chin Nuo practiced the newly learned technique day and night, but in the end, it only made the water in the glass ripple. He pondered, Master's chi manipulation and inner breath. I thought it'd be interesting, but this is purely external chi. But it's still crude. Even if I master it, I won't be able to shatter a cup from over 3 meters away. That's right, it's just an entry-level cultivation technique. Why would it be as exaggerated as in wuxia films? Suddenly, loud knocking disturbed him. Chen Nuo annoyedly went out, wondering, Who's so rude, knocking with such force? In front of him was a strange man with a buzz cut. He curiously asked, Who are you, sir? The man then introduced himself. I'm Gu Kong. We met once a few years ago. Recognizing the acquaintance, Chin Nuo immediately smiled warmly. A Gu family member? I remember now, Gu Kong, right? He's gone out. But the man immediately asked about something else. Where's my daughter, Gu Xiaoya? That question made Chin Nuo a bit uncomfortable. Seeing this, the man wasn't polite and directly barged in. Why aren't you letting me in? Let's go inside and talk. Gu Kong sat on the sofa, seemingly enjoying it. So soft. Life's not bad, is it? This TV, this air conditioner, they're not cheap. I wouldn't have thought. A few years ago, your mother still had to secretly take money from our family to support you and your grandmother. I even calculated it, knowing full well, but didn't stop it. This guy talks too much nonsense. Chin Nuo couldn't stand it anymore and asked, You don't need to beat around the bush. Just tell me, why are you here? The man laughed heartily. Interesting, interesting. Then he raised his voice, saying, I remember my impression a few years ago was that you couldn't lift your head, timid and cowering. I never thought you'd be a bit fearless now. I won't waste any more words. Where's my daughter, Gu Xiaoya? I want to take her away. Chin Nuo didn't back down. He asked frankly, Take her where? To the Gu family? You just came from there. Can you take good care of Gu Xiaoya? Or are you planning to abandon your daughter at home when you drink, and then hand her over to your scumbag younger brother again, or some immortal mother? Chin Nuo's words infuriated the man, who stood up and yelled, Kid, watch your mouth. My younger brother is an honest man. I'm not like that. You dare to play dirty tricks with me? Useless. Contrary to the commotion, Chin Nuo knew exactly what he wanted. He asked directly, All right, I understand people like you. You don't care about your daughter at all. Just tell me, how much money do you need? Having hit a nerve, the man immediately said, 3,000. His tone had softened. With a fake smile, he said, 3,000. Once I get it, I'll leave immediately. Xiaoya can stay with you, and I won't bother you anymore. Everything between us, as usual. Qin Nua immediately agreed. Not only that, he even added, 3,000, right? I'll give you an extra 1,000. Gukong seemed very surprised. Qin Nua clarified, today is Wednesday. Xiaoya will be out of school soon. You can pick her up with me. Then go have a meal with her, as a father. Do this, and you'll get an extra 1,000. Take it, uncle. That afternoon at Xiaoya school, when she saw Qin Nua coming to pick her up, she joyfully ran towards him. He picked her up and asked, Xiaoya, look, who's here? She was stunned for a moment, then called out, Dad. Gukong also called his daughter's name very affectionately. Xiaoya, it's Dad. She immediately rushed over and hugged his leg, bursting into tears. But he quickly pushed her away. All right, don't cry. Xiaoya wouldn't let go, clinging tightly to her dad and sobbing. This made him a little annoyed. Don't cry anymore, Xiaoya, don't cry. Qin Nua, feeling upset, used the child to ask, how can she not cry? As a father, you weren't there. Do you know how much hardship this child suffered at your brother's home? Xiaoya burst out, recounting her story through choked sobs. Dad, Uncle hit me, and he wouldn't let me eat. I wet the bed, and he locked me in the bathroom, and poured cold water on me. Where did you go, Dad? Where's Mom? I want Mom. Why didn't anyone come find me? Gukong was also flustered hearing this. He gently comforted his daughter. Don't cry anymore, don't cry. Qin Nua also tried his best to coax the child. Xiaoya, don't cry. How about your dad and I take you to eat some delicious food? The three of them walked into the largest fried chicken restaurant there. Xiaoya happily offered the delicious food to her dad first. But he refused. You eat it yourself. Dad's not hungry. Xiaoya was so happy to see her dad again, her mouth chattering about all sorts of things. Dad, I made a lot of friends in class. They all like playing with me, and the teachers like me too. They give me snacks. However, he wasn't happy about it. Qin Nua looked at this scene and felt sorry for Xiaoya. The empty space left by parents can't be filled by anything, no matter what you do. Actually, in Qin Xiaoya's memory, Gukong wasn't like this before. Little Xiaoya's family also had a happy time at first. She lived in a family with both parents, full of laughter. Our Xiaoya is so smart. She can walk now. Where's our Xiaoya flying off to? Be careful not to let Xiaoya fall. It was only later that Gukong became addicted to gambling, gradually losing his humanity, becoming more and more unlike himself. He madly plunged into gambling, making himself into something neither human nor ghost. You're out of betting chips. Who said so? All of these are my betting chips. Playing all day, Xiaoya grew tired and fell asleep on her dad's shoulder. The reunion outing had come to an end. Immediately after, Gukong pushed the child into Qin Nua's hands, then said, All right, what you wanted me to do is done. I have to go now. He asked back, annoyed. You have to go already, uncle? He believed that what needed to be done was done, so of course he had to leave. Qin Nua then added, She's your biological daughter. Shouldn't you take good care of her and make it up to her? He immediately angrily yelled at him, Kid. UF ****ing dare to teach me how to be a person. You're still so young. Your feathers haven't even grown in. What do you know? Qin Nua tried to control himself and said, If you weren't Xiaoya's father, I wouldn't even want to talk to you, Gukong. I'm telling you for the last time, if you still have an ounce of conscience, stay and properly accompany your daughter, even if it's just for one weekend. He interrupted, saying, What weekend? Don't you know how busy I am? Damn it, tonight I have an important friend who needs to see me about something. All right, stop grumbling. I'll leave as soon as I get the money. Then he turned around carelessly and left. Qin Nua watched him, thinking to himself, Gukong, I've given you a chance. I've also paved the way for you. I haven't let my sister down. Then he took out his phone and immediately called a teammate. Bro, help me with something. It's a bit urgent. Do it tonight. Go to Dahao Karaoke. When Gukong arrived, a guy was already standing there waiting. Seeing the man, Gukong called him on Dung. Xiao Dong saw him and started cursing. You damn slowpoke, I told you 10 o'clock. My big brother is about to leave. Gukong smiled apologetically. Couldn't get a ride. Sorry on Dung. Then Xiao Dong led Gukong inside to meet his big brother. This guy was tall and burly, with a gold chain around his neck, and two pretty girls tucked under his arms. Xiao Dong immediately introduced him. Gukong, come quickly to meet Big Brother. This is Brother Wang, nicknamed Tiger Wang, the #1 general of Li Tang's fake Fong Tang Hall. Go ask around Jinling City. Who doesn't know a big shot like Brother Wang? Gukong immediately put on a flattering tone, bowed, and offered a toast. Brother Wang, I'll drink to you. Xiao Dong also introduced his friend to Tiger Wang. Big brother, this is my friend I met while I was inside. We were cellmates. He's quite sharp, good at reading situations, and knows how to get things done. Tiger Wang wasn't very pleased, but since he was already there, he said a few words. All right, you're Xiao Dong's friend. I'll give you face this one time. Gukong respectfully offered a drink, and at the same time asked for help. In the future, I'll still need to rely on Brother Wang for a meal. Tiger Wang immediately replied, Lately, meals on the street haven't been easy to come by. Tiger Wang didn't even bother to sip the wine Gukong offered. Seeing this, Xiao Dong worriedly thought to himself, it seems Brother Wang is very displeased because he was late. Tiger Wang placed the full glass of wine on the table, tucked one pretty girl under his arm, and left. Gukong quickly said, Brother Wang, I've already paid for the room. This made Tiger Wang's attitude change slightly. He happily turned back and instructed, Xiao Dong, your friend is pretty good. Bring him to the company to see me tomorrow. Gukong quickly and profusely thanked him. Thank you, Brother Wang. Then he turned back and scolded. Damn it, you made me sweat for you. I'll call you tomorrow at noon. Don't turn off your phone. Gukong nodded repeatedly. On Dung, don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. After Xiao Dong also left, Gukong revealed his annoyed expression. He bitterly thought, damn it, I spent 1,200. Chin Nuo still seems to have some money, so I guess in a few days I'll find an excuse to visit again. At this moment, a long-haired girl was still in the room. He turned to look her over and asked, Little sister, what's your name? The girl immediately replied, My name is San San. So this guy Gu invited her to go out right away. Since the big boss had spoken, San San had no qualms. She replied in a flirtatious voice, Is this your first time here, big brother? As long as the price is right, which of us sisters here won't go out? Gu Kang's face gradually became sinister. Good, serve me well, money's no problem. Let's go to Quan Diet Family Hotel. Gukong cuddled the beauty and came here to fool around. As soon as they entered, he was ready to get started, but San San wanted him to shower first. Of course he agreed. The cleaner it was, the stronger the feeling. His mood was very excited now, because he had been craving it for all that time in prison. Tonight he definitely had to go all out. However, before he could shower, there was a very loud noise outside that startled him. Damn it. What's going on? Before he could react, a tall, burly gangster big brother kicked the door open from outside and cursed. Damn you! Were you with my sister? Gukong was stunned, thinking to himself, damn it, these scammers. Without another word, the gangster big brother pounced, grabbed Gukang's perverted head, and dragged him out. He cried out in pain. Big brother, aren't you mistaken? Sanson also spoke up to clarify. Big brother, I don't know you. I'm not your sister. The gangster big brother then approached San, looked at her, and asked, Your name is Lai Lai, right? The girl froze and asked back, Huh, big brother, isn't my name San? Before she could finish speaking, the big brother slapped her hard. He then yelled and asked again, What did you say? Say it again for me. San was so scared she immediately played along. Yes, yes, you're right. My name is Lai Lai. I'm your sister. Immediately after, the gangster big brother turned to Gukong and said, I told you I wasn't mistaken. Now let's talk about you taking my sister to rent a hotel room. How should this debt be settled? He could only grit his teeth and endure, silently cursing. Damn these scammers. They even brought actors to the scene. I've been in for over a year, and the underworld has changed this much. The big brother also mused, remembering the instructions. Brother Loy said hitting to the standard of 4,000 yuan in medical expenses is enough KPI. I really need to calculate carefully. The scene shifts to Monday afternoon at the city hospital, where Gukong, bruised all over, walked out of the hospital. He kept grumbling. Damn it, I misjudged people. How could I have enemies right after getting out of prison? It must be that brat who hired people to do it. Just then, his phone rang. As soon as he picked up, Chu Dung on the other end cursed loudly. Damn, where have you been, you scumbag? You didn't answer your phone all afternoon. I've vouched for you to meet the big brother, telling him I'd take you to the company, give you an opportunity. But look at you, in your sloppy state. Don't blame me for not recognizing you as a brother. Gukong retorted indignantly. Brother Dung, listen to me. Last night, I was lured into a room and beaten. I just got out of the hospital, and my phone ran out of battery. Chu Dung, hearing his brother was bullied, anxiously asked, Scammers got you? Who did it? He immediately said, It was a kid. Damn it, I thought wrong before. So he was called to Jiafong Hall. After Old, who heard everything, he concluded, I get it. It's your wife's previous little brat, right? You're this old and still being played by a kid. I'd say that kid has some money, huh? Gukong affirmed, definitely not a small amount. The air conditioner and TV in their house are all branded. His grandmother must have left him a lot of savings when she passed away. Old was very pleased to hear this. He also had his own calculations. After the sect leader's legs were crippled, he doesn't usually come to Jia Fong Hall, leaving me temporarily in charge. But the old fox is too cunning. He won't let me touch the money. How can I get things done without money? Old who then stood up, crept closer, and said to Gukong with a fake friendly attitude, Brother, you were brought here by Chu Dung. I'll definitely lend you a hand with this. I'll arrange for someone to help you investigate him. Gukong was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Vong. Early in the morning at the park, after many days of practice, Lam Sin finally received praise from Teacher Tuong. Not bad. You're getting the hang of it. Seeing his diligent attitude, he was also very satisfied and secretly praised. These days of training have revealed that Truong Lam Sin really does have some talent. His comprehension is a bit lacking, and he's a bit slow-witted, but his physical condition is quite good. His bones, muscles, blood vessels, and veins are all top-grade resources. Teacher Tuong compared Lam Sin to Tran NAC. Look at that kid Tran NAC, like a dried-up stick, and he practices inconsistently. He didn't even come today. I need to straighten him out properly. From afar, his voice echoed, calling, Teacher Tuong, I'm here today. Teacher Tuong angrily scolded, Is that sloppy demeanor of yours acceptable? Stand in your stance. He happily went to work, when suddenly, Chu Deep's voice rang out, Uncle Tuong. The little girl's appearance brought a smile back to Teacher Tuong's face. Is that Chu Deep coming to play? The little girl asked curiously, Uncle Tuong, why are you scolding my brother? He immediately chuckled and explained, Uncle Tuong's voice is just loud. I'm not scolding anyone. Don't be scared. Chew deep. So the teacher ignored his two students and carried the little girl off to play. Come on. Uncle Tuong will take you to buy some snacks. They just talked to each other without any further instructions. Chew Deep excitedly told teacher Tuong about seeing her father the other day. Uncle Tuong. My dad came back last week. Teacher Tuong was surprised. Your dad? Chew Deep nodded. Yes, my dad left again. My brother said Dad went on a very long business trip and won't be back for a long time. At this, Trand NSC turned to taunt Lam Sin. So diligent, kid. Brother Truong doesn't even bother to answer you. But after a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Yesterday, Teacher Tuong told me he wants to hold a formal initiation ceremony to properly establish a lineage. He wanted to tell you yesterday, but you weren't here." Tran Nac calmly replied, "Then let's just have a master-disciple ceremony. Have a meal, and there's also the tea offering." Lam Sin then explained more clearly. Teacher Tuong said no need for a meal. He said we have to bow to the patriarch, light an incense stick or something, and also offer tea. You see that as a normal thing. Then it's a master-disciple ceremony. Suddenly, Lam Sin excitedly said, "So from now on, we'll be senior and junior brothers." "I'm the senior brother, you're my junior brother." But Tran Nac wouldn't easily agree. He immediately retorted, "Nice try. I'm the senior brother, you're the second junior brother." He also refused, "But I'm older than you." Tran Nac countered, "I joined the sect earlier than you, and I'm the one who brought you in." Tran Nac's words left Lam Sin speechless, not because he was stumped, but because he couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Tran Nac concluded, "Remember, from now on, you have to call me senior brother when you see me." Just then, Teacher Truong arrived. Seeing him raise his voice, he got angry and yelled Tran Nac's name loudly, making him feel like his eardrums would burst. At this moment, Chu Deep looked at Teacher Truong with teary eyes and whimpered, "Uncle Truong is mean, very mean." Teacher Truong was startled and immediately adjusted his tone. Though very annoyed, he still managed a cheerful smile. "Tran Nac, I've only been gone for 5 minutes, and you're already not in your horse stance." "This won't do," he said immediately. "I was discussing the master-disciple relationship with my junior brother." The teacher asked in surprise, "Junior brother?" Lam Sin immediately said, "Yes. I was discussing becoming disciples with senior brother." Hearing that, he immediately reminded them, "All right, I don't care what you're discussing, but whoever enters my door first is the head disciple. When I was young, before I even came to Kimlang City, I took on a disciple in my hometown. So, technically, that's your true senior brother." Immediately, Tran Nac approached Lam Sin and said, "Second senior brother, from now on, I am your third junior brother." He asked, confused, "Huh, why are you suddenly not the senior brother anymore?" Tran Nac laughed till tears came to his eyes and quietly cursed Lam Sin for being as stupid as a pig, lamenting that his special ability couldn't help clear up his brain. At the same time at school, someone knocked on the security room door and shouted, "Old Chin, open the door. The car is here, and it's General Zhao from the company." Old Chin obeyed and opened the door, not forgetting to wonder, "Strange, General Zhao is also coming to school this weekend." But what surprised him even more was General Zhao himself, stepping out of the car and personally opening the door. He wondered who this elder inside could be. Inside the car, a pair of long legs slowly stepped out. Neville appeared resplendent in a designer outfit that captivated everyone's gaze. Old Chin was so surprised he froze, secretly thinking, "This elder, in 2 words, seasoned." The teacher reminded the class, "Next week is the final exam. Today is Monday, so everyone only has 2 weeks to prepare. Work hard. Class dismissed." Then he added, "Almost forgot, there's a school-wide assembly this afternoon. At 2 o'clock, everyone line up like during morning exercises. Assemble on the sports field. Next week, the school will undergo reforms, and leaders from the education group will be coming to inspect." Tran Nac felt annoyed and turned to ask Kaka, "Please ask the teacher to excuse me from class this afternoon." She asked, surprised, "Huh, you're skipping class again." He quickly made an excuse. "Lei store has something going on. I'm going to help out." He also added, "I'm going to deal with your love rival, by the way. After I handle Kwong on 2S matter, I'll tell Lai Dinyuan to come back to the country." He also thought to himself, "Luckily, this guy didn't let Lai Dinyuan come to school. Otherwise, if she were attacked later, who could handle it?" Moving to the afternoon, the teacher enthusiastically gave a speech. In the future, We will gradually expand the school's teaching building and dormitories, rebuild the cafeteria, renovate the library so that our school can hold its head high and move towards a bright future." Below, students cheered and applauded loudly. Then the teacher turned to Neville and asked, "Would you like to say a few words?" But she immediately refused. No need. Then she slightly lowered her glasses and scanned the area, still thinking she could use the name of supervisor to meet that kid. It was truly mysterious. Latan had been observing Neville for a while. This gossipy friend turned to Kaka and said, "That woman is definitely a big shot. Look at the clothes she's wearing." Kaka asked curiously, "Is it that plaid jacket?" Latan nodded firmly. "That's Burberry. A jacket like that costs at least 10 to 20,000. Kaka asked in surprise, "What kind of jacket is that expensive? Isn't she wearing half a house on her body?" Latan explained to his friend, "It's a major global brand, that's why. It's considered British royal grade, so of course it's expensive. And haven't you noticed something strange?" She asked, even more confused, "What is it?" He immediately replied, "According to my keen observation, even though this woman is wearing sunglasses, I keep seeing her eyes scanning our row, as if she's looking for someone." What do you say? Could it be Tran NAC? After all, a financier from in-country came looking for him before. It wouldn't be strange for an English aristocrat to travel thousands of miles for love. Knowing her friend was teasing her, Kaka showed her annoyance and said, "Latan, stop with your jinxing mouth." At the same time, at Tran NAC's house, he was checking some tasks. The system had already gently notified him, "Your task has expired." His face was full of thought. Before the assassination of Kwong on 2 expired, I used the Thien Can Din account to contact the client twice, trying to probe the other party's situation. But they didn't reply. If the other party discovered the task failed and the account was used by someone else, why didn't they cancel the task beforehand? Could it be? Suddenly a notification appeared. What he was waiting for had arrived. A new entrusted task has appeared. It's time for the destroyer of maiden hearts to take the stage. However, despite messaging that side, no one responded. He thought to himself, the client still hasn't replied to messages, nor have they inquired about the task before its deadline. They've probably already guessed that Thien Can Din's strength makes it difficult to complete the task, and they're also hoping for a stroke of luck, which is why they waited until the task expired. The specific task content is task type, assassination, task target, hidden, revealed after successfully accepting the task, task duration, 5 days, reward, $3 million, can be shared among multiple people. Note 1. This is a multi-person task. The client limits a maximum of 6 people to complete it. Successful assassination earns 70% of the total reward. The remaining 30% is distributed based on the client's assessment of contribution levels. Note 2. The task reward exceeds $1 million, reaching a System B-level task. Users should seriously consider the difficulty of the task to avoid misunderstandings. Based on this content, Tran NAC was sure that the client would immediately re-release the task, raising the conditions to attract stronger individuals. After confirming, the system sent a confirmation notification, asking if he wanted to accept the mission, and of course, he chose yes. Another notification followed with the content. Soul Incinerator of Maidens, Professional Assassin, 100% success rate. Everything was done, but he still seemed hesitant. He actually had something more to say. But if he was going to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, he should be a bit kinder. Next, he'd just wait for them to recruit. Half an hour passed like that. Tran NAC was drowsily sleeping when a notification woke him up. Your request has been accepted by the client. Press to view mission details. This time, you accepted a B-level mission. If completed, your account level will successfully be upgraded to a silver account. Tran NAC was excited. I can even level up. Am I finally not a small fry anymore? Mission details appeared. Mission target, Kwong on 2, along with her personal file. As if he had anticipated this, he smirked when he saw it and exclaimed, "Indeed it is." Entering the temporary group chat, He saw 5 other people, plus himself and the client, making a total of 7. The client requested, complete the mission in 5 days. I will distribute the remuneration based on everyone's contribution. Happy cooperation. The soul incinerator of maidens immediately replied, Sugar Daddy, rest assured, the mission will be completed. Tran NAC was thrilled. Here, let me see. The mouse has fallen into the rice sack. 6 people are tasked with killing Kwong on Tuesday. The thing is, you guys never expected that the clown would be right here. However, he also had some cautious considerations. To ensure the mission had no mishaps, he still needed to add another layer of insurance. Switching to Teacher Tuong's house, he was meticulously typing out each word, expecting someone to message him today. Tian Kindin messaged, Old brother, interested in earning some extra cash? The mission location is Jinling. It's still the same protection mission as last time. Ensure the target's safety. Fu Xin, needing to know, wondered, Who are you? Tian Kindin replied, 20,000 Hanoi money, have you forgotten? Fu Xin, needing to know, didn't say much, just replied, Get lost. After being blocked, Tian Kindin immediately made amends and flattered, My friend, don't be angry. This time the remuneration is 300,000 US dollars. I don't deal through the web. Half will be paid as a deposit. Teacher Tuong was still fuming, about to angrily type an insult when the money actually arrived. A balance change notification appeared. You received 150,000. Please check. Although still very angry, with money in hand, Teacher Tuong's tone had changed. Fu Xin, needing to know, cautiously asked, Sir, last time you dealt with 4 people alone. With you, do you still need to find me? Tian Kindin immediately said, No, your skills are good. Teacher Tuong was quite suspicious. So generous this time? Just. Despite that, how could he refuse money that had already come in? Teacher Tuong confidently decided, All right, I'll go ask old Su for leave. Although there was some money at home, he couldn't just sit around and do nothing. This mission was also local, so it wouldn't interfere with him taking care of Chow Yun. Switching to another hotel, the beauty she was leisurely bathing in the tub. She was very excited at this moment. Soul incinerator of maidens, I can't wait to meet you. How surprised will you be? Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Yi Tang. She answered the phone happily. My good disciple, missing me already after only a few days away? Yi Tang immediately got to the point. Master, they've agreed to our quote. This time I've squeezed every last bit out of them. So you must complete this entrustment. Don't let there be any mishaps. She excitedly said, Sweetie, once we earn this money, I'll take you to Las Vegas to play. We can buy lots of wine, then go gambling, and even go see the pole dancers. Poor little Yi Tang. She sighed wearily. Master, I'm only 9 years old. My values are still forming. Don't keep saying weird things to me. She showed no shame and proudly recounted her achievements. Don't be like that. I secretly drank alcohol since I was 9. Last time for your birthday, I secretly added a little rum to your birthday cake. Didn't you enjoy it very much? Her words seemed to anger the little girl. The child yelled, almost exploding the phone. Lu Shishi. Don't do that anymore. I don't want to be your disciple. I'd rather go find that wizard. He even promised that if I called him. She sweet-talked softly. Good disciple, don't be angry. You're my smartest disciple, you know. Yi Tang added, You secretly adding alcohol to my food will affect my brain development. Lu Shishi, you're a madwoman. After saying that, the little girl hung up. She sighed, looking at the phone, and said, She's mad. Oh dear. This is a bit tricky to handle. How do I coax her? Maybe I should steal an unpublished Harry Potter manuscript and give it to her. Suddenly, a call from Yi Tang came in. She joyfully exclaimed, Little Milk Candy, I knew you weren't really mad at me. The other end screamed, the force of the yell almost blowing away Sister Shishi's manners. I'm just too angry. I only hung up on you once. I called back so you could hang up on me again. Shishi was startled too. She quickly wrapped a towel around herself and hurried off to work. That kid's gone crazy. I need to finish this quickly and go home. I hope that kid in Jinling doesn't disappoint me. My new disciple. At Shishi's hotel, she woke up from her drunken stupor, still smelling of alcohol, her head throbbing. She sighed. Indeed, after getting drunk, I have a bit of a headache. But how can I find the soul incinerator of maidens with a headache? That's the top priority. She thought it over and over, but couldn't figure it out. So Shishi decided to go out. Never mind, I'll just go for a walk around first. After all, there's no new intelligence right now. On Tuan's side, Ingwan kept insisting on going out. Mama, let's go out and play. I'm so bored staying in the room all day. But actually, Chinua had tipped Ingwan off about everything beforehand. She thought to herself, last night, Opa messaged, saying some group has started to like assassinating Mama. We need to lure the assassin out to eliminate the enemy. She also didn't expect that Shishi's room and the rooms of Tuan and his daughter were next to each other. They accidentally ran into each other. Shishi looked at Ingwan and praised. You're so pretty, little sister. Are you going out to play? Ingwan innocently replied, You're also very pretty, big sister. I want to go out with Mama. After saying that, she pulled Tuan's hand and left. Shishi happily called after them. Have fun, little sister. Watching their retreating figures, she flashed an extremely dangerous smile and said, What a coincidence. What a pity for such a beautiful little sister. It was already dark, but things still seemed very peaceful. Chinua was casually munching on a few pounds of crayfish while observing. He also found it strange that everything was too quiet. These killers are really patient. Ingwan has been taking Jiang Tuan out for a walk all day. Haven't they found anyone yet? Teacher Jiang also released his magpie, but its perspective couldn't compare to his second-floor view. It seemed everything here was completely normal. Teacher Jiang had followed Tuan and his daughter all day and hadn't seen any movement. It was already past 8 p.m. It seemed today would be uneventful. Suddenly, he felt something very strange. The magpie circled once and then landed on a stranger's hand. The person then spoke with a hint of amusement. How interesting. That person was none other than Shishi. She admired the magpie and exclaimed, It's been a long time since I've met an ability user who can communicate with animals. Good bird, tell me, where is your master? As if enchanted, the magpie flapped its wings and flew off, leading the way for her. Shishi smugly thought. Following Jiang Tuan indeed leads to finding the Maiden's Heart Destroyer. Under Shishi's power, Teacher Jiang seemed helpless. Sweat poured down the teacher's face. His teeth clenched. Strong, too strong. Just looking at her makes my body stiffen and break out in a cold sweat. It's a feeling, a pressure, like when an animal encounters its natural predator. Shishi saw Teacher Jiang and thought he was the person she was looking for. So, this is what you look like. Today, I was merely inspired and took on a task. Unexpectedly, you also accepted it. This is truly destiny. As soon as she got close, she launched a palm strike directly at Teacher Jiang and loudly cursed. Old hag. Are you tired of hearing old hag? Mr. Maiden's Heart Destroyer. He didn't understand anything and asked, what are you talking about? Who is the Maiden's Heart Destroyer? Teacher Jiang was bewildered and hadn't had time to react before he took the full force of her attack. At the same time, Chinua was calmly sipping a mouthful of wine and declared, Today's pretty much done, Teacher Jiang. Immediately after, a loud commotion erupted, causing him to choke and spit out all the wine he had just drunk. He gasped, Teacher Jiang. Oh my God. Then came the panic as he realized who was attacking Teacher Jiang. Why is this woman here? And rushing at Teacher Jiang. Where are the 5 assassins? It was then that he belatedly checked the private mission chat group and suddenly realized the first letters of these guys' names, stacked together, spell Star Empress. Holy crap. Chin Nua quickly sent a message, run now. Then he rushed out of the house. That shameless old hag, taking on 5 people all by herself. Teacher Jiang couldn't withstand the blow and coughed up some blood. As Shishi was about to kick him again, Teacher Jiang loudly stopped her. Wait, are you perhaps mistaken? But she didn't bother listening. Her foot still stomped down hard, creating another shocking explosion that damaged the road. Fortunately, Teacher Jiang managed to dodge, otherwise, he would have been a goner. Shishi angrily stared deeply into his eyes and said, Today, I put aside my main task. It was precisely to find you. Today, you're dead for sure. Teacher Jiang steadfastly insisted. You're mistaken, I'm not. The woman still wouldn't listen. She darted forward like lightning and grabbed him, then unleashed a continuous chain of ultimate techniques. First was Fong. Teacher Jiang looked at the technique and guessed. A body like a ghost's. He could only rely on years of martial arts instinct to barely resist. But it seemed the teacher's efforts were futile. The next move was Xian, a direct palm strike to the back. Next was Song. Teacher Jiang's shoulder was also scratched open. Then Hua. I can't keep taking hits like this. Teacher Jiang immediately counterattacked. She easily blocked Teacher Jiang's punch with her hand. This move is fanned at. Finally, she delivered a palm strike that sent Teacher Jiang flying into the bushes. Believing she had defeated the person she disliked, she joyfully exclaimed, Satisfying! So satisfying! This time, it's truly satisfying. Just as she was about to deliver the finishing blow, he indignantly stopped her. No, wait. Explain yourself clearly. What the hell is a maiden's heart destroyer? What are you talking about? The woman looked confused. Huh, it's you. You are the maiden's heart destroyer. Teacher Jiang was bewildered and secretly cursed. Crazy woman. I destroy your sister. I, old Jiang, have lived an upright life. I only love my wife. Why would I destroy any woman's home or heart? He cursed furiously in his mind, but didn't dare say it out loud, fearing another beating. Teacher Jiang said, I've never heard of it. Shishi looked confused and asked innocently, Huh, could it be? I really got the wrong person. At the same time, a bottle was flying towards where she stood. Suddenly, Shishi sensed an unknown object flying towards her. She reached out and grabbed the bottle, then irritably said, You have accomplices? Just showing off. Before she could finish speaking, she felt there was something wrong with this bottle. It suddenly developed cracks. Then it exploded. Chi was startled and instinctively leaped away to dodge. It wasn't just a small explosion. Afterward, the glass shards seemed imbued with a spirit, flying straight towards her. She quickly used her psychokinetic ability, creating a shield to prevent the shards from hitting her. However, another attack came from behind, startling her. But this big sister was no ordinary person. She immediately created another shield behind her. She irritably yelled, trying to feint a direct attack while striking from an unexpected direction against me. The two sides battled for quite a while. Their spiritual powers were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine victory. The spot where Chi stood was significantly affected, and the tiles under her feet couldn't withstand it and cracked. Suddenly remembering the hostage, she turned around to see that Teacher Jiang had vanished without a trace. Angrily, she yelled, He ran away! She then shifted her attention to the mother and son, Jiang Yingzi. That area was also empty. Everyone had run away. Defeated, Chi was furious. I'm not happy anymore. Not only couldn't I catch the arsonist of a maiden's heart, even the mission targets ran away. Who ambushed me? At this moment her phone, tucked against her thigh, rang incessantly. Chi answered, lowering her tone. Oh, my good disciple, you finally noticed me. Yi Tang shouted into the phone. Lu Chi, what the hell are you doing? Weren't you supposed to go to Jinling for the big mission I accepted? Why did I just log into the mission account and find that you accepted a small mission without my consent? Are you crazy? Chi quickly pleaded. Good disciple, don't be angry. It must be admitted, this little sister is only 9 years old, yet she has so much to say. Yi Tang continued to scold her. How can I not be angry? Do you know how much effort I put into building the golden reputation of the Starry Sky Queen? How could you devalue yourself by casually taking a small commission for 223 million yuan. Will anyone still want to pay a high price for you in the future? Chi defended herself. But didn't we argue yesterday? I thought you wouldn't pay attention to me for a few days. I'm here alone. I've almost spent all the money on me. You usually manage my money, and if you're angry, it's not convenient for me to ask you for it. I just accepted one job to earn a little pocket money. Good disciple, master knows her mistake. I won't dare do it again. Yitang didn't bother listening to her excuses anymore. The little girl delivered her final line and hung up. This mission is canceled. I've already revoked the order. It wasn't easy for me to raise your price to the highest on the market. Quickly finish the main task and come home. I told you, you're grown up now. Don't run around outside for no reason. After being lectured by her young disciple, Chi felt incredibly hurt, but her anger was so intense that she forgot something important. Oh no, I forgot to tell little Milk Sugar that I found the arsonist of a maiden's heart. However, angering the little girl at home was more dangerous, so she put this matter aside and went home. Oh well, never mind. My good disciple being angry is still more important. Lately, she hasn't been very pleased with me. I can't make her angry again. Having a smart disciple is truly difficult. Switching to Chen Nua's location, he had taken teacher Jiang back to his home. He also called and instructed Ingwan. It's okay. You and your mother shouldn't return to the hotel for a few days. Change locations. This assassin is very strong. I need to investigate what happened. That day, while treating teacher Jiang, he thought, what is Lu Qiqi doing in Jinling? A mission like assassinating Jiang Yingzi would definitely not catch her eye. Arguing online and losing, then hitting people offline. It's not that serious, let alone the fact that she and I are half a world apart. After some treatment, he was out of danger. Chen Nua breathed a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, teacher Jiang only suffered superficial wounds, but his lungs were slightly damaged. It was likely an internal injury from forcing himself to contend with the great master, the Starry Sky Queen. I've already helped him collect his internal energy. Once he wakes up, I'll adjust his internal energy, and he'll surely recover quickly. Teacher Jiang's consciousness had recovered, but the nightmare of being tortured by that woman still lingered. In his daze, he kept insisting, I'm not, damn it, the sole arsonist. You got the wrong person. Chen Nua felt a little apologetic. Teacher Jiang, I truly didn't trap you this time. Suddenly, he had a slight doubt. No, Lu Qiqi came to Jinling for something else. As a powerful female commander, ranked among the top 5 in the underground world's combat power, once she makes a move, she can easily destroy an A-level organization. There's no need for her to personally deal with insignificant foes. He also hoped that this time her arrival wouldn't be related to the person he needed to protect. After all, even at his former peak, he couldn't defeat her. With his current strength, it could only mean 2 words, extremely dangerous. No matter what, no matter how dangerous it gets, he had to fill his stomach first. Chen Nua walked into the noodle shop and loudly called out, Olgua, a large bowl of braised pork noodles, extra egg and meat. Old Gua, the shop owner, grimaced. The shop's about to close. So he ordered a bunch of extra toppings, including stir-fried lamb with scallions, light on the herbs. With such a big order, how could Old Gua refuse? All right, did you just get paid? Eating so much. Chen Nua smiled brightly and complimented. Old Gua's noodles are perfectly to my taste. I crave them every 2 or 3 days. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching, which meant danger was drawing near. The person he was worried about, Tay, gracefully walked into the shop from outside. Chen Nua tried to pretend he was just an ordinary customer, so he started talking idly. Boss, the garlic in this bowl needs to be replaced. I don't know how long it's been sitting there, but it's all dry. He knew she was paying close attention to him, so he constantly reminded himself, don't panic. This woman is definitely not here for me. She didn't see my face when I acted against her. This is just a coincidence, and I can't jump to conclusions. I just have to pretend to react like a normal person encountering a beautiful woman, That's the only way to avoid suspicion. Even though he thought that, the way he stared intently at the girl was no different from a pervert. Tay noticed the young man looking at her and asked, "Hey, am I very beautiful?" He shivered and mumbled, Yes." Tay then said a few words. "You're quite handsome too. Are the noodles here good?" He tried to smile brightly and replied, "They're all right. It's just that the owner is a bit stingy, putting in too little meat." Tay happily replied, "You're such a cute kid. Once you finish your noodles, hurry home." At that moment, the owner walked out and irritably told Chinua, "We're out of scallions. I can't make stir-fried lamb with scallions. Finish your noodles and go home." An hour passed, and neither of them got up to leave. Old Gua, sitting next to Chinua, grumbled, "Why are you eating your noodles so slowly today? Eat quickly. I need to close up." Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Tay sighed in frustration. Old Gua also noticed her attitude. Tay then asked, "Boss, aren't you going to ask what I want to eat?" Old Gua bluntly replied, "You're not here to eat noodles, so why would I ask?" Tay asked in surprise, "Can't I pay too? Your customer looks like he's enjoying his meal very much. I want to try it too." Old Gua irritably replied, "Can't you wait until my customer finishes eating and leaves? Can't you wait?" She immediately retorted, "I'm rushing to catch a plane. It's getting late." So Old Gua agreed, and at the same time, he used force to strike Chinua, making him dazed and collapse onto the table. Tay saw this and said, "You really are, as they say, very interesting in your actions. A few years ago, I heard about you." Old Gua interrupted, "What you heard definitely wasn't anything good." She shook her head. "No, it was very interesting." She then continued, "I heard that a person of extraordinary talent appeared in the Snow Realm sect, dominating his youth. The old sect master entrusted him with the sect's ultimate skill and his daughter. In the Snow Realm sect's triennial competition, this son-in-law defeated everyone and then became a sect disciple. I heard that person's name was Gua." Old Gua didn't want to listen anymore. He lit a cigarette and admitted it. "All right, stop talking. The person you're talking about is me." Tay asked curiously, "But why did you run away?" "The old men in your sect wanted to cultivate you to be their subordinate, but you ran away before the competition, even injuring 7 or 8 fellow disciples. Your Snow Realm sect suffered heavy losses. That competition was a disastrous defeat, losing several mineral veins. Isn't that not so good? If I hadn't heard about the evil deeds you did, I wouldn't have received the commission to come here." Upon hearing this, Old Gua angrily roared, "What the hell do you know? They forced me to marry." Tay also said wearily, "But you were originally a live-in son-in-law." Old Gua grumbled resentfully, "Their family has 6 daughters. I only like the 4th, but they insisted on me marrying the 5th. Can that 5th daughter even be married? Do you know what she looks like? She weighs 160 kilograms. I am exceptionally gifted. I joined the sect in less than 3 years. My guiding master was no longer a match for me. After being taken in by the sect leader, in 10 years, I achieved many merits, brought fame to the Snow Domain sect, and gained many benefits. I was originally well-dressed, avenged grievances, repaid kindness, and had a bright future. When did someone come and grab my collar, forcing me to marry a girl I'd only met a few times in my life? Her hands are rougher than mine, and she eats 10 times more than me. Her appearance looks like the child of Tyson and Lu Jishin." He even emphasized, "If it were you, wouldn't you run? Wouldn't you want to hit someone?" Tran NSC pretended to faint and lay there, listening to the absurd story, not daring to laugh loudly for fear of being exposed. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I'm so amused." Tay stood up and immediately said, "But I've accepted the mission, so I can't let you go." As she finished speaking, she lunged to attack. "Then I can only make you suffer." Old Gua thought fighting was fine, but damaging the shop's items would be costly to replace, so he asked Tay, "Let's go somewhere else. Don't damage my shop." So the two masters went to Nyosho Mountain to compete in martial arts. It seemed old Guo was not a match for Tay. He was bruised by her and even coughed up blood. Tay flew in front of him and asked, "You still won't surrender? Just come back with me." Old Guo wouldn't agree easily. He asserted, "I finally escaped that hellish place. I'm free and at ease here. Do you need to meddle? How much did Snow Domain pay you?" Tay didn't hide it and immediately said, "1 mineral vein." Old Guo burst out laughing. "This sect is nothing good. I risked my life for them back then, and they were never so generous. Now they're paying such a high price to capture me." Tay earnestly persuaded him, "You should just obediently surrender. You won't suffer either." However, old Guo refused. He stomped his foot to gain momentum and charged forward, putting all his strength into an attack. He firmly declared, "If I can't be free, I'd rather die." The two sides engaged in a battle of ultimate martial arts, both continuously launching attacks. With one hand, Tay blocked old Guo's punch, holding it for a long time without moving. Tay said, "Surrender. You're not my opponent." Old Guo refused and yelled, "Get lost." Then he shouted loudly, channeling his energy to create an immense force. He poured all his strength into a direct punch, seemingly able to injure Tay to some extent. But no, she blocked this powerful attack with just one hand. Tay continued to persuade him, "If you still don't surrender, I'll get rough. I didn't want to hurt you." But old Guo remained stubborn, insisting on fighting to the very end. "Shut your mouth." Tay easily dodged old Guo's punches with a slight tilt of her head. With just a little force, she effortlessly sent the corpulent old Guo flying a considerable distance. Tay stepped forward. She reaffirmed, "You're not my opponent. Your strength is very good. But I am the commander, and you are still one step away from this realm." Next, she took out something that looked like an electric whip in her hand. Then she continued, "Surrender. I don't want to seriously injure you. I'm bringing you back, just so you can marry the daughter of the Snow Region family, not to die." Old Quach cursed defiantly, "I'll marry your sister." Tay lost patience, launched an attack, and cursed, "Old fool." As the electric whip struck, Old Quach reached out and grabbed it. In an instant, the purple flame spread rapidly across his entire arm. Old Quach screamed, "Not good. It's the Jade transformation technique." Tay further informed him, "Jade transformation technique, a secret art of the Snow Region practitioners. You can't withstand my flames. You're wasting your own strength, and if you keep burning, it'll damage your foundation." Old Quach said nothing more. At this moment, he was formulating a plan in his mind. She's not wrong. Right now, I only have one option, to temporarily retreat. Thinking quickly, he immediately turned his back and ran headlong. Seeing this, Tay asked curiously, "You think you can escape?" Old Quach ran for his life to a nearby river, then jumped in without a second thought. So one person on the bank and one in the water argued back and forth. "Get up here." "You come down here." They went back and forth for a long time, neither willing to concede. As for Tran and AC, after the two left the noodle shop, he secretly followed them, witnessing everything that had just happened. He then assessed, "Old Quach's strength is on par with mine. If it were me tonight, the result would be the same. However, this Starry Sky Queen has a fatal weakness. Staying alive isn't an issue, but I wonder if Old Quach has discovered it." Tran and AC knew that this woman had a severe fear of water and would absolutely not go into it. From the water, Old Quach yelled up, "This woman, you're not telling me you can't swim, are you?" Tay immediately retorted, "What if I can't swim?" Old Quach joyfully splashed in the water and laughed loudly. "Then don't expect to catch me." This made Tay lose patience. She angrily turned her back and said, "Very well, you've thoroughly enraged me." She walked to the edge of the snowy forest and effortlessly pulled up a large tree as if it were a twig. And coincidentally, Tran and AC was hiding in that very tree. At this moment, he didn't know what to do but cling to the tree and complain, "This woman, with so many trees, why did she have to choose mine? I told you, provoking a woman only leads to trouble." It was only then that old Quach realized the danger, but it was too late. The large tree trunk was powerfully thrown by Tay straight towards him. Fortunately, he was in the water, and he also possessed some skill, so one tree couldn't kill him. Old Quach shouted, "Crazy woman, don't let me get an opportunity. I'll show you how I'll drown you in a pig cage." Tran NAC seized the opportunity when no one was paying attention and secretly swam away. Not stopping there, one tree wasn't enough to satisfy her. She uprooted half the forest, then glared and roared, "Keep cursing. I'm listening." The two sides engaged in battle again, one on top throwing trees down, the other below raising water up. The trees thrown down almost drowned old Quach. However, at this moment, a figure flew in and delivered a painful blow to Sister Tay, causing her to stagger and fall into the water. Luckily, Tay had been throwing trees into the water all this time, so she managed to avoid having to drink her fill of river water. As soon as she resurfaced, she saw the big, stout woman run over yelling, "Bitch!" Tay, terrified, clung tightly to the tree trunk. She thought to herself, "This is great now. I can't do anything in the water. I can only exert myself." The stout woman rushed forward and delivered a powerful palm strike to Tay, shouting, "You hurt my husband." Tay asked in pain, "Who are you?" "That palm strike you just dealt me was a snow region technique. I recognize you." However, the stout woman didn't care. She ran to old Quach, hugged him, and asked tenderly, "Husband, are you all right?" He nodded and replied, "I'm fine." Feeling ignored, Tay continued, "You're the fifth young mistress of the Snow Region Gate. So why are you hitting me? I came to help you bring this man back to be your husband." The stout woman turned and cursed, "This is my husband already. Why would I need to capture him? Also, I'm not the fifth sister. I'm the fourth young mistress." Tay asked curiously, "What's the difference between you two sisters?" Furious, the fourth sister threw her husband aside, then rushed towards Tay and continued to curse, "How is there no difference? My husband only likes me. At first, I ran away with him. Then I heard people in the family say that the sect master invited experts to bring my husband back." Thrown into the water unexpectedly, Oldwood no longer had the strength to resist. He stammered. Not only did she curse, the fourth sister physically assaulted Tay again, continuously scolding. Tay was held tightly by the head by the fourth sister, like a chicken by the neck. She could only stammer. The fourth sister shouted at her. The situation was bad. Danger was imminent. Tay realized this and quickly raised her hand to block. However, it was no use. The fourth sister's hand had already touched Tay's head, and immediately she collapsed motionless. Afterward, all three got ashore. Tay lay there, unconscious, while old Gua and his wife only paid attention to each other. The fourth sister asked, "Does it hurt?" The fourth sister remembered and quickly reached for an item, then said. Old Gua immediately replied, according to the fourth sister, they should just kill her to be free of debt. Old Gua nodded and replied, "I don't know who in the family found this expert, but since we've made an enemy today, we might as well kill her to avoid future trouble." Once the couple had decided, the fourth sister began to act. Suddenly, in the quiet, dark night, a strange voice echoed, repeating itself. "Killing isn't necessarily bad, but if you can spare a life, do so. If you too have escaped danger, you should leave. Why harm another life?" She cursed angrily. Oldwood noticed a surge of energy attacking and quickly told his wife to lie down. Just a moment longer, and the fourth sister could have been seriously injured. Oldwood carefully warned. The worried couple leaned back to back, observing carefully. Oldwood asked. She also remembered something and said, "It turned out that Chinua was behind this trick." When he heard the fourth sister say that, an idea popped into his head. So he spouted a bunch of Buddhist scriptures and teachings. Amitabha Buddha. Heaven pities all living beings. It's of no use for you two benefactors to create so much bad karma. Please listen to this old monk's advice, and stop now." The fourth sister said in confusion. Olga then asked, "Please leave your name." Neither of them wanted more trouble, so they decided to comply. Chin Nua sighed as he stood before Tete's abandoned body. After checking for vital signs, he concluded. So Chin Nua carried this Star Empress back home. As he walked, he chided. She hit you. Why didn't you fight back? You even used your back to take the blows, fearing water more than death. If that's not foolish, what is? He added. An hour later, he had carried Tete back to his house. He examined one of his t-shirts and said. Then he quickly unbuttoned her shirt. His actions were skilled, but his words remained noble. You were submerged in water for a long time. Your body is completely wet. And whether natural water is dirty or not, you can't just assume. Chin Nua's face was as red as a tomato, and his voice stammered. After undressing her, a little more shamelessness wouldn't hurt. So he carried Tete to bathe. We don't know what he did inside. Only strange noises could be heard. It must have just been bathing. We shouldn't overthink it. A moment later, the door opened. Tete was now wearing his shirt, clean and tidy, with her hair neat. Chin Nua held her in his arms and exclaimed. He carried her to the bed, so she could sleep comfortably for a bit. Chin Nua then checked Tete's condition again. He looked at the girl in front of him and chuckled. Chin Nua thought to himself. He recalled that time, when they both went to the South Pole for a mission. They encountered a massive ice crack and fell into the sea together. Chin Nua rescued her despite the danger, but her appearance at the time was so pathetic and ruined her image. He found it strange and took the opportunity to ask, is this miserable state because you have aquaphobia? Experts at our level wouldn't have a problem even if they were submerged in water for a few hours. However, he didn't receive any thanks, but rather an interrogation from GG. Did you just touch my butt? Chin Nua asked back in surprise. Huh, when I saved you just now, you clung to me like an octopus. I couldn't pull you off, so I must have accidentally touched you, she asserted. Then you did touch it. Before Chin Nua could even react, GG kicked him straight in the face, even though he tried to explain that it was just an accidental touch. But she didn't listen. I say you touched it, then you touched it. The kick sent him flying backward, and there was even a footprint on his face. Chin Nua never forgot that misunderstanding. It carried over from his previous life to this one. He still couldn't forget it. He grumbled. How unreasonable. I accidentally touched her, and she kicked me? I saved her life. Driven by impulse, Chin Nua very naturally placed his hand on GG's, and provoked. I'm touching it again. Go ahead and kick me. Not only that, he even squeezed it to check its elasticity. I'm not just touching it, I'm squeezing it too. He was enjoying squeezing her, but so much that he didn't notice his surroundings, until he suddenly realized GG had opened her eyes and was looking at him. He yelled, damn it, when did you wake up? Taking advantage of her not being fully awake, he secretly retracted his devil's hand. GG suddenly called Chin Nua husband. He was startled and asked, no, what did you just call me? GG looked confused. What did I just call you? She then asked, where is this place? Who are you? Why can't I remember? Suddenly, her head ached terribly. GG clutched her head in confusion and said, I can't remember. Who am I really? I just dreamed of a woman's voice constantly calling husband. Was that me? Perhaps when she was first unconscious, her consciousness inadvertently heard what Sister C said to old Gua. Husband, how are you? Are you okay? Husband, does it hurt? Husband, I brought medicine for you. Oh no, husband, I hid it in the water. The medicine got ruined. I'm so stupid, what do I do? GG continued in confusion. Then I opened my eyes and saw you. You even touched me. Her state also made Chin Nua a little worried. Is this woman really delusional? Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and urgently asked, you know me. You know who I am, don't you? Where's this place? Chin Nua asked again in a deep voice. You don't remember anything? Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, GG tightened her grip on his hand in anger, causing electric sparks to continuously emanate from her body. Tell me first, where is this? GG lost her patience and immediately struck out with a palm, sending Chin Nua flying backward. Tell me. He yelled. No, you change your mind really fast. The angrier she got, the more energy Gigi radiated. She kept asking the same question repeatedly. Quick, tell me, who am I? She lunged forward and grabbed Chinua's neck. Who are you? Where is this place? Gigi screamed. Why did you touch me while I was sleeping earlier? Chinua struggled to reply. How can I talk if you're choking me? So she stopped choking him and instead grabbed his wrist, throwing Chinua onto the table, breaking it in half. She asked again, Tell me, who are you really? Who are you really? Are you a bad person? Were you trying to harm me while I was asleep just now? Unable to bear it any longer, Chinua yelled out and made a wild guess. I'm not a bad person, I'm your husband. In his heart, he silently complained. This crazy woman is really ruthless. She wants to choke me to death. Upon realizing that the person in front of her was her husband, Gigi's anger subsided, and the oppressive aura dissipated completely. Husband. Chinua felt aggrieved. I, who has lived 2 lives, am being ridden by this woman? This is the greatest humiliation. Gigi looked confused. So who am I? Where is this place? Chinua smiled and comforted her. Wife, don't rush, listen to me explain. Ah, no, listen to me slowly. Chinua began to recount. Your name is Louis. This is our home. We've been married for over a year, and at first, we always lived happily. Until one day. At this point, he continued, his face filled with sorrow. My brain has problems. It flares up every few days, and I don't remember anything. I treat you like a stranger, and I smash everything in the house. Tete listened, feeling confused. I truly. Tran Nac Dain was overdoing it. His face was tear-stained. That's right. I'm that unreasonable, but you've never complained about me. Seriously, a couple for one day. Husband and wife for 100 years. As long as it's not infidelity, I can tolerate anything. Outwardly, he was crying, but inwardly, it was a conspiracy. Leave me conflicted. When your guilt reaches its peak, it'll be easier for the other person to get what they want from you. He pointed at the objects in the house and continued. Look, all these furnishings are new, aren't they? But look how dilapidated our room is. With a room so old, why would anyone buy new things? Because all the old things were broken by me during my episodes. Hearing that, Tete was startled. Even the bed in the room earlier was broken by me. Then Tran Nac grabbed her hand and led her away. Come on, I'll take you to see Dad. He's been sick for many days. Even the teacher, who was bedridden, couldn't avoid being an extra in his act. He had a stroke. To treat his illness, the family was already struggling greatly, and I kept smashing things. Our family wasn't rich to begin with. Now things are even harder. However, Tete was still half believing, half doubting. I don't fully believe your words yet. Oh, right. To be married. We must have photos and a certificate, right? Tran Nac sighed, gently stroked her head, and said, All of those are gone. A few months ago, I had an episode and burned everything. Tete still didn't believe him. She asked again, Then how can you prove we're husband and wife? He leaned into her ear and whispered, On your body, right here, you have a red mole. These words made Tete flustered, her face blushing. She thought to herself, He knows such a secret spot on me. So he really is. She stammered, Husband, what's my name? Tran Nac smiled and replied, Lok YY. He was delighted, teaching her a lesson for being so picky and fussy with him. It seemed that Tete now believed everything Tran Nac had said. She burst into tears. Husband, I'm sorry. I broke things in the house again. And I almost choked you to death. He gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. It's okay. A couple for one day. Husband and wife for 100 years. Don't do it again next time. Tran Nac secretly rejoiced in a corner. If you don't have enough power, use acting to compensate. Although I was a bit flustered just now, I managed to get away with it. It was late at night, 1 a.m. Because the bedroom was ruined, this newly formed couple had to sleep on the sofa. A moment later, seeing Tete's breathing stabilize, he sighed. Finally asleep. To be safe, He added a little more gas to make her sleep even deeper. Then he carried Tay outside. Look, Tay, I'm already very kind. Tonight, I truly saved your life. Half an hour later, on Yodo Mountain, Tran and a sea brought Tay and left her by the riverbank. It's not that I'm abandoning you. This situation has gotten out of control. In a moment of urgency, I lied and said you were my wife. To make you believe me, I even revealed the secret spot on your body. If you suddenly woke up, 10 of my lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. He coldly stood up and walked away, adding, if you were a reasonable person, I saved your life, and you would spare mine. We owe each other nothing. Unfortunately, a crazy woman like you is unreasonable. It's possible you'd even harm those close to me. No more talk, let's go. All my life, I've just wanted to live peacefully. I've saved who I should have saved. I don't want the rest of my life to be chased by you to the ends of the earth. Although he abandoned her, Trand Nac's mind conjured up all sorts of scenarios, like wild beasts, succubi, or being crushed by large rocks. Standing by the highway waiting for a ride, he felt uneasy. Nothing's going to happen to that woman, right? Even though she's the star queen, she's foolish. What if the next car doesn't stop? Should I go back? The next car also had its lights on, signaling it had a passenger, so he decided to turn back. I'll go back and check, just a quick peek. Tran Nac thought to himself. Based on his knowledge from his previous life, that woman was completely insane and erratic. She completely relied on little Nai Duong as a nanny. Now she's injured and has lost her memory, and she's abandoned in a desolate, deserted place. He returned to the spot to find it empty. Damn it, where is she? He immediately shouted her name. Lok Why? Fearing she had drowned, he dove deep into the water, but to no avail. She wasn't in the lake either. Tran Nac then climbed the tallest tree there to observe. Nyoto Mountain is only about 4 or 5 kilometers from the newly developed city university. There are no large wild animals on the mountain, so she couldn't have been dragged away by one. There were no footprints on the ground either, so no one else could have taken her. After looking for a long time and seeing nothing, he dejectedly jumped to the ground. He'd almost turned the whole mountain upside down. Could she have recovered her memory after waking up and left on her own? I hope so. When I get home, I'll go on that weird octopus website and troll her into a rage. If there's still no reply by tomorrow, I'll have to ask Brother Loy to gather people to search all over Zhongnin. If not in Zhongnin, then Jinling. Half an hour later, Tay was already waiting downstairs at Tran Nac's house. But he was so lost in thought that he didn't notice her. Damn it, if I'd known I'd worry this much, I wouldn't have abandoned her in a deserted place. It would have been much better to just drop her at the airport and call little Nai Duong to pick her up. Even with all my caution, I made a mistake. Why didn't I think of that then? As he was thinking, Tay-Tay's voice calling, husband rang out. Tran Nac looked up and met her pitiful gaze. Startled, he thought, oh no, I'm done for. She tracked me all the way home. So Tran Nac continued to act, feigning worry. Where did you run off to? I woke up in the middle of the night and found you gone. I was looking for you everywhere. Tay was flustered. I don't know either. I just woke up and found myself by the lake. I was so scared. Then I ran back by myself. Seeing her return intact, without a scratch, he felt relieved. It's good that you're okay. Wait, no, that's not right. What the hell am I thinking? Tran Nac asked. How did you find your way home? Tay answered honestly. I don't know either. I woke up by the lake. I was scared then I cried for a while, and then I followed your scent. I just kept following it until I got back here. Hearing this, his hands and feet trembled. His heart pounded erratically. His breath caught. Ah, she remembers me clearly now. This time, damn it, I can't escape. How will this husband act play out? At this moment, Tay-Tay's stomach rumbled continuously. Tran Nac then said, Are you hungry? Let's go. I'll make you instant noodles at home. There's nowhere selling food at 3 a.m. Entering the house, he asked again, What do you remember now? Tay replied while eating noodles. I don't remember anything from before I woke up. She was also a bit curious. Can I ask you something? Tran NAC nodded. Go ahead and ask. She then asked, the two of us, we seem to be normal people, don't we? Last night we fought in the room, even though I don't remember things from before. But can normal people fight to this extent? I woke up by the lake, but very quickly could sense your aura, that kind of power. I don't know how to describe it. Also, the whole way I walked home, I walked very fast. I don't think normal people can do that, right? She looked at Tran NAC with pleading eyes. Can you tell me? He frowned deep in thought. This is a long story. Tay happily replied, Husband, don't rush. You can tell it slowly. I'll eat and listen. Tran NAC's heart roared. When fabricating a story badly, at most you just get scolded. What can anyone do? But if this one is fabricated poorly, it'll involve someone's life. After much deliberation, a poignant and tragic love story was born. It was 10 years ago. In the season of blooming flowers, a 10-year-old boy was being chased by a villain. He mistakenly ran into the mountains. Damn it, help, where's the immortal sister to save me? NACGIA, don't run so fast. I haven't had breakfast yet today. My back aches and my legs hurt. I have no energy to run. And where is this muscular physique 10 years old? A young girl who lived alone in the mountains raising bees saved the boy. She kindly let him stay and taught him martial arts. My name is Chu Lok Nu. From now on I am your master. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Lonely in the mountains, a girl and a boy. Over time, love blossomed. Finally, they crossed the boundaries of morality, entered the forbidden zone, and loved each other passionately. Coco, NACNHI, I don't want to be your master. And I don't want you to call me Coco anymore. From that day on, you called me Lok NHI. Tay listened intently, then expressed her thoughts. Husband, what you're saying. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Tran NAC affirmed. These are all things I experienced myself. Later, you fell ill, and my father also needed care. We retired from the martial world. He was secretly pleased. Luckily, in my past life, I knew her. I knew she loved wuxia novels. It's just that Lok NHI sounds a bit strange, but TTS beast-eared lady also doesn't sound bad. Then, in his mind, an image of Tay appeared, wearing a seductive fur dress, earnestly seducing him. NACNHI, let's cast off the shackles of morality and enjoy paradise together. Tay emotionally grabbed Tran NAC's hand. NACNHI, all these years, it's really been tough on you. Taking care of our father. His illness, he also played along. Lok NHI, as long as I can be by your side, everything is worth it. At this moment, the good student only then remembered his master. Oh right, Master Tuong. I need to quickly take him to the hospital. If he wakes up, we're done for. On the morning of the second day, Tay was getting water while thinking about their beautiful romance. Lokni, Nakni. Suddenly, she heard a woman's voice talking. It was Din Yuan calling. Opa, I'm still very scared. Opa, has the assassin who wanted to kill Mama been dealt with yet? Opa, I miss you a lot. Can I come over to your place? Tran NAC said softly, frightened. No, don't rush. It's not convenient for me right now. Wait until I've dealt with the... Suddenly, he yelled in surprise. Tay had appeared behind him, without him knowing when. He thought, damn, the senior commander is truly formidable. No sound when walking. Tay softly asked, Honey, who are you talking to on the phone? Why do I hear a girl's voice? Tran NAC immediately made an excuse. It's the neighborhood committee calling about the electricity bill. What are you doing here? She then said, Honey, I've already cleaned up all the broken things in the house tonight. The food is also cooked. I feel like a good-for-nothing, so I took the initiative to help you with something. Well, I can help Dad wipe his face. I can't do anything else. I can help you take care of the patient a little. Tran NAC thought, forget it. What if wiping his face makes Master Tuong wake up? Besides, Big Sis has never taken care of anyone before, right? Who wipes a face with cold water? No, I have to get Master Tuong out of here quickly. Thinking this, he snatched the basin of water from Tay-Tay's hands and ran off. No need to bother. I happen to be taking him out. To the hospital for a checkup. Then for treatment. Our family doesn't have much money, so we can't stay in the hospital. So we always run back and forth like this. Tay-Tay also insisted on going. I'll go too. However, Tran NAC said, your illness has a rebellious reaction to hospitals. As soon as you go to a hospital environment, you might be stimulated and easily have an episode. You'd better not go. He was afraid his nominal wife would get bored, so he found her some work. If you really want to do something, then here. Today, peel that sack of potatoes in the kitchen. Tay-Tay was happy. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely do a good job. After that, he carried Master Tuong out of the house. Before leaving, he also gave strict instructions. Don't run around the house, okay? If you're bored, watch TV. I'll be back home soon. On the other side, Zhao Van was extremely worried because she couldn't find her husband. This nightingale was old Tuong's eyes and probe when he went out on missions. Last night the bird returned, but he didn't come home. So she decided to take the bird to find her old husband. The nightingale flew ahead. She rode her bike behind, and the phone too. Initially, no one answered the phone. With old Tuong's anxious and diligent nature when it comes to household affairs, this was not normal. The nightingale led Zhao Van to Tran NAC's house. She stood in front of the door, thinking, as the nightingale flew to this family's balcony. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Van also knocked on the door. Inside the house, Tay-Tay was diligently peeling potatoes. Hearing the knock, she thought her husband was home. Tay-Tay excitedly went to greet him. My husband's home. Seeing a beautiful young woman open the door, Zhao Van was enraged. Seeing this alluring woman, she immediately asked, where's my husband? Tay-Tay, confused, asked, what did you say? She then barged straight into the house, continuously asking, where's my husband? Tay-Tay, not understanding what was happening, asked again, what husband? Who are you? Why are you barging into someone else's house like this? The girl's attitude made Zhao Van a bit flustered. I'm sorry, I might have come to the wrong place. I'm truly sorry, she thought to herself. Could I have made a mistake? No, it can't be. Tay-Tay didn't blame her. It's okay, but it's almost 1 o'clock. Why isn't my husband home yet? Tay-Tay grew worried when she saw Zhao Van throw the birdcage on the ground, asking, what do you want to do, Auntie? Following that, her state was very strange, spinning around frantically, which bewildered Tay-Tay. And so, Zhao Van's lecture began, speaking of the conflicts between great powers in the world, saying that what has been divided for long must unite, and what has been united for long must divide. In Zhua County, North Hebei, there were 3 heroic figures, the eldest, Lu, named Bei, courtesy named Xuanda. The 3 brothers, upon meeting, felt as if they had known each other for a long time. Though not born on the same day, month, or year, they vowed to die on the same day and year. The 3 brothers bowed their heads and became sworn brothers, and from then on, they worked together wholeheartedly for mutual benefit. The 3 brothers joined forces to protect Tripitaka on his journey to the west to obtain scriptures. Tay-Tay looked at the auntie in her house with sympathy. So, her brain also has problems, just like mine, and now she's fallen. On the way to the western heaven, there were 99 times 81 tribulations, encountering demons, spirits, and the painted skin maiden, layer upon layer of trials. Please listen. Tay-Tay watched Zhao Van's every action and concluded, she looks very pitiful, sick just like me. No, I can't abandon her. So, she followed Zhao Van to help her. Auntie, where do you live? Can I contact your family? Can I take you home to rest first? She said, my family is waiting for me to pick them up. Tay-Tay wondered, Auntie, where exactly do you want to go? Zao Van pointed at a school and said, "To pick up my daughter from school." Tay looked and saw it was a kindergarten. In a car parked nearby, Old Ho slowly took out a pack of cigarettes. Then he turned to ask, "Your daughter goes to kindergarten here, right?" Ko King nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's right." Old Ho instructed, "Good. Later, you go in and pick up the child. We'll take her away. That son of your wife's. He has a deep brother-sister bond with your daughter, right? Picking up the child is harder than getting money back, huh?" Chu Dung anxiously asked, "Boss, then, does this count as kidnapping? What if they call the police? None of us can escape." He cursed him vehemently. "Idiot! Kidnapping what? Ko Kang is the biological father, the legal guardian. A father taking his own daughter away. No matter what you say, it's not kidnapping." A henchman in the car spotted a beautiful girl and immediately shouted, "Boss, look!" "Damn, that girl is really beautiful." Old Ho roared furiously. "Women, women, women. All day long you only think about your crotches. We're out today to do important work. Don't you dare look around like that." He spoke so assertively, but when he saw the beautiful girl, his eyes almost popped out. Damn, she's really beautiful. So, the whole group immediately got out of the car. Old Ho scowled and yelled at Ko Kang, "Hurry up, don't drag your feet." On the other side, Zao Van told Tay to wait there while she went in to pick up Chudeep. "Then I'll wait here, Auntie." Old Ho looked over from his side. His eyes couldn't leave Tay. Up close, she was even more beautiful. Even if he tied up all the girls from Jia Fong Street, they wouldn't compare to the one in front of him. She was exquisite. He secretly thought, "What a pity. If it weren't for so many people during school dismissal right now, I'd just tie this girl up directly." Chu Deep was let out by Ko Kang. The little girl looked around and asked, "Dad, where's my brother? Didn't you say we'd eat together?" Old Ho sweet-talked and coaxed, "Your brother's waiting for you. We'll take you to eat, and your brother will come a bit later." Zao Van saw Chu Deep with strangers and immediately walked over. "Chu Deep!" The little girl exclaimed, "Auntie Song." She immediately reminded her, "Why are you calling me Auntie Song? Haven't we already changed how you address me?" Chu Deep immediately called her foster mother. The old tiger wondered and asked, "What's going on?" Ko King shook his head. "I don't know either." He rushed forward and shouted, "Who are you?" Zao Van shouted back, "What are you doing? Who are you people?" They immediately introduced themselves. "We are her dad's friends." "That's right, I'm her dad." She was bewildered. Her dad? Zao Van rushed forward and grabbed Ko Kang's shirt, making him uncomfortable as he yelled, "Hey, what are you doing?" She didn't back down and also yelled, "I've never met you. You can't leave." "Chu Deep, is this your dad?" The little girl nodded. "Yes, foster mom, this is my dad." So the two of them started to tug and pull. "No, the child can't go. I'm here to pick her up and take her home." "I'm also picking her up to take her home." Chu Deep exclaimed. "Foster mom and dad are playing tug-of-war? Chu Deep is being stretched into noodles." She told Zao Van, "Foster mom, my dad is taking me to see my brother." She asked in surprise, "Your brother?" "Oh, right, your brother. Yes, yes. Where's your brother?" The old tiger immediately rushed forward. "Hey, are you looking for trouble?" Zao Van refused to back down. "No, my daughter has to come with me." When he tried to exert force on Zao Van, he realized her strength was not weak at all. He secretly thought, "There are too many people watching here. I can't make a big scene." So he invited her to come along too. "You're the child's foster mother, right? Come along too." On the side of the road, Tay saw the commotion and came over to join in. "You people wait." She said, "I'm worried about Auntie, I'll go too." With a beauty wanting to come along, how could the old tiger refuse? All right, get in. It's just a meal, isn't it?" What a lively big family. Everyone get in the car. Tay also had a question in her mind. She was just curious about what they were saying, but for some reason, it all went in one ear and out the other. She didn't hear anything. The old tiger was ecstatic. Damn it! Is this double happiness at the door? I came all this way to dig for gold, and I also got a free gift of a charming, seductive beauty. Damn, today I'm going all out. Whether it's soft tactics or spiking drinks, I'm definitely getting a bite of this meat. Scene changed to home. Tran NAC happily pushed the door open and shouted, "Lock why I'm home." But the house was empty. He sat down and asked himself, "Where is she? The potatoes aren't even peeled yet, and she's not home. Did she go take out the trash?" After waiting a long time and not seeing her return, he anxiously went to look for her. "Lock why, where are you?" Tran NAC then thought, "Damn, she didn't recover her memory and run off, did she? No way. If she recovered her memory, she would definitely stay and wait for me." Suddenly, the phone rang. As soon as he picked up, the other end asked, "Kid, can you tell who I am?" He immediately replied, "Ko Kang." He continued, "I took you deep out to eat. You know what I mean, right?" Tran NAC was intelligent enough to understand what he wanted. He then said, "Oh, Ko Kang, what am I supposed to say to you?" "Fine, if calling you inhuman isn't enough, then I don't want to talk anymore." "Just say what you want to say." Ko King immediately replied, "5." Tran NAC immediately agreed. "All right, I'll give you 50,000. I'll go over there and give you the money myself." Jia Fong Duong, you know it, right? Once you get there, just say your name, and someone will naturally take you to meet me. Kid, don't try anything funny. Chen nak sup di site, Ja Fong Dung, e no eat. Looks like Uncle Ko has latched onto a big shot now, huh? The other end, Ko Kang. All right, don't waste words. I'll give you an hour. You definitely won't even need an hour. I'll be there in half an hour. It seems Ko Kang had truly provoked Tran NAC. Ko Kang, sparing your life out of respect for you being Chu Deep's biological father seems to have been my mistake. Yama cannot be merciful after all. In the backyard of Jia Fong Duong, as everyone entered, Tay was a little worried. "Auntie, wait for me." "Here it seems." Lao Ho enthusiastically invited, Come on, to the third floor. There's a private room for dining there." Before entering the elevator, he instructed his subordinates, "Later, no matter what noises you hear upstairs, no one is allowed to go up. Stay here and watch." The subordinate replied with a reliable expression, "Don't worry, Brother Vong." Up in the dining room, Lao Ho warmly said, "Beautiful lady, and this child's godmother, just order whatever you want to eat. At our place, fish from the water, birds from the sky. Whatever you want, we have it." Immediately, everyone started asking questions, one after another. Tay happily said, "I want to drink alcohol." Zao Van cautiously asked, "Are you treating us to this meal?" Chu Deep only asked, "Where's Big Brother?" But he only paid attention to Tay-Tay's words. "Drink alcohol, huh? All right, drink good alcohol. Where's Big Brother?" "Of course, at my place. Of course I'm treating." So Zao Van immediately said, "I want to eat. Steamed lamb, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, salt roasted duck, braised chicken, smoked meat, pine flour pork belly, cured meat, Chinese sausage, assorted cold platter, smoked chicken, white pork belly, steamed treasure pork, glutinous rice stuffed duck." Tay was also surprised to hear this. She reminded Chu Deep, saying, "Godmother, I know this. He doesn't have money." So she told Chu Deep, "Oh, then you order yours." Lao Ho angrily thought, "What the hell? Is she reciting a Qing dynasty menu to tease me? This old woman is here to cause trouble. I need to separate them." He then told Ko Kang, "Go outside and call them to hurry up. You know what to say, right? Also, bring your daughter and her godmother to another room. Prepare a table like this for them. We'll be smoking and drinking here, which isn't good for children." Then he turned to Tay and asked, "Beautiful lady, what do you want to drink? Beer, red wine, white wine, spirits, any type is fine here." She immediately replied, "Then a little bit of each. Is that okay?" Lao Ho was delighted. Very straightforward. Ko Kang stepped forward to butter him up. Brother Vom, the person will arrive in about half an hour. I've already told the kitchen to make watermelon juice. It's so hot, it'll quench your thirst and cool you down. Lao Ho said with satisfaction. Cooling down. Chu Dong wasn't wrong. A person like you has foresight. I only just thought of it, and you've already done it. Ko Kang brought the watermelon juice over to Tay Tay. Drink this first. However, she refused. I only like to drink alcohol. Old Who was excited. All right, then let's drink alcohol. He thought proudly. Drinking on an empty stomach makes it easier to get drunk. Getting drunk fast is good. I can't wait another second. Tai Tai turned to Gukong and asked, You just received a call, didn't you? Can I borrow your phone? Another call came in for Tran NAC. Gukong, you just called, now you're calling again? Do you want to raise the price? When he answered, a very familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Husband, this made him speechless. Tai Tai continued, Husband, I'm sorry. I've left the house. Have you gone home yet? I have a little something going on here. Can you come pick me up? I'm sorry, husband. I didn't listen to you and ran off again. Husband, I met some people. They seem like bad guys. One person keeps staring at me. It's so annoying. Can you come pick me up quickly? I'm so scared. Old Who, sitting nearby, heard everything and thought to himself, No way, this beauty. She whispered to her husband that we're bad guys. Couldn't she move away a bit? We're sitting right next to her, and we're not deaf. Hearing the phone call, Tran and AC's legs trembled. Damn, I'm the one who should be scared, all right. Gukong took you deep away. Lok Tai Tai was using Gukang's phone to call, meaning they were in the same place. Wouldn't talking so casually expose everything? He stammered and asked again. Auntie, I'm fine, right? It's them who are fine, right? Everyone's fine, right? Tai Tai turned to look at the other two and continued. It's fine. They're all pretty good. Husband, Tran NAC urged. So you're coming to pick me up? Yes, I'll be right there. Auntie, before I get there, you absolutely must not act recklessly, okay? You absolutely must not act recklessly, all right? Tai Tai pondered. Oh, I'll try my best. By this time, all sorts of alcoholic beverages had been laid out. She immediately said, Husband, I'm not talking anymore. We're about to drink. Let's drink. Suddenly, a terrifying image flashed in Tran and AC's mind of Tai Tai when she was drunk. She'd beat everyone there to a pulp. Then she even invited Chu Deep to drink with her. Hey, little one, drink with big sister. If you don't drink, you'll get your neck seized just like them. Tran and AC panicked. Lok Tai Tai, this alcoholic will do anything when she drinks. So he yelled, Lok why? You must not drink. Give back the phone. Gukong, goddammit, if you don't want to die. If you and the people of GF Fong Duong don't want to turn into desolate wasteland, you absolutely must not let her drink. Don't let her drink. Goddammit, I'm coming to save you all. Just as he was about to tell Tai Tai to give the phone back to Gukong, so he could talk, Old Who snatched the phone from her hand. The drinks are here. What are you still calling for? Get lost, get lost. He then asked, Beautiful lady, how do you want to drink this alcohol? Tai Tai picked up the wine glass and scoffed. So small? Is this for mice to drink? Old Who was amused. Get bigger glasses, bigger glasses. His subordinates immediately went to do it. Yes, Brother Vom. Tran and AC immediately called back. Old Who was annoyed. Damn it, Gukong. Turn off your phone. Next, he turned to Tai Tai to talk. We have 3 ways to drink this alcohol. The first is to drink only one type, called from start to finish. The second is white, red skin, sheep's tail. Drink white wine first, then red wine and beer, and finally Western spirits to gradually taper off the tail. The third is to pour a full jug. Empty it all into this one jug. Tai Tai was excited. There's even this way to play. Which one is the most fun? Old Who was amused. All right, then let's play the one full jug type. Tai Tai was enthusiastic. I'll drink this much. You all drink the same amount. Not 1 drop less. Whoever dares to drink 1 drop less. I'll take their life. He teased, "Little sister, how do you want to take my life?" She immediately replied, "I'll take you upstairs and throw you down, okay?" The whole group burst out laughing with delight, not expecting this beauty to be so humorous. 20 minutes later, they saw Tai Tai shaking the wine jar, then enthusiastically pouring a full glass for herself and drinking it, without needing anyone to invite her. As for old Ho's group, each and every one of them was dead drunk. "Damn it, Brother Vong, I need a break. It's one glass after another. And drinking on an empty stomach, my stomach's about to throw up blood. I originally thought if the woman didn't get drunk, the man wouldn't have a chance. The drinking trick wasn't working out, so he immediately approached her. Little sister, don't drink anymore. This time you're really drunk. I have a resting room here. Let me help you up to sit for a bit, okay?" Tai Tai immediately asked back, "You said I'm drunk?" He intended to grab and embrace her, but she quickly turned away. "I'm not drunk." "But you're drunk, little sister. Talk to me for a bit. Stop drinking. Stop drinking. That's enough for tonight." Tai Tai turned around and casually slapped him, making blood splatter. "Did I say we could stop?" Old Ho was bewildered, while Tai Tai was nonchalant, paying no attention. "I'm done drinking. Now it's your turn to drink." Little Dung saw his big brother get hit and angrily yelled, "You want to die, you motherfucker?" Suddenly cursed at. Tai Tai asked back, "So you're saying you won't drink either?" Little Dung, infuriated, lunged forward. "I'll drink your mother." They wouldn't listen to gentle words, so Sister Tai had to be tough. She reached out and grabbed the loudmouth's leg. She asked again, "Are you really not going to drink anymore?" He was thrown down and furiously howled, "Ouch, ouch. What the hell are you drinking? You don't want to live." Old Ho was still in shock. What just happened? He blinked a few times and then saw Little Dung being dragged away. "Am I drunk and seeing things?" Tai Tai lifted him up and carried him near the window. "You're the one who said you wouldn't drink, remember?" After speaking, she casually threw him down. Then she turned back to Old Ho. "It really spoils the fun. Thrown from the third floor. I wonder if he's completely dead. Come on, let's continue drinking." Old Ho broke out in a cold sweat, thinking nervously, damn it, this is the third floor." Tai Tai continued, "I hate it when people haggle over drinks at the table. Come on, let's continue drinking." Old Ho grabbed a bottle. "I'll smash you, you demon." But he was all talk, not daring to act, so he shoved the bottle into Ko Kang's hand. "Smash her." The guy named Ko also didn't dare to do it. Brother Vong, I'm really scared." Old Ho urged from behind. "What are you scared of? Go." Tai Tai extended her hand, and the wine bottle in Ko Kang's hand automatically flew to her. But she was not happy because this bottle had no wine, it was empty. She then snatched the bottle from Old Ho's hand. "This bottle is also empty? What's going on? Why are you holding empty bottles? Are you all not drinking anymore?" Ko Kang worried. "Brother Vong, maybe we should leave. This girl is a bit scary." She crushed the bottle in her hand, angrily saying, "Not drinking? I'm not happy then. And once I'm not happy." Old Ho's eyes bulged. Damn, she crushed a wine bottle with her bare hands. Ko Kang was so scared she turned and ran. "Brother Vong, I'll go call for help." But it wasn't so easy to leave. Tai Tai grabbed old Ko's leg. Then she dragged him towards the window. "No one's leaving today. If you leave, you can't drink." Ko Kang screamed in fear. "Let me go. I'll drink. I'll drink with you." Hearing this, she immediately stopped. So he and Tai Tai sat down to continue drinking. He drank glass after glass of bitter wine, without daring to make a sound. Tai Tai said happily, "You should have said so earlier. Were you scared?" Despite her best efforts, Miss Kang still left exactly one sip in her glass. Tai Tai saw it and immediately gave him a painful slap. "Are you trying to raise fish?" Scared, he quickly gulped it all down. "Big sister, look, not a single drop is left." Old Ho had been sitting silently all this time, not daring to speak. What kind of background does this woman have, after all? She's not like that supermaster who dethroned the hall master, is she? After the guy named Gu, it's the turn of the guy named Wang. It's your turn now. Wang Old Ho was startled and shouted loudly, "Where are the people?" Downstairs, a few subordinates heard the commotion. Was that Brother Wang's voice? One of them remembered their boss's instructions and said, "Brother Wang already told us. No matter what sound comes from upstairs, don't go up, just stand guard here." The other one nodded. "Oh, looks like Brother Wang wants to go big today." Upstairs, Tai Tai angrily slammed and cracked the table. "Why did you call for people? You're not trying to escape drinking, are you?" Old Ho thought in fear. If that slam had landed on my face then. He said softly, "Big sis, what are you saying? When one walks to Jianghu, the two most important words are trust and righteousness. Am I someone who runs from debt? I called a few more people to drink with you. Big sister, I toast you. I'll drain my cup. You can do as you please." Tai Tai was excited. "Go get someone to prepare another jug." At the hotel, Teacher Tuong was resting there. Suddenly, he shouted loudly and woke up from his coma. "I am not the destroyer of young girls' souls." He looked around. This is a hotel. Why am I here? "Oh hot no, Salvan." Teacher Tuong rushed home, but didn't see anyone. He immediately called his wife. "Wife, Zao Van, where are you?" "I'm home. Why don't I see you?" "Oh dear, where did you run off to?" "Oh no, oh no. I see your medicine box. You haven't taken it yet today. Please tell me where you are quickly." Then the other end of the line replied, "Facing the general, report." Teacher Tuong was aghast. "I'm doomed. She's had an episode." "Zao Van, it's me. It's me, old Tuong, your husband. Listen to my voice. Listen carefully." Zao Van replied, "Sounds familiar. Sing 2 lines for me to hear." Chu Deep's voice also rang out, "Godmother. Is it Godmother's phone?" So the little girl answered the phone. "Hello, good day, Godfather. I'm Chu Deep." Teacher Tuong was overjoyed. "Chu Deep. Oh dear. Chu Deep. Good heavens, you're with Godmother? Where are you two? Tell Godfather quickly." The little girl obediently replied, "Godmother and I are at Jia Fong Duong." "Is Godfather coming?" "Godmother and I are having dinner now." Teacher Tuong immediately said, all right, I'll be there right away." He wondered, Jia Fong Duong. What trick is Tran NAC playing? Why go to Jia Fong Duong for dinner, bringing the teacher's wife and little sister too? Is that a place for normal people? At the same time, Tran NAC had also driven his warhorse to Jia Fong Duong. The guards quickly stopped him. "Who are you?" "Stop the car." Rushing into the back courtyard of Jia Fong Duong. "You damn want to die." One of them recognized Tran NAC and shouted, "Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way." They quickly moved aside, and the others asked, "Brother Mao, who is it?" "You told us to get out of the way." "Exactly. Daring to recklessly barge into the back courtyard of Jia Fong Duong." The other guy immediately said, "You two are new, so you don't know. It's the one who dethroned our hall master. To this day, I still have a fear of the color black." Tran NAC went in and asked everyone he saw, "I have a question for you too. A great beauty with a child is at..." Before he could finish his sentence, the subordinates, each and every one of them trembling, immediately replied, "3rd floor. Big brother. Tomorrow I'm changing professions. Please spare me." Tran NAC went up to the 3rd floor of Jia Fong Duong, but the door was locked. Inside, the 2 men had turned pale, while Tai Tai was still very excited. "All right, it's your turn again." Old Ho thought in fear. In no time another half a caddy of wine has been added. Does she want to drink us to death? Suddenly he heard the door open. Finally, someone has come. He dashed to the door like lightning and shouted, "People, get in here. Quickly save me." However, the person who appeared was Tran NAC. The man named Wong collapsed to the ground, kneeling and wailing in despair. Although completely covered by a hood, Tai Tai still recognized Tran NAC. She joyfully exclaimed, "Husband." Old Ho asked again in a daze, "Husband?" He felt his limbs go numb and thought to himself, "Damn it, her husband is this demon. Why didn't you say so sooner, you devil?" Tran NAC asked Tay Tay, "Then where's that little girl?" She didn't understand and asked back, "What do you mean?" He clarified, "Didn't a little girl come with you here? Around 5 or 6 years old, this tall, and looks very cute." Tay remembered. "Oh, she's in the next room eating." Tran and AC immediately instructed, "Before I come back, you're not allowed to mess things up, got it?" Tay replied shyly, "Well, I know that, but someone was trying to avoid drinks, so I just threw him down from up here." Hearing that, he went to where Kokang was lying. Throwing him down, that's a pretty good idea. Life and death are fated. He immediately put his words into action, casually throwing that trash, Kokang, out the window. Next, he asked his wife, "And what about this bald guy kneeling here? What did he do?" Tay smiled brightly. "He wanted to ply me with drinks. He wanted to take advantage of me." Old Ho, terrified, crawled to Tran NSC and pleaded, "No, big brother, I didn't. If I had known this was your wife, even with 1,000 livers, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on her." He growled, "You know me? Where's Laitan's son? He was here with you last time." He nodded vigorously. "Yes, I was here last time. Big brother, I didn't touch a single hair on your wife. Big brother, I really didn't." Tran and C then approached and patted old Ho's head, comforting him. Were you scared today?" He immediately said, "That scoundrel Kokang tricked me." He spoke softer. "Bear the pain a bit. It's better than losing your life. Will you jump yourself, or should I?" Old Ho immediately replied, "I'll jump myself." He thought to himself, "If I jump myself, I can at least choose my landing position, a better chance of survival." After dealing with the hooligans, Tran and AC turned to Tay and said, "Lok why? You're patient. You can't just wander around." She asked in surprise, "Huh? Lok why? I'm Lok Tay." Tran and AC was startled. "Then Lok Tay, do you know what your nickname is?" She happily replied, "The Queen of the Starry Sky." He took a few steps back and continued to ask, "Then who is your disciple?" "It's still Naidu." He had already retreated to the door, ready to run at the slightest sign of trouble. Tran and AC added, "So do you know who I am?" At this moment, Tay swayed, unable to stand steadily. "You're an AC Ni. You're my husband. Even with a helmet on, I recognize you." She fell to the ground, pouting. "Husband, carry me. I can't walk." Tran and AC cautiously said, "All right, let's reenact this. I'll ask again. What's your name?" Tay wondered, "Why do you need to ask?" He thought to himself, "If I don't get this clear, I'm not going over there, damn it." He began to ask, "What's your name?" Tay obediently replied, "My name is Lok YY, husband." "So who is the queen of the starry sky?" "Haha, husband. This name sounds like it was chosen by a middle school student." "Last question. Do you know Chu Nai Duong, husband?" Tay affirmed, "I don't like eating candy. I like drinking alcohol." Tran and AC was somewhat relieved. "Okay, it seems she temporarily recovered a bit when drunk, but then forgot in a flash." Drunk Tay kept demanding a hug. "Husband, hug me, hug me." Tran and AC hugged her. "The little girl in the next room, right?" Tay was no longer sober and didn't understand what he was saying. "What do you want to say, husband?" He sighed, "Well, wife, there's something quite coincidental. Didn't you meet a little girl today?" "Oh, I'll tell you when we meet later. There are many things you don't remember, and I haven't had time to make up. I haven't had time to tell you. Wait until we get home tonight, and I'll slowly make up, explain everything to you." Tay suddenly remembered. "That's right, husband, there's also someone inside. It's the little girl's foster mother." He was startled and dared not open the door. "Huh, foster mother?" Zao Van sensed movement and immediately asked, "Who's there?" Tran and AC, startled, slammed the door shut. "Damn it, why is Mistress Tong here? How can I explain this now? Mistress Tong is Chu Deep's foster mother." "Of course, she's also your foster mother. Then what about the father who was at your house last night?" Wife, you might not believe it, but our foster mother and biological father are actually husband and wife. Is that even a human voice anymore? From inside, Xiaovin called out, I call you. Do you dare to answer? TT was curious. Husband, why aren't you going in? I don't dare. Hold on. It's a bit chaotic, a bit chaotic. Soon after, he thought of a solution. Got it. Take Lu TT home first, then come back for Xiao Yi later. Can't let Lu TT and Song Chao Van meet. Although Song Chao Van is crazy, once she's not, she won't help me lie. Suddenly hearing Teacher Zhang's voice calling out, Chao Van, where are you, Chao Van? Tran NAC was caught off guard. Ah, and now the biological father is running over. Should I tell Lu TT that our father has a hobby of going to the hospital in the morning and running Majia Tong in the afternoon? Having no other choice, he pulled TT back to the old room. When Teacher Jiang arrived, he heard Xiao Ye's voice calling, Foster father. We're here. He immediately ran over. Dad's here. Tran NAC nervously listened in. Teacher Jiang asked, Xiao Yi, where's your brother? The girl immediately replied, Brother didn't come. My dad came to pick me up. Xiaovan also said, There's something strange inside. TT asked, confused, Husband, what are you doing? He replied, Wife, I'm saying I suddenly feel like I need to pee. I want to go to the bathroom. Do you believe me? As Xiao Van walked past that large room, she stopped and didn't go in. There's something strange inside, but Teacher Jiang thought she was having an episode, so he pulled his wife away. What's strange? It's strange, it's strange. Let's go home. Drunkard TT, however, lunged straight for the wine. Husband, can we toast? Seeing watermelon juice, Tran NAC grabbed it and handed it to her to drink. Drink this first. Drinking this makes the wine taste even better. Good girl. Tran NAC's phone rang at that moment. Hello, master? Teacher Jiang immediately asked. Tran NAC, where are you? He quickly made up an excuse. Master, I'm at Brother Lu's workplace. Teacher Jiang worriedly reported the news. Do you know your sister was picked up from daycare? He also pretended to be alarmed and went along with it. Huh, Xiaoyi was picked up? TT, listening in, immediately hugged the juice bottle and drank it all in one gulp. Teacher Jiang, fearing he was too worried, said, Yes, but don't worry. Xiao Yi is with your master's wife now. Xiao Yi said her dad came to pick her up. What's going on? He gave a forced laugh. Master, I don't know that. Master, the matter with Xiao Ye's father is very complicated. I'll tell you both when I get back. Where are you all now? TTI's state was not very good at this point. She even unbuttoned her shirt. Hot, husband, it's too hot. She just melted into Tran and Ac's arms. On the other side, Master Tuong continued, I've picked up Xiao Yi and brought her home. You'd best come back quickly, too. Tonight's matter was too messy, and also too outrageous. How could you bring Xiao Yi to a place like that? At this moment, holding a woman in his arms, he was too flustered to give a proper answer. Yes, master, I'll be back soon. He growled into the phone. Tonight I'm taking Xiao Yi home. When you get off work, come pick her up immediately. He hung up the phone. He pushed TT away and asked, Hey, what's wrong with you? Her breathing came in short gasps. Husband, I'm too hot. He sniffed immediately, startled and enraged. Tran NAC immediately cursed. Damn it. Holy heavens, they even drugged her. At this moment, TTI's face was flushed red, looking at Tran NAC with adoration. Husband. Tran NAC was unexpectedly kissed by TT, leaving him no time to react. He could only stand there, stammering. Then he turned his face away, a little red-faced, thinking, She's playing with fire. When she regains her memory, she's gonna fucking kill me. She didn't stop, continuing to press close and softly whisper, Husband, I can't stop. Then Tran NAC put his phone in his pocket. He quickly grabbed TTI's butt, smiled and said, This isn't the right place. It can't go on like this. Let's go home now. A moment later, Tran NAC carried her on his shoulder, putting on his helmet with his other hand. Then he leaped out the window to go downstairs, thinking, this way is a bit faster. The jump caused TTI's dress to flutter up. He landed lightly on Xiao Yong's hand, making him yell in pain. Broken, it's broken. Damn you. Oh my God, big brother, I'm sorry. I touched your leg. Then Tran NAC walked over to the trash can next to where Old was lying and said, I'm taking the phone with me. The scene shifts to Tangshan, in the eastern suburbs of Jinling City. Qing Shan was soaking himself, thinking, all three of my legs are probably crippled now. The doctor said soaking in hot springs can promote blood circulation, relax muscles and bones, and has some benefits. At this point, having nothing to worry about is the best time in one's life. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller was Wang Laohu. He took off his towel, picked up the phone, and said, hello. The voice on the other end spoke loudly. Li Qingshan, is that you? He stammered, recognizing the familiar voice. Sir, you're Zhang Linsheng. No, young master Hao Nan. Are you looking for me for something? Qingshan was scared inside. Too familiar. These days, I wake up from nightmares in the middle of the night, and in my dreams, it's always this voice. On the other end, Tran NAC replied, it's me. This is one of your subordinates' phones, right? He quickly replied, yes. He's a subordinate who eats with me, named Wang Laohu. Young master Hao Nan, did this subordinate of mine cause trouble for you? He replied, no. Hearing this, he felt a little relieved. That's good. Tran NAC continued, his voice slightly louder. But today, he abducted a woman from the main road to Jia Fong Hall and drugged and intoxicated her. Qing Shan asked anxiously, then that woman is? Tran NAC yelled into the phone, she's my wife. After hearing that, he was startled and scared, dropping the phone into the water. He mumbled, his wife. I'm done for, Wang Laohu. You've dug a grave for me this time. A subordinate on the shore rushed over to report. Boss, something big has happened. He yelled. What else could be a big deal? Is the sky falling? The subordinate whispered into Qingshan's ear. Our people got beaten. Wang Laohu was thrown from the third floor, right there at Jia Fong Hall. He immediately asked, is he dead yet? The subordinate quickly replied, not dead. He was sent to the hospital. Nothing major, just a few broken bones. He's lucky to have 9 lives. Qing Shan angrily yelled, why isn't he dead yet? Lucky? Lucky my ass. Not dead, right? If he's not dead, then just kill him. Beat him to death. Kill him immediately. Huh? What? Go quickly. Then he told his subordinates, go back first. I still have something to instruct. Qing Shan began giving instructions. Regarding Wang Laohu's incident today, he dragged a woman back earlier. You know what his intentions were. With his character, seeing a pretty girl, he's just hopeless. The subordinate wondered, is that woman's identity problematic? Who is she? He turned, his face tense, and said, she's his wife. Just hearing the words, his asterisk wife, made the subordinate turn pale. Qing Shan rotated the jade ring on his finger as he arranged things. Now, you immediately go find out everything that happened today. Find the key points, clarify everything. I'll give you half an hour. Can you do it? Despite his worry, the subordinate didn't dare to argue. Yes, boss. Second, bring Wang Laohu to me. Even if he's on his deathbed, you must bring him here. He immediately took the order. Yes, I'll go do it right away. He told his subordinate to hurry, but before they left, he told them to bring him a spare phone. Scene shifts to Tran NAC's home. TT was lying on the sofa, with Tran NAC pouring an entire large bottle of water into her mouth. She kept gulping it down. She tried to say, husband, I don't want water. I want a kiss. Auk. To the point where he had to coax her. Be good. Drinking lots of water will help sober you up and clear the drugs from your body. At the same time, Laohu's phone on the table vibrated. As soon as Tran NAC answered, Qingshan's voice came through. Mr. Haonam, it's me. He immediately asked, "Just now. I was only halfway through when you hung up." He explained, "Please excuse me, just now. After I heard what you said, my hands shook and I dropped the phone into the water." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "This person named Lai Ching Shan, he has some understanding. Whether this statement is true or false, the intention to humble himself is very clear. All right, let's continue then." He skillfully inquired, "May I ask a question first? Is your wife all right?" Tran NAC replied, "She's fine. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to call me." Sitting in the wheelchair, he tried to appease, "Mr. Hao Nam, I truly didn't know about this. Even if I had the guts of a tiger and a bear, I would absolutely not dare to anger you. Lately, I've been recovering from injuries outside, so I haven't paid attention to matters at home, you see. How about you give me one night? I'll find out the truth of the matter and give you an explanation, whether you want to kill or cut. It all just takes one word from you, all right?" On this side, Tran NAC smiled and replied, "All right, regarding today's issue, you'd better ask in detail. Especially Wang Lao Hu, the guy who took my wife. You must ask thoroughly." Tan's son politely said, "Yes, yes, yes. Please await my news." Tay, tied up, lay there trying to wriggle. Her mouth was muffled as she called out, "Husband, I'm so hot." It was the same old trick. He shoved a water bottle into her mouth. "Drink water, drink water. Drinking water will make the heat go away." Her power erupted. She unleashed an aura that knocked the water bottle away and broke the ropes. Tay screamed, "I won't drink, I won't drink." Then she pulled Tran and Ac's head to her chest, her voice full of excitement. "Husband, hug me, hug me." He made a pained face, not daring to say anything, only thinking to himself, "Big sister, I really don't dare to hug you. Fire near straw. Things will happen." Tran NAC struggled to break free, but couldn't. Tay's body was stiff. He could only sigh. Is having more strength really that great? She slowly fell asleep, still asking to be hugged. Tran NAC looked up. She's asleep. In this position, I can't do anything. My waist will definitely go numb. Then they both naturally lay down on the sofa. He resigned himself. Hug then. It's not like I haven't hugged her before. An hour later, Tay woke up and nudged Tran NAC, calling out, "Husband, your hand is on her waist." Tran NAC asked, "You're awake?" while his hand was around her waist and his leg tightly wrapped around the girl's. Tay softly said, "Can you let go of me first?" Then she dashed into the bathroom, smiling widely and saying, "I smell so bad, I'll go shower first." Tran NAC scratched his head, flustered. "Go quickly." Then he thought to himself, could it be that it's not because she drank too much water? The shower water turned on. Tay called out from inside, peeking her head around the door, "Husband, I don't have any clothes. Can you get me some clothes?" Tran NAC broke into a sweat. "Oh no, there are no women's clothes in the house." Tran NAC forced a smile. "All right, wait for me a moment." A few minutes later, he took his own clothes and brought them to the bathroom door. From inside, Tay called out, "Don't come in." She was only wrapped in a bath towel, revealing her somewhat round curves. She reached out for the clothes, softly saying, "Thank you, husband." After changing clothes, she stepped out, looking a bit uncomfortable. She wondered, why is this underwear so small? It doesn't fit. The two of them sat on the chairs. Suddenly, Tay spoke up, "Husband, another day, okay?" Hearing that made Tran NAC a little startled. She turned to him, her face a little sad, and continued, I'm sorry. I know you're my husband. You can do whatever you want. But I'm not ready yet. Can you give me some time, please?" He smiled and patted her head, replying, Don't think so much. Go to sleep." The scene shifts to another location. Hot Spring Resort. Tan Sun sat there, smoking, and spoke. How should I put it? Vang Lao took in a henchman named Ko Kang, and then helped him out, to extort money from the child's older brother. He went to the kindergarten to pick up the child, then kidnapped that woman right at the kindergarten gate. The henchman, who was pushing the wheelchair, continued. That woman and the child's adoptive mother went together. Lao Lai immediately cursed. This Ko Kang is truly not human. Vong Lao Ho is crazy for money, even accepting such a good-for-nothing. He added, this matter can be considered cleared up. So, Vong Lao Ho met the child's adoptive mother at the kindergarten. A friend of the child's adoptive mother was there, who also happened to be Hao Nam Sie's wife. Vong Lao Ho saw a beautiful woman and had bad intentions. He tricked that woman into coming along to Jia Fong Duong. After that, Hao Nam Sie arrived in time, beat up Vong Lao Ho's men, and rescued the woman, the child, and the adoptive mother. The henchman added, Boss. Not quite. According to Vong Lao Ho's account, that woman is no ordinary person. Whether Hao Nam Sie showed up or not, Vong Lao Ho would still have been killed. Tan Sun pondered. It's not strange for her to be no ordinary person. A fierce star meets a fierce star. It can only be said that Vong Lao Ho had bad luck. He didn't forget to curse. But damn it, if you have bad luck, don't drag me into it. The henchman immediately asked, Boss, Vong Lao Ho has been brought back. Do you want to meet him? Tan Sun replied, No, don't meet him. Keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him die. I still need to give that person an explanation. The wheelchair stopped, and he called out, Lao that. He stepped forward and asked, Boss, what is it? Tan Sun wondered. There's another detail. Think about it. The wife of that fierce star knows the child's adoptive mother, right? How could they be related? This matter is probably not simple, especially when that person called me and hinted at me with their words. Tan Sun deduced, didn't that Ko Kang want to kidnap his own daughter and extort money from the child's older brother? What's the identity of that child's older brother? Lao that immediately understood the problem. I'll go find out. Ko Kang is still breathing. 10 minutes later, Lao that hurried back. He reported, Boss, I've found out. The child's older brother is Tran Nac, a student at 8th High School. Tan Sun rubbed his chin and thought, this is the root of it. Ko Kang's daughter's older brother is Tran Nac, who is Hao Nam Sie's classmate. Hao Nam Sie's woman is also friends with Tran Nac sister's adoptive mother. Damn, this relationship is even closer than blood. He picked up his pipe, and Lao that quickly lit it. Then it's not just Vong Lao Ho. Ko Kang can't be spared either. Handing over Vong Ho is just to atone for sins. Adding Ko Kang will make this apology carry more weight. Lao that heard and quickly replied, Boss, you're wise. I'll definitely handle it properly. Tan Sun instructed, you must do it well. This could be a turning point for me to get free. At 3 a.m., Chu Ha, completely drunk, stumbled home. As soon as she entered the room, she kicked her shoes to one side, then walked in heavily, sighing, I'm dead tired. Suddenly, Chu Ha was startled to notice something unusual. The clothes in the closet were pulled out, extremely messy, and she immediately wondered if there was a thief in the house. She scanned around to check, pulled out the drawer, and sighed in relief. Fortunately, the gold necklace in the jewelry box wasn't missing. This was the only valuable thing in the house. Chu Ha felt puzzled. That's not right. If a thief broke in and didn't take the gold necklace, what did they take? I need to check the items in the house. 10 minutes later, she stood there furious, scolding. That damn pervert, stealing my underwear. They were new. I hadn't even worn them yet. They still smelled new. What was there to steal? The next day, Dai Loi was sleeping soundly when he got a phone call. He sat up, eyes half closed, asking, Nac Gia, is something wrong so early? He replied, did that bother your sleep? Dai Loi, in a sleepy voice, replied, it's fine. If you're looking for me this early, it must be important. Go ahead and say it. Tran Nac felt a little embarrassed, but still had to say, help me find a few sets of women's clothes. He added, don't get new clothes, get old ones. Not too old-fashioned, a bit stylish. Outerwear, no need for underwear. And size. She's probably about 170 centimeters tall. Also, Shoes size 37 or 38, leather shoes. High heels, sports shoes. Get a few pairs of each. All old shoes, no new ones. Dai thought to himself. Following NACGIA, life just gets more and more interesting these days. Last time it was KPI for beating people based on medical bills. Today it's finding women's clothes. Then he repeated the requirements for Tran NAC to confirm. Women's clothes and shoes. No underwear needed. Young and stylish. About 170 centimeters tall. Shoe size 37 or 38. Needs to be old, not new. I understand. I'll finish it soon and send it to you. He scratched his head, wondering. 170 centimeters tall. That girl Tun Kaka isn't even 170 centimeters. Tran NAC came back from shopping, looked at the house next door, and wondered. Just taking a few clothes. Surely the neighbor won't call the police, right? While Tete was brushing her teeth, Tran NAC's voice echoed in. I bought breakfast, fried dough sticks and soy milk, and also porridge. Her mouth still messy, she happily replied. Yes, I'm coming out. The two sat eating in the living room. Tete looked at him and said, Honey, what happened yesterday was very strange. That auntie came looking for you, but went to the wrong door. Then I saw that her mind wasn't very clear. I wasn't at ease, so I followed her. I'm sorry, I caused you trouble again. He sat eating a fried dough stick and replied, I know. You saw her and thought of yourself, so you felt sympathetic. She agreed. That's right. I don't know when my memories will recover. So when I saw her, I felt very sorry for her. Let me tell you the rest. Then she met some bad people, and then you arrived. Tete rubbed her stomach, hiccuping from eating too much, then wondered. But then why didn't you push open the door to meet that auntie and the child? Her husband came later, didn't he? Why did you hug me and hide? Tran NAC sat up straight, looking serious. Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about this. She also leaned over and replied, Go ahead. He began to explain. Although we have martial arts skills, we did have enemies in the martial world initially. We are currently living in anonymity, enjoying peaceful days here. So we still need to be a bit careful. If we show off too much, those with ill intentions might find out. What if this news spreads and the people from the old martial world come looking for us? That would be troublesome. Staying alive is important. Not everything can be done as one pleases. Do you understand? Tete turned to ask, So yesterday you wore a helmet and didn't show your face because you were afraid they would find us here? Tran NC patted her head and replied, That's right. You were the one who said it at first. Tired of the grudges and storms of the martial world, we decided to return to being ordinary people, living in anonymity for peaceful days. She looked stunned, eyes wide. Huh, I said that. Tran NAC replied, Yes, you said it. Tete thought to herself, Me, tired of those thrilling martial world matters? They were clearly very interesting. Just thinking about them makes me want to jump into action. Why is that? Then the two went downtown. She turned to him excitedly and asked, Honey, where shall we go have fun next? Tran NC carried several bags, thinking to himself, I need to quickly find a way to escape and go pick up Chu Deep at Teacher Tuong's house. He saw a beauty salon in front of them, and an idea flashed into his mind. Then he turned to Tete and said, Honey, I see you've been looking more and more haggard lately. Your complexion isn't very good. Come on, as a girl, you always need to take good care of yourself. Hearing that, she was a bit surprised and asked, Huh, have I become ugly? The receptionist stood there smiling. Welcome, distinguished guests. The staff asked, Is this your first time here? If it's your first time, let me tell you a bit about our salon's beauty programs. Tran NAC waved it off. No need for introductions. Just do everything for my wife, as long as no scalpels or needles are involved. The receptionist, having found a big spender, immediately praised, Sir truly loves his wife. Tete pouted from behind. Aren't you going to ask me? The consultant said, Well, sir, our salon happens to have a special offer. Deposit 1,000 yuan. Get 200 free. He replied, then deposit 1,000. The staff said, deposit 3,000 get. He interrupted, then deposit 3,000. At this moment, Tran NSC only wanted Tay to spend more time there. She ran over and asked, husband, do we have that much money? Afraid Tran NAC would change his mind and they'd lose the big spender because of Tay, the receptionist thought, we can't let this beauty ruin things. Then immediately waved to another staff member. Van, come here and attend to this beauty. The staff continued to advise, this gentleman is truly a promising young man. So, let's get you a membership card. Tran NAC nodded. When you do the treatments, take your time, be thorough, and make it last as long as possible. Half a day or even a whole day is fine. On the other side, Tay was pulled away by another staff member. Beautiful lady, please sit here. Would you like tea or soda? She didn't have time to react. When he was done, Tran NSC walked over and smiled, announcing, I've finished getting the card, wife. You do your beauty treatment here. I'll go to the market to buy some vegetables first. She was startled. Let's go together. He quickly and gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said, don't be scared. I'm just going to buy a bunch of vegetables. Your beauty treatment takes quite a while. I'll be back in a bit. We'll go home together. But for now, you stay here. Don't wander around. If anything happens, call me. Do you remember my phone number? At the same time, a salon staff member came. Beautiful lady, please come upstairs with me to enjoy today's journey to beauty. Let's go quickly. A moment later, at Teacher Tuong's house, Tran NAC stood at the door, scratching his head and calling out to his master. He immediately told him to come in. Seeing her brother, Chu Deep happily ran out and called him. Zhao Van smiled and reminded, wait a moment, you haven't finished brushing your hair. You'll be late for school soon. Teacher Tuong told him, Tran NAC, come with me to the kitchen. I have something I need to ask you. He turned to his sister and instructed, Chu Deep, be a good girl and brush your hair. He stood there with his arms crossed and asked, what about Chu Deep's father? Tran NAC explained, Master, as soon as you mentioned this, I couldn't help but get angry. In the hallway, Zhao Van was taking Chu Deep to school. Du Vip, let's go to school. The little girl turned and said, Godmother, I haven't seen my brother yet. She explained, your brother and godfather are talking. He'll be back in the afternoon anyway, so you can see your brother then. On this side, Teacher Tuong nodded. Hearing you say that, this Ko Kang is indeed no good. Tran NAC seized the opportunity and launched into a long speech. That's right. We absolutely cannot entrust Chu Deep to him. Oh, by the way, Master, what was that about you picking up Chu Deep yesterday? I was working at Brother Loy's place and didn't know anything. He began to recount. Yesterday, your mistress's illness recurred, and I just happened not to be home. She ran vaguely to the kindergarten by herself to pick up Chu Deep. Then she ran into Ko Kang, but your mistress doesn't remember anything when she has an episode. Chu Deep is still young, so she couldn't explain clearly. But that Ko Kang definitely had no good intentions. He even took Chu Deep to a disreputable place. Is that a place for children? Master Tuong turned to ask him. Earlier, you said he came to demand a few thousand yuan from you. Tran NAC replied, yes. He continued, how about this? Don't let Chu Deep go home with you anymore for now. Let her stay with me. That scoundrel Ko Kang, you can tell he's a gangster type, just by hearing about him. What if he comes to your place again and demands to take Chu Deep away? I'm worried a half-grown child like you won't be able to stand up to him. Master Tuong mused. We won't send her to the kindergarten boarding house anymore either. I'm free after school anyway. I'll finish a bit earlier every day to pick Chu Deep up with your mistress and take her home. Let's do this for a few days first. If nothing happens, you can pick her up later. If Ko Kang comes looking for trouble with you, just tell me. Tran NAC, pleased, clasped Master Tuong's hand. Master, you truly are a good master to me. I was just wondering how to arrange things for Chew Deep, he said, a little flustered. Don't get physical. Don't forget, she's not just your sister. She's my adopted daughter, too. Watching him leave, he added, go do what you need to do. Don't worry anymore. Your master's like tea. If you encounter trouble, tell me. Don't hide it. He smiled, waved goodbye, and said, yes, master. Tran Nac took out his phone. Laitan Sun still identified himself as Hao Nam Ca, so that could also help Hao Nam Ca show off a bit. He decided to leave it at that. Someone was calling on the screen. It was Worker Lu, which was his teacher Lu. As soon as he answered, the other side asked, Tran Nac, is that you? He asked back, yes, Teacher Lu, why are you calling me? Teacher Lu continued, where are you? Haven't you arrived at school yet? Whatever your reason, get to school right now. Tran Nac wondered, is something urgent, teacher? He replied, the new foreign school president wants to meet you. Don't ask me, I don't know the details either. He was a little surprised. Foreign school president meeting me? The scene shifted to Zhongnin No. 2 High School. Teacher Lu and Tran Nac walked down the corridor. He turned back and told him, you must perform well to give the school a chance to compete. He calmly replied, what does that have to do with me? Hearing that, he immediately turned back and challenged, what kind of talk is that? They are big foreign capitalists. If you please them, they might invest a large sum. Will our school's prestige still be the same as before? You're a student here. Will your status also be the same as before? Tell me, does it have anything to do with you? Tran Nac scratched his ear and smiled. I'm just a delinquent student trying to get through high school, and besides, I'm already working now, so I don't need a diploma. Teacher Lu retorted sharply, why is talking to you like talking to a brick wall? He glared at him, making him tremble slightly. Lu, the hired hand, I haven't seen you in a while. Your wounds have healed, so you've forgotten the pain. I gave you permission to act all high and mighty. He gave a wry smile. Oh dear, teacher is just anxious. Tran Nac, my little angel, please, I'm begging you, okay? Help the school. If anything happens in the future, I can still protect you. Tran Nac pondered. This idea wasn't bad. Then he snapped his fingers and added, it's a deal. Go tell the teacher in charge. From now on, if I don't come to school, consider it an excused absence. Teacher Lu quickly agreed. Okay, I'll handle that. Standing outside the president's office, he gave Tran Nac an additional instruction. On your way here, I heard that the president is looking for an assistant, preferably someone close to her age. Your English-speaking skills are the best in our school. You're the most suitable. He nodded. I know. Then Teacher Lu gently stepped forward and opened the door with a click. As he stepped in, a female voice rang out. Mr. Tran Nac. He politely replied, hello, President. He thought to himself, and she's supposed to be around my age? The person in front of him was a female butler. She explained, the young lady is the president. I am her butler. The young lady changed her mind and moved to another location to meet you. He was a bit puzzled. Young lady? What young lady? What's her name? She immediately replied, you'll know when you get there. Tran Nac sat in the car with many questions in his head. Around my age, rich, and a woman? Do I know anyone like that? A moment later, the scene shifted to an extremely luxurious hotel in the city. The female butler and Tran Nac stood in front of a room. She said, the young lady is inside. Please go in, I'll wait outside. He gently pushed the door open and walked in. In front of him was a blonde girl who looked a bit familiar. She was wearing a yoga outfit. Seeing her, Tran Nac could only curse silently. Damn, she looks very familiar. The girl looked up, startling Tran Nac. He didn't expect her to be Neville. She immediately told him, had enough looking? Go close the door tightly. Tran Nac exclaimed in a panic, Neville. What the hell? How did you find me? She immediately replied, fraud. Tran Duong, right? I searched for people with this name all over Hong Kong. Then I confirmed you were lying. He went out and closed the door. In his head, he was thinking, I should have thought of hummingbirds. Neville continued her practice in a seductive pose and went on. Wyson Hotel, Kathmandu. I went to ask about your check-in time. Then I checked the list of all male passengers who entered Kathmandu within 48 hours. I put in so much effort and finally found you, you fraud. Tran Nak replied, Didn't we already say? We'd never meet again in this lifetime. You agreed to it then. Neville turned around, twisting her body exactly in the pose she was practicing. I changed my mind. I'm a girl, and girls often change their minds. She crawled over and gave him a cat bell. Tran Nak was startled and asked, What are you doing? Is this a yoga pose? Neville dangled the bell, making it jingle a few times. Her face flushed. She asked him, I wonder if you like it or not. Neville draped herself over Tran Nak, making him a bit confused. She whispered in his ear, I've booked this room. We still have 2 hours, you know. Then she tied the cat bell around her own neck and continued, 2 hours are enough for us to do many, many things. Can I wear this bell? She spoke suggestively. Later, the louder the bell rings, the more you like me. Tran Nak sat there, gulping, thinking to himself, who could resist this? The scene shifted to a tree branch outside, where a group of pigeons was engaging in reproductive activities. In the classroom, Kaka looked outside and pondered. I don't know why, but these past few days, I've felt uneasy, a strong sense of danger. She looked at the next desk. Tran Nak isn't in school today either. I called him, and he said he was busy. He hung up after just a few words. Lai Chow Chow didn't come either. No, after school today, I have to go to his house and see what's going on. The scene shifted to Dudon Restaurant, specializing in coffee and Western dishes. Inside, Antu asked his daughter, Tran Nak hasn't contacted you these past 2 days. Ingwan replied, No. Hearing that, she said, Then you could take the initiative to talk to him. She replied, a little dejectedly, I sent 10 messages. He replied to at most 1. I spoke 8 out of 10 sentences, and he only replied with 2 words. Either Opa is busy, or he doesn't want to talk to me. What's fun about always taking the initiative like this? Antu, while reading the newspaper, spoke provocatively to his daughter. So you don't like him? Ingwan was a bit defiant. Anyone who still likes him is a dog. She pretended to look behind her and said, Mr. Tran Nak. Seeing that, Ingwan immediately turned around and called Opa, but no one was there. Antu then smiled and said, Puppy, finish the rice in your bowl quickly. If you really miss him, go find him. She replied immediately, Opa doesn't allow me to go back to school, saying Mom's matter isn't resolved yet, and told me to stay by Mom's side. Antu suggested, then you can go to his house to find him. Ingwan wondered, but if I go, won't I be disobeying him? He won't get angry, will he? She whispered into her ear, You don't understand. Boys this age are all contradictory. Mom doesn't believe it. Faced with a beautiful girl like my daughter, who is also devoted to him and takes the initiative to seek him out, would he still get angry? Hearing that, Ingwan immediately stood up. Should I go now? Antu smiled. What's the rush? Finish your meal first, then go after Tran Nak gets home from school. Back at the hotel, Neville was hugging Tran Nak's neck and whispering in his ear, When we were at ABC, I felt you were very interested in my body. Now it's just the 2 of us here. You can do whatever you want with me. At this moment, he grimaced and could only mutter to himself, Damn it, I'm really creating karma. Tran Nak took a deep breath and replied, What we have is time. Then he wrestled Neville down and continued, So let's take it slow. She lay sprawled on the ground, screaming, Are you sick, a man like you? You actually hurt me. He quickly explained, Miss, stop talking nonsense. If others hear these words, it could easily cause misunderstandings. She demanded of him, Help me up. But Tran Nak immediately stepped back. It's best if you don't move, otherwise I might hurt you again. Neville then asked, Is it because my body isn't beautiful enough? Or am I not attractive enough? Trannak held his head and asked, "Tell me, what do you want?" She pointed and smiled. "I want you to become my man." He sighed and thought to himself, "Seriously, is everyone like this? I'm not some Tang monk's flesh." Trannak quickly waved his hand. "No way." Neville retorted, "Nothing is impossible. Besides you, I don't look at anyone else. Nor do I want anyone else. You saved my life from the hands of death. That's why I came to you." Then followed an exchange between the two. "No, I'm not interested in you at all. I have someone I like." "You're lying. I don't believe it." "Then choose someone else." "Can't be changed." "Why not?" "Is she more beautiful than me? More attractive than me? Or richer than me?" It's impossible to reason with her anymore. Trand NAC closed his eyes and presented a final option, asking, "Big sis, if I say I'm gay, will you believe me? Can you let me go?" But Neville, full of determination, replied, "Norway, even if you're truly gay, I'll help you straighten out." Tran NAC's face darkened as he asked, "Am I that special?" She boldly stepped forward. Then she hugged him and continued, "My whole family is gone. I just want to obediently stay by someone's side. Besides you, I really don't know who else I can find in this world. I'm truly very lonely. You brought me back from the hands of death. So in this world, you are my only family, just you." Neville, sobbing and tearing up, added, "Don't leave me. Can I stay by your side?" Tran NAC held her hand. Then he stepped back a distance. He put his hands on his hips and told Neville, "Staying by my side is impossible." She still tried to hold on. "Even temporarily?" He said firmly, "You're not allowed to investigate or reveal my secrets. You're not allowed to disturb my life." Neville immediately agreed. "Anything." "Then will you be my man?" He didn't answer but demanded of her, "Then you should still leave." She agreed. "I won't force you, but you can't deliberately avoid me either." Tran NAC turned and demanded, "From now on, you're not allowed to repeat what happened just now. If it's like today again, then you know the outcome." Neville argued, "It's fine as long as we don't do those things in front of others." At this moment, he turned and asked, "Right, what happened to the colleague over there?" She replied, "I found you, and then I invested over 3 million into this education company." Tran NAC sighed, truly wondering if she was blind. "I'm not some good person, much less a prince." Neville immediately brushed it off. "What's a prince? He still has to call me auntie. He's just a child who follows after me." He thought to himself, "You're amazing. You're also incredible. The Devonhire family is indeed an ancient and noble family." Tran NAC held his head. "Also, if I have to call her auntie someday, just thinking about it gives me a headache." Scene change. At the same time, at Jinling International Airport, at the International Arrivals Hall exit, a familiar girl with long white hair appeared. Deep Duong stood there, wondering, "Lok Tay Tay, dare to go out and wander around? Once I find you, you're dead." A person called Elder Vu appeared beside the girl and said, "It truly exceeded my expectations. I never thought I'd accidentally meet you in this distant land." He patted Deep Duong's head and asked, "Are you here alone? And where's the person next to you?" The little girl's eyes widened in surprise as she replied, "She's not here. I came for a holiday. I am Chinese." Elder Vu nodded. "All right. Then I wish you a pleasant holiday." Deep Duong turned to him and asked, "Then what are you doing here?" "As the great spiritual leader of the Cultivator Association, I doubt you believe in your God here." He replied, "I'm also planning to rest, and while I'm at it, do a few small tasks. The Cultivator Association needs funding too." Elder Vu smiled and continued, "Think carefully for a moment about being with a frail girl. Don't talk as if you have no future. My promise is still valid. Anytime, you are welcome to become my disciple, little genius." After that, he left. He didn't forget to wave goodbye to her and offered encouragement. "Don't let me down." Deep Duong, feeling a little grateful, watched him and softly called out, "Elder Vu." He took out his glasses, wiped them, and said, "A captain shouldn't be like a shrinking turtle. It seems this time, I'm truly backed into a corner. I'll definitely have to pay a considerable price. After that, Elder Vu put on his glasses and called Tran Nac's name. Over here. Tran Nac walked down the hallway, thinking to himself, the arrangements here are temporarily settled. I must quickly complete Lai Tan Sun's matter. Then he took out his phone from his pocket. He called Lam Sin and said, Brother Haonam, I'll give you the address. You go there first and check it out. Lam Sin wondered, what's going on? He smiled. I'll bring you before everyone and get you equipped. Then he hung up abruptly. A moment later, at a Taoist temple, the two sat at a tea table. Tran Nac said, Brother Haonam, let's talk for a bit. It's almost time. He asked directly. Brother Haonam, actually, your memory has recovered, hasn't it? Lam Sin stammered. You figured it out. Tran Nac smiled as he poured a cup of tea, saying, I figured it out a long time ago. I even know you went to Jiaofeng Tong to inquire about what happened inside that day. Hearing that, he immediately asked, So you're going to erase my memory again? Lam Sin's face showed a bit of fear at this moment. You're not planning to silence me, are you, big brother? I haven't offended you these past few days. I've done everything you told me to do. You told me to learn boxing with old Master Jiang, and I obediently went to learn. I'm also your senior brother. Tran Nac drank his tea and said, You're the second senior brother. Lam Sin cringed and replied, Second senior brother is still a senior brother, after all. Fellow disciples can't harm each other. Seeing that expression, he reassured him, Don't worry. I called you here for something else. I'll tell you from the start. Later, just do as I say. 1 hour later, someone stood there and pushed the door, along with a voice ringing out. Tan Sun sat there in a wheelchair, reminding his junior. Seventh brother obeyed and knocked a few times. A voice from inside said, Come in. Seeing the two of them sitting there, Tan Sun spoke. Mr. Haonam. Long time no see. Lam Sin saw this and reminded himself. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Tran Nak instructed. Just don't do anything. He told his subordinate. Old Seven, go outside and guard the door. I'll call you in later. Lam Sin, sitting there, spoke. Please sit. Then he gestured to the side and introduced. This is my classmate, named Tran Nak, and also my junior disciple. Tan Sun saw this and raised his hand in a greeting. Pleasure, pleasure. He thought to himself. He's not just a classmate, but also a senior and junior disciple. No wonder his wife and his son's godmother are friends. And no wonder this brother, Haonam, interfered in Gukang's matter. But this junior disciple, he's someone whose emotions are all over his face. Easy to deal with, not profound and unpredictable like Mr. Haonam. No problem. It turned out Tran Nak was sitting there looking annoyed, like someone whose emotions are easily revealed. Tan Sun continued. Since yesterday, I haven't slept all night. The matter you entrusted to me, I've already finished it. Lam Sin said in a deep voice. Let's hear it. He began to explain. Firstly, I must certainly apologize. I absolutely did not go easy. That scoundrel old tiger, Wong, offended sister-in-law. Although I don't know the specifics, he is, after all, my subordinate, so I still have to atone to you. Luckily, sister-in-law is all right. Tran Nak pretended to be angry, stood up, slammed his hand on the table and shouted. All right, saying all right is enough. Tan Sun quickly forced a smile, waved his hand, and tried to explain. Of course, it can't be said like that. He thought to himself. Indeed, he is someone easily angered, unlike Mr. Haonam, who shows no emotions, making it impossible for others to know what he's thinking. Tan Sun said, He offended sister-in-law. Even if you don't pursue it, I can't be so unreasonable. So I am here today to make amends. Still maintaining that attitude, Tran Nak yelled, How will you make amends? Lam Sin calmly raised a hand to stop him. Junior disciple, calm down. Let him speak first. So he sat down, still looking annoyed. Tan Sun quickly added, Right. Let me finish first. See if this works for you too. Besides old Tiger Wong, there's also a person named Gu Kang, who also offended this young brother Tran Nok, didn't he? I've thought about it for a long time. What happened yesterday may seem like two incidents, but in reality, it's just one. The crux of the matter lies with the younger sister of young brother Tran Nok. Therefore, Gu Kang and old Tiger Wong are both currently injured, covered in wounds. Although their lives are spared, they will suffer no small amount of pain. Once their wounds heal, I will arrange for those two to go to prison. Hearing this, Tran Nok questioned, "Put them in their jail? For how long? Furthermore, you say put them in, and they go. Do you own the prison?" Tan Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued, "Of course I'll have a way to make them voluntarily take responsibility and turn themselves in. If they refuse, it's not difficult. Tie them up drunk and put them in a car, then dump them by the roadside. Then put some forbidden items in the car, that'll do. Even the duration, it's entirely up to you two to decide." After speaking, he glanced at Lam Sin, wondering, "Mr. Haonam isn't saying anything. What does that mean?" Tran Nok, sitting there, spoke up, "Old man, my senior disciple's intention, this compensation is barely acceptable." At this moment, he sighed in relief and smiled faintly. "That's good, that's good." Then he knocked on the table a few times, calling old Seven. Outside, his subordinate brought in a bag. Tan Sun smiled faintly and said, "A small token of my regard for having offended sister-in-law before. I don't have anything else, so consider this for sister-in-law to buy some clothes or makeup to soothe her spirits a little." While Lam Sin sat there smoking and enjoying, Chin Nuo continued to speak on his behalf. "My senior brother said, 'Leave it.' Hearing this, he immediately replied, 'Then I'll take my leave.' Lam Sin still said nothing, only stood up and extended his hand to signal not to see them off. His demeanor remained very calm. Ching Shan quickly grabbed his hand and said in a fawning tone, 'Mr. Haonan, please remember us.' He also didn't forget to shake his hand. 'Mr. Chen Nua, this is our first meeting, and I was not thoughtful enough for not preparing something for your sister. Please forgive me.' While shaking hands, Chen Nua subtly transmitted a bit of spiritual energy into him. Sitting in the car on the way back, old Seven turned to ask his big brother. He didn't say a word. Ching Shan replied, 'I couldn't find a chance to speak. The timing wasn't right.' Old Seven said reassuringly, 'But he accepted the money, so it's a bit easier now. He'll surely remember your good gesture. In the future, bringing it up again should be easier.' He nodded. 'You have a point, but I'm worried.' 'You have a point, but I'm worried.' Old Seven asked further, 'That Mr. Haonam, he actually has a junior brother, which means they have a sect. Boss, do you want to investigate?' Ching Shan's face turned pale as he brushed him off. 'Are you crazy? Foolish. A sect that can cultivate a little venomous dragon. How formidable must the other seniors be? Can we really investigate such a sect?' As they were talking, the car suddenly braked hard, and due to inertia, Ching Shan and old Seven were thrown forward. He snapped, 'What kind of driving is this? Are you blind?' The driver quickly explained, 'Seventh brother, a car ran a red light. I almost hit it.' Ching Shan clutched his head and cursed, 'Shut up! Everyone shut up!' His body trembling with excitement, he continued, 'My leg. My leg can move again.' A moment earlier, after the two had left the room, Lam Sin sat there, relieved, thinking to himself, 'It's finally done.' Then he picked up the teacup and gulped it down. Chin Nuo saw this and turned to ask, 'Are you that nervous?' Lam Sin wiped his sweat and replied, 'What do you think? That's Li Ching Shan, the boss of Jinling City that no one dares to offend.' Then he asked curiously about the bag. 'What's in this?' Chen Nuo calmly said, 'Just open it and see for yourself.' As soon as he unzipped it, Lam Sin's eyes lit up and he asked in surprise, 'So much money? The new bills are dazzling.' Chen Nuo said, 'Count it. See how much there is.' While Lam Sin was busy counting the money, Chen Nuo sat beside him, shaking his leg, and asked, 'This is the fifth time. Are you done counting yet? Lamson replied, 8, 88,800. He exclaimed, what an auspicious number. He closed the money bag and wondered, why do I feel it strange? Thinking about it, it's not even that much. For a big boss like him, offending you, only compensating 80,000 plus. I thought it would be several 100,000, nearly a million. Chen Nuo straightened up and said, as for offending me, he already sent old Tiger Wang and Gu Kang to jail, which is considered compensation. This money is actually just to show some sincerity. If he gave a million from the start, how much would he have to give if he really needed my help later? One must retreat step by step. A person like Li Qingshan has been in the Jianghu for a long time. Lamson nodded after hearing this. So that's how it is, I understand. He stood up, walked out the door, and waved. All right, it's not early anymore. I'm heading off now. I still have to go buy groceries to cook dinner. Lamson held up the bag of money and asked, you haven't taken the money yet. Tran NAC turned back and smiled. If you're acting, you have to see it through to the end, buddy. Keep it safe. Don't spend it recklessly. He was a little touched. This is for me. Lamson thought to himself, but he doesn't have a wife. So what about Tun Kaka? The next day, Dai Loi walked up carrying 2 large suitcases, smiling, and said, NAC Jia, what you asked me to do is done. The things are all here. He smiled and asked, that fast? He immediately replied, for NAC Jia's matters, how could I dare to delay? Tran NAC noticed something strange and asked, what happened to your face? Dai Loi replied awkwardly, she scratched me. I saw that her height and shoe size matched what you assigned. So I rushed to her house, grabbed everything from her wardrobe, and also conveniently grabbed a makeup kit and a skincare set. As a result, I got scratched like this. He patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him. You've worked hard. You've helped me a great deal with this. Oh, right, these past few days. Go find Lai Tan's son. Just go. And tell him. On how Nam told you to go. On how Nam, remember, don't mention my name. From now on, it's on how Nam. Dai Loi wondered. Then what am I going to Lai Tan's son for? What should I say? Tran NAC picked up the 2 suitcases and turned back to reply. You tell him that on how Nam told you to come collect the medical fees. Inside the beauty salon, a consultant's voice said, girls, you have to take care of yourselves early. Our salon offers eternal youth treatments. No need to worry about prices. We currently have a special promotion with huge discounts. Girls must know how to love themselves. A beautiful face is a girl's greatest asset. Our female charm assessment. At the same time, Tran NAC was standing at the door. Before he could even enter, Tay ran out, grabbed his shirt, and pulled him away. Husband, run. While Tran NAC was still confused, Tay explained. They were recommending cosmetic treatments to me. I was afraid you'd be fooled. She turned and continued. Husband, I remember you once said we don't have money. So let's come to places like this less often. Tran NAC gave a thumbs up and smiled. That's right, we're very poor. My wife is still the one who knows how to save. Then the 2 walked down the street. Let's go home and cook dinner. We'll make braised ribs, sweet and sour tomatoes, and green vegetables. Your favorite. Tay linked arms with him. All right, I didn't eat anything at the beauty salon for lunch. Back home in the kitchen, Tran NAC was washing dishes when he heard a voice from outside. Husband, come here quickly. I keep feeling like something isn't right. He peeked out and asked, huh, what's not right? Tay, putting on clothes, said, the clothes are very loose. The people at the salon said this doesn't suit me. Tran NAC quickly gave a reason. Before, when you were sick, I took care of you and just randomly changed them. You pick the clothes you like. She looked into the wardrobe and asked, husband, are these all my clothes? He nodded. That's right. Tay turned and continued to ask, then do we have any skincare products or makeup? Tran NAC immediately took out the prepared bag and gave it to her, saying, of course. Before, when you were sick, you liked to break things. So I put all these fragile items in a bag for you. Tran NAC then thought to himself, good thing Dai Loi was so thoughtful. She took the makeup bag and then called him. All right, you go outside. I want to change clothes. Wearing t-shirts for days isn't very good either. Tran NAC smiled. All right, I'll go back to washing dishes. Turning around, he thought unhappily to himself, I, the dignified king of hell, actually have to do housework one day. I miss those people of different nationalities in the kitchen in my previous life. English food, French food, Japanese food, Brazilian food, eating all kinds of international foods. While deep in thought, Tete called, Husband, then stepped out and asked, Are you sure I used to wear things like this? Morning love family, little starry sky. She then felt embarrassed herself. Was my aesthetic really like this? Tran NOC turned around, covering his mouth to laugh. It's quite beautiful, actually. You used to love wearing it. He thought to himself, How exciting. If I took a few photos and posted them on the octopus monster, how much could they sell for? Then he turned to Tay-Tay and said, It's all packed up. Let's go buy a bed. We can't keep sleeping on the sofa. Hearing this, she was a little surprised. Going out? Then I'll go change. Wearing her old clothes again, Tay-Tay leaned close to his ear and asked, Husband, where are we going? Tran NOC opened the door and replied, Duong 2 Street. There's a second-hand appliance store there. The two went out, closing the door with a thud. At the same time, the other two girls, Din Yuan and Kaka, had the same idea simultaneously. Let's go. Tran NOC must be home by now. Din Yuan stepped outside and saw a taxi already parked there. She glanced to the side and saw a little girl, Deep Duong, sitting there, looking around. Seeing the girl crying, Din Yuan wondered, lost. She sat down next to Deep Duong and asked, Little girl, what's wrong? The girl covered her face and cried loudly, I can't find my way back to the hotel. Din Yuan continued to show concern. Did you come out alone? The girl replied, No, I came with my older sister. We came here to play together. We took the bus when we came out, but I fell asleep, and when I woke up, my sister was gone. I got off the bus to look, but I couldn't find her. She thought to herself, Such a cute little girl. I absolutely can't leave her here. Thinking this, Din Yuan intended to pat the girl's head and suggested, How about I take you home? Deep Duong immediately turned her head to the side and replied, My sister said not to go with strangers. She tried to explain, but I'm not a bad person. Then Din Yuan made a cute face and smiled, saying, I'm so beautiful. How can I be a bad person? Bad people look ugly. Don't you watch TV? Deep Duong immediately replied, Okay, then I trust you. She looked down and asked, Do you remember which hotel you and your sister are staying at? Deep Duong took out a black card and said, Yes, I do. Here's the room card. Din Yuan gently said, With the room card, it's easy. I'll take you home then. In the taxi, the two chatted. How old are you? I'm 8.5. Why is your hair white? Did your family dye it for you? It's very beautiful. Thank you, big sister. What's your younger sister's name? My name is Chu Nai Duong. A moment later, they arrived at the hotel written on the room card. The two stood in front of a room. Deep Duong pointed at it and said, This is it. While Din Yuan pressed the doorbell, the girl standing there said, My sister doesn't seem to be back yet. She immediately turned and said, Then you open the door and go into the room first. I can't leave you sitting in the hallway. Deep Duong proactively asked, Big sister, can you wait for my sister with me? I'm scared to be alone. She enthusiastically replied, Of course. Suddenly remembering something, Din Yuan immediately asked, Oh, right. Do you remember your sister's phone number? If she can't find you, she must be very worried. Deep Duong turned around, closed the door, and replied, Wait a moment. Then she looked at Din Yuan with a somewhat strange gaze and asked, Big sister, didn't anyone tell you not to easily follow strangers? She was surprised by the question and turned back startled, as at this moment, a wave of spiritual energy surged towards her. Deep Duong used her ability and smiled, saying, Go to sleep. Din Yin clutched her head, feeling dizzy. Looking at the girl lying there, Deep Duong smugly said, "Adults' minds are all as simple as Lok Tay-T's." Tay-Tay used a secondary account to accept the mission to assassinate her birth mother, then disappeared. She must be taken to a remote place for interrogation. Then the little girl called the front desk for help. "Sir, can you help me carry the suitcase downstairs to the hotel entrance? It's too heavy for me to carry." Thinking the little girl was harmless, he happily agreed. "All right, little girl." "Thank you, sir." At the same time, on Duong 2 Street, second-hand home appliances store. While Tay-Tay was petting the cat, Tran Mac was haggling over every penny. "Boss, make it a bit cheaper." The boss snapped. "It can't get any cheaper. That's a big brand. Tichmong Tuesday, if it wasn't second-hand, where would you find it for 400? At the same time, a message notification sound came through. He took out his phone to check. A message from Onloy. "Mac Gia, where are you? Kaka said no one was home at your place, so she's coming to the store to look for you." Tran Mac cursed under his breath. "Damn it, Onloy's store isn't even 200 meters from here." He secretly glanced sideways. Luckily, Tay-Tay was distracted by the cat. If she saw this message. Dai Loy messaged again. "I lied to her, saying you're on a business trip. Don't mess it up, okay? I told her to go home now." He immediately replied, "Well done. I'm on Duong 2 Street. A bit busy right now. It's not convenient." Onloy replied, "Got it. I'll definitely ensure Mac Gia's safety." But immediately after, another message came. "Mac Gia, it's not good. I was about to tell her to leave, but there's a big mouth in the store. He said he saw you at the home appliance store, and Kaka went to look for you." Reading the message felt like a bolt of lightning. Then he quickly pulled Tay-Tay out, turned back, and told the boss, "All right, let's go with your price. Tell the driver to deliver the bed to the address I sent." She wondered, "Are we just leaving like that?" As soon as they stepped out, they saw Kaka walking in front of them. Looking at Tay-Tay, he thought, if these two meet, the level of chaos would be unimaginable. Tun Kaka and Lai Din Yuan, at most, would just have a war of words. If it were Lok Tay-Tay, it would be a matter of life and death. At the same time, she turned to him and asked, "Husband, why are you sweating so much?" Tran Mac quickly turned around and ran, saying, "Wife, I need to use the restroom for a bit. Wait for me here, okay?" Just as Kaka walked past Tay-Tay, she silently thought, "That older sister is really beautiful." Then she paused, realizing she was comparing again. She walked past Tay-Tay. "I'm still in my developmental stage. I still have a chance." Kaka glanced back and realized, but the clothes she's wearing, Tran Mac has an identical one. I must be missing Tran Mac too much. 5 minutes later, Tran Mac peeked out from the restroom, thinking, Kaka must have gone inside to look for me. This is my chance to get Tay-Tay away. Then he went out, took Tay-Tay's hand, and walked. "Let's go, we're going home." This time it was her turn. "Wait for me a moment, husband. I need to use the restroom too." Tran Mac stood in front of the restroom, holding his head. "Don't squabble like this. Waiting here definitely isn't safe. Maybe I should hide inside." While he was still without a plan, Kaka's familiar voice called out, "Tran Mac." It made him jump. She ran over, hugged him, and smiled. "I haven't seen you in 2 or 3 days." In contrast to Kaka's expression, Tran Mac's face turned pale as he thought, "What the hell kind of surprise is this?" She wrapped her arms around his neck, looked up, and asked, "Why haven't you been to school these past 2 days?" Tran Mac made an excuse. "Onloy's store has been too busy." He thought nervously, "Damn it, if Lok Tay-Tay comes back, this place is going to explode." Tran Mac turned to her and asked, "Why didn't you reply to my messages?" Kaka immediately retorted, "Nonsense, I did reply. I sent so many messages, and you only replied to one the whole day. That." Then he placed his hand on her shoulder and continued, "Kaka, we're still students. Hugging like this in public." Indeed, some people around them were staring. Tran Mac thought, "I can't stand here. I need to move somewhere else." Then he took her hand and walked. I'll take you sightseeing. The night market on Duong-Tu Street is very lively. Kaka pulled her hand back. Then wait for me here. I'm going to the restroom. Later. You have to take me to eat something delicious, okay? Tran Mac's face turned green. Wait here? Can I really wait? Is this something I can wait for? Inside the restroom, the tap was running. Tay-Tay looked over and saw Kaka applying lipstick, hesitating a little. That. She turned to her and complimented. Your lipstick color is very pretty, and it looks great on you. Kaka replied. You're also very beautiful. She thought to herself, she's completely barefaced. She's really beautiful. Then she asked Tay-Tay, do you want to put some on? She smiled. Is it okay? Can I use it? You don't mind. Kaka happily said, it's fine. Go ahead and put it on. You're really beautiful. It'll definitely look great on you. The two of them stood there constantly complimenting each other. You're so beautiful. I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you. No, not at all. You're also very beautiful. Are you also here to buy household appliances? No, I came with my husband. He's waiting for me outside. Tran Nac, waiting outside, shivered slightly. What's wrong? Suddenly I'm getting goosebumps. Inside, the two girls were still chatting. I came to find my boyfriend. He's also waiting for me outside. Oh, really? So the two of them walked out arm in arm at the same time. Kaka also complimented. The shirt you're wearing is also very nice. My boyfriend has an identical one. Tay-Tay asked in surprise. Oh, really? She replied. That's right. But it's very popular for women to wear men's clothes now. Once outside, Tay-Tay kept calling, Honey, honey. Kaka also looked puzzled. Where did he go? Tran Nac hid to the side and cursed. What the F***CK is going on? They've become sisters. He took out his phone and frantically texted, thinking, she's trying to kill me. Tun Kaka absolutely can't call out my name. Kaka raised her hand to call out the word Tran. Before she could say his name, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She held up her phone to show Tay-Tay. My boyfriend. On the other end, Tran Nac said, Kaka, Mr. Loy's store has an urgent matter, so he called me back. I'm leaving now. After you're done, please come to the store to find me. Then he hung up abruptly, which made her a bit confused. He just hung up. Kaka waved goodbye to Tay-Tay. Sister, my boyfriend has an urgent matter, so he left first. I'm leaving too. She also gently smiled and waved goodbye. Okay. Tran Nac peeked out, sighing in relief, thinking, that was too thrilling. I almost had a heart attack. Tay-Tay stood there calling loudly, Honey, honey. He appeared behind her with 2 ice creams. Here, here. She wondered where he went, and he replied, I bought this for you. Then the two walked arm in arm. Let's go home. The bed must have been delivered by now. All right. After Ka returned to Dai Loy's store, her face showed a hint of surprise. Dai Loy scratched his head awkwardly. There's no other way. It's urgent. The supplier was rushing us. So little Nac just came back, and I told him to go again. This batch of goods absolutely must be checked and picked up today. Otherwise, we can't sell them tomorrow. Kaka felt a bit disappointed but accepted. Okay then. At the same time, a message from Tran Nac arrived. Kaka, I'm sorry. It was too urgent. I didn't even have time to tell you. Kaka replied, although I'm not happy, I can't delay your work. Tran Nac reassured her. Wait until I'm done with this busy period. Kaka texted back, once you're done, you absolutely have to be by my side. I'll forgive you this time. He immediately obeyed. Over in the car, Tran Nac put his phone in his pocket and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, successfully passed the test. Meanwhile, Tay-Tay was intently looking at her phone. He massaged her shoulder and asked curiously, who are you texting? She replied, I just met a very beautiful girl in the restroom. The girl even lent me her lipstick. We had a great chat, so we exchanged phone numbers. Hearing her reply, his whole body seemed to turn to stone, motionless. Tay-Tay asked worriedly, honey, what's wrong? He held his head, worriedly thinking, they have each other's phone numbers now. If the two of them really become best friends, then I'll have to face a storm, a battlefield. He pretended to turn and play the role of a stingy husband, saying, Lock YY. Each message costs 1 dong. It's very expensive, so text less. She obediently followed. I'll just send this last message. Invite her to go shopping with me, and then we'll go home to eat. Tran NAC was startled to hear that. You haven't told her our home address yet, have you? She replied, Not yet. There aren't enough characters in the message, so I'll tell her another day. He quickly agreed. Another day. Let's make it another day. Arriving home, the bed had been assembled. He turned to Tay and said, Lock YY. Go take a shower. You've been out for so long today. You must have sweated a lot. Take off your clothes. I'll wash them for you. She seemed happy. Today we can sleep in the bed. While she was showering, Tran NAC outside smirked mischievously and threw her phone away. Time passed quickly. It was time to sleep. While Tran NAC sat there laughing, Tay lay thinking to herself, even though we've slept on the sofa together, sleeping in a bed feels different. Tran NAC lay down, turned over, and whispered, Lock YY, my lady, honey, are you asleep? She tightly closed her eyes and wondered, this close. It's not like he wants to. Seeing Tran NAC reach his hand across her head as if to hug her, Tay blushed, her eyes wide open and a little shy. Then she sat up and swung her arm. An electric current flashed, knocking Tran NAC aside, and she yelled, No. The impact broke the bed, and the two of them froze, staring at each other. He pointed at the light bulb and explained, That, I just wanted to reach over and turn off the light, but the light is on your side. She quickly said, I'm sorry. Honey, whenever I'm stressed, I can't control myself. Tran NAC sighed. Let's sleep on the sofa again tonight. We'll buy a new bed tomorrow. The next morning, Tran NAC cleared the dishes. Tay rubbed her stomach. I'm full, honey. Where's my phone? I'm meeting my new friend for shopping today. He pretended to be innocent and said, Oh no. Yesterday I left it with the clothes you took off and put it in the washing machine. Could it still be inside? As he took the dishes to wash, a desperate scream echoed from inside. Honey, my phone is broken. Tay fumbled. It's really broken. It won't turn on. Tran NAC looked distraught. It's all my carelessness. He thought to himself. I had deliberately washed it twice. How could it not break? Then he sat down to console her. If it's broken, then so be it. We'll just buy a new one. It's just a shame. Your new friend. It seems you two weren't meant to be. The phone is broken, the phone number in it too. Tay was also a little sad. It was so hard to make a new friend. She turned and asked, Honey, can I borrow your phone for a bit? He was startled. What do you need my phone for? She replied, I'll give my new friend your phone number. He stammered, but the phone number. Tay looked smart. Just a phone number. I remember it. When she told it to me, I already memorized it. Another piece of information that turned him to stone. You remember it? He thought to himself. Sister, your character has amnesia. You don't even remember who you are. You don't even know your own name. A stranger reads you a phone number, and you remember it? Sister, your character is collapsing, and my heart is about to explode. Tay turned and asked, Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you spaced out? Where's your phone? Tran NAC smiled, but schemed internally. If I give it to you, as soon as you enter the number, Sun Cuckoo will appear. I won't be able to explain it, sister. She turned and cooed. Honey, hurry up. Tran NAC cried silently. My phone is in the room. I'll go get it for you. He stood up and went inside, deep in thought. In the past, Chao Ji composed a poem in 7 steps, thus avoiding the calamity of his own demise. Today, Tran NAC went from the living room to the bedroom. He had to think of a way to stop Lock YY from making a call. Cancel everything. Hurry up, I'm tired. Just then, someone knocked on the door outside. Tran NAC quickly responded as if he'd found a savior. Lock YY. Someone's knocking. I'll go check. He ran to the door, smiling. I'll take this chance to leave. Call Tun Kaka. Tell her to change her number quickly. No matter who was knocking, they were his savior. Tran NAC smiled and asked, Who is it? The person outside was Old Vu, waving. Hello, mister. Before he could finish, he slammed the door shut and shouted, Wrong house. Then he ran in, grabbed her hand, and ran off. Loki, let's go. Tete wondered, Husband, what's wrong? Old Vu kicked the door open, stepped in, and sneered. Mr. Tran, don't hide anymore. I remember your face. The scene shifted to an abandoned house in the suburbs. Deep Duong stood there, interrogating Din Yuyan, who was tied to a chair. Still not talking? Who exactly is the person protecting you? The girl held up a picture of Tay and said, The first thing I did when I came to Kim Lang was look for Boss Quach. After all, Boss Quach was her main mission this time. Killing Kwong On Tu was just a temporary task, but Boss Quach's shop was empty, so I could only start with the second abandoned person, which is you. Deep Duong continued, Why should women make things difficult for other women? I have no enmity with you. I hope you can tell me. Who is the person protecting you? Perhaps then I'll find out the whereabouts of Lok Tay. We've wasted an entire night. Don't you know that not letting children sleep will affect their development? Din Yuyan remained silent, refusing to speak. The girl prepared to open a small suitcase to take something out and threatened, You're forcing me to do this. A snake crawled out of the box, accompanied by Deep Duong's cold smile. If you don't open your mouth, this three-headed green snake will crawl onto your clothes. You should know, it wasn't easy for me to catch it. After I knocked you out and carried you here, it took me more than 2 hours to catch it. The girl added, The three-headed green snake is also called a hard-headed snake, and it's venomous, you know. Din Yuyan screamed in fear. Take it away. Quickly take it away, help. The snake tried to explain that it was actually a blackback flower snake, not venomous, and quite delicious, but it couldn't speak. Deep Duong sneered. If you're scared, then speak up. I have thousands of other ways to torture people. Din Yuyan closed her eyes and shouted, Dream on. I won't say anything, not even if I die. Appa, I absolutely won't betray you. If I die, Appa, you must not forget me. The girl walked over and scolded. How foolish, choosing death over speaking. Then the person protecting you will not only be linked to Lok Tay-T's disappearance, but also has a close relationship with you. You've successfully betrayed your comrade. Din Yuyan stammered. You, no matter what you say, I won't speak. Deep Duong took out Din Yuyan's phone, scrolled through it, and confidently said, I don't need you to say anything. If the relationship is close, then you'll definitely have their phone number in your phone, right? Do you know why I didn't capture your mother but captured you instead? Because your mother seems brainless, completely useless. The girl looked at the screen and deduced, Tran NAC, although there's nothing special in the content. He's the one you've contacted the most. It must be him. Din Yuyan was quite surprised by the girl's intelligence. However, when she tried to call, Deep Duong was a bit stunned. Can't call. On this side, he was still busy running away with the girl. How could he have time to answer the phone? Tran NAC controlled kitchen utensils floating in the air and asked, Who's there? Breaking into a citizen's house like this, I'm calling the police. Old Vu stormed in and replied, Why say such things? No need to pretend anymore, Mr. Yama. He parried the knife in front of him and smiled gently. Good psychic power, but unfortunately, you only have this much skill. No sooner had he finished speaking than Old Vu smiled, throwing those items back into the kitchen, saying, Come on, come out now. There's not much left in the kitchen to... Before he could finish, the refrigerator blocking his way made him curse. Damn it. Pushing the refrigerator aside, Old Vu quickly ran inside, his face slightly anxious, scolding. This cunning fellow. He gently entered the kitchen, stood there looking out the open window and muttered, But how far can they go? Outside, Tran NAC was holding Tay-T's hand tightly, hovering in midair with his power. She turned to ask, "Husband, who's that?" His face crumpled, and he replied hastily, "An enemy." A moment later, the two jumped across to the building on the opposite side. Sitting on the railing, Tete wondered, "Then why do we have to run?" Tran NAC continued to hold her hand and ran, replying, "It's not suitable to fight there. We need to lure him to a less crowded place." The two stopped short. She turned her head back and said, "Husband, he's chasing us." Tran NAC let go of her hand. "Split up and run. I'll lure him. You find a place to ambush." Hearing that, Tete agreed and ran to the other side. As he ran, he thought to himself, "After rebirth, the sorcerer shouldn't know me at this point. Why is this guy already at my door? Moreover, even broke the door to get in, so I can't help but suspect it's intentional. Sorcerer, age unknown, nationality unknown, control level ability user, gold member of the Trung-K website, and an A-level security consultant." Seeing Tran NC trying to control rocks and dirt to attack him, Old Vu calmly said, "Wasted effort." He created a shield around himself, then looked down and said, "We are both psychic users. Your psychokinetic power isn't bad, but it's inferior to mine, suppressed by me." Tran NAC recalled, in his previous life, he was a strong opponent equal to him in strength and talent. They fought each other for many years, and he was one of his most familiar adversaries. Thinking, he raised his hand and called out, "Wait." Old Vu tilted his head and asked, "Why aren't you running anymore?" He immediately wondered, "Who exactly are you, and why are you bothering me?" He smiled and replied, "My young friend, what kind of joke are you making? The rules in this business state that the client's information must not be revealed." As Old Vu set foot on the ground, Tran NAC continued to ask, "So someone hired you to bother me?" He took off his glasses and frowned, looking at him. "Are you stalling for time? You have a companion, don't you? Where have they hidden? Planning to hide in some corner to ambush me? That won't work on me." Hearing that, Tran NAC challenged, "You're so confident, but can you defeat me?" Old Vu gently took out a cloth and wiped his glasses. Then he looked at him and said, "Defeating you is less troublesome than wiping dust off my glasses. I think you also understand that different levels of power among your kind will all be defeated by me. You are no match for me." He immediately asked, "So what? You want me to surrender?" The glasses were clean. He put them on and sneered. "Surrendering would make this game pointless, but if you want to suffer less, that's not a bad choice either." Tran NAC lifted his foot, concentrating power into it, and said, "Then can you give me a few seconds to think?" Old Vu asked with some suspicion, "What trick are you trying to pull now, Mr. Yama?" Tran NC thought anxiously. "Yama, this is the second time he's called me Yama. In this life, it seems only one person knows I'm Yama." He tilted his body slightly and said, "No, I've thought about it. Surrendering isn't my style. Let's still fight. The distance to those holes, that should be safe enough." Old Vu stood there full of confidence. "These small holes." "Mr. Yama, in the face of absolute power, all tricks are just child's play." He smiled sinisterly. "What if that hole turns into a cesspool?" "Huh. Mr. Vu, are you a clean freak?" Hearing that, he looked down in a panic and shouted, "What?" Tran NAC shamelessly yelled, "Explode." From under the hole, extremely foul-smelling feces shot up, along with Old Vu's curses. "Shameless! Filthy! Vile! Disgusting!" He stood there smugly. The production of cement stones was merely a feint. The real purpose was to maximize the explosion's power. At the same time, it bought me time to use psychokinesis to suck up a lot of sewage from the drain pipes, discharged from the pipes under the roof. That way, Master Vu would face two difficult choices: either take a shower and change clothes first, or endure the stench and continue chasing me. Old Vu stood inside the protective barrier, watching Tran NAC run off, while outside, chunks of excrement clung all over it. He could only rage and shout. For a clean freak like him, this was truly unacceptable, wasn't it? Master Vu stood there sniffing. feeling as if he was about to faint from the pungent smell. He could only shout. Then Master Vu immediately rushed to chase Tran NAC. Looking at Master Vu's appearance, the boy was slightly startled. Scene shifts to Nyosho Mountain. Master Vu was chasing right behind him. Tran NAC, running below, thought. He stepped onto the ground below the forest, then looked up, attacking the old man with branches and calculating. Above, Master Vu smiled as he gripped the ring in his hand. Then a thin yellow mist appeared around him, blocking the incoming branches. He clenched his fist and said, Tran NAC continued to run, shouting. He threw the ring out and smiled. The ring struck Tran NAC's back with an extremely powerful blow, causing him to fall and spit out blood. Master Vu looked down from above at Tran NAC, who was lying face down in a large pit. He gently retrieved the ring and put it back on his hand. Then he stood in the air and said, Magic characters surrounded the old man as he swooped down to Tran NAC and shouted. Immediately, a wave of pressure pushed down on him. Then a large stone, controlled by the old man, flew right above his head. Tran NAC knelt there, gasping for breath. Master Vu approached, marveling. The large stone flew towards him, and Tran NAC raised his hand to block it. The stone shattered, but at the same time, he was thrown backward. Looking at Tran NAC lying there, Master Vu stepped forward mockingly. He still managed to open his mouth to retort. So what if I angered you? If I didn't, would you spare me? He replied. He wondered. He replied. Tran NAC thought to himself, in this life, I only revealed the name Yama to someone once, and that was after annihilating Anderson's entire team and calling to threaten the captain. He continued. Master Vu stood there and replied, with the achievements of your psychokinesis power, you could only scare the captain, but not hide from me. Second, psychokinesis experts are very appealing to me. This is the reason I accepted this mission. Tran NAC lay there, disheveled, thinking. He stood there, sneering, casting a spell towards him. All right, that's enough talk. I told you these things because I was wondering if your accomplice, who ran away, would appear. But anyway, I'm not interested in those who aren't psychic type. Old King added, of course, I'm also very happy to see you struggle in despair. But unfortunately, the runes on your back are what seal psychic power, so you probably can't perform anything now. He sneered. Next life, don't be a psychic type anymore. Suddenly, Tran NAC laughed loudly. Old King saw this and was a bit confused. What are you laughing at? He immediately replied, I'm laughing because this trick actually worked on you. He recalled that in his past life, the first time he met him, he also used this method. Then Tran NAC's entire body emitted green spiritual energy. He asked him, who told you I'm psychic type? Then he slowly sat up. Besides the green spiritual energy, there were other colors as well. Tran NAC lunged forward, preparing to punch Old King, and said, the first taboo for psychic type users is not letting the enemy get close. It's too late, you sinister old man. He used the elemental power of ascending dragon palm to blast him away, and continued, if I hadn't pretended to be severely injured and lying on the ground, revealing all my weaknesses, you wouldn't have come near me. That one palm strike sent Old King flying into the rock wall. Tran NAC stood there smiling, wiping the blood from his mouth, and added, everyone in the underworld knows you're a sinister old man, but I think you're very naive. Old King lay there disheveled, coughing. You're not psychic type. He stood there rubbing his shoulder and replied, I never said I was. Old King immediately used runes, and the wounds on his body quickly recovered. He turned to ask, what power did you just use? He replied, a brave move. Then thought, that's right, the lake at Oxhead Mountain is nearby. Then he raised his hand to the sky and said, there's one more move. Water from the lake was channeled by him, and he loudly shouted, this move is called, who's the fixer? Old King yelled, damn it, do you think I've never seen Naruto before? The lake was now engulfed in water. Tran NAC had jumped onto it at some point. He sat down to rest, saying, I'm at my limit. If I can't deal with Master King, I'll have to call my wife for help. Old King was now submerged in the sea of water, with a barrier preventing the water from touching him. He stood there cursing. Damn it! Why can this thing emit such powerful energy? The barrier showed signs of cracking, and Old King exclaimed, "This isn't good!" Immediately after, the barrier shattered, and water instantly enveloped his body. On the shore, Tran Hennessy looked down and wondered, "Is it over?" But something stirred underwater, making his eyes flash. The familiar golden light appeared, and Tran Nac marveled. As expected, he's a strong expert on par with Lok Tay. Old King stood firm, one hand controlling the water vortex, thinking, "I can't believe I'm fighting to a stalemate with a kid who's a rank lower than me." His glasses were broken. Looking up at Tran Nac, he said, "Kid, what other tricks do you have?" He retorted, "If I say I still have a trump card, are you scared?" He immediately replied, "Then bring it out." Tran Nac raised his middle finger in defiance. "You're being too overconfident then." Hearing this, Old King hesitated a bit, not daring to act rashly, thinking, "This sinister guy wants to trick me into getting close again. This Master King won't fall for it 3 times." He raised his hand confidently. "Do I need to go over there to deal with you?" Tran Nac was controlled by runes, lifted off the ground. He shouted, "Master King, if you dare, put me down. Let me come over there, and we'll have a big battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by an extremely powerful blow to the chest and fell into a pit, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Tran Nac thought, "This is bad. Master King has finally realized the correct way to fight with this ultimate wizard technique." Tran Nac sat there, practically asking to be hit. "All right, I don't have any other trump cards. If you don't make a move now, you'll become a widow." The king still didn't come closer, kicking from a distance. "Are you calling your buddies? You should know, for a psychic power user, sneak attacks are useless." At the same time, purple lightning appeared. A bolt of lightning struck directly towards the king. The extremely powerful blow made him unable to resist, and he was thrown backward. The ring on his hand showed signs of cracking. The king looked down, his face twisted, at his spirit artifact. Jijia appeared above, looked down, and said, "You dare again." With that, she held a lightning bolt in her hand and continued to strike down. The blow pushed the king back another distance. He knelt there, slowly stood up, then looked up, wondering, "Starry Sky Queen, why are you here?" Jijia didn't stop, continuing to attack with purple lightning. At the same time, she shouted, "You dare hit my husband!" Hearing that, the king's eyes widened in confusion. "Husband, it seems this woman is crazy. Hiding like this isn't a solution." So he decided to fight back. He immediately rushed forward to engage in battle, going all out. The collision of two immense spiritual energies created a huge explosion in the forest. The two held each other's hands. The king glared at Jejia and cursed, "You lunatic! Do you really want to die together?" She used her other hand to continuously attack him. The king shouted, "Stop right now, you crazy woman. If this continues, everyone will die." Jejia seemed to ignore those words, her gaze sharp as she looked over. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, she's really fighting to the death." Then both finally let go of each other and fell together into the pit. He cursed again, "Are you crazy? If you keep this up, I'll fight you to the death too. Today, everyone dies here." Jejia was resolute. "You hit my husband, I'll beat you to death." The king thought to himself, "Husband? Crazy woman, where did a husband come from? How did that cunning, treacherous fellow become her husband?" Seeing the situation was not good, Tran Nac worriedly wondered, "Lu Jejia is fighting so desperately. Nothing will happen to her, right?" She rushed forward, using lightning and shouting, "Today, I'll beat you to death." The king held the ring in his hand, preparing to cast a spell. He raised the ring, and dazzling golden runes emanated from it. "Damn woman, you made me lose a spirit artifact." Tran Nac shouted anxiously, "Don't fight so recklessly, Lu Jejia." But it was too late. The previous collision created a huge force, throwing him to the side. Tran NAC was blown away, struggling to look back and call out Lu Jiji's name. From the dust, a hand appeared, grasping Tran NAC's wrist, then called out, "Husband." Jiji looked up, her body somewhat disheveled, and said, "I caught you." Tran NAC slowly landed. He held Jiji in his arms. She leaned into his shoulder and said, "Husband, that guy is too powerful. I can't beat him." He immediately reassured her, "It's okay. You were already very powerful," forcing the king to break one of his own spirit artifacts. This time he suffered great damage and won't recover for a few years. Jiji smiled and asked, "So, I'm pretty amazing, right, husband?" Tran NAC replied, "Yes, you're very amazing." Suddenly she cried loudly, "Husband, my left hand hurts so much." He looked at her hand thoughtfully. It's the King Master who left an eroding power on Lu Jiji's body. Tran NAC speculated, is Lu Jiji using her own power to suppress it? She continued to lament, "Husband, I'm so tired." He tried to soothe her. "It's okay, get some rest. You'll recover soon. The runes of that old Underworld master will quickly disappear once they leave his spirit artifact." Jejia no longer had the strength to speak. Her eyes were glazed over, about to close completely. Tran NAC's image in her eyes gradually blurred, then slowly disappeared. Night fell, still in the pit in the forest. Tran NAC sat there, using his abilities to transfer energy into Tay, pondering. After exhausting himself, the endless pain indeed reappeared in his head. Some time later, he gripped the runes in his hand. Lok Tay-Tay's mental space had just been severely wounded a few days prior, and this battle was fought as if on the verge of death. Her spirit was now grievously wounded. He looked down at the unconscious girl lying there and called out, "Hey, woman. I'm really sorry. I've always lied to you these past few days. Honestly, there were many times I wanted to wake you up, then take you away from this place. Lying to you for so long. In truth, I was also lying to myself. I truly can't bear to let you leave. It's not because I'm afraid you'll wake up and hit me. I just can't quite bear it. I seem to have become infatuated with the feeling of keeping you by my side. It's like in a past life. This is the second time you've slept on my lap." He raised his hand to her cheek and continued, "Lok Tay, in this life, I won't be angry with you anymore. Okay, Tay, in this life, I won't call you a crazy woman anymore, okay?" Tran NAC's eyes were tightly shut, tears welling up. A person who had lived 2 lifetimes like him was now on the verge of tears, saying, "Lok Tay, in this life, I'll take you fishing again, okay?" He hesitated, tears falling onto Tay-Tay's face, along with the mournful words, "Tay, in this life, please don't die again, okay?" The next morning, Tran NAC was still sitting there, continuously channeling spiritual energy to heal Tay. He thought to himself, after a night, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, I'll soon be out of energy. Suddenly, Tay opened her eyes and stared blankly. Tran NAC joyfully exclaimed, "You're finally awake." She turned and asked naively, "Who are you?" Tran NAC forced a smile and replied, "That's a long story." He looked at her thoughtfully. She lost her memory again. "I saved you, pulled your spirit back. I was mentally prepared for you to recover your memory and then give me a good beating." Tay stood up, pointed at him, and said, "I don't know about other things, but I'm certain you saved me. I sense an incredibly powerful Neem Luke, spiritual power, in your mental space. And this power is within you. I can feel it." Tran NAC sat there, not objecting. That's right, I saved you." Tay then asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" "I don't remember anything before I woke up." "Wait a moment," he said. "I'll lie. No, I'll carefully explain to her." A moment later, Tay stood there, deep in thought, then asked again, "So, you're a reclusive ancient martial arts practitioner, and last night you were cultivating on this mountain, when you encountered me fighting someone else. Then you saved me. Tran NAC replied, That's right. I was nearby, came here at night to practice. As a result, I heard fighting. Then I hid in the shadows to observe and saw you. She frowned and continued to ask, Who was I fighting? Why don't I remember anything? Tran NAC also scratched his head, evasively. I don't know. I didn't know either of you. When I arrived, your opponent had already fled, and then I saw you lying unconscious on the ground. Tete pondered, unconscious. Then she turned to him and questioned, Hey, you didn't do anything to me while I was unconscious, did you? He explained, Sister, what kind of person do you take me for? I'm a virtuous descendant of communism with a kind heart. Tete was a little suspicious. Really? He replied, Of course. Otherwise, why would I bother saving you? She immediately changed her attitude, smiling. Then thank you very much. You seem like a good person. He took advantage of the situation, showing off. Of course, I'm a 3 good student at school. Sister, who are you? She held out her hand, looking at him, and replied, My surname is Locke. My name is Locke Tete. He introduced himself, blushing with embarrassment. My name is Tran NAC. So, sister, you're a very formidable master, aren't you? Tete waved her hand with a wry smile. I won't tell you about that. Oh, right, how old are you? 18. She pondered. 18 years old, a bit old. But your strength isn't bad if you can use Neem Luke to wake me up. Then she clapped her hands and looked over at Tran NAC, inviting him. Little brother, do you want to be my disciple? Tete appeared extremely confident. But I'm very formidable. If you become my disciple, I can tell you who I am. I'll tell you a little secret. Being my disciple brings a lot of prestige. After hearing that, Tran NAC broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, Huh. Then, internally, he was astonished. What the heck? In the blink of an eye, the husband became the disciple again. No, when I lied to her before, it was also with Yang Gua and Zia Longnu, so it was indeed a disciple relationship. He quickly ran away. I'll pass on that. I already have a master. Sister, we'll meet again if fate allows. If we meet in the martial world, I'll definitely lend a hand. So goodbye now. Tete asked, bewildered. He left. Tran NAC walked and thought. It seems the Star Empress might have recovered her memory. Suddenly, she ran up behind him and called, Wait a moment. Your steps are so light, like you're flying. Maybe you used up a lot of energy saving me. You said your house is nearby, right? I'll take you home. Tran NAC tried to refuse. That's not necessary, is it? But Tete seemed determined. It is necessary. You saved me. I definitely have to repay you. Don't hesitate anymore, let's go. A moment later, at the gate of a residential complex, a yellow taxi stopped at the entrance. Inside the car, Tran NAC spoke up. All right, I live here. He stepped out and smiled. You don't need to get out of the car. Just let the driver take you straight home. Tete, sitting in the car, said, How can that be? When you help someone, you see it through. When you send Buddha off, you send him all the way. I have to see you to your door. Tran NAC immediately replied, You really don't need to. Then he told the driver, Go on. Quickly take the beautiful lady home safely. Watching the car drive away, Tran NAC thought to himself, This is the residential area Uncle Chew Deep used to live in. It's quite far from my place. He smiled lightly and said, Luke Tete, if you've recovered your memory, then let's part ways here. Some things are better left forgotten. Returning to his apartment, the scene was in ruins. Tran NAC picked up the broken door and explained to himself, This door, with a little fixing, might just barely hold for one night. I'll call someone to replace it tomorrow. Then he sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette, suddenly feeling the house was very empty, a bit unfamiliar. He glanced towards the bathroom, and the image of Tay-Tay standing there, peeking out and calling honey, reappeared. Tran NAC blurted out, Lotte, but then unconsciously realized something was wrong. Her image and voice gradually faded. Honey, honey, don't you want me anymore? He told himself. So I was just seeing things. It's really over. This period of time. Consider it as some regret from my past life. Partially compensated. Tran NAC mused. Having such a time. I'm content. Lok Tay Tay, you must not follow me. Otherwise, the tragedy of the past life will likely still happen. Just then, there was a knock at the door. He was startled and looked out, thinking, the sorcerer? No way. That old devil was so seriously injured, almost losing his life. He should be hiding to heal, right? Tran NAC went to the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and then asked, It's this late, who is it? The person outside banged on the door a few times, causing the already broken door to instantly collapse. He stood there, eyes wide in surprise. Tay-Tay stood at the door in a short top, sheepishly saying, I didn't mean to. Then she stepped in and asked, So this is your house? Your house seems a bit messy. He took a small step back and asked, Why did you come here? Tay-Tay said nothing, staring intently at Tran NAC. He thought to himself, Say what you want to say quickly. Just staring at me without saying anything is really tense. She pointed her finger and asked, Why did you lie to me? What? Are you thinking of an excuse? Tay-Tay stepped forward and questioned, You're holding a knife. Do you want to chop vegetables or chop people? Why aren't you saying anything? Tran NAC slumped onto the chair and smiled, replying, What can I say? I'm stunned, that's why. My dear lady, why don't you tell me first? Why did you leave and then come back, and even run to my house? She stood there retorting, No. Why don't you tell me first? Why did you give me a fake address and get out of the car somewhere that wasn't your house? He just opened his mouth to say, You see. Tay-Tay immediately reached out to stop him. Wait a moment. Why is it that as soon as I heard you see, I felt like you were about to lie to me again? She sat down on the chair, took his wrist, and said, All right, now you tell me. Tay-Tay asked, Why did you have to lie to me? Your house is clearly not there. Tran NAC, sweating, said, Well, you know, we are people of the martial world. The most important thing is to guard against harm. You can't not be careful. Those people fighting in that remote place were quite formidable. I didn't want to get dragged into any trouble. Tay-Tay smiled. Okay, second question. So why? Why is your heart beating so fast? He blushed and replied, Because you're truly too beautiful. You're so beautiful, and you're holding my hand. I'm a man too, beautiful lady. She leaned closer to him and continued to ask, So there's one more question. Why do you clearly know me, but pretend it's the first time you've met me? Tran NAC was startled. Huh, you do not remember me. Tay-Tay looked at him and said, We met in that noodle shop once. I remember you were eating noodles, and you looked very embarrassed when you saw me. But why? After waking up, you pretended it was the first time you met me. Don't tell me you've forgotten, okay? You just said I was very beautiful, so you surely wouldn't forget so easily, would you? Tran NAC replied, All right, I admit I met you at the noodle shop. You and the owner had an argument, and out of curiosity, I followed to watch you two fight. So I chased you up the mountain. Tay-Tay said, I definitely remember. That owner and I fought until we reached a lake. Then I was ambushed and passed out, and then you saved me. He waved his hand and smiled. No need to be so polite. I just happened to help you, mainly because your opponent was injured and ran away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to save you. Tay-Tay replied, So that's how it is. Tran NAC thought to himself, It seems Lok Tay-Tay only forgot the few days we spent together. It's good that she forgot. It's better than me being hunted down later. Suddenly, Tay-Tay exuded an aura of pressure and continued to question. Then can you explain? What's the deal with me wearing a man's t-shirt before I woke up? That wasn't your shirt, was it? He was startled and stammered. You just asked, can't I explain? Inside, Tran NAC cried silently. He suddenly missed the silly, dazed, amnesiac Lok Tay-Tay very much. She continued, Then I'll give you a hint. Here, take a look and then tell me why there's this in my shirt pocket. She pulled out a piece of paper. Tran and AC asked blankly, "What?" He looked at the receipt and was terrified. "Oh no, it's the delivery receipt for the double bed from Duong 2 Street. No wonder Lok Tete came straight to my door." She looked at him, smiling but full of anger. "Have you thought about how to explain it? Tell me." He turned and asked, if I tell you the truth, will you beat me to death?" Tran and AC began to fabricate a story. "At that time, you were unconscious. Your clothes were all torn, exposing everything. For your own good, I took off my shirt for you. After you woke up, I was afraid you'd misunderstand that I took advantage of you, so I lied to you like that. After all, we just met by chance. It's better to avoid trouble, isn't it? Big sister, I'm really sorry." After hearing this, Tete said, "Although there are still many suspicious points, I'm sure you never harmed me and even saved me, so I'll believe your words are true." Then she let go of Tran and AC's hand, stood up, and continued, "Interrogation time is over. In short, I still have to thank you. Oh, right. I'll keep the delivery receipt. The phone number on it is yours, isn't it?" He wondered, "Why do you want my phone number?" Tete leaned close to his ear and whispered, "To find you next time. You saved me once. I have to repay you. Besides, there are many things I haven't figured out yet. Who knows, I might remember and ask you again." Tran and AC blushed. "All right, whatever makes you happy." She stood up and walked to the door. "Well, I'm leaving now. Your front door is really broken." He waved. "Go safely." "Got it." Walking out into the hallway, Tete mumbled, "That little guy only knows how to lie." As soon as Tete left, Tran and C breathed a sigh of relief, then panicked. "Oh no, I need to quickly pack my bags and escape. Lok Tete is like a ticking time bomb. Who knows when she'll remember everything." He immediately went into the room to pack his clothes, his mind racing. Lu will handle the leave of absence from school, and Lao Tuong will take care of Chu Deep. I'll hide until Lok Tete leaves Hua Quoc. Consider it a vacation. Should I go to Canada, or Brazil, or even further, Antarctica? Just then, his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and wondered, "It's so late. Lai Dingyuan is calling me." As soon as he answered, the other end asked, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Tran and AC?" He didn't answer. He stood there thinking, "Damn it, don't think I won't recognize you just because you're pinching your nose and changing your voice. You white-haired, dark-skinned lowly." On the other end, Deep Duong, using Din Yuan's phone, kept calling, "Mr. Tran and AC, why aren't you saying anything? Hello, is the signal bad? Hello, hello." Din Yuan, tied up nearby, shouted, "Appa, don't answer, don't answer." He replied, "I am Tran and AC." After hearing this, the little girl smiled sinisterly and threatened, "If you still want to see." Din Yuan, sitting next to her, kept shouting into the phone, "Appa, don't worry about me, I'm fine." At the same time, Deep Duong's phone rang. "Good disciple, quickly answer your master's call. Good disciple, quickly answer." So the girl put that phone aside, took out her own phone and said, "Wait a moment, wait a moment." When she took out her phone, the caller information appeared on it. Deep Duong conveniently hung up the call on Din Yuan's phone. As soon as she pressed the phone, Te's voice rang out. "Hello, good disciple. There are many calls on your phone that you haven't answered yet. You're in Kim Lang too. Where are you? Come to the hotel quickly. Let your master give you a hug." The girl exclaimed in a panic, "Lok Tete, where have you been? Wait there, I'm coming right away." Seeing the girl about to leave, Din Yuan immediately asked, if you found the person, aren't you going to let me go?" Deep Duong turned back and said, "I'll tell your Oppa to come pick you up." Scene cuts to the International Hotel. The master and disciple, reunited after a long time. Tete kept kissing Deep Duong, making the girl uncomfortable, who pushed her away. "That's enough." The girl sat there and asked, "Lok Tete, tell me, where have you been these past few days?" The girl wiped her face, muttering, "It's all saliva." Before the master could answer, the disciple immediately spoke up. How old are you? Disappearing without a word. Is this something someone your age should do? Tete replied, No, it's not. Deep Duong interrupted. Don't you know that suddenly disappearing would make me worried? You know. Where have you been these past few days? She put her arm around her disciple's shoulders and said, Well, I met an interesting man. Hearing that, the girl frowned and said, Hey, Tete, what's with that embarrassed expression on your face? Are you in love? Deep Duong exclaimed, No way. You've only been gone for a few days, and you've already run into some scumbag man again. The clothes you're wearing aren't mine. Lock Tete, you haven't lost your innocence, have you? She repeated with a red face. Lost my innocence? Then she asked, How do I know if I've lost my innocence or not? Deep Duong gasped and shouted, You really did something with that man? I'll check for you. It's still there. Who is that guy? Tell me the truth. Scene cuts to the residential area where Din Yuyan is tied up. Tran NAC untied her while asking caringly, They didn't do anything to you, did they? She smiled. No, they didn't. I was really scared at first, but then I thought of Opa and wasn't scared anymore. It was like I gained courage. He patted her head. It's good that you're okay. Next time, don't say things like, don't answer, or don't worry. I don't want you to get hurt. She nodded. Then looked at him with affectionate eyes and called out, Opa. Then she hugged Tran NAC tightly. Opa, I'm so scared. I'm really, really scared. He gently comforted her. Don't be scared. It's all over. It's all over. Din Yin looked at him and continued, Opa, I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of not being able to see you again. That would be worse than death. Tran NAC wiped her tears and said, What is there to be afraid of? Even if we really had to go to hell, I would still save you. She stammered, Opa, I. He smiled. So touched you're stuttering. Suddenly, Din Yuyan wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a passionate kiss on his lips. Without time to react, Tran NSC could only curse under his breath. Damn, a sneak kiss. Then she smiled. Opa, I'm sorry. I didn't want to die one day without ever having kissed you. I want to do many things with you. Many, many things. In this life, I only like you. Tran NAC sighed. I know how you feel. So, let me tell you something. Before, there was a young Miss Quach from a prominent family. On her 16th birthday, everyone in the martial arts world gave her birthday gifts. Although she was very happy, she also knew that those people were only after her family's prestige and didn't truly value her until a great hero named Yang appeared and specially presented her with 3 grand gifts. The value of these 3 grand gifts was much higher than the sum of all the others combined. Miss Quach once again became the center of attention in the martial arts world. That day was the happiest day for Miss Quach. Din Yuyan turned and asked, Miss Quach must have fallen for Hero Yang. Tran NAC smiled. It's just that when she was young, she met someone too outstanding. It was both a blessing and a misfortune. She asked again, So what happened next? He replied, Unfortunately, Hero Yang only saw Miss Quach as a junior, with no romantic feelings. After that, the two never had any romantic connection their entire lives. Miss Quach also never married, living forever in the memories of that 16th birthday. Din Yuyan innocently raised her hand and looked at it. Why didn't Miss Quach go look for Hero Yang? If it were me, if I like someone, I'd go find them. It's okay if they don't like me back. Meeting them every day would be fine. I wouldn't pine away like that. Tran NAC interjected. Because Hero Yang went into seclusion, no one could find him. Moreover, not everyone is like you. She asked, Opa, what do you think? If Hero Yang knew that Miss Quach never married because of him, would he feel guilty? He replied, Perhaps. After all, Miss Quach made her own choice. She stated frankly, I don't like Hero Yang. Then she glanced at Tran NAC. Din Yuyan sat up and asked, Opa, did you also once want to be Hero Yang? Tran NAC lay there smiling. You're really slow. only now realizing what I wanted to say. He added, "It's all because you left that school uniform behind, which made me come to Kim Lang. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many problems." She immediately linked arms with Tran NAC and said, "Oppa, I won't allow you to be Hero Yang, and I don't want to be Miss Quach. Wherever you go, I want to go too. Whether you like me or not, it doesn't matter. I'll stick with you forever." Then she slowly let go of his shirt. Din Yin lowered her voice. "Oppa, I know you like Tun Ka Ka. I don't mind for me. Excellent men often have many women. It's abnormal not to have them. As long as Oppa doesn't chase me away and treats me well, that's enough." After hearing that, Tran in the sea subtly shifted his head and thought, "Why does it feel like I'm being made into a scumbag?" She continued to ask, "Oppa, do you agree?" Tran and AC replied, "All right, I agree. You can be my little shadow, but don't go too far, especially no more sneak kisses like just now." Then he turned his face away and thought, "This is a delaying tactic. It's not good to chase her away now. I hope Lai Dinyuan finds a worthy man later." Hearing that, she smiled. "Oppa, I'll remember that." She also had her own plan. There's a saying in Hoa Quoc that familiarity breeds affection. As long as I'm with Oppa all day, Oppa will surely like me. The scene shifts to the next day at school. Tran NAC appeared, waving and calling Kaka. Kaka saw Tran NAC, pretended to ignore him, and thought, "He always says Mr. Loy's shop is busy, doesn't come to school, doesn't even bother to call. It's too much, I swear. I absolutely won't pay attention to him today." Then the bell for dismissal rang. She stood up and thought to herself, "I'm just giving him something. I'll give it and then leave. That's not breaking my word." Kaka walked over to Tran NAC and handed him a book. "Here, this is the outline for the tests the teachers mentioned these past few days. Final exams are next week, so remember to study it carefully. If you don't pass, you'll be held back." He smiled playfully and asked, "Have you forgiven me? School's out. Let's go together." She immediately refused. "No, I'm not going with you." Seeing Kaka leave, he quickly put away his book and called out, "Wait for me." Tran NAC thought to himself, "This girl is sulking again. Just watch me." Kaka walked out the door. Tran NAC ran after her and unexpectedly hugged her from behind. She was startled and blushed. "Do you want to die?" "This is school. People will see us." He smiled mischievously. "So if no one sees, it's fine." She quickly retorted, "It's not fine even if no one sees." Tran NAC stepped back, put his hand on his heart, and pretended to ask, "Kaka, are you trying to abandon me?" She replied flustered, "I'm not. It's you who ignored me for days, didn't answer or make a single call." He gently reached out and took her hand. Then he looked at her face and said, "I was busy, it was tough." In his head, he thought, "I almost lost my life. Tricked my wife home, then lost her completely." Kaka replied, "Then let's go to your place. I'll give you a massage." Tran NAC quickly refused. "No thanks. I'm going to Mr. Loy's shop later. I still haven't reported back to Mr. Loy about my business trip." Basically, he was worried and didn't dare let Kaka come over. The things Tete used hadn't been put away yet. As they walked home, he offered a box of cakes and said, "Here, these are your favorite rice cakes. Are you happy now?" "No." "What's so happy?" "I'm not telling you. Come on, tell me." "No." While they were talking, the phone rang. Tran NAC took it out and saw Loctete calling. She's an unshakable spirit. He turned to her and lied. "Kaka, Mr. Loy called to rush me back to the shop. I have to go now." She asked, a little disappointed, "You have to go again?" The scene shifts to a city restaurant. At the dining table were Tay and her disciple Di Duong, along with Tran NAC, who was sitting there drinking tea and wondering, "Lock Tay invited me here. She hasn't remembered anything, has she?" Deep Duong stood up and asked, "So you're Tran NAC? Tell me the truth. Have you ever been interested in my sister?" Hearing that, Tran NAC choked and spat out his water. The little girl frowned and continued, "What's wrong? Is there anything strange? My sister is so beautiful. It would be abnormal for a man to see her and not want to pursue her." Tran NAC raised his voice. "Little girl, has no one told you that talking like that will get you a spanking?" The little girl trembled and asked, "You want to hit me?" He smiled and thought, I haven't hit her in my past life. He turned to Tay-Tay and asked, Hello, I don't know why you invited me here. She interrupted, There's nothing special. Tay-Tay stood up and walked out, saying, My good disciple won't let me drink alcohol, so I'll use tea instead of wine. Then she sat next to Tran and AC, poured tea from a pot, and added, I invited you here, firstly to thank you for saving my life, and secondly to apologize on behalf of my disciple. He kidnapped your friend to save me. I only learned about this misunderstanding after I returned, so I want to apologize to you. And thirdly, there's a third reason. Tay-Tay continued, My disciple said I had been missing for several days, but why did you say you had just found me when you saved me last night? Tran NAC pretended to be surprised and innocent. I don't know. Last night, I really just happened to run into you. Then I saw what was happening and helped you. I don't know anything else. He felt a little scared in his heart. If what happened these past few days were discovered, would he even still be alive? I don't know why. Not knowing is just not knowing. You ask me. Who do I ask? Thinking back, the other day Deep Duong was a bit insistent. If you can't find out, then I will. My cough means it's my turn to ask. Don't say anything. If there's really something, why can't you find out? Men's words aren't trustworthy. You're too naive. You don't understand men. Back to the present. Deep Duong raised her hand, pretending to cough a few coo-coo sounds. Then the little girl smiled and asked, Tran NAC, your relationship with your girlfriend Lai Dinyuan is very good, isn't it? He stared blankly and thought, Trying to trick me. I've played all these tricks before. The little girl continued, I caught Lai Dinyuan yesterday, so I saw messages on her phone with Tran NAC, and it felt like you two were a couple. He looked at Tay-Tay, who was twirling her chopsticks, and said with an embarrassed smile, Actually, it's not really like that. It's just young people together, no distance, or just liking to joke around. Deep Duong was suspicious. Is that so? So things like, Appa, I miss you, do you miss me? Are also jokes? Tran NAC turned pale. Sweat streamed down, leaving him speechless, as he looked at Tay-Tay glaring at him, breaking her chopsticks. Adding to that, Deep Duong continued to ask, If this isn't dating, then she has a secret crush on you. The little girl smirked. Why aren't you saying anything? Tran NAC pretended to be calm, as steady as a flagpole, picked up some food, and asked her back, Are you that curious about my love life, kid? Who I like? Who likes me? Why should I tell you, kid? You're so young. Why are you so curious? Or do I have to tell you what I eat every day? What color underwear I wear, kid? Deep Duong frowned and thought, He's indeed an old fox. Tay-Tay interjected to diffuse the situation. All right, stop asking so many questions. Asking people like that is very impolite. She turned to him and said, Mr. Tran NAC, it seems many girls like you, don't they? He smiled just all right. Miss Locke, I heard you came from another place. I wonder how long you'll stay in Kimlang. After a moment of thought, Tay-Tay replied, Probably not long. I still have to find someone, and once I find them, I'll leave. He asked curiously, Boss Quach? She immediately said, No, if the mission fails, then so be it. I'm looking for a scoundrel who offended me. She thought back. I met him that day when I killed Brother Tuesday. I won't touch Brother Two again, don't worry. But that guy is also in Kimlang. I have to try and see if I can find him. Tran NAC's face darkened as he pondered. It's not the arsonist Phuong Tam. Tay-Tay noticed, turned and asked, Tran NAC, why are you sweating so much? Isn't the air conditioner cool enough? He rubbed his head. It's a bit hot. Why isn't the food here yet? I'll go check. At this moment, he was quite anxious, only thinking of how to quickly finish eating and leave, unable to stay long. Outside, Tan's son walked with his subordinates and said, During the time my leg couldn't move, I thought that once it healed, I would definitely walk again. Use my own 2 feet to walk to every corner and measure Kimlang. Lao that next to him flattered. Sun Jia has spirit. To measure. This phrase truly speaks volumes. Sun Jia, look. He saw him smiling brightly and greeting. Isn't that Mr. Tran NAC? Tran NAC secretly prayed in his head. Don't come over here. Meanwhile, Tay-Tay looked over with a bit of confusion. A voice next to them rang out. This girl is... Tan's son hesitated. His house. Tran NAC cursed inwardly. You motherfucker, look at me. Are you fucking retarded just to get close to her? Did you throw your black gang boss's observation skills to the dogs? He smiled and interrupted Old Lie. This is a good friend of mine. Seeing this, he immediately restrained himself, smacked his lips, and pondered. Little Mr. Tran NAC's dark face, and that strange look in his eyes. Yes, his eyes. It's not a holiday, and it's evening. What is he doing eating alone with Brother Haonam's wife? Could it be? Old Lie thought of an affair with a sister-in-law, their bedroom scene appearing in his head. On one side, Tete said, "What if our secret is caught by my brother?" On the other side, Tran NAC replied, "Don't worry, as long as we hide it well, he won't find out." Just thinking about it made Old Lie dizzy. He staggered back a bit, thinking to himself, an illicit affair, internal strife among disciples, what the hell? Won't they kill him to silence him? Lao that next to him, seeing his strange behavior, supported him and asked, "Sanjia, what's wrong, Sanjia?" Tan's son immediately changed his tone. "Little Mr. Tran NAC, I was just passing by and saw you here, so I came over." Tran NAC asked, "It seems Chief Lee's leg has recovered." He denied it with some worry. "No, it's not healed yet. My leg still hurts a lot. I don't know what got into me today. Coming out here for a walk." Tran NAC replied meaningfully, "If it's not healed yet, then go home and rest. Don't run around recklessly." He quickly replied, "Yes, you're right. I'm going home right now, to lie in bed and rest for a few days. So, Mr. Tran NAC, I'll take my leave." Back home, Tan's son asked worriedly, "Old Seven, touch my leg. Is my leg still there?" "It's still there, Master Son." He sat on the steps, trembling with fear. "It's still here now, but I'm afraid after tonight, it won't be any more." Old Seven looked puzzled. "What kind of joke are you telling, Master Son?" Tan's son continued, "My damn head's got problems. After eating so late like this, why didn't I go home? What was I doing walking around? And you guys, why didn't you stop me? We've got big trouble today, damn it." He picked up the phone and called, "Hello, CO Shao." The other side replied, "Master Son, calling me so suddenly, what's up?" Tan's son continued, "I heard a few things from you. I heard you used to build teams for birth tourism, Malaysia, Thailand. I wanted to now." Back on this side, Jijia turned and asked, "Who was that person just now? I keep feeling like he knows me." Tran NAC replied, "Oh, a friend of mine." Deep Duong added, "That old man kept looking at you just now. It was really strange." Tran NAC gave a wry smile. "How can that be? That old man is always like that, very lecherous. When he sees a pretty girl, he can't take his eyes off her, wants to get acquainted. It can only mean Miss Locke is very beautiful." Jijia turned and asked, "Really?" He immediately replied, "Why would I lie to you? If you want to get acquainted, I'll give you his phone number." She immediately replied, "It's not impossible." At this moment, he regretted, thinking, "Why did I talk so much?" Just then, Tran NAC raised his hand to make. "The car's here, ladies first. You two get in the car, we'll say goodbye here." Watching them leave, he felt a bit relieved, as if he'd finally seen off this troublesome ancestor. At the same time, his phone vibrated again. Tran NAC answered the phone. "Hello, Brother Haonam, what's up?" The other side said, "Tran NAC, can you come over for a drink?" His heart was a little troubled. Brother Haonam's heart is troubled. Could he be heartbroken? As the car was moving, Tete spoke up. "Driver, stop up ahead. I want to get out." Deep Duong wondered, "Tete, why are we getting out here?" As she was about to get out, she turned back and told Deep Duong, "I have something to do. Good disciple, go back to the hotel and wait. I won't be late." The girl replied, "All right, Tete. You dare to keep secrets from me now? Good disciple, this master is an adult. I need to have secrets too, don't I?" Scene switches to Jia Fong Duong. Tan's son sat smoking, asking himself, should I go or not go? Lao that next to him asked, "Son Jia, do we really have to flee abroad?" He replied, "It's still not good. I haven't met Brother Haonam's wife. Back then, I just guessed she was Brother Haonam's wife based on her appearance. If I leave, I'll be seen as a guilty rat, not only confirming she's Brother Haonam's wife, but also confirming they had an affair. Allow that. It's not a misfortune. It's a misfortune we can't escape. Besides, fleeing abroad might not even be safe. I'm just betting they won't kill to silence us. Lao that, hearing this, nodded obsequiously. Sun Jia makes sense. If Tran NAC had that intention, he would have already appeared at Jia, Fong Duong by now. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Both of them were shocked, thinking, "Don't tell me. Speak of the devil, and he appears." Tay kicked open the door and stood there asking, "You know me, don't you?" Tan Sun sat there trembling, replying, I don't know you." Tay brushed it off. "No, you do." He stammered, "I can pretend I don't know you. I truly didn't see anything today." She began to threaten, "You saw it. So how should I deal with you?" Hearing that, he immediately knelt before her. His entire body trembling, he said, "I absolutely wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. The matter between you and Mr. Tran NAC will forever stay within me. Not a single word will I dare to say." Tan Sun was terrified. "Sister-in-law, I truly don't know about you and Tran NAC. Meeting today was just by chance, and I'm very tight-lipped." "Not a single word. No, not even a period. I absolutely wouldn't dare to say anything." Tay immediately asked, "What's going on between me and Tran NAC?" Tan Sun kowtowed to the ground, saying, "You and Tran NAC are family. Your business." "I don't know. I'm not clear. Truly not clear. I don't know anything." Lao that gently placed a hand on Tan Sun's shoulder and reassured him, "Sun Jia, it's me." That person left. It seems she just came to probe. He then felt a little relieved. She didn't kill me. It seems my life is safe. Scene switches to a late-night barbecue joint. Teacher Lamson sat there, empty bottles piled on the table. Tran NAC walked over and ribbed him. "Oh, Brother Haonam is heartbroken." As soon as he sat down, he heard him complain, Chu Ha cheated. I saw her with another man going in and out of a motel. I thought after being with me, she wouldn't." Tran NAC took a beer bottle, used his teeth to open it, then said, "I thought you were kidding. Are you serious?" Lamson replied, "Kidding about what? I'm serious, I am." He said, feigning experience, "It seems you don't understand one principle." When Lamson asked, "What principle?" Tran NAC immediately replied, "Women are heartless, cubs are faithless. Everyone's in it for the money, but you're in it for love. That's too much damage to money." He slammed the table angrily. "I won't let you talk about Chuha like that. Chuha isn't like that." He drank and said, "Why get so worked up? If it's true or not, you just say so. Out of respect for our brotherhood, I'll arrange something for you." Then he took out his phone and called Dai Loy. "Brother Loy, help me send some people to karaoke, arrange a few girls, let him experience life a bit." On the other end, he asked, "All right, NAC Gia, what about the cost?" He replied, "No limit. Let him have as much fun as he wants." Scene switches to the karaoke building. Inside, the receptionist's voice asked, "Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation?" "Room 888. In the karaoke room, Dai Loy put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Brother Lam Sin, relax. You're NAC Gia's brother. NAC Gia has given instructions. Everything will definitely be arranged properly." He thought to himself, "It's my first time coming to a place like this. I'm still as nervous as when I first sat in the lobby." Lamson mumbled, "No, not nervous." Dai Loy said to the staff, "Get it sorted. Bring the girls quickly." A moment later, a girl ran in waving, "Brother Loy, you haven't been here for days." She sat down next to Dai Loy. He raised his voice, "Don't talk so much. I already told you on the phone. Have the atmosphere makers been arranged yet?" She leaned into Dai Loy and said, "Don't worry your words. How dare I ignore them?" After several girls entered and stood in front of them, Dai Loi turned to Lam Sin and asked, "What are you doing, brother? Staring at beauties? If you fancy anyone, just say the word." Then he turned to the staff member next to him and said, "Quickly change them. Don't disappoint my brother. Don't bring crooked ones into my private room." She quickly replied, "All right, I'll change them right away." 5 minutes later, Dai Loi had chosen a girl in purple to sit next to him, then turned to Lam Sin, patted his head, and asked, "What's wrong, brother? We've gone through a few rounds. Still haven't found anyone you like." Lam Sin awkwardly said, "Brother Loi, I can't adapt. I really don't need anyone." Brother Loi replied, "I know. Still no one to your liking." Then he turned to the staff and set a condition. "I don't care. If you don't bring a goddess for my brother today, it's all your fault." She was still very stubborn. "Brother Loi, you're really challenging me." The girl next to him poured wine and teased, "Brother Loi, you didn't call me last time you came, so I'm penalizing you with a drink." Dai Loi laughed loudly, took the wine glass, and said, all right, I'll take 3 penalties." Lam Sin sat next to them, chugging his beer alone. Lam Sin put the beer bottle down on the table, thinking to himself, "They're not Chu-Ha. How could they compare to Chu-Ha?" Then he stood up and sang loudly, "You are always so weak-hearted, everything always." The madam brought in another new girl. "Brother Loi, sorry to keep you waiting. This is the prettiest girl under my wing. Her name is Ha-Ha. Today wasn't even her shift, but I called and told her to come here. If you're still not satisfied, then you won't be satisfied with anyone in this entire Kim Lang." Lam Sin couldn't take his eyes off the new girl, his mouth still singing the weak-hearted part. Seeing his expression, Dai Loi replied, "This one's good now." He pointed and said loudly, "All right, it's her. I'll decide for my brother, little sister. My brother is introverted. Today you must make him happy," he thought to himself. "This girl is great. Suddenly the one next to me doesn't smell as good anymore." Ha-Ha sat down, looped her arm through Lam Sin's, and asked, "Handsome, what should I call you?" Dai Loi next to them answered for him, "Little sister, just call him Brother Lam Sin." The girl replied playfully, "No, you all call him Brother Lam Sin. What's the point if I call him that too?" She turned and touched him, then thought, "This Brother Loi not only has money, but I heard he's also a gangster, very well known recently. For Brother Loi to call him brother, this person must also be formidable." Then Ha-Ha whispered into Lam Sin's ear, "Can I call you little brother, okay?" Little brother. He blushed, but also looked dazed, thinking, "That's not right. When Chu-Ha went to work, was it like this too?" Lam Sin took another swig of beer, thinking again, "I understand Tran and Ac's intention now. It's fake. It's fake. It's all F*King fake. For money. Acting. Pretending. For them, it's all just daily routine." Ha-Ha next to him continued to try and engage him. "Little brother, drinking alone isn't fun at all. Let me drink with you." He glanced at her thoughtfully. "I've always misunderstood. I was completely avoiding it, deceiving myself. Thank you, Tran and AC. Thank you for letting me face reality. I won't hesitate anymore." Ha-Ha saw his gaze and felt a bit embarrassed. "Little brother, looking at me like that, I'll get shy." Lam Sin asked directly, "Can you come with me later?" Ha-Ha laughed loudly, leaning into him, and said, "Little brother, how could you say such a naughty thing?" He asked sharply, "Don't talk so much. I'm asking if you're coming or not." She played hard to get, replying, "I can't. I have plans today. I live with a younger sister. She fell ill, and I have to go home to take care of her tonight." Remembering that Chu-Ha had used a similar excuse before, he turned and asked directly, "Are you trying to tell me? Next time I come find you, then we'll talk." Lam Sin took a wad of cash from his jacket pocket. He placed it on the table and asked, "I don't like beating around the bush, and I don't like wasting words. This is 8,000. Tell me, yes or no." Ha-Ha was completely captivated by the money and quickly replied, "Little brother, then please wait a moment. I'll go change my clothes." His face flushed as he watched the girl. Lamson pushed her aside and said, "Take the money. The money on the table is for you. I don't need you to come along. Just consider that my previous question. Your answer is worth this much money." He looked up at the sky and asked himself, "Don't I even have the last excuse to fool myself?" Dai stood there, wondering, "Brother Lamson, what's wrong? If you're not happy today, how should I explain it to Mr. NAC? Look, how about I call a car? We'll go somewhere else." He replied, "The thing Tran NAC asked you to do. You've done it. Tell Tran NAC. I understand, thank you." Back at Tran NAC's house, he was sitting on a chair, studying. This rune is a wizard's, concealing the wizard's power. He looked at the rune in his hand, thinking, "I can feel a strong spiritual power stirring in the rune, but no matter how strong the spiritual power is, it can't mask the complex smell within." Tran NAC closed his eyes. According to the usual principles recognized by cultivators, the purer the power, the better. The purer the power, the easier it is to control its operational principles. But such complex spiritual power. Tran NAC smiled. "Damn it, you wizards should learn from old Monster Star Constellation or Lenho, the Great Transformation Technique, or the North Ming Divine Art, or the Soul Absorption Technique." He replicated the rune and mumbled, "Such complex spiritual power. It clearly comes from different power systems. But when it falls into the wizard's hands, he can deploy it, and such powerful application is clearly all thanks to the rune." He clenched his fists and sat there proudly. "Wizard, now see my abilities. I also know." The next day at school, Tran NAC entered the classroom, thinking, "The vacation can wait a few more days. Final exams are coming soon. I can't be absent. Now that I've learned the wizard skills, even if Loctete really attacks, I don't need to be afraid. Running away won't be a problem." Passing by Kaka's seat, he looked over in surprise. Seeing his wife with a bruised eye, he immediately asked, "What happened to your face? Who hit you?" Kaka sat there and replied, "You, don't overthink it. I fell down the stairs when I went home last night, and the stair light was broken, so I just hit my face on the ground." Tran NAC put his hand on her forehead and asked, "Was it really just a fall?" Kaka insisted, "Really, it hurt so much I couldn't sleep well last night." He channeled spiritual power into her, soothingly saying, "I'll rub it for you. It'll feel a bit better." Kaka blushed and reminded him, "There are classmates here." He smiled, "Just a minute, it'll be quick." Then he mused, "You wouldn't heal even if you applied medicine for half a month. I'll use the wizard's methods to treat you. It'll be cured in a minute. However, to not be too conspicuous, I'll reduce the effectiveness a bit for you." Then he asked her, "How does it feel?" Kaka replied in surprise, "Much better." "Oh right, Tran NAC. Next Tuesday is Teacher Tuong's 50th birthday, did you know?" He replied, "No, I haven't seen Teacher Tuong these past few days. I have to go see Teacher Tuong and visit Chu Deep right after school." Kaka happily said, "Then we're going the same way after school." He thought to himself, "Next Monday. Monday is also after the final exams." Then he went and knocked on Teacher Tuong's door. Tran NAC stepped in, ruffled his hair with a forced smile, and called out, "Master." He brushed him off. "Don't even say it. You haven't been here for days. I almost forgot I had a disciple like you." Tran NAC quickly clarified, "No, Master may forget, but I can't." He stood there, complaining. That brat Lamson is the same, completely distracted during practice. I don't know what kind of disciples I have. Placing things on the table, Tran NC turned and said, "Master, please don't be angry. I was busy with a business trip. As for second senior brother, I heard he's heartbroken. He'll get over it in a few days." Teacher Tuong sat in his chair with his arms crossed and said, "Only senior brother gives me less to worry about." He also sat down, beaming. "I must meet senior brother if I get the chance. Senior brother must be a genius." Tran NAC turned to ask about his sister. "Has Chu Di been well these past few days?" Has she not bothered you, teacher? He replied, more well-behaved than you. Her foster mother took her out to play. She'll be back later. Oh right, what about Ko-Kang? Tran NAC replied bluntly, it's nothing. He hasn't come looking for me these past few days. With this kind of social ruffian, there's nothing new. He won't live peacefully even if he goes somewhere else. Hearing that, Teacher Tuong breathed a sigh of relief. That's for the best. A few days later, the final exams were over. Let's have a meal together. He asked in surprise. What meal? He spoke vaguely. It's nothing. I just want to find a time to meet everyone. Share a meal. You just need to come then, next Tuesday. After talking for a while, Teacher Tuong suggested, all right, let's have dinner at Master's house today. I'll go buy some delicious food. On the day of the exam, after everything was done, Tran NAC and Kaka walked and chatted while drinking water. Finally, the exams are over. How did you do? Go well. I feel pretty good. Now we can relax. Where should we go this afternoon? Let's go shopping. Tomorrow is Teacher Tuong's birthday. I can't go empty-handed. Chu Deep has also been staying at Teacher Tuong's house lately. I definitely have to repay this kindness. All right then, I'll treat you to McDonald's. Kaka turned to look at him, thinking, Tran NAC will surely spend a lot of money on a gift. If I treat him to a meal, he won't have to pay, helping him save a little. So, the two of them had a relaxing outing after the exams. First, they went to eat. After that, they went to an amusement park, played games happily, and even went rollerblading together. On the way, Tran NAC said, we've bought the gift. We can go home now. Kaka was delighted. Today was really fun. His phone vibrated. As soon as he answered, Old Tun's voice asked, Tran NAC, is Kaka with you? That's right. It's strange, where's my phone? Why can't I call her phone? It's off. Maybe the battery died. Give her your phone. Kaka took the phone from Tran NAC and answered, Dad, what's wrong? She stood still, listening to her father on the phone, neither of them saying a word. Kaka sadly returned the phone to Tran NAC. He asked, what's wrong? She pouted and said, I didn't do well on my exams. The teachers have already graded the first 2 days' tests. My dad saw them and scolded me, saying if I don't study hard, he won't let me hang out with you anymore. Tran NAC asked, didn't you say you did pretty well? Kaka replied, I don't know either. My dad said there were a lot of mistakes in my exams. For the math question with the most points, my process was correct, and the answer was mostly right, but I wrote the wrong sign. And for the multiple choice questions, I clearly got them right, but I wrote the answers in the wrong places, like writing the answer for one question in the spot for the next, which resulted in a whole string of errors. After that, she rummaged through her bag. I can't find my phone either. Today was supposed to be so much fun. How did it turn into such bad luck? Tran NAC immediately comforted her. Don't cry, don't rush. We'll solve things one by one. Come on, let's go buy a new phone. Kaka still cried loudly. Why am I so unlucky? No Dao stood behind them, smiling. Benefactor, buying a phone now is not good feng shui. It will get lost again in a few days. Tran NAC immediately turned around and asked, Who's there? He replied, seeing this benefactor crying, this humble Taoist couldn't help but notice and got curious, not intentionally eavesdropping on your conversation. He then turned to Kaka and said, Benefactor, you have bad fortune. Tran NAC annoyedly said, I think you're sick. What error is this? People still believe in superstitions like this. Then he pulled Kaka, turned around, and walked away. Don't mind him, let's go. A few days ago, An Loi's store was busy, so he gave me quite a bit of wages, enough to buy a phone. She wanted to save his money, so she said, I don't need it. You keep the money. You'll need it for many things later. The Taoist on the side was still trying to hold them back. Wait, benefactors, don't go. No Dao chased after them, pestering. Female benefactor, have you had a lot of misfortunes lately? Kaka asked, How do you know? He added, There are dark clouds over the benefactor's destiny in the heavens. If not resolved soon, once this dark energy takes form, if it becomes an overcast sky at the summit, I fear something extremely bad will happen. Tran NAC smiled and asked, Taoist priest, this humble monk is no Tao too. After hearing this, Tran NAC thought, did the Ghost King agree to let him plagiarize? He was a bit curious at first, but hearing that name, he felt like he wasn't a master at all. What kind of master would take a name like that? He continued to turn and walk away. Forget it, we believe in Bodhisattva. The Taoist called out again, wait. Then No Tao stripped off his Taoist robe and took out a Buddhist robe, removing his wig. This, you too, wait a moment. Then he changed his disguise. Amitabha Buddha, this humble monk is No Tao. You two benefactors, Buddhism and Taoism are originally one family. This humble monk also believes in the Buddha. Tran NAC's mouth dropped open in surprise. Hey, that's really clueless, truly an eye-opener. If I say I believe in God, what are you going to transform into? He stubbornly sighed. I even have a cross too. No Tao continued. This humble monk is not deceiving you too. This female benefactor has bad luck clinging to her. The matters aren't big, but various things will keep happening frequently. Isn't that right? Kaka thought about it and agreed. It's really like that. Tran NAC dismissed it. Don't believe him. This is just a trick. It doesn't mean anything. Hij plötsligt finger tog en mumbao som inkompenwut, moedering dushujin mao, kaitit tuntit, twit hop doshum, ngatat fudo, moedering. Everyone has to endure hardship. More realistically, everyone has probably feared their career or studies at some point, and perhaps faced difficulties, right? Tran NAC smiled in admiration. He really said something meaningful. He glared. It seems this humble monk spoke correctly. Meeting today can be considered fate. This humble monk has a method that can help the benefactor solve it. Suddenly, he grabbed No Tao's wrist and twisted it. Then he twisted his arm behind his back and asked, Tell me, how many days have you been following them? How could you lay your hands on them on the stairs? And how could you sneak into the school to change exam answers? He screamed, pleading innocence. Oh my, this is such an injustice. Junior brother, let go of my hand first. Let go. Oh my, it's breaking, it's breaking. My arm is about to break. Tran NAC snapped. Don't call me junior brother. If you don't explain clearly, I'll make you kneel and call me dad in a bit. Tell me, what did you say? He continued to ask, how many people planned this, and where are your accomplices? No Tao flatly denied. This brother, you're really wronging me. I understand now, at this moment, seem to have hit the nail on the head. Tran NAC dismissed it. Isn't that just wasting words? You guys did it all. You harmed people first, then came pretending to be a master. He held out a piece of paper and explained. No, this is my first time here. How could I have accomplices? If you don't believe me, I have proof here. No Tao rubbed his shoulder and said, This brother, I understand what you're suspicious of, but I'm truly innocent. This young lady's troubles must have started recently, right? But I only arrived in Kim Lang this afternoon. Tran NAC looked at the paper and said, The train ticket is indeed for this afternoon, and it doesn't look fake. Then the two talked. So tell me, what do you want to do? I want to form a good connection. Doing good deeds will be rewarded. Don't beat around the bush. Get straight to the point. All right, I have a protective amulet. I can give it to you too. To this young lady. To dispel that bad luck. It's guaranteed to be very effective. He immediately asked, It's not free, is it? He was also straightforward. Our Buddhist sect values connections. If the connection is sufficient, the amount of money doesn't matter. Just name a price, 800. Immediately he lowered the price to 500. This protective amulet, I made it myself, and it was consecrated by Bodhisattva and the three pure ones of Taoism. 500. You absolutely won't regret it. He then asked, Your Bodhisattva and the three pure ones of Taoism consecrated it together. Tran NAC took out the money and said, "Okay, I'll trust you this once. But I'm telling you now, if you deceive me, I'll make you pay double." On this side, No Dao also took out an amulet from his person and said, "A monk does not speak falsehoods, guaranteed effective." Kaka, a bit reluctant to spend money, turned and pulled his arm. "Tran NAC, what are you doing? That's 500. He firmly said, "I feel like you haven't been doing well recently. Buy it for peace of mind." Then he handed the protective amulet to him. "We're even." Tran NAC patted his shoulder, incidentally transferring some spiritual energy, and said, "All right, I've received the item. If you're deceiving me, it's still not too late to admit your mistake now." No Dao clasped his hands and chanted, "Amitabha Buddha, a monk does not speak falsehoods. This humble monk takes his leave." He thought to himself, "After gaining the shaman's rune power, my recognition ability has increased by another level. As long as this person doesn't leave Kimlang City, I can find him." Then he handed it to Kaka. "Take it and keep it safe. That's 500. Kaka was still a bit regretful. "My monthly salary isn't much. How can you spend like that?" Tran NAC said affectionately, "You've truly been a bit unlucky lately. Buy it for peace of mind. 500 isn't expensive. I'd be heartbroken if even one strand of your hair was missing." She put her hand in her pocket and rummaged for something. Then she handed it to Tran NAC and said, "I only have 100 on me, take it." Tran NAC dismissed it. "No need, I'm not short on this money." Kaka pouted, "If you don't take it, I'll be angry. Money is saved little by little. Later, for marriage, buying a house, there are many places where money is needed. The better you are, my dad, will be more at ease." Hearing that, Tran NAC immediately asked, "What is dad at ease about?" Kaka blushed in embarrassment and walked away. "No, nothing, I'm going. My dad urged me to go home. I won't see you off." Tran NAC chased after her. "I was also going to take you to buy a phone." Kaka turned back and replied, "No need, I'll tell my dad to buy it." Tran NAC, listen carefully. Every penny you earn must be saved carefully. She smiled, her cheeks flushed, thinking to herself, but not saying it, "I'm waiting for you to marry me." Tran NAC stood there, thinking of his father-in-law, old son. If I hadn't agreed with Uncle before, not to date Kaka temporarily, I would have made our relationship official a long time ago. Nor would I have needed to erase her memories. Then he said to Kaka, "Let's talk after graduation. Can't let the future father-in-law be displeased." He scratched his head and remembered. "Oh right, there's one more thing. I need to find a way to launder the money at home. Otherwise, Kaka can't spend it." The scene shifts to a restaurant in the city. Inside, people chat. "Old Jiang, happy birthday." "Old son, what is this? Why did you buy so many things?" "Happy birthday, godfather. I wish you good health and happiness every day." "Oh, my Chu Deep is so articulate." "Mount High. Tran NAC, what are you doing? Where did you buy it? Return it." A large family sat around a spacious table. Teacher Jiang began, "Sit quickly, sit down." Across from them, old son saw the two sitting together and feigned a cough to signal. Kaka whispered, "My dad's really angry. I'm going to sit next to my mom." Tran NAC agreed. "Go on. You should be obedient at times like this." Teacher Jiang stood up and said, "All right, let's raise our glasses." The waiter nearby also announced, "All the dishes have been served. Please enjoy." Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in, saying loudly, "Master, I'm here. I've come to celebrate your birthday." Tran NAC recognized the familiar face and exclaimed, "Oh." Teacher Jiang saw him and happily blurted out, "No Dao, why are you here too?" Tran NAC, Lam Sin, this is the person I mentioned to you too. He was my student in Hui Tan. You two should call him senior disciple brother." Tran NAC sarcastically remarked, "Senior disciple brother is indeed a talent." Lam Sin, unaware, simply greeted, "Senior disciple brother." No Dao, feeling awkward, looked away and covered his face. No Dao sat down between the two. Tran NAC raised his glass and asked, "Senior disciple brother, where did you train to become so accomplished?" He replied, "Accomplished? Not quite. Just back in the countryside." Then he took out a card and pushed it towards him. Mainly Buddhist and Taoist studies. In short, all national studies. It says, picking up the card, Tran NAC turned and asked, "Senior disciple brother truly has many talents. You're too modest." So the system. He rubbed his head awkwardly and replied, "Junior disciple brother, don't joke anymore. Chatting foreign scriptures isn't good." Then No Dao took out money, holding it in his hand, and said, "That's right, master." He stood there and offered it to Teacher Jiang, a small token of my sincerity. The teacher waved his hand, dismissing it. "No, it's not easy for you to earn money. Your presence here to drink with me is already precious." No Dao tried to persuade him. "Master, really, please accept it. Today is your grand birthday. It's not like any ordinary day." Tran NAC quickly took the money from No Dao's hand and placed it into Teacher Jiang's hand. Then he stood between the two and said, "Master, this is senior disciple brother sincerity. We are all martial artists, so let's be straightforward. Senior disciple brother, let me guess, this isn't much. Exactly 500, right?" No Dao gave a wry smile and raised his hand, replying, "Junior disciple brother, you're clever, truly clever. Master, please accept it." He took the money and reminded, "All right then, but no next time. Is everything still well back home?" No Dao stood there, explaining to his master, "Everything is fine. After you came to Jinling, I became a monk at Yunmu Temple. After the old abbot passed away, I continuously managed the temple's affairs. Not long after, I became the abbot of Qing Tianguan because there was no successor. I merged the two places into one and named it Qing Yun Academy." He scratched his head modestly. "It's also considered starting my own business." Tran NAC stood there listening, then glanced over, thinking, "Nice, isn't this the founder of Qing Yun sect?" Some time later, the party ended. Everyone's faces red from drinking. No Dao raised his hand to salute. "Master, mistress, I'll be heading back now." Zhao Van waved and asked, "Aren't you staying for a few days? You're master, and I haven't seen you in a long time." He replied, "I still have things to do. When I'm free, I'll come visit master and mistress again." Teacher Jiang, seemingly drunk, leaned on his wife and managed to say, "All right then, be careful on your way." On this side, Kaka also stood there, being supported. "Tran NAC, I'm going home now." He replied, "Yeah, it looks like your dad will be angry for a few days." From a distance, old Sun, looking annoyed, called out loudly, "Kaka, why are you dawdling? Go home and study immediately." He led Chu deep and pleaded, "Master, mistress, I'll still have to trouble you both to look after Chu deep for a while. The shop is busy during summer vacation. I can't take care of Chu deep." Zhao Van smiled. "Go on with your work. I can look after Chu deep for as long as you need. I can't bear to let her go either." Chu deep naughtily said, "Godfather's face is very red, like an apple." On this side, No Dao stood pondering while hailing a taxi. Master's facial features are very blessed. He can smoothly resolve any issue he encounters. It seems he's met a noble person. I can rest assured. Suddenly, Tran NAC ran up, grabbed his hand, and asked, "Senior Marshal brother, what's the rush to go home? Let's have a chat, brother." No Dao quickly waved his hand in refusal. "No more drinking, no more drinking." He put an arm around him and said, "Just a little drink. Otherwise, Senior Marshal brother isn't giving me face. Master also said that I should learn a bit from you." No Dao was flustered. "Learn? Learn what? My stuff is just peripheral, nothing worth mentioning." Then the two sat on a park bench, drinking alcohol. Tran NAC handed him a bottle. No Dao exclaimed, "Junior Marshal brother is quite strong too. It seems training martial arts with Master Tuong isn't bad. Unlike your senior martial brother, I have no talent. I don't even know any cat-scratching kung fu. He pressed. Senior Marshal Brother, tell me about what happened yesterday. No Dao immediately replied. Do you really take those words I said for real? Tran NAC was also frank. I didn't believe it at first, but thinking about it later, it seems to be true. Come on, tell me, is your business luck real or fake? At this point, based on his words, he confessed. It's fake, it's not real. Tran NAC was a bit suspicious, but what's real can't be fake. Senior Marshal Brother, you're not going to tell me the truth, are you? No Dao didn't answer, but tilted the bottle back and drank. This wine is too strong. Tran NAC, still sitting beside him, pressed on. What do you mean? You're not telling the truth. He mumbled, swaying. Can't say. Junior Marshal Brother, you're so good. Give me a plate of peanuts. No Dao swayed, his mouth mumbling incoherently. So powerful. You can. Can you kill me or something? We're all fellow disciples. Tran NAC sat there, eyes wide with astonishment. Damn it, are you messing with me? He looked at his senior marshal brother, lying drunk there, and thought, if it weren't for the disappearing concept around you, I'd really take you for a fraud and let you go. But now you're playing games with me? I'm the master of this game. The next morning, No Dao slowly opened his eyes after a night of heavy drinking. He was lying in a car, and three grim-faced men in front turned around and asked, You're awake? It's been a whole day. He muttered to himself, Why is it so cool? It turned out all his clothes had been stripped off, leaving only a small cloth to cover himself. The car stopped by the road, surrounded by a noisy, bustling crowd. Inside, No Dao's voice screamed, Damn it, you guys. Deloy turned around, rubbing his chin, and said, Brother, we're not making things difficult for you. A friend asked me to ask you something. They said, You just think about whether you want to tell or not. He asked back, What if I don't tell? In his head, he thought, Blessings, may my chrysanthemum not hurt. Deloy's face showed a hint of perversion. If you don't tell, we won't touch you. We'll just open the door and push you onto the main road. No Dao, hearing this, challenged with a bit of confidence. You think I'm scared of that? Deloy sneered. No problem. If once doesn't work, we'll do it twice. If twice doesn't work, we'll do it 10 times. We're free anyway. Jinling City has many main roads. We'll play street by street. If 1 or 2 days aren't enough, we'll play for 10 days. How about that? Then he turned and told the driver, Open the door. All right. No Dao, a little scared, yelled, No, absolutely not. I give up. All right, call Tran NAC out here. Whatever he asks, I'll tell him. A moment later, Deloy took him to a certain place, not forgetting to instruct, Do a good job, got it? No Dao could only force a smile and replied, Yes. Tran NAC sat there pouring tea. Senior Marshal Brother, drink some tea to cool down. My boss here didn't make things difficult for you, did he? He sat down and said, Boss, yesterday you said you work part-time at the car shop. This is the place. But looking at your facial features, I see you as the boss, and that bald guy as the servant. You're the real boss, aren't you? You are quite profound and unpredictable. Does Master know? Tran NAC ignored those words and asked directly, Senior Marshal Brother, have you come to your senses? Not pretending anymore. No Dao reached for the pack of cigarettes on the table, then lit one. He sat there, confiding, Junior Marshal Brother, we all have our own secrets. How about we each go our own way? What do you say? Tran NAC was blunt. Senior Marshal Brother, the situation has changed. I don't have the patience to play around with you. This afternoon I received a phone call. Tun Kaka was in a car accident. He continued, Actually, things like business luck, retribution, all this nonsense, I don't believe in. Talismans are also just rubbish, but lately, there's definitely something mysterious that I don't know the power of, causing these things to happen very frequently. No Dao turned around and asked, Junior Marshal Brother, There's one thing I still don't understand. Why do you think I know? Tran NAC replied. Senior Marshal Brother only arrived in Jinling the afternoon before last, and only came to Master's birthday celebration yesterday at noon. I guess during that time, you must have discovered something strange and went to deal with it. He smiled. I see. So that was your trick, Junior Marshal Brother. He continued. Since it's come to this, I'll be clear with you. Right now, I'm very worried. Tun Ka Ka is my life. If you don't speak, today, you'll see blood. I've said it. I'm very serious. No Dao leaned on his hand, sitting there, and smiled, asking, Junior Marshal Brother, do you believe in something called luck? Legend has it that in the primordial era, chaos divided into two chi, clear and turbid. The clear ascended, while the turbid remained below. The two chi, clear and turbid, generate and overcome each other, balancing yin and yang, influencing all existence on heaven and earth. According to our ancestors, if humans are influenced by the two chi, clear and turbid, it will produce good fortune and ill fortune. But overall speaking, a person's good fortune and ill fortune are balanced. They won't always be unlucky, nor always lucky, also known as the scale of prosperity and decline. Tran NAC immediately asked, You mean, Tun Ka Ka is entangled with ill fortune? No, Dao replied. Yes, if the ill fortune doesn't dissipate, and she keeps encountering bad luck repeatedly, minor incidents will lead to injuries, and major ones to accidental death. He continued, That's not right. You just said that ill fortune and good fortune are balanced. For Tun Ka Ka to encounter such bad luck so often, it's absolutely not normal. No, Dao explained. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is being born with a body of ill fortune. This type of person is called a lonely star from heaven. Tun Ka Ka wasn't unlucky from childhood, so she's clearly not this type. Then it can only be the other type. I suspect she was harmed by someone else. He asked anxiously. Harmed how? He listed. Curses, talismans, come and thong. There are so many sects. How would I know? Tran NAC immediately asked, Is there a way to find out who it is? Receiving the medicine from Junior Marshal Brother, he continued, Curses and such, many of them are just to heighten the sense of ritual, made mysterious. But if you truly want to inflict ill fortune on someone else, an important method is direct contact. So, who exactly harmed Tun Ka Ka? Ask the girl who she came into contact with a day or two before she first experienced bad luck, and investigate gradually, and you'll be able to find out. No, Dao added. First, don't expect me to help. The ill fortune on Tun Ka Ka, for it to be so strong, indicates someone more skilled than me. I can't provoke such an expert. Tran NAC took a drag from his cigarette and replied, All right, I won't make it difficult for you. But please, Senior Marshal Brother, stay here for a few days until I've resolved Tun Ka Ka's situation. The scene shifts to Old Tun's residential area. Tran NAC sat on the sofa, massaging Ka Ka. Thankfully, it was just a minor injury. She blushed slightly and stammered, Tran NAC, have you felt enough? He gave a roguish smile. Then let's switch to a place I haven't touched yet. Kaka was honest. You don't. I'm not ready. Not ready yet. Tran NAC pinched her cheek and said, Just teasing you. I already promised Uncle Tun I wouldn't do that before. She cursed under her breath. Nuisance. He wondered, Kaka, have you come into contact with any strangers recently? You go from school straight home every day. You probably haven't met many strangers. Think carefully. Kaka thought for a moment and replied, If it's physical contact, there are two people. One was in the restroom of the second-hand shop on Duongtu Street. I met a beautiful older sister. That was when I went to see you. Tran NAC thought to himself, Forget about Lok Tay Tay. She kills without batting an eye. Kaka recalled and continued, And another person was on Hugh Na's birthday. I went to find her for dinner, and coincidentally met one of Hugh Na's friends there. She quickly explained. She was also a girl, not a boy. Don't overthink it. I usually don't interact with other boys at school or at other times. Tran NAC smiled. I know. He added, did you just have dinner, or did you do anything else? She immediately replied, what else could we do? We just ate, talked, then watched TV, and then I went home. So what was that girl's name? Her name is Ha Dung. Kaka looked puzzled. Hey, why are you asking? Tran NAC placed his hand on her cheek and replied, it's nothing, just asking a few questions. Are you sleepy yet? Kaka cradled her head. I wasn't sleepy. Why am I suddenly so sleepy? It turned out Tran NAC had secretly channeled spiritual energy into her head. He helped Kaka lie on his lap and thought, if ill fortune is controlled by others, then it also proves it's a kind of power. If I sense it carefully, I might be able to discover the power within Tun Kaka's body. Tran NAC flinched, breaking out in a sweat. He looked stunned, his face showing a hint of worry as he gasped. Then he slowly pulled something out of Kaka's head. A black aura vibrated in his hand. Tran NAC looked at it and wondered, what is this? It seemed to have a life of its own, growing at an untraceable speed. And it clearly wasn't from Tun Kaka's spiritual consciousness. It was something from outside. Tran NAC clenched it in his hand, smiling as he said, if you can unleash bad luck, then I'll call you the bad luck bug. Stay obediently in this consciousness space for now, and I'll investigate what you are. The next morning, at a factory complex, several people were chatting excitedly. It's rare we're not working overtime today. Want to go shopping? No way. I still have to pick up my child. Want to go ice skating? It just opened not far from here. Let's go see a movie tonight. Tran NAC was eating at a roadside stall, looking through the window, and said, she's out. According to Tun Kaka's description, Ha Dung is short and fat, with blonde hair and a tattoo on her arm. She's really easy to spot. She was whistling while looking in the car's rearview mirror. Then she took out a bunch of keys and held them in her hand, scratched a line along the side of the car, muttering curses. Damn rich people. They must have made their money dirty. Suddenly, a female student on a bicycle called out, Sister Dung Dung. Ha Dung turned around and asked, is that you? Are you done with school? Yes. Then the girl waved goodbye. I'm heading home now. I have a lot of homework to do today. Goodbye, Sister Dung Dung. Ha Dung also smiled and said, okay, goodbye. As soon as the person left, she cursed, oh, so great, huh? Then she punctured the girl's bicycle tire and continued walking while whistling. Tran NAC looked over with a contemptuous smile. What a worthless person. Scene shifts to a certain residential area. Ha Dung sat at home with her feet on the table, watching and complaining. TV is so boring. Then she let out a devious laugh. Good thing there were a lot of fun things today. She recalled scratching the car, then the incident of deflating the high school girl's bike tire. Then she remembered the uncle in the wheelchair. At that time, she asked, Uncle, how are your legs? He replied, the doctor said I'll only be able to use a wheelchair from now on. Really, due to bad luck, I fell on flat ground and ended up like this. Then she kicked the cat away and laughed gleefully again. Ha Dung spoke to a masked woman. Sister Dung, I heard cosmetic surgery abroad is very advanced. Your facial injury. The person replied, where would I get the money? Broke up with my boyfriend, won fire, lost everything. Ha Dung pondered. That's right. What was the name of that girl I met at Nana's house a few days ago? Sun what? Kaka. Then she smiled sinisterly. Yes, Sun Kaka. Not only is she beautiful, her dad is the dean of students at school, and I heard he's about to become the vice principal. She spat and cursed. That kind of person. Why doesn't she just die? Beautiful, good figure, popular at school. Her dad is a school leader. All the good things in the world go to that kind of person. It would be best if they just died. Her eyes lit up. Maybe I'll go check her out tomorrow. Just thinking about it, she couldn't control her excitement. In Ha Dung's consciousness, a dark creature with red eyes also spoke. You're very excited too, aren't you? It stood before a large tree with a blood-red top. Since she was very young, She had felt a strange power within her body until 3 or 4 years ago, in a dream, Ha Dung entered her own consciousness space. Only then did she realize she had gained control of extraordinary power. Initially, in that consciousness, I wondered, where is this? And what is this thing? This tree can absorb her evil thoughts and breed a species, which can also be summoned from the real world, and then planted into other people's bodies. She smiled sinisterly. From now on, anyone who makes me unhappy, they all die. Unfortunately, so far, only 3 saplings have been cultivated. There are so many lucky people in the world. I really want to make them all unlucky. Ha Dung stood there praying. "Oh tree, you must work hard. We still have a great goal to achieve." At this moment, a giant white hand appeared and grabbed the tree trunk. Tran Nac's figure appeared and pulled the tree out. She asked in a panic, Who are you?" Her eyes widened as she watched. Then she asked again, "Who are you?" Tran Nac stood in front of her, holding the evil thought tree in his hand. She lunged forward, yelling, "Give it back! Give my treasure back!" Tran Nac gently grabbed her by the neck and replied, "Give it back, so someone with a wicked heart like you can continue harming others?" Ha Dung still struggled to reach for the evil thought tree. "Who exactly are you? Give it back to me." "That's mine. Tran Nac immediately scolded her. "It's lucky for someone like you to just die. But dying just like that would be too easy." So he used an eye attack to strike her spirit, leaving her lying there dazed. He walked away and said, "From now on, be a patient." Returning to his own home, Tran Nac sat there deep in thought. Can this be considered stealing her ability? In Tran Nac's consciousness world, he planted the tree. "Although you greedily absorb my spirit, your absorption speed isn't as fast as my growth speed. From now on, my consciousness space will be your cage, until I neutralize you." He slowly opened his eyes, recalling the moments he extracted the evil thought seeds. He told himself, compared to the luck tree, these 3 seeds are much simpler. Tran Nac held it tightly in his hand and channeled spiritual power into it. After placing the luck tree in my consciousness space, I can sense this world on another level. There's a very faint presence, but I can still feel it. But how exactly to use it, I still need to figure out. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Tran Nac took out his phone to answer. It was Ka. She announced, "The PCO you gave me is broken. It's broken. Just found out. Maybe it broke yesterday. It's inside. I'm so sad." He thought to himself, Tun Ka injured her leg, but she keeps this thing in her jacket pocket, doesn't she? Then he comforted Ka. "It's okay. Think of it this way. Who knows? That PCO might have saved your life." On the other end of the line, she sighed. "I can only comfort myself that way." "Oh, right, Tran Nac. Nobody's home today." He understood her meaning, but immediately dodged. "On Loy's shop is busy today. I have to go help." "Oh, then you go be busy. After you're done, I'll come find you. Don't forget, okay? You promised, don't forget it." Tran Nac was pensive. The PCO is broken. This senior brother really has some skill. I should repay him. With that, he ran to Dai Loy's repair shop. He walked in with 2 bags in his hands, and seeing no Dao sitting there, he smiled brightly. "Oh, senior brother, what are you watching?" He replied, "The Shawshank Redemption, learning how to run." "Oh, come on." He smiled, his eyes crinkling, and took out 2 bottles of Moutai wine, saying, "Here, senior brother, let's drink some wine first." I even bought snacks, and I ordered some galangal soup too. "It'll be here soon." He wondered, "What's up, junior brother? It looks like you need a favor." Tran Nac poured the wine and said, "I'm free today, so I wanted to have a few drinks with you, senior brother. We're fellow disciples. It's only right to be close." No Dao playfully scolded him. "Junior brother Tran Nac, you're someone who can change your face in an instant and humble yourself in an instant. That's good. You're shrewd, decisive in action, and can put aside your pride. But you change too quickly. Senior brother can't keep up with the pace." He gave a dry laugh and replied, "What are you talking about? There's really nothing." He raised his hand to stop him. "No rush. Leave the wine for now. I'll do some calculations later." After counting on his fingers, No Dao continued, "Junior brother, I guess that little girl Tan Kaka's amulet is broken, isn't it?" He gave a thumbs up, praising. "Senior brother is indeed smart, so. That amulet, senior brother must still have some, right? Can you give me a few dozen more?" After hearing that, No Dao pressed his philtrum and sighed. Oh dear. My heart condition has relapsed. I need to treat myself for a moment." Tran NAC chuckled. "Senior brother, don't be like that. If a few dozen isn't possible, then a few will do." No Dao firmly refused. "No, not even one. Do you think my amulets are bought from the market? Crafting them takes a lot of effort." He held something in his hand and turned to ask, "Senior brother, what's this then?" He felt his neck and asked sharply, "Brat, when did you take my longevity amulet from my neck?" Tran NAC smiled and replied, "Just now. Luckily, I was quick-witted and saw a string around your neck." No Doubt tried to snatch it back. "No, no, this won't do. That's my birth-aligned spiritual artifact." He pulled his hand back and asked, "A birth-aligned spiritual artifact? Even better. Senior brother, I won't shortchange you. I'll pay double the previous price, 1,000. He loudly exclaimed, 1,000? This item of mine is very rare. The jade alone cost 8,000. This is genuine Heqian Yangji jade. Moreover, I carved it for half a month." Tran NAC put it in his pocket and said, "Senior brother, don't fool me. Yangji jade is white. This thing is green. It's just an ordinary piece of jade." No Doubt rubbed his chin. "So you know how to praise items too." He put his arm around his senior brother's shoulder and said, "I can't let you suffer a loss either. 3,000. If you still don't agree, then consider it a welcome gift from senior brother to me." He sat down and sighed. "Forget it. There's always someone better. I admit it, 3,000 it is." Tran NAC was delighted. "That's more like it. That's how siblings should be. Bargaining like that feels too distant. I'll have Brother Loy give you the money later." No Dao stood up and asked, "Junior brother, the matter is resolved, so you don't need to lock me up anymore, right?" "What are you talking about?" "I just wanted to be closer to you, so I invited you to stay for a day." "Lock up what? So can I leave now?" "Of course, senior brother, feel free." Watching him get into the car, Tran NAC happily said, "Senior brother, come visit anytime." No Dao waved his hand evasively. "Oh, I can't afford to play with you, junior brother. Let's not meet again in the future." Inside, Dai Loy and Tran NAC chatted. "NAC Gia, is that really your senior brother?" "You could say that." "This person, he talks a lot. He kept talking at my place all night yesterday. He almost made me faint. This person is not easy to get along with. He's too cunning. Be careful when you deal with him." "It's fine. I can still handle him." He curiously asked, "He was here for 2 days. Did he do anything strange?" Dailoy thought for a moment and replied, "Not really." "Ah, that's right, there's one thing. This morning, he told someone from my shop to buy a random piece of jade. I looked at it. Nothing special, just an ordinary piece of jade, about 100. Tran NAC realized he was tricked. His face darkened as he said, 100? Dailoy rubbed his head and asked, "Hey, NAC Gia, what's wrong, NAC Gia?" 2 streams of tears ran down his face as he cried out, "I really FING want to hit someone." Inside, he sat down, fuming, muttering, "This senior brother, he's devious, truly FING devious." Then he noticed a piece of paper on the chair. A letter left by No Dao. The content was as follows, "Junior brother, I've taken the money. Thanks. Don't be angry. Although it's fake, the effect is real. You toasted me, and you found someone to spill my belongings. Let's call this even, shall we?" Senior brother wrote, "Don't read it." Tran NAC smiled after reading it. This guy, he had already thought of a way to prank me. But this senior brother is quite interesting. In the taxi, No Dao scratched his head, pondering. This time, before descending the mountain, I cast a divination for myself and would encounter an opportunity. But my junior brother's fate, I couldn't see it. Better to avoid it if possible. Just hide to be safe, so I don't get dragged into it. Then he turned to the driver. If it's accurate, you give me a free ride. If not, I won't charge you. Scene shifts to Zhongnin Mental Hospital. Hadum was gagged and tied to a hospital bed. This is the disciple you intended to accept, a bit old. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding before. You heard from a friend that while traveling in Kim Lang, you accidentally met someone very talented, but didn't expect her to be this old. Turns out, outside were two acquaintances. Deep Duong stood there and said. Tay replied. A nurse walked over and asked. Her primary physician has already left work. If you want to know about her condition, please come back tomorrow. Tay asked. Can I visit? The nurse replied. While the nurse was leaving, Tay secretly channeled her spiritual energy inside. After sensing, she said. Tay realized it was the trace of Tran NAC's thought power. Back at the International Hotel, the butler stood there reporting to Neville. She handed Neville an envelope and added. She smiled, took it. Neville took it out and looked, pondering. Then she slowly walked toward a mirror covered by a black cloth. Neville reached out and pulled it down, but the sharp voice from inside the mirror asked. She loudly questioned. And I am a noble lady. But the other Neville replied. Don't worry, men love that trick. Then it was like talking to herself. Like it, after our last meeting, he didn't contact me actively, as if I didn't exist at all. Then we just have to take the initiative and attack. But you promised not to disturb his life. Foolish, you made the promise, not me. But the older sister asked. Neville stammered. The older sister immediately offered advice. How about, let's ask him out tomorrow. Remembering Tran NAC's image, it's time to take the relationship a step further. The next day, in a mysterious black outfit, Neville sat there and spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Neville, the sole heiress of the Devensai family, and one of Tran NAC's admirers. Oh, right. Some time ago, I invested in your school, so I was able to see all the student files, which is how I found you. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Din Yuyan sat there and frankly asked, So, what do you want with me? Neville replied, As far as you and I know, Tran NAC only likes Tun Ka. We can only be considered thick-skinned, because for certain reasons, Tran NAC won't be cold to us. Din Yuyan wondered, You want me to back off? Neville suggested, No, it's cooperation. She added, Summer vacation has been going on for a while now, and Tran NAC follows Tun Ka every day. Do you know that in a few days, you won't be able to resist going to find him? Me too. But Tran NAC can't be in two places at once, so this summer vacation will eventually turn into a struggle for him. Din Yuyan immediately said, Then Oppa will find a way to escape, so we can't make plans with him. Neville pulled her glasses down slightly and continued, Therefore, to avoid failure, we need to share Tran NAC's time when Tun Ka isn't around. We'll use this summer vacation to make Tran NAC fall for us with our own abilities. That way, Tran NAC will have his summer vacation divided without even knowing it. On the first day, Neville made a date with him and enticed him. Tran NAC, let's watch this. While watching the movie, she leaned in close and whispered in his ear, You saved me just like this at first. On the second day, this time it was going to the movies with Ka. She screamed, It's about to fall. And he was beaming, feeding her snacks and saying, It's just a movie. Do you need to be so tense? She turned to complain, Stop feeding me. I'm already fat. Why aren't you focusing on the movie? Tran NAC defended himself. I prefer artistic types more. Then he thought to himself, Can I say I've seen this movie 3 times already? Once in my previous life, once yesterday, and now again today. On the third day, it was Din Yuyan's turn. She dragged Tran NAC to the movies again. Oppa, there's a new movie from Country M that just came out called Vertical Limit. I heard it's really good. Please watch it with me. He was fed up and refused. No, I won't watch it. Why won't you watch it? Because it's terrible, absolutely, utterly terrible. She tried to persuade him. It's only been out for a few days. Have you seen it already? Who did you go with? Unable to explain. He made something up. I heard others talking about it. Then let's go watch it. You only know for sure by seeing it for yourself. Your idioms and proverbs are really good now. In the end, he still went to watch it. Just like that, the three of them divided Tran NAC schedule. On the fourth day, Tran NAC, come with me today. On the fifth day, Tran NAC, my dad isn't home today. On the sixth day, Opa, let's go shopping today. He screamed as if his blood pressure was rising. Damn it, even medical teams aren't as busy as I am. With the number 13 ticket in his hand, Tran NAC muttered, carrying a bag of bubble tea. I know what's wrong now. The times Ka, Lai Din Nguyen, and Neville made plans were like a queue, with no gaps and no cutting in line. He thought, could it be that the three of them know each other and are hiding it from me? But I can't ask about this, otherwise I'm done for. Looking at a dark figure in the alley, he was startled. Huh, is that? At the noodle shop, a voice excitedly said, Oh, old Quach, your shop has opened here now. Why did you come here? Business wasn't doing too well before, so I wanted to change locations. Still the same. Still the same. Braised pork noodles, thin noodles, extra meat, extra rolled egg. Tran NAC looked at the auntie in the kitchen and asked, Old Quach, is this your wife? Old Quach nodded. That's right. He then praised. Very good. A great match. He turned and asked curiously, Why did you come all the way here? Your house is very far from here. Tran NAC replied while eating noodles. I made plans with a friend to come here. Your hand-pulled noodles are truly amazing. After that other shop closed, I've wanted to eat this for a long time. Lucky I found it today. Old Quach probed. A girlfriend. Seeing his wife bring out a large bowl, Old Quach was puzzled. What is this? Giving such a big bowl of noodles? You don't need to be so generous with this kid. His wife politely said, It's fine. It's not easy to meet an old customer. Eat, thank you, sister-in-law. 5 minutes later, a phone call came in. Din Yuyen's voice said, Opa, I'm at the ice cream shop. Where are you? He replied, Okay, I'll be right there. Outside, Lam Sin was walking with Haha. Din Yuyen saw them and immediately told Tran NAC, Hey, Opa, I see your friend, and there's a beautiful girl next to him. Haha held the ice cream and fed Lam Sin, open wide. He took a bite and praised, So sweet. She smiled and asked, You don't like it? I like it. Tran NAC peeked out and asked, Where? Din Yuyen pointed, Outside. He turned his head to look. Hey, there's another beautiful girl. As she spoke, They're coming over. Quickly look. Tran NAC had already disappeared from his seat. It turned out he was hiding under the table. Din Yuyen wondered, Opa, what are you doing? Tran NAC gestured. Sure, just pretend you're here alone. Don't let my friend know I'm here. You have to report the situation outside to me. Are you eavesdropping? MHM. Outside. Tay-Tay blocked the two people and asked, Are you Tran Lam Sin? Yes. He thought to himself, Isn't this Tran NAC's wife? Tran NAC must be around here too. Haha beside him asked, Lam Sin, who is that? He replied, A friend of my friend. Lam Sin asked her, Is Tran NAC looking for me? Tay-Tay replied, I have something to ask you. Let's go inside to talk. Din Yuyen immediately reminded him, Opa, Opa, they're coming in. He covered his face with a newspaper and replied, I see them. No need to report. Then he prayed silently, This rundown shop, no back door, don't see me, don't see me. He peeked over curiously. What are they saying? Damn it, Tay-Tay blocked the sound. A voice in his head asked, Do you really want to know what they're saying? Tran NAC unconsciously replied, That's right. He was startled, realizing it wasn't Din Yuyan's voice. Then he turned to see Tay-Tay sitting next to him, looking adorable. Tran Nac's eyes widened in shock. Motherf! He stealthily dropped the menu. Hello, Tay-Tay said, arms crossed, looking over. What a coincidence. Tay-Tay sat down on the chair across the table, next to Din Yuyan. Din Yuyan immediately asked Tran Nac, Oppa, do you know her? Who is it? Then she thought to herself, is it another new suitor? And so beautiful. Tay-Tay proactively asked, Are you Din Yuyan? She replied, I'm Din Yuyan. Who are you? Tay-Tay looked at Tran Nac and said, Me? I'm Tran Nac's relative. Right. He quickly nodded. Yes, yes. He thought to himself, if she's a wife, she's also considered a relative. Din Yuyan naively believed it and stood up politely. Oh, so you're Oppa's relative. I was rude earlier. She was a bit worried. If she left a bad impression on Oppa's relative, she'd be done for. Tay-Tay remained seated, exuding charisma. Actually, I've always wanted to meet you. Din Yuyan. She was startled and asked, why? Din Yuyan suddenly remembered something and continued. Oh, I remember now. I once saw your picture. The white-haired girl who kidnapped me last time. She showed me your picture. Tay-Tay explained. I'm very sorry. That girl is my student. She loves to mess around. What happened last time was a misunderstanding. I apologize. Then Tay-Tay reached for the menu and continued. I haven't eaten either. Since we've met, I'll treat you two to a meal as an apology. Actually, we've met before, last time at the hotel entrance. Din Yuyan sat down and replied, I remember now, we really are fated. Tay-Tay looked at the menu and said, then this meal must be eaten. Tran Nac snatched the menu and said, actually, you don't need to go to the expense of treating us to a meal. Din Yuyan wasn't angry either, right? She replied, oh, right, it's all in the past. It was just a misunderstanding, wasn't it? You're Oppa Tran Nac's relative, so it's fine. She thought to herself, Oppa is still the most thoughtful. The food here isn't cheap. She shouldn't have to spend so much. But Tay-Tay spoke up. She said it doesn't count. Din Yuyan still tried to explain. You really don't need to treat us to a meal. Don't be so formal. I don't know. I don't know what kind of relative you are to Oppa. Tay-Tay replied, consider me your aunt. Then she looked at Tran Nac to confirm and asked, yes, that's right. Aunt, isn't that right, Nac? He made a wry face and thought to himself, Aunt and Nac. Tay-Tay has probably remembered everything. Then Tay-Tay stood up, startling Tran Nac, who thought, is she going to make a move here? She looked at Din Yuyan. If you're not eating, then I'll leave. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again next time. Din Yuyan politely said, that, please take care. She patted Din Yuyan's head and said to Tran Nac, your little girlfriend is really cute. Nac, her voice full of menace. Tran Nac was a bit wary, wondering, is she really going to strike here? But to his surprise, Tay-Tay actually left, even waving goodbye. I'm leaving. Look how tense you are, as if I'm going to eat people. Din Yuyan sat down and innocently asked, Oppa, your aunt won't dislike me, will she? Did I behave well? She surely won't object to us being together, right? Oppa, why aren't you saying anything? Tran Nac sat there as if his soul had left his body. He was thinking. She pressed him. Thinking about what? He asked anxiously. Tell me, which is faster, suicide or jumping into a river? That night, he tiptoed into the house, gently closing the door. In Tran Nac's mind, there was only one thought. Quickly grab his luggage and run. After all, his things were almost packed. But to his surprise, Tay-Tay was already sitting there with her laptop on the table. He slowly turned on the light, then startled, blurted out a curse. Damn it, when he saw her sitting there. The two began to ask each other, you're back? I'm back. I gave you enough respect earlier. Thanks. She turned the screen towards him, exuding an aura, and said, so now, let's settle our score. How exactly should I address you? Should I call you Mr. Heartburner? Or your NAC, logged in as the Heartburner? She used her power to make objects float, then asked with a threatening voice, or should I call you Husband? Tran Nac, trembling, forced a smile and explained, well, how should I put this? Welcome back, wife. Across the hall, Chuha was asleep, clutching two beer bottles. The commotion next door made the entire floor shake like an earthquake. She ran over, knocked on the door, and yelled, "Be reasonable. Are you making bombs in there? How can anyone sleep?" Tay punched him away and asked, while answering, "Tell me, why did you trick me into being your wife?" Tran NAC replied, "To be fair, you were the one who called me husband first." "How do you even know about the birthmark on my back?" "I was treating you. That's how I accidentally saw it." "What did you want to do by saying you'd buy my nude photos? Did you want to do something disgusting with my pictures?" "Sister, I was just too excited. I was wrong. Let's just call it a misunderstanding." "Damn it. This morning you were intimate with that girl, holding her hand so comfortably, weren't you?" "I was." "Damn it. What does that have to do with you? Why are you angry?" "Soon, Tete kiketchen nak flying down Mamutu." Tete stood there and asked, "Who said I'm angry?" Tran NAC, sprawled on the ground, replied, "Sister, I still saved your life. If it weren't for me, you would have died that day." She added, "So you followed me to watch the show, and only saved me when I was about to die?" "You didn't save me. You just wanted to watch the show." He tried to argue. "Well, either way, I still saved you." She grabbed his collar and pulled him up, asking, "So you can undress me, and then trick me into being your wife?" He tried to explain. "It was just fake. I didn't touch you." Tay balled her hand into a fist and loudly declared, "What kind of man are you? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it." Tran NAC, his face bruised, looked bewildered. "Huh, why does that sound so wrong?" She looked at him, unconscious on the ground, and scolded, "Pervert, serves you right. Who told you to hold other people's hands?" The next day, on an airplane leaving the city, Dai Duong turned and asked, "Hey, where did you go yesterday? You didn't say a word after you got back." Tay coldly replied, "I went to kill someone. In the end, I don't know why I didn't do it." Back at Mountain Go Thursday, Tran NAC, just waking up, clutched his head and thought, "What a grudge! Knocked me out and left me here all night. And it's the place where I saved her too." He stood up, dusted himself off, and mumbled, "This woman hits hard, but she didn't really want to kill me. But being hit in the face a second time still hurts, just as much. Once I recover my full strength, I'll have to grab her and spank her." He yelled, "No. If I don't get rid of this anger, I'll die. It's all that captain's fault. It's time to find him and settle the score." The captain appeared and asked, "Picking on the soft persimmon?" His Luan Hue Island in the South Pacific was where Tran NAC had fallen in his previous life. He stepped onto the island and stood there reminiscing. "I'm back." Tran NAC looked at the castle in front of him and thought, "In my previous life, I successfully completed the final transaction with the president of Country M here. After that, I took my last breath. In this life, something like that will absolutely never happen again." Everything seemed unchanged. Of course, entering the bar, he told the bartender, "Give me that thing." The bartender replied, "Young man, you've got good eyes. I guarantee you, this is the best bottle of wine you can buy on this island. The price, of course, is not cheap at all." Except for old Pierre in front of him, who wasn't bald like he would be 20 years later. He replied, "Don't worry, I can pay." Then he thought to himself, "Even if this is my last bit of money, Tete took all my money before she left, but fortunately, I still have the captain." The bartender handed him the wine and smiled. "Cheers, buddy, enjoy." Half an hour later, Limestone Manor, private property, no entry. Tran NAC looked at the camera and greeted, "Hello, tell the captain that Yama has come to collect his debt." The captain sat there with his feet on a chair, saying, "East Asia is the biggest new market. How could I easily give it up? It's been so long and still no news. Could it be that the witch couldn't deal with that Yama?" A henchman came in to announce, "Boss, there's someone outside claiming to be Yama." He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Then he opened a secret room ordering his henchmen. You lead the others to stall him. As long as I'm not dead, the abyss won't be destroyed. The subordinate obeyed. Understood, boss. The captain descended into the secret basement, thinking. Below the manor is a naturally formed hydrothermal cave. Lead him there. Above were sounds of crashing and the cries of henchmen. Boss, the boss will avenge us. Trand NAC stood there and said, in the previous life, the captain didn't have a chance to avenge you. I'll spare your lives for now. Who knows? You might still be useful later. Then he also followed them down. Upon arrival, the captain was already standing there and said, You still caught up to me, Yama. I didn't expect you to be so young. Tran NAC replied, I also didn't expect you to be able to invite the witch. He added, It seems that witch didn't tell you. His mission failed, and he was also very seriously injured. He replied, The witch has so many enemies. If others knew he was injured, it would be very dangerous. You really wounded the witch. Tran NAC threatened, Are you scared? If you're scared, you can beg for mercy. He charged forward and shouted, Then we still have to fight, to make me truly convinced. Tran NAC rubbed his head, thinking to himself, Just like in the previous life, the captain still has this stubborn nature, not shedding a tear until seeing the coffin. He used the triple water avatar. Tran NAC closed his eyes and pondered. An avatar might deceive my eyes, but it cannot deceive the mind's deduction. Sure enough, only the captain behind is real. Then he rushed forward, grabbed him by the neck, and asked, Surprised? The captain wondered, How did you know? Then he struck him a blow and shouted, Bring out your real skill. He slammed him against the wall and warned, If you don't use all your strength, you won't get another chance. He suddenly landed softly on the ground, water energy accumulating under his feet. The captain used the wicked water amplification technique, then looked at Tran NAC. You really are the one who severely wounded the witch. Very strong, but you're not a control type. Tran NAC replied, Not bad battle instincts. I am indeed a destruction type like you, but the spiritual power is different. Then he teleported in front of him and said, I can still beat you black and blue. The captain, at a disadvantage, cursed under his breath. Damn it, I'm strengthening myself. He's also strengthening, even much stronger. Tran NAC stood there, raising his voice. I told you to use your full power. Is this all you've got? He knelt there, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and replied, Don't underestimate me. I'm a destruction-type water elemental powerhouse. He looked up and gave a cold laugh. Wherever there is water, I, even an undefeated control type, can't be harmed. Wicked water amplification technique, advanced level. Tran NAC spoke up. I almost forgot you're a water-wielding turtle king. The more water there is, the stronger you become. With him as the center, a water vortex was created. He raised his hand, pulling the vortex towards himself, then asked, How about this? The captain stammered in surprise. What did you do? Tran NAC replied, Draining the water, playing dirty. He recalled earlier, during the fight with the witch had collected it, repairing the dam. It came in handy now. Though not as authentic as the witch, he could borrow the spirit artifact. The water in this cave would quickly be drained. Of course, this rune would also not consume his own energy. He needed to win quickly. Then he quickly rushed to attack the captain. Another powerful blow from Tran NAC sent him crashing against the wall. Tran NAC stood there and asked, Convinced yet? The captain lay there and said, I didn't expect you could control my ability. If I had known, I should have gone to the coast, using thought to create a space to drain all the water. Besides the witch, you are the second person with this ability I've met. Though very unwilling, he couldn't help but admit, I have lost. Suddenly, the control rune cracked slightly. The barrier shattered and water flowed out. Tran NAC showed a hint of worry. Damn it, did I accidentally absorb it just now? The rune is broken too. The captain laughed loudly at this moment. It seems I haven't lost yet. Water is flowing out again, filling the entire cave. He stood there confidently. As long as there's water, I can recover my injuries quickly, and my combat ability will remain at its peak. And you, I can clearly feel you're starting to weaken. The captain grabbed a weapon made of water and shouted, "Even if you have abilities, there's one thing I'm sure of. I will not lose." Tran Hennessy calmly said, "You think you have a chance to win?" He lunged forward, swung his arm, and slashed down. "At most, it'll be a draw between us." Tran Nac didn't bother to argue, snapped his fingers, and said, "Time's up." Immediately, he felt paralyzed and asked, "You, what did you do to me?" The captain clutched his head in pain. "What's in my head?" Tran Nac replied, "Something that can absorb spiritual power until your brain is crushed to death. I put it in during our previous fight." He thought to himself, "I thought I wouldn't have to use this misfortune device." Then he asked, "Do you want to die, or do you still want to live?" He stammered, I want to live." He took out the misfortune device and said, "Then work for me from now on. I won't treat you unfairly." Tran Nac smiled. "I've taken it out. I trust your loyalty." He withdrew his hand and instructed, "Don't disappoint me." "Yes, Yama. From now on you will be the leader of the Abyss organization." Tran Nac thought to himself, "If you dare to be disloyal, the misfortune device in your head will show you what it means to live worse than death." Tran Nac sat with his legs crossed, listening to the report. Currently, the Abyss has a total of 15 prospectors, 2 in North America, 3 in South America, 2 in East Asia. But after you threatened us last time, we temporarily cut off contact and entered a period of silence. Tran Nac praised. "Very good, you're not lying." He recalled, 15 people. This number is the same as the number of Abyss members I eliminated in my previous life. Tran Nac continued, "Second matter, you have an account for the Octopus website, right? Give it to me." "Oh, right. All the accounts you have. Give them all to me." The captain dared not hide anything. "My account USB is in the first drawer on the left, and there's an electronic key code." Tran Nac smiled and took it out. "The password is—" "I got it, I know the password." Witnessing that made him turn pale with fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What the hell? How much does this guy know? He knows everything about me." Tran Nac thought to himself, "It's a new shield code, a silver account, not bad." Then he raised 3 fingers and continued, "Third matter, I know you have connections with the government in this region. I need an ID card and related documents made as quickly as possible. All of them, and they must be real, verifiable in the official system. Once the ID card is done, book me a ticket to Tokyo." Then he stood up and instructed, "All right, that's all for now. You can go out. Oh, right, for dinner, seafood soup and grilled salt lobster with a bottle of last year's Baron wine." The captain dared not argue and accepted the order. Seeing him about to leave, Tran Nac added, "Actually, I wouldn't have found you so quickly. I've been quite poor lately. It just so happened that I remembered you and I had a grudge, and it just so happened that you had money. All I can say is, you're a bit unlucky." Hearing that, his face darkened, and he replied, "I understand." He stood there smiling and assessed. To treat human lives like grass, and yet the captain can endure this. It seems he's truly scared. He probably hasn't discovered the misfortune device in his head. I've covered it with psychic power. I just need to replenish the psychic power consumed. Tran Nac stood there, stretching and looking out the door. So next, I have 5 days of rest. 5 days later, at Narita International Airport, Tokyo, Tran Nac stood there, saying to himself, "Damn Cgio, I've arrived." He was picked up by several men in black suits and got into a car. In the car, one of them turned and said, "As per the chairman's instructions, we'll take you to the hotel. If you have any requests, just let us know anytime." Tran Nac sat there and asked, "Hato, where's Hato?" He quickly replied, "The chairman has a very important social engagement tonight, so he asked me to welcome our distinguished guest. The chairman will wait for you at the headquarters tomorrow at noon." He asked again. Important social engagement? The man next to him explained. The chairman has to host a dignitary tonight. It's been arranged for a long time. Oh, then we'll take you to the hotel to rest. Tran and AC dismissed him. No, take me to the company. The subordinate was a bit hesitant, unable to speak, only mumbling. Tran and AC turned to him somewhat sharply. Do I need to say it a second time? After that, the car took him to a large hotel. He took Tran and AC to a room and said, Please rest in the VIP room first. The chairman will arrive late tonight. He asked again, VIP room? Is this your way of showing off to me? The subordinate bowed respectfully and asked, Do you need anything else, sir? Tran and AC sat down on the large chair and said loudly, I don't care where that Hato guy is, or who he's meeting. You tell him to get back here and meet me now. He accepted the order. Yes, I'll go right away. Tran and AC rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Interesting. Has that stubborn Hato become like this? Treating Abyss as his own power. I'm here this time in a special capacity, and a prospector like him dares to be negligent. The scene shifts to a villa, where two people are sitting and eating in a room. The man in white asked, Hato, are you troubled tonight? The man in black replied, It's nothing, but a poor relative from the countryside has arrived. Just a young man. I've sent someone to pick him up. He is Hato Demoto, 54 years old, one of the prospectors in East Asia. So that's it. The man in white laughed loudly and continued. I received news that the Prime Minister has appointed several new officials, and Andekin is about to become the governor of Tokyo. Hato, with a hint of flattery, raised his glass. I heard that Andekin is an old acquaintance of yours. The man in white replied, Yes, he was my student at school back then. I didn't expect that after so many years apart, everyone meets in the business world, but Andekin still respects me greatly. The two clinked their glasses together. Hato continued, The 40-year-old governor of Tokyo will also be a bright star in the future. I'm afraid the position of Prime Minister is already secured. As Andekin's teacher, you also have a great contribution. Outside, a girl gently pulled the door open. Then she came in, bowed and announced, President, you have a call. He snapped, I already told you, when the counselor and I are drinking, not to disturb us. Step out for now. She quickly replied, Yes, but this call is from your assistant Fujita. Hearing this, the councilman said, In that case, you go ahead. I'm very happy today. Stood up and said, All right, it's just a few trivial matters. I wouldn't dare disturb your enjoyment. So next, please sit and enjoy the wine. I've also arranged a few small performances for later. He stepped out into the hallway and sent 3 young women to entertain the councilman. All of you go in. Upon meeting, Fujita bowed to the chairman. The chairman asked, Why are you here? What happened? He reported that a esteemed guest refused to go to the hotel, ordering us to take him to the company, telling you to meet him immediately. He's currently waiting for you at headquarters. You had instructed us not to refuse any of his requests, so, he continued to ask, What else did he say? Fujita replied, He also said, Tell you to meet him immediately. He fumed. I go meet him. What kind of power does a snot-nosed brat like him think he has? Contrary to his previous attitude, upon arriving at the waiting room, he opened the door somewhat courteously, with a bright face, and stepped in asking, Are you here in Tokyo on business this time? Seeing him extend his hand, Tran and AC clasped his own hands together, cracking his knuckles, and asked, You want to shake hands with me? He immediately threw a punch, and then questioned, Have you forgotten your place? A young man who came to Tokyo at 20 to start a career, at 28 started a business, and a year and a half later went bankrupt, becoming a street vagrant. He clutched his face and screamed, Damn it, damn it. Tran and AC continued hitting him, then listed, At 31, the organization took notice of you, and you became a gold digger, rising steadily. To this day, you have become one of Tokyo's prominent families, a major figure in the government, admired by all. Now his cheeks were swollen, but he still cursed stubbornly. Damn it! He grabbed him by the collar and continued. I know. You are the most experienced gold digger. For over 30 years, you've made a lot of money for the organization. You've come to believe that you are a part of the organization, not a dog. He channeled his spiritual energy into him and said, Indeed, half a year ago, the organization told you to remain silent and cut ties with you. With your intelligence, you must have guessed that the organization was in some trouble. So you thought of a way to loosen your leash and use me to test the organization's attitude. Then, breaking the glass with one hand and holding the man with the other, he walked and said, Well, now I'll tell you. You are just a dog the organization keeps. Even a dog that has been kept for over 30 years, if it suddenly forgets who it is and thinks of itself as a person, then jumps onto its owner's table and barks wildly, then that kind of dog should be skinned, boned, its flesh cut into pieces, and made into soup. Shake hands with me. Do you deserve it? Also, I heard your car is a Bentley. How interesting. The owner comes home, the owner rides in a Toyota, but the dog rides in a Bentley. It seems you've been a dog for quite some time. The owner respected your vast experience and rewarded you with a few bones, and you thought you could sit on par with the owner. With that, he let go of his neck, and the man screamed in fear, It's over, I'm going to die. Tran NAC used his ability to keep him suspended and asked, Well, have you thought clearly about how to bark woof woof to your owner? He quickly nodded. He stepped back, then was sucked inward along with him. He knelt there, profusely apologizing. I was wrong. Please spare my life, sir. Tran NAC lit a cigarette, then pressed it to his head and said, This is a guest lounge, so I came to check on my property. He immediately apologized again and became a guest. It was my folly. Please move to the chairman's office. He waved his hand, and everything returned to its original state. The man knelt there, thinking, Why do such psychic monsters exist in this world? Money power. Ordinary people have to struggle to live, but they can stand at the peak. On what basis? I'm not reconciled, he thought, moving to the chairman's office, kneeling there to perform the salute. East Asia Region Gold Digger respectfully greets the special envoy. Tran NAC sat in the chairman's chair, looking at something, and replied, Good, you finally look like a house dog. He turned and continued, All right, I'm not interested in the company's books. I didn't come here for that either. Now do something for me. Yes, please instruct me. Help me find someone. The next morning, at Long Bon Scenery, a voice inside said, Welcome, esteemed guest. On the table was a name tag that read, Long Bon Officer. He stood there and asked, It's so late. Aren't you off work yet? The girl smiled and said, 100 yen. Thank you, esteemed guest. He took the money and asked, Has your mother not contacted you recently? Her face saddened as she replied, No, Long Bon Officer. He paid the money and added, It's quite pitiful, isn't it? After she left, how long can someone like you, who lives without purpose, persist? She took the money and replied, It's okay. I don't spend that much alone. Besides, the shop manager also gave me overtime, so I can earn more. He worried. You still have to go to school. In this world, children should be at school. She bowed her head and replied, I'll try my best. I'll definitely try my best. Officer Longbon left. All right, you get back to work. If you encounter any trouble, you can call me. If you have any news about your mother, remember to tell us. Understand? We're not harming her, we're helping her. She bowed her head. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern. Outside, the person in the car asked, How was it? He got into the car and said, How else could it be? No news. This child doesn't know anything. The other person stretched and wondered, Is that possible? This girl knows news about her mother, but is hiding it from us. He replied, No, she wouldn't. This child grew up with me. She doesn't know how to lie. She's a very pure child. Then he put a cigarette to his mouth, and I've been secretly observing. Her life is very hard. I secretly investigated her trash can and could see she's been living alone recently. No traces of anyone else. What a mess. A normal person. Why would she join that weird truth society and believe such nonsense? Is she stupid? It's bad enough to be stupid yourself, but she dragged a child into suffering. His colleague turned and asked, "Senior, are you helping this girl like this because Chikaru went to the same school as her? Hoping Chikaru and the girl become a couple?" He waved it off. "No, I don't have that blessing. My son is useless. He wouldn't dare harm a good girl like that." From inside, she watched the car outside. Inside the car, they told each other, "Let's go. Hurry back. We still have to write a report." At this moment, the shop owner came out yawning and said, "Sorry, I fell asleep and delayed your closing time." She politely bowed her head. "It's okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to work overtime." He said, "All right, hurry up and go home. Are you still going to school to study tonight?" She added, "Yes, shop manager. I've finished cooking and cleaning the freezer compartment, and the trash can is also clean. All the items on the shelves have been restocked." "You've worked hard today." He nodded. "You've worked hard too. Go home quickly." She replied, "It's not hard. I'll go change and leave then." As she entered the staff room, the shop manager watched her, thinking, "What an understanding girl." Dressed in her school uniform, she came out and thought to herself, "Just one more part-time job left." At the Jianchuan dojo, everyone was training enthusiastically. The kendo hall door opened, and the young girl, wearing her school uniform, walked in. The owner immediately said, "You're here." She walked over and politely bowed. "Yes, sorry for the trouble." The owner immediately replied, "It's okay. You're not late. All right. Hurry and change into your work clothes." Soon after, he saw the students standing dumbfounded, admiring the girl, and angrily yelled, "Stop staring. Get back to training." While the swordsmen were training, her job was to clean the wooden swords. She was so beautiful that even the act of wiping sweat from her forehead made the boys completely smitten. One person, only focused on her, became distracted, causing his opponent to impatiently hit him on the head. "You idiot, focus!" The owner sighed exasperatedly at this scene. As soon as she arrives, these brats all become bewildered. After training, the students politely bowed to their master before leaving. "Teacher, we bid you farewell." The owner then instructed, "Remember to be on time tomorrow." Then he turned to her and said, "You also go change, and then you can leave." A moment later, she came out. Her uniform made her even cuter, which stirred the old owner's heart. Teenage girls are truly strange and haunting. Before leaving, she also politely bowed goodbye. The owner took the opportunity to hand her an envelope of money. "You worked hard. This is last month's salary." She took it and said, "Thank you, shop owner. Thanks to your help, you've gone to a lot of trouble." The owner seized this chance to inquire, "It must be very difficult these days, isn't it?" "Actually, sometimes you don't need to work so hard." Seeing his ill intentions, she instinctively stepped back to avoid his touch. "Actually, it's not hard at all. With your care, shop owner, and the students also treat me very well." He then said, "That's good. You're so adorable. No one will give you a hard time. Plus, with you here, those young rascals have even more vitality. They're polite, all thanks to your care." However, the old owner still wouldn't give up. He reached out to stroke her hair, his eyes full of malice, and said, "If you encounter any difficulties, remember to—" Just as he was about to do something bad, a loud voice from outside called out, "Anyone home? Food's here." The owner replied, "Yes." She took the opportunity to leave immediately. "Then I'll take my leave." Fortunately, thanks to the delivery guy, she escaped. What a lecher! Thank goodness, I almost. The scene shifts to a karaoke. She didn't know why she was here. The receptionist saw her and loudly asked, "What are you doing?" She said she came here to look for someone. Watching her go in, the receptionist secretly thought, "The economy's getting worse. There are more and more students now. Inside, she encountered another guard. "Stop! What are you doing?" She calmly replied, "Mr. Hakakwa called me." Hearing that, he didn't doubt it at all and led her inside. "Follow me." He opened the door and respectfully announced, "Mr. Hakakwa, this student says you called for her." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit on the head and fell unconscious. The guys there were extremely surprised. The boss angrily asked, "Damn it, who is it?" She gently said, "I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone." Then she put her hand into her pocket and pulled out a sword, her voice full of confidence. "Don't worry, my movements are very fast. I won't make you feel any pain. Please cooperate a bit, thank you." A subordinate lunged with a glass bottle. "You foolish little girl." She glided past him. In the blink of an eye, as soon as she drew her sword, the man was cut in half. Although it was bustling and lively inside, outside the private room, it was incredibly quiet. After dealing with the subordinates, she walked up to the boss and reminded him, "Mr. Hakakwa, next time, don't choose a place with such good soundproofing and security. Otherwise, people outside won't know what's happening inside." The old man asked in confusion, "Who exactly are you?" "Seijo Rei what? I've never heard of you." She pressed the blade to his neck and said, "Don't lie. Seijo Rei once mentioned your name to me, Mr. Hakakwa." He nervously asked again, "Who are you? What do you want with Seijo Rei?" She sharply replied, "Me? I could be considered a lost daughter. I have no other choice but to go find that heartless mother myself." Hakakwa stammered in fear. "Eh, Those incidents over the past few months, they were all you're doing?" She didn't hesitate to admit, "That's right, and you're the fourth person I've asked who realized it. You're all the same type, all equally afraid of death. I really don't understand how someone like you could deceive so many people. Perhaps most of them are just foolish." Seeing Hakakwa walk out, with the young girl held under his arm, a waiter saw them and whispered admiringly, "It's good to be rich. Tonight will definitely be a blast." She led the old man to a secluded alley, then took a small bottle from her pocket. Suddenly, she sensed danger from behind her. She drew her sword and swung it backwards with extreme speed, but Chin Nuo quickly dodged it. Chin Nuo immediately asked, "I'm really curious. What are you planning to do with him?" Without letting Seijo answer, he continued, "Cut off his head, or make him drink poison? Oh, that's right. Is that thing in your bottle rat poison?" Seijo vigilantly held her sword out in defense. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Chin Nuo smiled calmly. "To be honest, you're quite fierce, Miss Seijo." The fact that he knew her name made the young girl even more curious. "Why do you know my name?" Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Of course, I know much more than that. For example, you're 16 and a half years old. Your birthday is November 30th. You're a Sagittarius, blood type O, 157 centimeters tall, wear size 34 shoes, weigh 39 kilograms, and like wearing short skirts. You hate wearing high heels. Your favorite body part is your legs. Your least favorite body part is your chest. You like eating roast duck, hate carrots, and the one thing you want to do most is beat the dojo owner into a pig. The thing you hate most is studying math. Your catchphrase is middle-aged men are the most disgusting. Everything I just said is perfectly correct." Chin Nuo's face became more serious. He continued, "Oh, that's right. There's one more thing. Your biggest regret is why your parents brought you into this world." "To this world. So, do you still like eating roast duck?" "What does roast duck have to do with anything?" Seijo was confused. "Who exactly are you? How do you know my name and so much about me?" She then listed all the possible names for him. "Police, investigator, stalker, pervert," Chin Nuo admitted. "I am a passing knight." Seijo interrupted. "Pervert? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You don't even have a camera." Seijo didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. She lowered her sword, took a stance, and said, If you're not going to talk, then goodbye. With that, she quickly swung the sword in her hand, attacking Chinua, but it didn't faze him at all. Even though Seijo's sword strikes were fast and continuous from multiple directions, he dodged them with ease. While dodging, he said, "I know you're just saying that. In reality, you want to attack." Seijo then attacked continuously, while Chinua kept talking without pause. "Do you know what the biggest disadvantage of holding a sword with two hands is? It's when your opponent embraces your shoulders. You can't move your arms anymore." Just like that, Chinua tightly hugged the young girl in front of him. Seijo angrily freed one hand, elbowed him, and shouted, "Who said I only know how to hold it with two hands? She's also very smart, attacking on this side to draw attention, and taking that opportunity to stab Chinua. However, he's not an idiot either. He used two fingers to firmly hold the tip of the sword and asked, 'Do you really want to kill me?' She was furious. If she couldn't deal with him up top, she'd deal with him down low. She needed him, but Chinua quickly turned to the side. That situation was quite dangerous. Luckily, he dodged it. He thought to himself, "Damn it, almost ended my bloodline." Seijo had her sword taken away, but she didn't give up, raising two fingers to try and poke Chinua's eyes out. He tilted his head to dodge and exclaimed, "That's really forceful." After dodging for so long, he had to counterattack. Chinua swung his hand, hitting her chest, making her lose balance and stumble back a few steps. Not done yet, he also teased Seijo. "Oh, sorry. I forgot your chest is flat. No padding. Didn't hurt you, did it?" Touching where he shouldn't have made Seijo furious. She ignored everything and lunged forward, shouting, "Damn it." Chinua stated bluntly, "Fists have no eyes. You attacked first." Blocked, Seijo had no choice but to open her mouth wide and try to bite his hand. "I'll bite you to death." Chinua quickly pulled his hand back in alarm. "Are you a dog?" Still not stopping, Seijo threw a high kick. However, Chinua easily caught it, and even saw some small things. "Huh, white!" Seijo yelled, "Pervert! Bastard!" Right after she pulled her leg back, she voluntarily retreated. Chinua immediately asked, "Not fighting anymore?" Seijo probed, "Who exactly are you?" He immediately said, "You follow me, and I'll tell you." So she agreed instantly. "Okay." Then Chinua approached Seijo and said, "This distance is enough." She gave him a naive look and asked, "Enough for what?" Then her eyes sharpened. A small knife was drawn from her sleeve and aimed at Chinua. At the same time, he finished his sentence. "Of course, it's enough for you to sneak attack." Seijo's small knife, when it was close to cutting Chinua, was stopped by his divine power. At this moment, he pointed his hand directly at her, making Seijo wonder what he was trying to do. Suddenly, Chinua flicked his finger, and the force from it pushed Seijo backward. The young girl collapsed to the ground, panting. Chinua walked closer and asked, "Convinced yet?" Seijo nodded. "You're very powerful. I'm no match for you. But who exactly are you?" He stood up, lit a cigarette with a flame from his finger, and replied, "I am the one who understands you best in this world, the one who will never harm you." This action stunned Seijo. "You, is this magic?" He calmly asked back, "Want to learn? I'll teach you." Immediately after, she suddenly screamed, "Huh! Police officer, help me." Thinking Chinua would turn away, he instead stood still, watching Seijo's antics. After screaming, she turned and ran, thinking to herself, "Now's my chance to jump over the wall and escape." Chinua exhaled a puff of smoke, and then flicked the cigarette at Seijo. A direct hit. The girl stumbled and fell headfirst to the ground. He slowly walked over and said, "If you don't give up, you can continue. I don't mind letting you taste some pain." Seijo resented it. "Damn it, I can't beat him, and I can't escape either." Chinua repeated, "If you don't want to suffer, follow me." Seijo agreed but had a condition. "I can go with you, but before I go, I need to ask Azaka." Knowing what she wanted, he said, "No need. He doesn't know anything. I will help you find your mother. Seijo was bewildered. Really? She followed behind Chinua, curiously asking, Where are we going with you? He replied bluntly, The weak don't have the right to ask. You're not a 3-year-old. Don't you know this much? Suddenly, Chinua stopped her. Sure, wait. Knowing someone was coming, he activated an invisible shield, making the 2 police officers unable to see them. I told you we misheard. Let's go. I think you haven't been in a good mood lately. Still heartbroken from your breakup. That's odd. I clearly heard a sound just now. Why is no one here? What are you talking about? Seijo was curious. How did you do that? Chinua said confidently, Because I used magic. Do you want to learn? She asked again, Aren't you afraid I'll scream? He laughed. Come on, you're the murderer. All right, follow me now. After all that had happened, Seijo's mind was filled with a huge question mark. What was this guy's background? He knew her situation so well, and his methods were so mysterious. If he said he could help her find her mother, then she would temporarily follow him. But she wasn't some weak little rabbit. The 2 arrived at a large hotel. Seijo said uncomfortably, You, taking me to places like this in the middle of the night. You definitely want to do something weird with me. Chinua grimaced. Don't talk so much, let's go. I haven't even had dinner because I was looking for you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you. He suddenly stopped speaking there. Seijo immediately followed up. Make me what? Do you want to do something kinky with me? Ropes, whips, or... The lady at the reception desk heard them bickering and spoke up. If you 2 have special preferences, our hotel also has themed rooms. Chinua knew instantly that this girl was trying to scare him, so he just played along for fun. All right then, a themed room it is. Seijo was a bit startled. She stammered, or maybe not. After reaching the room, Chinua immediately ordered food. I want 1 grilled Pacific soy, 1 seafood soup, and 1 rice cake. Seijo heard that and spoke up, pleading. Wait a minute. Chinua asked in surprise, What's wrong? She said pitifully, Could you add another grilled Pacific soy? I haven't had dinner yet either. He hung up the phone. Then he suddenly moved closer, startling Seijo and making her panic. She somehow produced a cold weapon to threaten him. Don't come any closer. Chinua sighed. Just how many blades do you hide on your body? Aren't you afraid of injuring yourself? She said, Who told you there are so many perverts like you? If you dare come closer, I'll really strike. He burst out laughing. What are you thinking? I smelled blood on you. I just wanted to remind you to take a shower. Your clothes must be stained with blood. Throw them away when you get home. He finished speaking, turned on the TV. Seijo asked, a little disbelieving, Is that all? He replied, Believe it or not, it's up to you. Half an hour later, Seijo emerged in a pink hotel bathrobe. The food had also arrived. Seeing her, Chinua said, Come, let's eat. However, Seijo seemed unusual, pondering without speaking. He then asked, What's wrong? She replied reproachfully, You didn't prepare any clothes for me. Chinua was annoyed. Nonsense. I was busy looking for you. How would I have time to buy clothes? Just wear the bathrobe for now. I'll have someone bring some over tomorrow morning. Shifting her gaze to the bento box, Seijo asked, You didn't put anything in this, did you? He replied without hesitation, If you're so capable, then don't eat it. So Seijo looked at his bento box and asked, Can I eat your portion? Something you've already eaten surely won't have anything in it. Chinua casually agreed. Suit yourself. Seijo took the bento box and said excitedly, Thank you. She ate happily, even exclaiming how delicious it was. This food is so good. At this moment, Chinua suddenly said, Don't you know that certain types of drugs, sometimes both men and women feel pleasure when they eat them together? So how do you know my food isn't drugged? His words hit her like a lightning bolt, and her hands couldn't even hold the chopstick steady. She yelled in anger. Seeing Chinua approach and pin her down, she stammered, You mustn't. At this point, her whole body was restrained by him. Seijo thought in panic, "Why is my body so soft now, without any strength?" Seeing the girl in front of him look scared, Chinua affirmed, "Don't flatter yourself. I need to take a shower to go to sleep. I'm just restraining you temporarily because I'm afraid you'll run away." Seijo asked again, "You really never thought about doing anything to me?" He immediately replied, "No interest, not even a little." This made her even more curious. "So what exactly do you want to do?" Chinua turned away and said, "Sit here obediently. I'll let you go in 3 days. During this time, as long as you don't try to escape, I won't lay a finger on you. Understand?" Seijo asked again, "Is that all?" He affirmed for the nth time that, "Yes, that's all." Before taking a shower, he added one more thing. "Oh, right, you're sleeping on the sofa tonight. This is the treatment for the week." Time passed. Chinua wrapped in a blanket and slept soundly on the comfortable bed, while Seijo lay awkwardly on the sofa. In the middle of the night, Seijo secretly opened her eyes and looked around. She heard steady snoring and confirmed, "He's snoring. He must be asleep, right?" So she tiptoed closer to Chinua. One hand held a cloth, the other held a rope. "How dare he make me sleep on the sofa? How dare he call me weak? Good thing I always carry enough tools in my bag." Chinua was still fast asleep, completely unaware. Seijo quickly used the cloth to cover his mouth. Then all that could be heard was a scream, and the lights in the room came on. For some reason, the one tied and hung upside down from the ceiling was Seijo. She shouted loudly, "Let me down immediately." Chinua sat there threatening, "If you don't shut your mouth, I'll seal it. I mean what I say." Immediately, she clamped her mouth shut, not daring to utter another sound. Chinua said, "Did you think your act of fear was so successful that I'd let my guard down? Seijo Karu, I told you. I'm the one who understands you best in this world. You're best at pretending to be pure and harmless, but in reality, you're a girl with a vicious heart." Suddenly, he emphasized, "No, scheming is more accurate. Karu turned out this way. It's all because of that undeserving mother. There's a type of woman, naturally beautiful, good at talking to men, living by relying on men, lazy, selfish, extravagant, irresponsible." She plotted to get close to Seijo's father. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Seijo Heike, I'm late." "Oh no, it's all right. I'm already happy Kaneshikawa could come." To secure a man with a good family background and success like Seijo Heike, Nishikawa resorted to getting pregnant before marriage, and that's how Seijo Karu was born. When the baby cried from hunger, she only cared about herself and paid no mind. "Our daughter is crying so much. She seems to be hungry and wants milk." Hearing her husband say that, she irritably snapped, "You give her formula. I have plans to go shopping with friends. I'll be late." And so, Seijo's childhood only had her father's presence, not her mother's. Karu is 1 year old now. Our Karu is 5 years old now. The girl wondered and asked her father, "Where's Mom?" He could only reply, "Mom is busy outside." This year, Karu was 7, and she still asked the same question, "Where's Mom?" But she only received the answer that Mom was very busy. Mom seemed to be a character who didn't often appear at home, except when she needed money or argued with Dad. Don't you have any awareness as a mother? I work hard to earn money to support the family. I also have to look after the children. All you do is go shopping, drink, and go to the spa with your friends all day. If you're not happy, then divorce me. You don't want Karu to not have a mother, do you?" The little girl silently witnessed all of this. Under the pressure of work and family, when Karu was 11, Seijo Heike died of heart disease. The person who loved Karu most in the world was no longer there. The little girl cried a lot. "Dad, don't go." But that woman just found it annoying. "So noisy, it's unbearable. You just die like that. Who will support me and our daughter? You worthless man." After that, Nishikawa went back to her old ways. Men by her side changed like clothes. And Karu was like a trash bag, discarded by her mother in various dump sites. Once, one of her mother's men, drunk, tried to do something depraved to her, Karu, your mom's not home. Have a few drinks with Uncle. The girl flatly refused. No, Uncle. Karu isn't an adult yet. He angrily shouted. You ruined the mood. I told you to drink. So drink. So the little girl punched the scoundrel in the chest, while simultaneously pulling out a small knife from her sleeve. She pointed the knife straight at his face and threatened, Don't provoke me again, I'll kill you. The man was so scared that he instantly sobered up. Never again. Just like that, Karu learned the basic survival skills of prey, disguise, and cruelty. Tran Nak calmly lay on the bed, looked at Seijo, and said, Today, just leave her hanging like that. This is punishment for thinking you're so smart. Time to sleep. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. This scene, in other words, in the previous life, Firefly and Blueberry didn't get along because they had slept in his bed. To hang myself upside down like this, to see the most embarrassing appearance of the opponent, it's quite nostalgic. The next morning, Tran Nak's people brought him a bag of things. Sir, what you asked for is ready. He took it and instructed, You wait downstairs. He took the bag to Seijo and said, Inside are clothes I bought for you. Change, and then we'll go out. Hearing that, she asked in surprise, Huh, you said we wouldn't go out for 3 days. Tran Nak immediately said, Plans change. A moment later, the two left the hotel. Tran Nak's people were already waiting downstairs. Seeing him, they immediately bowed, Sir. Seijo gasped at the supercar. Wow, a Bentley. He quickly urged, What are you looking at? Get in the car. Fujita quickly asked, Sir, where are we going? To the company. He said, We're going to Akihabara. Hearing that, Seijo immediately thought, Akihabara is the otaku sanctuary, isn't it? Is this guy a rich second-generation otaku? A moment later, the two arrived in the bustling district of Akihabara. Tran Nak's voice was clear. Today, this young master is paying for everything. Seijo excitedly asked, Really? He nodded, Really. To me, what else makes a girl trust you more than buying her things? After shopping, the two moved to Seijo's house. You guys take the things we just bought inside. Don't forget the car behind. Seeing her standing dazed, he spoke up. What are you staring at? Take the key and open the door. Seijo wondered, How do you know my house is here? Tran Nak replied, Because I'm the one who understands you the most in this world. Inside the house, he comfortably opened the refrigerator to get a drink. His attitude made Seijo furious. Hey, don't you know any manners? Do you really think this is your home? Coming to someone else's house as a guest and opening the refrigerator without permission? What kind of behavior is that? And another thing, what do you mean by this? Why are you putting your things in my house? She said, pointing at the pile of newly bought items. Tran Nak reminded her. First, I'm not a guest. Did you forget? You're my captive. Second, my things are here for a very simple reason, because I'll be living here from now on. Seijo couldn't take it anymore and yelled at him. Hey, there's a limit to jokes. Why do you look so serious when you say that? In my house. Why in my house? Suddenly, Tran Nak reached out and pinched her cheek, making Seijo blush and unable to speak. This is really annoying. I already told you. You're my captive. Captives don't have the right to ask why. Then he added, It's also quite, well, if you understand, hurry up and cook. I'm starving to death. Seijo couldn't resist and had to comply. Her blood boiled, and she took her anger out on the food. So annoying, so angry. I need to figure out a way to beat him up. A moment later, Seijo brought the food out. There's no food left in the house, so I could only make curry rice. Looking at her, radiant as a flower. All right, let's eat. Suddenly, Tran Nak showed concern and warned, Wait, which made Seijo wonder what was happening. He covered his nose and said, I think I smell gas. She was startled. Huh, no way. I'll go check. Quick as a flash, he swapped the 2 plates of rice in front of them, secretly laughing. Don't think I didn't hear you cursing me in the kitchen, huh? You like playing pranks on me. Seijo went back to the kitchen to check and saw nothing. I already locked the gas stove. What's wrong with your nose? Tran Nak chuckled. I guess I smelled wrong. Tran Nak happily devoured his food, secretly thinking, Viet Quac's skill is truly impeccable. Seijo was equally delighted. I'll eat too. She also asked, Is it delicious? Tran Nak nodded repeatedly. Very delicious. This was exactly what Seijo wanted. Then eat a lot. Don't leave any leftovers. While eating, he spoke up. That's right. I forgot to tell you something. However, she interrupted. No rush. Tell me after we finish eating. He nodded. Okay. You're the one who said to tell you after eating. 5 minutes later, both plates of rice were empty. At this point, Seijo happily asked, Go on, what is it? Tran Nak frankly admitted, I switched our rice trays. Seijo was completely frozen, turning to stone. Upon hearing him say that, unable to utter a single word, she stood up, stammering, Damn. Tran Nak laughed triumphantly. I originally intended to tell you to eat less. Who knew you'd tell me to speak after eating? Do you know what I like about you? It's that you don't swear. However, something more terrifying happened next. Seijo's stomach rumbled loudly. I'm done for. So, our little girl ran to the bathroom, clutching her bottom. Tran Nak was also worried. He held a box of tissues and called Seijo from outside the toilet door. She angrily asked from inside, What do you want? He immediately replied, Bringing you toilet paper. I'm afraid one roll won't be enough. When Seijo opened the door, he reminded her, Remember, if you clench your butt, I'll know what kind of fart you're making, and you dare to plot against me. She snatched the tissue box from his hand and cursed, Pervert! Outside, Tran Nak laughed with satisfaction. Indeed, teasing Viet Quoc is still fun. After a long battle in the bathroom, Seijo finally emerged, her face pale. So tired, I don't even have the strength to speak. However, her attitude changed in an instant because she saw his not-so-pleasant expression and laugh. It drove Seijo crazy. She immediately flew over to execute Tran Nak. I'll fight you to the death. Unfortunately, Seijo slipped and fell. And just like that, the little girl landed in her scheming big brother's arms. Not only that, their lips met. Both froze for 5 seconds. However, the kiss continued. A question popped into her head. Pervert, why aren't you pushing me away? Do you know I'm out of strength and want to take advantage and eat tofu? Tran Nak also wondered, why isn't she furious yet? Or is the medicine still active? So she wants to use the kiss to counteract it? How foolish, it's not poison. They maintained this position for a while, each waiting for the other to react first. Seijo wondered, why aren't you pushing me away? Tran Nak sighed, even your eyes are this stupid. After running out of breath, these two finally released each other. Tran Nak immediately said, Actually, your method won't work. But before he could finish, Seijo went limp and slid down. Then she burst into sobs. Seijo cried louder and louder, which made Tran Nak a little panicked. Misunderstanding. It's really just a misunderstanding. He was flustered. Don't cry. I really didn't mean it. Or how about this? I know magic. I'll erase all your memories of today. As long as you don't meet me again, you won't remember. She lay sprawled on the couch and asked dejectedly, Really? Tran Nak nodded repeatedly, really. While he was sealing her memories, Seijo asked, Who exactly are you? Can you tell me? Anyway, I'm about to forget everything. He replied, Me? I'm from the future. There, you and I are the two most deeply intertwined people. So Seijo smiled and said, Then I don't want to forget you so quickly. Her words made Tran Nak pause in surprise. She continued, I can feel it. You're not lying to me. If you really wanted to do something to me, with your abilities, you would have done it already. You're the first person to treat me kindly after my father passed away. That kind of unconditional kindness. Suddenly hearing these words, Tran Nak's heart felt a bit conflicted. No way. The plan was, after finding Karu, to stay at her house for 3 days, so she could avoid the impending tragedy, and then return home. Now, it seems the whole plan has been overturned, just like with the firefly before. Outside Seijo's house, Tran Nak's car was still there. Fujita sat in the car, making a report call, but not to Tran Nak, but to someone else. Mr. Tran Nak has no intention of returning, and according to his wishes, he will stay here for the next few days. All the things bought today are also left here. The other end of the line ordered, investigate that woman thoroughly. Then send people to watch her. You don't need to be too secretive, nor intentionally hide your identities. You can't hide from him. Old Hato stressed further. But remember, monitor his every move. Report to me immediately where he goes and who he meets. Understood? The other side immediately obeyed. After hanging up, Hato sat frowning, muttering to himself, I've worked hard to build my business for over 30 years. I will absolutely not give it up so easily. Abyss Organization, if you don't treat me as a person, then don't blame me. He took out a box containing a strange USB. Unexpected, isn't it? A normal person like me. 2 years ago, I spent a lot of money to buy this USB. From that, I discovered the world of you monsters. In terms of brains, I'm far superior to all of you. Hato immediately opened his laptop and flashed a sinister smile. Abyss Organization, prepare to be destroyed. Scene shifts back to Seijo's house. She woke up to find herself on the couch, thinking, yesterday was so tiring. I slept on the sofa all night. What smells so good? This smell reminded her of her father. Involuntarily, she called out Dad. In the hazy smoke, the person heavily carrying food out looked very much like her father from behind. Shrimp sushi, seafood soup, honey butter sauce, wonderful. But when that person turned around, it was Tran Nak. He spoke up. Now that you've regained your strength, come here and have breakfast. Sitting at the table, Seijo exclaimed, It's all Karu's favorite. Tran Nak continued, I prepared it for you. Hurry and thank me for bestowing this blessing. Seijo immediately stood up, bowed deeply with her hands clasped behind her back. Thank you. Thank you very much. Since my father passed away, it's been a long time since I felt cared for. This action made him feel unaccustomed, and he blamed himself. I'm caring too much. After eating, Tran Nak said uncomfortably, After you're done eating, wash the dishes. Prisoners should know their place, shouldn't they? Seijo happily went to do it immediately. He watched the small girl's retreating figure and chuckled softly. Things are getting bigger and bigger, but after these 2 days, I'll be able to hypnotize Viet Quoc and restore everything. After finishing all the housework, Seijo went to sit beside Tran Nak. On top of that, she kept staring at him. This made him suddenly feel awkward, and he told himself, Don't stare at me like that. I'm scared. After a while, she spoke up and asked, Hey, you said that in the future, we'll have the deepest relationship. Tran Nak asked back, You really want to know? Seijo nodded. I do. So he started making things up. Actually, I'm your half-brother on your mother's side. Before marrying your father, your mother was the mistress of a chaebol. This made the girl freeze like a log. Seeing that, he immediately explained, If I weren't the son of a chaebol, how could I be sitting in a Benz at this age? How could I have a driver? If you weren't my sister, how could I be unconditionally good to you? Even researching everything about you? Because we're siblings, family who will rely on each other in the future. That's why I said I'd be the one with the deepest relationship with you. And of course, the girl didn't believe him. You're lying to me. Tran Nak continued, I know that a young woman your age who has experienced many misfortunes is very easily attracted to someone who treats her well. But I'm your biological brother. I should have told you from the start. Seijo said shyly, Actually, a brother isn't so bad. Moreover, a brother gives a strong sense of kinship due to shared blood. If we became a couple, it would be even more trustworthy. Tran Nak was bewildered when he heard this. Wait a minute. Don't take what I just said in a perverted way. She stuck out her tongue teasingly. I know you're talking nonsense. Don't even dream that I like you. I only feel a father's warmth from you. That's all. He sighed in relief. That's good. I thought you really meant it. Seijo looked at the clock and jumped up in surprise. I have to go to school, or I'll be late. He immediately grabbed Seijo's skirt to stop her. Not yet. But she didn't know and kept walking, causing the skirt to stretch wide. Seijo's face turned red in embarrassment, screaming, "Pervert!" He quickly explained, "I didn't mean to." Then he quickly let go. The sudden snapback of the skirt made Seijo yelp in pain. She screamed, "You, that hurts!" Then she turned to scold him, her small fists ready for a fight. "You did that on purpose." When the little sister rushed forward, he quickly grabbed her wrist. Then he held her waist. Seijo was now in a position where she couldn't resist. So, by instinct, Tran and Si slammed the little sister in the house to the ground. Seijo was thrown against the wall, and the spot where she made contact was no longer intact. Tran NAC looked at her and said, "It seems you still haven't grasped the prisoner's awareness. Have you forgotten our 3-day agreement? You have to stay home for 2 more days before you can go out." Time slowly passed, and Seijo was now sitting quietly in her chair. He happily thought to himself, "That's more like it. Hypnosis isn't completely effective after all." As for Seijo, she was fuming and blaming herself. "Karu, you're an idiot. How could you think he was warm?" Then she turned to Tran NAC and snapped, "I can skip school, but if I don't go to my part-time job, I'll get fired. I have to earn money to support myself. I have to pay tuition fees." He casually said, "Oh," and stood up, bringing a suitcase in front of her. More precisely, it was a suitcase full of money. He said, "Is that enough? If not, I'll give you another case." She had never felt so humiliated by money in her entire life, had she? Seijo fumed. "I'm so mad. How can there be such a hateful person?" Seijo happily took the money. "It's enough. 1 case is enough." Such a large amount of money. Surely no one could refuse it, right? She thought to herself, "For now, I'll just consider him a rich boss who pays well." Then she immediately asked about something else. You agreed to help me find my mom. How's that going?" He replied, "Your mother, Nishikawa, isn't in Tokyo. She probably fled to Osaka. The police are looking for her. The Truth Society is also looking for her because she knows a few things and is very afraid of the police catching her and revealing the organization's secrets. She doesn't dare stay in Tokyo." Seijo thought, "Osaka. She's not familiar with that place." He waved his hand, saying, "No need to worry. She's very safe." Hearing that, she immediately argued back, "Worry? Who's worried about her? I don't care about her. It's enough to know she's still alive." Seijo continued, "After the university entrance exam, I'll move into the dorms, study and work, and completely leave this house." Tran Nak asked curiously, "Your academic results are very good." She pouted when she heard that seemingly disparaging question. "It's okay, but I still need to try very hard to get into Tokyo University. So, in the next period, I'll start choosing a sport and get special admission through sports achievement." He continued to ask, "So, what about after graduation? What do you plan to do?" He knew clearly. Viet Kwok's special martial arts ability was still awakening. Her physical strength was much greater than an adult man's, so getting special admission through her talent would definitely not be an issue. She herself thought, "After graduating, I'll find a stable income job, hoping not to live a hard life like this anymore. Then earn money and live in retirement. That way, I can stay home until I'm old and die. A very good life." Tran Nak asked mockingly, "So, you're working hard to earn money because you want to be a hikikomori, shedding girl?" She hugged the money box tighter and said happily, "Being a hikikomori is very happy. This money of yours could make me retire early." Then Seijo became curious about Tran Nak's background. "Which conglomerate's heir are you exactly? What's your name? You understand me so well, but I know nothing about you." But he just smiled and said, "Well, that's something I can't say." Since asking about his background didn't work, she switched to another topic. "Then you said 3 days, referring to these 3 days. What will happen to me?" Tran Nak hesitated and asked, "Very curious, aren't you?" She nodded, curious. "Please tell me, I beg you." Then he pointed to the money box. "Use that to exchange for it." Seeing that the little girl didn't understand, he stated directly, "There's no such thing as a free meal in this world." However, once the money was in her hands, how could she easily let it go? She affirmed, "Then I'd rather starve." Then she quickly stood up and took the money to hide it. In case he took it back, I should still hide this money. Trannak teased, "You don't want to hear it? I'll give you a 5% discount, okay?" Seijo quickly refused. "No, I don't want to hear a single word." Watching Seijo's retreating back, he took a deep breath and pondered. Indeed, these 3 days in his past life, several things truly happened that changed Kaoru. The interrogation yielded no results. Hazakawa, who was thought to have been silenced by Kaoru, fortunately did not die. He was found by his younger brother. His subordinates had found him in the alley and rescued him, and his heart was still beating. The boss wasn't dead. The Truth Society quickly tracked down Kaoru using the name Nisikawa. Tonight, a group from the Truth Society will break into her residence. The two sides fought fiercely, but the opponent had more people and gained the upper hand. "I want to see whose is faster, your knife or my gun." So Kaoru was taken to the Truth Society's base, enduring 2 days and nights of nightmares. Afterward, the police raided the Truth Society's base, and Kaoru was rescued along with others who had been harmed by the Truth Society. This case was sensational and drew media attention. A police officer spoke to the media. "When we rescued a girl, she was like a patched-up rag doll. I've never seen such a brutal sight before." What's even more ridiculous is that a powerful force like the Truth Society suppressed this news very quickly. Kaoru, however, was sent to prison for murder, serving a life sentence. The police officer who helped her was also murdered. The young girl who once dreamed of a future life was gradually worn down, leaving only extreme disappointment with the world. So she broke out of prison. She's an escaped convict now. Wearing a school uniform and a mask, she sought out each and every member of the Truth Society to exact her revenge. It was her. "Aren't you in prison?" "I escaped from prison." "You're the first one." "Members of the Truth Society, I won't spare any of you." For several years, core members were continuously being killed. The Truth Society had no choice but to turn to the Underworld, and some well-known bosses appeared on the list. At that time, Jinnuo was asked for help by the Truth Society, so he was in Japan, at the party, dancing with Firefly. She curiously asked, "Boss, do we really have to accept the commission from the Truth Society? They've done so many despicable things." He replied, "No, I'm just coming to Japan to relieve some stress. After all, someone's hosting and providing food and drinks. Why wouldn't I come?" The girl immediately responded, "Still, boss is smart." Chinnuo added, "If you don't take on big responsibilities, you won't know how difficult it is." The beautiful girl also expressed her feelings. "Then I'm willing to take on the responsibility, as the madam." After the party, heading back to the hotel, Chinnuo bumped into Seijo. She lunged to attack, but was blocked by him. "Interesting. Someone wants to kill me." "Firefly, she's yours." Firefly stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? What force do you belong to?" Seijo immediately replied, "I'm the one who kills the Truth Society's people and dogs." After some struggling, Firefly defeated Seijo. "Boss, how should we handle this? This girl is very stubborn. I told her we're not from the Truth Society, but she doesn't believe it." Chinnuo walked over and touched the mask. Seijo screamed, "Don't take it off." But when the mask was removed, Seijo's face was fair and flawless. "I'll restore your appearance. Can you tell me everything?" Seijo wondered, "Why are you helping me?" He replied with an affirmation, "Because you're an Espear with great potential." As for Seijo's mother, Nisikawa, after fleeing to Osaka, she found a new lover and lived very comfortably. The two of them saw the news on TV. "When we found a girl, she was like a rag doll patched up with glue." The old lover heard it and sighed. "How tragic. I can't imagine how heartbroken her parents must be." She even feigned sympathy, chiming in, "That's right, when my husband and daughter died in an accident, I cried for a whole month until my tears ran dry." However, Nisikawa later became old, haggard, addicted to alcohol, and was used and discarded by men. Life became difficult. Karu would visit every so often and leave some money. She was used to relying on others, and now being alone felt unfamiliar. Without a man to provide money, life was too difficult. Suddenly, 2 stacks of money caught her eye. She rejoiced. Karu is here. So she rushed outside, yelling, Karu, Mom was wrong. I shouldn't have abandoned you for years when you were in trouble. Can I see you just once? I want to make amends to you. At that moment, Seijo and Chun Nua were sitting on the rooftop, observing. He was curious. Why do you want to approach her? This kind of person. Dying is the only atonement. She gently replied, because my father's love for me surpasses my hatred for her. Before, when the illness tormented him every day, the understanding little girl asked, Dad, does your heart hurt again? He comforted her. Dad's okay. At that time, he stroked little Seijo's head and told her, Dad's body isn't good. I might pass away early, and I don't know if I'll be able to see you get married. If one day Dad passes away, Karu, remember to take good care of Mom. Your mother is a very useless person, but no matter what, she is still your mother. After he passed away, she remembered his words and watched over her for many years. If it weren't for Dad's words before he passed away, who would bother associating with this kind of person? This kind of person's regret is just an act after weighing the pros and cons, not true remorse. And so, until 2018, the truth was completely suppressed. Viet Quoc lost the will to live. She lived, simply because Tran Ngoc needed her. That day, on a beautiful afternoon, Seijo and Tran Ngoc sat on the beach. The little girl leaned her head on his shoulder and confided, Boss, if there's reincarnation, then in the next life, you must find me. I want to experience a bright life. He promised, if there's a next life, I will definitely protect you, definitely. Returning to reality, as he was reminiscing, the doorbell suddenly rang. He began to ponder. It's not someone Hato sent. I've already silenced Hazakuwa. Truth won't unreasonably look for Karu Seijo. Could it be someone Karu overlooked? Yes, that possibility cannot be ruled out. So he turned and said to Seijo, It's not my people. Without my word, they would never disturb us. Go open the door. Outside they probably see the lights on inside. Can't pretend no one's home. Seijo indifferently replied, Aren't you afraid I'll scream? Or take the opportunity to tell others that you kidnapped me? Tran Ngoc immediately retorted, You're not stupid. She opened the door and saw a familiar face, then spoke up. Uncle Dragon, why is it you? Is something wrong? He replied, I went to the convenience store where you work part-time. The manager said you took the day off today. He asked worriedly, Is something wrong with your family, or has your mother returned? Seijo acted as if nothing was wrong and replied, No, I'm just not feeling well today. However, Dragon was still very worried. Is there really nothing else? If there is, tell me. Then he whispered and gestured, implying he had a gun. Seijo gratefully bowed politely. You've worked hard, even coming all this way to check on me. But I really am fine, just not feeling well. Perhaps I've been working too hard lately and fell ill, making you worry. He also took the opportunity to look around to assess the situation. She also politely invited him in. Uncle Dragon, would you like to come in and sit down? Dragon immediately refused. Next time. Karu, if you're sick, get some good rest. But if anything happens, you can always call me. Seijo bowed and thanked him again. Yes, you've made me worry. After giving his instructions, Dragon also left. All right then, I'll be going now. While walking around Seijo's neighborhood, he noticed a suspicious car. So Dragon quietly approached to observe. These 2 people seemed to be looking at Karu's house. Tran Ngoc saw her calmly walk in and asked, I thought you'd take the opportunity to ask for help. After all, he's a police officer. Seijo immediately replied, I'm not stupid either. I also have secrets I can't let the police know. And besides, Uncle Dragon is alone. He's definitely no match for you. Dragging him into it would only harm him. He was satisfied and comfortably stretched, continuing, "At least you know your place. And also, don't lie prone on the floor reading. It'll make you smaller. You need to break that bad habit." Hearing this, she immediately sat up, wondering to herself, "He's so meddlesome. It's not like he's my guardian." Just then, Tran Nok received a phone call, the voice on the other end sounding a bit apologetic. "Sir, I apologize for disturbing you so late." It turned out to be old Hadio calling. "The company encountered a bit of trouble. I originally planned to report it to you today, but you didn't call me today, so I took the liberty of calling you this late." Tran Nok asked. "Very difficult to resolve?" He confirmed, "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't dare disturb you. There are some matters. It's best if I meet you in person to discuss them." So Tran NAC didn't mind and agreed. "All right, I'll come to the company tomorrow." However, he reluctantly pleaded, "I wonder if you're free tonight? A decision needs to be made on this matter tomorrow. So, to be sure, I'll report back to you tonight, then hear your opinion." Tran NAC wondered, "That urgent?" He chuckled, showing sincerity. "Yes, please forgive me." After hanging up, he immediately mused, "This old Hadio is interesting. When I wasn't in Japan, there was nothing. The moment I arrived, there are 10,000 urgent matters to deal with." Tran NAC's attitude became more excited. "I want to see what tricks that old man is playing. Maybe I'll even teach him a lesson." Tran NAC turned to Seijo and said, "I need to go out for a bit. Come with me." She asked blankly, "Huh? What?" He snatched the book from her hand and raised his voice. "Did you think I'd leave you alone at home? I told you. You have to stay by my side at all times for 3 days." Seijo retorted, "But it's almost my bedtime." He interrupted, "Don't talk so much. You don't sleep that early. Besides, if you come out with me, there's late-night food too." Then he gently patted her head and said softly, "If nothing unexpected happens, I'll have to leave tomorrow afternoon. Tonight is our last night together. I'm taking you to eat something good. Aren't you happy?" Seijo forced a smile. "Very happy." But inwardly, she thought dejectedly, "No matter what, a prisoner has no right to refuse." Outside, the 2 men monitoring Seijo's house also received orders to leave. "Yes, sir, I'll be right there." Dragon was still standing there. He saw Seijo come out of the house with a stranger and get into a suspicious car. He thought to himself, "Good thing I remembered the license plate. My intuition wasn't wrong." The car took the 2 of them to a sprawling mansion covering several thousand square meters, with security guards stationed in every nook and cranny. They were led to the main building. "Please follow me. The chairman is waiting for you inside." Tran NAC reached out and opened the door. Hadio was already kneeling on the ground to greet him. This must be how they welcome people of high authority there. "Sir, please forgive me for not giving you a proper welcome. Many other people live here, and I was afraid of being seen if I went outside, so." Tran NAC stepped forward, placed a hand on him, and said, "All right, humility is good." Seijo, meanwhile, was overwhelmed by the opulence here. Places like this must be very expensive. I've only seen them on TV. Tran NAC had already sat at the tea table, but she was still standing blankly by the door. He called out, "What are you doing standing there? Come in." Old Hadio immediately asked, "Sir, the important matter I mentioned to you on the phone." Tran NAC nodded. "What do you want to tell me?" However, the atmosphere became a bit quiet. He looked at Seijo for a moment, then back at Hadio. Then he suggested, "Are there other rooms here? Let's find somewhere else to talk. My friend can rest and wait here for a bit." He immediately nodded in agreement. "All right." Immediately after, Hadio clapped his hands several times. A maid appeared from outside. "Yes, sir, how may I help you?" He ordered, "Prepare some refreshments for this young lady." The maid further inquired, "Yes, and would you like tea or a drink, sir?" Seeing that she was still quite anxious, he reassured her, "It's okay. Just say whatever you want to drink." Seijo hesitantly replied, "No need to bother. I don't need anything. Or, just bring anything, like Coke will do." Hearing this, the maid seemed a bit flustered. This, she murmured to herself, should I tell this guest that we don't have such low-class things here? Seijo also noticed her confusion, so she quickly changed her order. If it's too much trouble, then never mind. Just a glass of water will do. Hideo found it utterly annoying. He barked, "What are you standing there blankly for? You really don't understand manners." The esteemed guest said she wants Coke. Hurry up and get it ready. The maid quickly obeyed. I apologize. I'll prepare it right away. Tran and AC joined in. Give me a glass of Coke too, with ice. Then he stood up and left. Wait for me here for a moment. I'm going to another room to discuss some business. Seijo seemed very hesitant, grabbing his sleeve and asking, Was I very rude just now? Tran and AC said, It's fine. What's wrong with drinking Coke? Drink whatever you like, I'm telling you. These people who pretend to know about tea ceremonies, more than half of them don't actually like drinking tea. They're just putting on a show. You're still young. Don't learn those pretentious habits of old men. Hearing you say that, I'm relieved. So, you'll be back soon, right? In another room, he sat comfortably in a chair and asked, Tell me, what's the urgent matter? Hideo stood and presented. There's a slight business issue. The company previously expanded into the shipping sector. We've also arranged shipping routes in East Asia to fill business gaps and prepare for the capital market. The company must expand its business, especially in East Asia. So, last year, we targeted a company from country N. He pondered. Huh, a company from country N? What a coincidence. He continued. That company is only medium-sized, but its carrying capacity and 2 transportation routes have great potential. Tran and AC continued to ask, and then he explained. Plan A, establish a new company. Disadvantages, capturing market share from scratch, time-consuming, uncertain risks. Advantages, flexible market, controllable costs. Solid business. Plan B, acquisition. Disadvantages, high acquisition price, shareholder disagreement, business attrition. Advantages, stable market, promising revenue. We came up with 2 plans. In the end, we chose Plan B. As long as we acquire this company, we can successfully open a shipping route in Japan and also cover sea freight operations to Huaxia. Suddenly, his voice faltered slightly, but we encountered a bit of difficulty. He asked again, What difficulty? He sighed. The other party refused our acquisition. The business leader is a very strong-willed person. We contacted the company's former executive and reached some agreements, even proposing to buy shares in that company. We were all discussing happily. That person was Dungda. At the dinner table, both sides were shoulder to shoulder, embracing intimately, for the organization, for the honor of the gold prospector. But the previous executive passed away last year. The successor has denied all our acquisition progress. We tried very hard, but it was all in vain. And the one who took over is brother too. I'm the new chairman. All agreements Dungda agreed to are cancelled. This shocked Hideo greatly. Chairman Kwong, saying that violates business rules. After listening to him beat around the bush for a while, Tran and AC asked directly, What do you hope I'll do by telling me this? He immediately said, It's very simple. Just support me like the organization did before. If we encounter a difficult opponent that can't be resolved quickly, then root them out like weeds growing in the wrong place. He scornfully asked, Root them out? You mean eliminate them physically? Hideo stepped forward, his voice urgent. Exactly. After all, this isn't the first time, is it, Special Envoy? Tran NC leaned his hand on the table and said indifferently, Before reporting to me, you already took similar actions, didn't you? He insisted, no. These kinds of special actions must receive the organization's support. Without the organization's support, I'm just an ordinary businessman. I don't have the ability to do such things. Tran NAC looked at him and secretly smiled. This old man is lying. His heart rate, breathing, and pupils all show slight changes. Knowing Hideo was lying, he still played along. All right, show me the target's documents. I assume you brought them. He beamed with joy. Of course I did. He took out a stack of documents with information about Chairman Kwong and handed it to him. Tran and AC secretly rejoiced. I didn't have to put in much effort to investigate. It turns out the one who assigned the assassination mission for Brother 2 is you, old man. Hideo said, this person must be eliminated, and preferably quickly. Tran and AC didn't ask further and immediately agreed. Absolutely no problem. Having achieved his goal, he said happily, Sir, well, shall we continue drinking? Tran and AC nodded. Drink up. The organization will quickly help you seize this company. Do a good job. Hideo amiably led the way. Sir, please. Tran and AC was quite happy at this moment. How interesting. This is the butterfly effect. A Japanese tycoon wants to steal a company in country and, damn it, leading to me, who's in Huaxia without pocket money. As he walked, he secretly calculated. If Demoto hadn't hired an assassin, I wouldn't have gotten an account to step into the underworld again, to use the Burning Heart code to tease Tay-Tay. Then Tay-Tay wouldn't have taken everything from me. Tell me to tell the captain about my pocket money. If the captain knew everything, he'd probably flay this old man Demoto. Old Hideo also had his own calculations. Everything was according to his plan. The Abyss organization has indeed taken the bait. Brother 2 has master protectors. The people I sent all failed, so I'll just throw this hot potato to the Abyss organization. Let the two tigers fight it out, and I'll have a good show to watch. If Abyss wins, I'll continue to feign loyalty and wait for the right moment. If Abyss loses, I can easily escape from Abyss. This is an excellent reconnaissance opportunity, only beneficial to me, no harm. I, Demoto, will surely rely on my superior wisdom in this life to grasp my own destiny. As he saw Tran and AC to the gate, he tried to say, Sir, I hope for your help within the organization. He also wasn't stingy and gave this old Hideo a small gift. This kind of business fortune is absolutely a reward for this old man. Tonight, King Yama will come for you. Tran and AC feigned a pat on his shoulder and said, Just be loyal to the organization, that's all. As soon as the car drove off, the subordinate next to him spoke, handing over a folder of documents. Chairman, all the information about the girl next to that sir has been thoroughly investigated. He quickly scanned it and asked, Oh, is there anything unusual? The man said, Yes, a little. Here are the documents. Please take a look, sir. He nodded. Okay, I'll get in the car and read it. After a quick read, Hideo asked, puzzled, These documents look very normal. What do you mean by unusual? The other man explained, When I investigated her identity and family background in detail, I discovered something interesting. This girl's mother, named Nisikawa, has connections with the Truth Society. Hearing that name, he was slightly startled. People from the Truth Society are very troublesome, deeply involved in battlefields with many other forces. And society as a whole hates the Truth Society. Having connections with the Truth Society is not a smart move. Hideo then asked for more details. Is this girl's mother a member of the Truth Society? Is her status high? The subordinate replied, Not high, just a low-level minion, and she was brainwashed and lured in, according to records. After she was brainwashed, she gave all her assets to the Truth Society. This made him even more curious. What exactly is wrong with this Karu's identity? The other person seemed hesitant. Chairman, it's just my personal prediction based on what I've investigated. Hideo wanted to hear it, so he told him to continue. It's like this. Because Nisikawa is a member of the Truth Society, I took the opportunity to investigate their recent activities. Recently, the main base of the Truth Society in Tokyo was ambushed, and both the Truth Society and the police are investigating this matter. The police believe that no matter what it is, if it involves the Truth Society, nothing good comes of it. Suddenly getting involved in such a big case, the police officers were frustrated. It seems we won't get a weekend off again. On the night that Sir brought Karu back to the hotel, a person named Hazakawa from the Truth Society was murdered. Someone saw a girl enter Hazakawa's private room that night. A staff member also confirmed that Hazakawa was taken away by a girl. It was the same waiter who saw Seijo leave with old Hazakawa that day. Because there were no security cameras, and the karaoke bar was in a rather central location with many visitors, it was very difficult to identify a suspect. Only the security guard had an impression of a girl, but it was very difficult to describe her accurately, so the police couldn't find her. They only said a student girl came. He asked in surprise, "Are you saying the girl who killed the Truth Society member is Karu?" The subordinate confirmed, "Yes, I secretly took a picture and showed it to the security guard. He confirmed it was this young lady." Hato continued to ask, "You didn't reveal this girl's identity, did you?" He said, "No, I've already silenced that security guard. Without your command, I wouldn't dare act on my own." He gave a sinister smile and praised, "Very good. You did very well." Then Hato had an idea and turned to instruct, "You go do something. Leak that girl's identity." The subordinate was startled and asked again, "To the Truth Society?" Hato clarified, "Of course not. When doing business, you have to know how to hide in the shadows. That's the smart way. I don't want to get involved with the Truth Society. You leak some information to the karaoke staff. You don't need to reveal too much, just a fairly clear picture. With the Truth Society's capabilities, that picture will reach them quickly." He emphasized, "Remember, you must make it so that no matter how the Truth Society investigates, they only trace Karu, and it has nothing to do with us." He understood. "I will definitely do it thoroughly." After devising his scheme, he said, "Take me home." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, Chairman." So the car quickly changed direction. That night at old Hato's private residence, just as the clock struck midnight, he was sound asleep in his 2-meter wide bed. Suddenly, he let out a cry of pain and then logged out permanently. At the same time, in Tran and AC's office, he made a phone call to inform someone of the news. "The gold digger of Tokyo, Demoto, is dead. Does the organization have any contingency plans for unexpected incidents?" The captain, who was sound asleep, was roused by Tran and AC. "Demoto is dead." He admitted, "I did it." The captain asked, not understanding, "Why?" He spoke up, "Want to hear? Then I'll tell you. I hope you can still sleep tonight." 10 minutes after hearing Tran and AC's story, the captain was wide awake, and his attitude was very harsh. "Boss, give me Demoto's body. I'll throw it to the fish.